Chapter 1426, The Stalling. Swoosh. After his failed attempt, the Ishtarian immediately leaped into the fortress teleportation point, escaping from Bison's pursuit. Jiang Fei approached Kaina. Are you alright? Nothing serious, but my body needs some rest. Kalna was in pretty bad shape. The Ishtarian's poison may not be lethal, yet it still drained a significant portion of her strength. Jiang Fei nodded. Okay, you can rest for now. Bison marched towards Jiang Fei. Sir, we are approaching the fortress core. Noted. Everybody stay sharp. I have a bad feeling about this, Jiang Fei warned. Yes, sir. Nodding in response, Bison led his team to open a path. Boom boom boom. 2 hours later, a fierce battle took place once again. What happened? Asked Jiang Fei. Master Bison engaged with the enemy, said the soldier in charge of communications. Let's go and check it out. Jiang Fei instantly moved forward and soon arrived at the battlefield. Bison was fighting against a Valsaurian, who was strong enough to fight him as an equal. There was no telling which one of the two had the upper hand in this fierce battle. As he watched them fight, Jiang Fei asked, 0541. What is the progress with the fortress structure diagram? The moment they stepped foot into Dirk Sloan Fortress, Jiang Fei had requested 0541 to hack into its central control system. This defense system was robust. It had taken 0541 days to breach it, and yet he was still unable to take over the whole central control system. Only a portion of it. I hate this type of biocomputer. 0541 was desperate. As a super smart artificial intelligence, he could breach and control a conventional smart system within minutes. However, the Valsaurians used biotechnology to develop almost everything, from intergalactic spacecrafts to personal computers. They were all half machine, half living organism. The machine part was not a problem for 0541, but the biological part was tough to control. Even a super smart artificial intelligence like 0541 had to spend considerable effort to crack those codes. Found any secrets yet? Asked Jiang Fei. So far, no. But according to my analysis, the Valsaurians seem to have abandoned the fortress. They plan to flee from the whole Alpha sector. 0541's response surprised Jiang Fei. The Alpha sector was a strategic location of the Mini system. Losing it would completely expose Ano's Karldish Fort to the Trade Federation. Karldish Fort was Ano's main base and second home. Once it was conquered, Ano's forces would take an enormous hit if they were not completely annihilated. Swoosh. A bright light beamed the Valsaurian away from his battle with Bison. Obviously, he did not care about the fight. What is going on? Are they giving up on resisting? Jiang Fei still could not believe that the Valsaurian army would give up the Alpha sector. Bison signaled his team and continued their march. Push on! 2 hours later, 0541 brought good news. Captain, I have full control of the Fortress Central Control System. Commence data download immediately. I need to know what exactly is going on here, demanded Jiang Fei. Yes, Captain, replied 0541, immediately carrying out the task upon receiving the order. The fortress data was vast and 0541 would need a long time to download and process everything. Jiang Fei returned to the team leader. Bison, how are things at the front? Is the advance going smoothly? It was fine. We did not face strong resistance. Most of the soldiers were deported. Only the skilled were left behind with their machines. They didn't fight to the death. They just teleported away once they were at a disadvantage. It seems like they are not fighting back but just stalling, reported Bison. Stalling? What are they up to? Jiang Fei was confused. He could not make sense of the Valsaurians' actions. Beats me. We've carefully started our scanning. Maybe some clue will pop up soon, replied Bison. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. Be careful. Then, he addressed 0541. 0541. Status report on data download. Compared to Bison's team effort to search from room to room, Jiang Fei preferred to rely on 0541's capability. Once the data download was completed, Jiang Fei believed that 0541 could give him the answer he wanted. Sir, according to the partial data I've downloaded, there was nothing special. Good. Send me the structure diagram, said Jiang Fei, intending to give it to Bison's team to ease their search. No problem, said 0541, immediately sending the fortress structure diagram to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei passed it on to Bison. Bison, plan your search according to this. Sir, where did you get this? We can at least double our pace with this. Bison was thrilled with the structure diagram. They no longer had to loiter about in a maze. Boom. Damn it! He's back! Stop him! Master Bison! The Ishtarian is back! A disturbance could be heard from not far away. It was caused by the Ishtarian skilled with venom that Bison defeated not long ago. He left a trail of dead bodies in his wake, as his poison was too strong for ordinary soldiers. Bison's eyes filled with anger. Bastard! Dodge this! These soldiers had followed him from the Osvius system. After Jiang Fei assigned them to him, he never put their life at risk, even if it meant facing giant beasts himself. Now, a few of them lay dead on the ground because of this Ishtarian's venom. Bison would never forgive him. Smash! One punch was enough to have the injured Ishtarian lying on the ground a few meters away. Blood slid down his chin from the corner of his mouth. Here! There's someone here too! Ah! Right after Bison handled the Ishtarian, noises came from the right side of his team. The Valsaurian he fought before had shown up as well. Damn it! Within seconds, Jiang Fei appeared in front of the Valsaurian. Boom! Jiang Fei did not hold back. With a blast of psychic power, his figure went dark in front of Valsaurian. The next thing the Valsaurian saw was Jiang Fei's fist right in front of his face. Wham! Valsaurian was sent flying away. Yet he was not heavily injured. At his current state, Jiang Fei's combat level was lower than 9 million, which wasn't enough to defeat that strong of an opponent. At this critical moment, 0541 suddenly spoke. Captain! I know why they evacuated the fortress. Chapter 1427, Horrifying Prophecy. What is actually happening? Tell me in detail, demanded Jiang Fei. He was severely disturbed by the abnormal behavior of the Valsaurian army. According to the data I downloaded, the Valsaurian army started evacuating 2 weeks ago. Other than the 2 strong defenders who were left here to stall us, there are no living souls left in this fortress. 0541's information clearly explained that Valsaurian army's actions were not done in response to Jiang Fei. 2 weeks ago, he had not defected to the Trade Federation yet. Why did they evacuate? Asked Jiang Fei. According to the Valsaurian army's surveillance, there were random distortions in space throughout the whole Alpha sector. They started 2 months ago, and the sector's stability has gradually decreased since then, explained 0541. I do not need these redundant details. Tell me what is going to happen here. Jiang Fei was restless and desperately craved an answer. Unclear. The Valsaurians did not know what caused the space instability. However, there are 2 possibilities for this. First, this could be the state before a black hole is formed. Or second, this could be the state before a wormhole is opened, said 0541. Jiang Fei was shocked. What? A black hole? You don't have to worry. Sir, it could indicate that a black hole is about to form, but you can ignore this possibility. The crucial trigger in the formation of a black hole is the death of a massive star which collapsed and exploded. There are no massive stars in the Alpha sector. Therefore, it is impossible for a black hole to form, explained 0541. That makes it a wormhole. Right, mused Jiang Fei. Theoretically, yes, but this is not certain. 0541 paused, trailing off. What do you mean? Asked Jiang Fei. The wormholes that we know of, whether man-made or formed by nature, have never been so huge. This wormhole covers the whole sector. It can't be explained by our current technology. Jiang Fei failed to see the relevance. So? That means one of 2 things. Either there is an unknown superintelligent race opening a wormhole to here from somewhere we do not know, or there is an unknown alternate dimension moving closer to our dimension, forming this wormhole with a gravitational pull from both sides. Jiang Fei was utterly lost. An unknown superintelligent race? An unknown alternate dimension? 0541 was not trying to scare anyone, but his words were horrifying. Correct. If it is an unknown superintelligent race, their technology is probably beyond our imagination. Hence, they would be indomitable. We won't stand a chance against them. They could even wipe out our entire universe with ease. Wanting to forget about 0541's terrifying predictions and hoping to hear a better option, Jiang Fei asked, what if it's an unknown alternate dimension instead? That would prove the theory of parallel space. Once a wormhole appears, 2 parallel spaces would collide. Outcome: unpredictable, explained 0541. Jiang Fei was silent. Both of 0541's predictions filled his mind. No matter which one was true, the outcome would be devastating. If the theory of parallel worlds was correct, the condition of the other space remained unknown. The same was true if they were indeed dealing with unknown opponents. If they turned out to be far advanced in terms of technology, there would be no fight. but only total annihilation. Nevertheless, the theory of parallel worlds was still the better prediction. With that, they at least had a 50-50 chance of the other space being non-threatening. But a man-made super wormhole meant that Jiang Fei and his people would be at the mercy of a super-intelligent race, praying that they were peace-loving. If the goal of that super-intelligent race was to conquer the universe, not even Theon would be able to escape the fate of slavery. Such horrifying prophecies. No wonder the Balsaurians had evacuated their strategic stronghold. They did not want to be the first to face such an uncertain fate. Hence they escaped, leaving behind only two who had different agendas. Their first mission was to guard the fortress and prevent random mercenaries from claiming it as their base. And their second mission was to interact with this unknown super-intelligent race or the unknown civilization from a parallel space.
Captain, what should we do?
Asked 0541.
How much time do you think we have before the wormhole opens?
0541's answer was not a cheerful one.
Uncertain. However, as the current space stability is very low, a wormhole could appear at any moment. Inform the outlying fleet. Tell them to evacuate immediately. Ground units gather now. We leave immediately,
ordered Jiang Fei, not wanting to take any risks.
Yes, Captain!
0541 instantly performed the request. Sarilah's notification came in seconds later from Meteor.
Ah, Fei! Incoming transmission from the Violet Fleet. Patch it through,
commanded Jiang Fei while sending his ground troops off the fortress.
Affirmative.
As Sarilah spoke, the hologram of a young officer appeared in front of Jiang Fei.
Sir, why are we evacuating? Are there any threats nearby?
Asked the communication officer.
No time to explain. Leave if you want to live.
Jiang Fei spared no effort on any explanation. Besides, 0541's predictions were too exaggerated for anyone to believe. The communication officer was instructed to reply with these exact words.
Sir, we cannot simply abandon our post without an official command to evacuate. It's your funeral. No one will stop you from your death.
Tainted by the black malice, Jiang Fei did not care much about others. They had been informed and notified. If they wanted to die, then so be it. Bison walked towards Jiang Fei.
Sir, everyone has returned to Meteor. We should leave now.
Jiang Fei nodded.
All right. 0541. Beam us back.
Him and Bison were the last to return to Meteor. The second they arrived, Jiang Fei immediately commanded.
0541. Prepare for warp. Leave the Alpha sector. Affirmative. Sir,
replied 0541. Powering up the warp engine right away. A transmission from the Violet Fleet was played through the sound system.
Master Jiang Fei, without a direct command from a higher-ranked officer, you cannot abandon the battlefield at your own will. You are welcome to stay and die. I have better things to do.
Jiang Fei sneered. He turned to 0541.
Begin to warp. Yes, Captain.
0541 activated the warp engine and Meteor phased into another space.
Damn it! I knew these surrendered soldiers can't be trusted. Just because he has some connections, he thinks he can simply join any side he wants,
said the commanding officer of the Violet Fleet. Young and formidable, he despised people with connections, such as Jiang Fei. Watching Jiang Fei flee with Meteor was unbearable for him. Chapter 1428, Gargantuan Wormhole. Taking over Dirk Sloan Fortress. 0541 read the spatial anomaly through the fortress equipment.
Captain, am picking up stronger readings of the anomaly in the Alpha sector. Based on these readings, it seems that the wormhole is going to open soon,
he said, reporting on his findings. The ships in the Violet Fleet had similar equipment, but they were not up to scale. Unlike a ship's detection equipment, the facilities on the planet itself were capable of measuring signals coming from distant galaxies.
Right. That settles it. Return to higher. I will examine the anomaly myself,
Jiang Fei declared while Meteor was still in hyperspace.
Captain, I would advise against going,
said 054.
One can never find victory in the face of familiarity. Such a wormhole poses either a great threat or a great opportunity. If the wormhole poses the threat of an intergalactic invader, there is nowhere we can hide from them. If it's something else, it would be a waste to not make the first contact,
said Jiang Fei. Unbeknownst to him, the scar on his forehead darkened. 0541 started.
Captain, I would cite safety precautions.
But Jiang Fei quickly interjected.
Enough. I have made my decision.
He then called Bison and the others to the bridge.
Your orders, my lord,
asked Kalna.
I will return to the Alpha sector to examine the anomaly myself. And I want all of you to wait on Meteor while I am away. You are not to take orders from anyone else, declared Jiang Fei. Fei, I will go with you. My lord, please grant permission for me to come with you. Silence! I told you to stay put. Jiang Fei bellowed angrily, frightening the two girls. Thump. Just then, Meteor came out of hyperspace and was now a safe distance away from the Alpha sector. Before he headed to the ship's hangar, Jiang Fei said, Stay on the ship. I'll take my leave now. I'll be back as soon as I can. The place was huge enough for Jiang Fei to deploy his personal shuttle. It was small, about the size of a four-wheel truck. Despite its size and the lack of weaponry, its travel capability exceeded even Meteor. 0541. Secure the hangar and open the airlock, ordered Jiang Fei. When all hands cleared the launch pad, the airlock was opened and Jiang Fei shot into the deep, dark space in a jiffy. Set a course for the Alpha sector. Course set. Captain, engaging warp on your command, replied 0541. Seeing as how Jiang Fei was adamant on going back to the Alpha sector, 0541 would not bother to advise him against it anymore. A minute later, Jiang Fei exited hyperspace and arrived at the edge of the Alpha sector. 0541 reported, Captain, I am now connected to Dirk Sloan Fortress. Readings of the anomaly are getting stronger. Give me manual control. Keep reporting back about the readings, said Jiang Fei. Taking the helm, he flew closer to get a better look. Sir, I've detected EM signals coming from the space-time anomaly, reported an operator in one of the Violet Fleet's ships. Even though their machines were not as good and accurate as the ones on Dirk Sloan Fortress, the anomaly signal had gotten so strong that even they could get a reading. Identify the source of the signal. Inform all ships of the fleet to engage in condition red, ordered the commander of the fleet. Instead of waiting for a more accurate reading, he jumped to the conclusion that the signal was from the Valsarian army reinforcements. Then again, detecting signals out of the blue, especially from a space-time anomaly, was a common sign of the arrival of an enemy's reinforcements. If Jiang Fei and 0541 had not been receiving data from the fortress, they too would not think twice about the matter. Sir, something is wrong, said the radar operator, after he had done multiple calculations. His voice shook and his hands trembled on the dials and buttons. What's the matter? Is it a large fleet? Asked the fleet commander. Something must be horribly wrong for his radar operator to be so frightened. No, it's something worse. I can't explain, the commander yelled. Then speak in simple words. What the hell is going on? Space-time of the entire sector is rippling. I cannot understand how, or what size of a fleet could cause such a ripple in space-time. Not possible. Something was off. Such a large-scale warping could never be caused by Ano's armada. Put together the whole Valsarian army, including all the ships they had in all corners of the universe, and they still would never be able to cause such a ripple in space-time. The truth was far more terrifying than what the commander thought. Put together all known civilizations and all ships that had ever been built, and even then it was impossible to cause such a massive ripple in space-time that covered the entire sector. Everyone on the bridge of the same ship as the fleet commander asked the same question. As sir? What should we do? Pull back. Tell everyone to retreat. We are leaving now, said the fleet commander, finally conceding. He regretted not listening to Jiang Fei's previous warnings. We can't warp out of here. Sir, the disturbance in space-time has prevented the warp core from functioning normally. If we try and warp, we will be destroyed by the uncertainty of space-time contraction, said the helmsman. The fleet commander ordered an immediate evacuation. Drop shields and divert all power to impulse engines for maximum yield. Get us as far away as you can. Red alert. Sir, communications are down. The disturbance in space-time is also affecting our comms system. There is no way we can signal the other ships, reported the communications officer, piling on more bad news. The young commander bellowed disgruntledly. Damn it! Do what we can to signal a full retreat to the other ships. Right now, he was trying his best to not make things worse. Regret would have to be postponed until after this mess was over. He should have listened to Jiang Fei. But now was not the time to think about anything else. He had to focus on saving the fleet. Seconds after he had lost connection with the fortress, 0541 reported. Captain, the signal has reached its maximum peak. The wormhole is opening. What the hell is that? Muttered Jiang Fei as he stared out into the dark void. Space was still the same as always, quiet, silent. Jiang Fei could not see any visible changes via the naked eye. That is, for only about 30 minutes or so. Just as the 30-minute mark passed,
Visible ripples of spacetime could be seen. The entire space in the Alpha sector was shaking violently. The tremendous bending of spacetime energy was affecting even the stars and Jiang Fei's shuttle. Even with the external inertial dampener working at its best, it could not stop the ship from vibrating, as if it was going to fall apart.
I can't risk this,
said Jiang Fei. He retrieved the ship and deposited it back into the ring. Even without any life support, Jiang Fei could survive in space for a certain amount of time. That being said, if the shuttle was destroyed, he would lose his only means of traveling beyond light speed. He would be trapped there, and death would soon follow. Chapter 1429, Gargantuan Spaceship. It goes without saying that sound cannot travel in a vacuum. Space itself was not a complete state of vacuum, as there are still particles floating about, but in extremely scarce numbers. It would take an unbelievably loud sound to travel across the vacuum of space. That is what seems to be happening now. A massive tremor was felt even when there was nothing to transmit said energy. But when the rift in spacetime opened, a deafening thump was heard.
Oh shoot! We have got to go!
Shrieked Jiang Fei as he rematerialized the shuttle and sped away. Such a degree of spatial disturbance was unheard of, much less actually experienced. A spatial disturbance of such magnitude could be described as a tear in spacetime. If spacetime itself was destroyed, all tangible matter, living or not, would follow suit, no matter how strong or powerful that something or someone was. Warping space itself, the fundamental principle of FTL travel, cannot be achieved without a solid spacetime foundation. Engaging in warp in such a state would undoubtedly cause whatever was in the bubble to be destroyed. Even though FTL travel cannot be achieved, the shuttle's impulse engine would still work fine. 0541 quickly took control of the ship and flew Jiang Fei as far away as he could in that split second. Fortunately, Jiang Fei would still be safe even if he remained stationary. He was situated at the edge of the Alpha sector, and the effects of the spacetime tear were not as violent there as compared to at the center. Escaping was merely a precaution. Not everyone was as lucky as Jiang Fei, especially not the Violet Fleet. The entire fleet was positioned directly at the center of the Alpha sector when the rift opened. Since they had not received an order to retreat, and had not listened to Jiang Fei's warning, they ended up being engulfed by the wave of destruction. When the gargantuan wormhole opened, it literally broke the fabric of spacetime in the whole Alpha sector. All that lay within the vicinity was gone, be it ships, soldiers, planets, and even stars. It took mere seconds for the entire fleet, and even the entire planet to be reduced to nothing but elementary particles. Countless were killed. Their cries had barely even traveled far enough before they were completely cut off. No one heard them scream. Nothing could escape such a degree of destruction. Mere seconds later, everything in the Alpha sector returned to a state of complete silence. There were no radio waves, no microbursts, no electromagnetic waves. Everything that could produce energy of any kind had been wiped out. Stars, planets, and even black holes were all gone. Jiang Fei could not say anything as he floated in microgravity. What just happened was truly a sight to behold.
If that thing was created by someone, who in this entire universe could stop them?
He muttered to himself. Not even the greatest civilization in this universe could have pulled off such a degree of destruction. Nothing, not even the all-powerful Valsaurian army, had a ship with that level of destructive power.
That's a wormhole. Something will come out of it eventually.
A wormhole the size of a small galaxy was not something one would see every day. Not even a black hole could reach that size, even though it was theoretically possible given enough time. This thing that had appeared in the Alpha sector in the blink of an eye was definitely a wormhole. Jiang Fei had expected to see things like armadas or a swarm of ultralisks emerging from it. But from the looks of things, the wormhole didn't look like a gate meant for instant interstellar travel. The spin and the energy radiating from it made it look more like an interdimensional portal. Jiang Fei frowned as a possible reason for the wormhole to exist came to mind.
What can I make of this? Is it the result of a clash of parallel worlds?
For the time being, Jiang Fei decided to remain stationary until he could understand what it was and how it had formed. 1 hour later, the wormhole was still radiating the same amount of energy and maintaining the same rate of spin. Nothing had emerged from it yet.
Should I go and take a closer look?
Wondered Jiang Fei. 0541 immediately blared out.
It's too dangerous.
No one but the creator of the wormhole would know what was on the other side.
It should be fine. Everything is alright now, isn't it? If things get out of hand, it'll just warp my way out of it,
said Jiang Fei. There was something about the wormhole that he could not explain. It was as if it was calling out to him. 0541 blared even louder.
Captain, I'm detecting incoming ships traveling through hyperspace. Huh?
Smaller, minuscule disturbances in spacetime were detected, and several ships leaped out of hyperspace, arriving at the scene. It seems that the sudden appearance of this gargantuan wormhole had alerted a faraway civilization of its presence. The ships that arrived varied from scout ships to military-class combat ships. These ships belonged to a civilization that lived in the Domini system and its neighboring galaxy. Countless reconnaissance probes were released to investigate the nature of the wormhole. Fortunately for Jiang Fei, his presence went undetected as he had already put away the shuttle. A single human drifting in the void of space was extremely hard to detect. It would be akin to searching for a distinctive oxygen molecule in Earth's atmosphere. Just as the swarm of reconnaissance probes was about to go through the wormhole, a massive object appeared from the swirling void of chaos and pushed them all away. The ship was huge. Its entire structure was like a golden cube. Jiang Fei was witnessing the events unfold from so far away, and he could not understand its massive size. When it completely emerged, he could see that the cube spaceship was at least 70% of the wormhole's size, when the wormhole was already the size of a small galaxy. A ship that was 70% of its size was massive. Not even the word massive could do justice to its sheer size. Jiang Fei gasped in horror.
How is that thing even possible?
The other spectators shared the same thought. No one in the history of this universe had ever seen such a massive spaceship. It was hard to imagine what kind of civilization could develop such a ship. Not long after its appearance, the huge cube immediately opened fire, destroying all nearby reconnaissance probes. The destructive power of the ship was clear. Countless beams were fired simultaneously, destroying all the reconnaissance probes in just a single round. A second later, all the ships that had appeared earlier were also destroyed. None were left alive. They had no chance to run or even retaliate. Their weapons were ineffective in doing anything to such a massive ship. Jiang Fei gasped.
This is the end. It took only a single round to destroy all those ships. Who in this entire universe could stop them?
He knew that even if all the ships in the entire universe were to unite and form a universal coalition, they would still be unable to defeat this massive ship. All of them would be destroyed in one clean sweep. There was nothing else but debris and the cube itself. Perhaps it was a good thing that Jiang Fei was not in a ship, or he might have been destroyed as well. After the destruction of all the ships, the cube moved only slightly away from the wormhole and stopped. A golden barrier was projected outward with the cube as its center. This bubble of golden light spread out fast. Judging from how it reacted to the debris, the barrier possessed no destructive capabilities, and was only capable of basic blocking functions. Not long after its appearance, the barrier spread far out, even reaching where Jiang Fei was. Stuck on the surface of the barrier, he was pushed as far as tens of light years away from the cube. Jiang Fei had a million questions in his mind, and one stood out as the most important.
What was the function of the cube?
Because he had been pushed so far away, Jiang Fei did not know that the cube had split itself into countless smaller, planet-sized ships. They roamed about the vicinity inside the golden barrier. Even divided, those ships were still considered the most powerful ships any civilization could ever hope to develop. Chapter 1430, Invaders? The planet-sized ships took on different routes, patrolling all areas within the light barrier. As Jiang Fei had been pushed more than 10 light years away, there was no way he could have seen this spectacle. After expanding several light years away, the barrier stopped and stabilized. While there was not a single living soul inside the barrier, there were countless smaller ships. These ships were different. Incredibly so. Unlike the previous ships, these new ones looked extremely fragile, as if they were made from the cheapest materials. They were so poorly constructed that even the worst ship in the Trade Federation military for say a second-class patrol cruiser could do more damage. At most, these new ships were only as good as the ships used by lowly space pirates. If Jiang Fei had seen these ships come out from the same wormhole as the galactic-sized cube, he would wonder why a civilization would deploy such useless spacecrafts. The cube itself was more than enough to conquer all there was in this universe. So why would they even bother to deploy such tiny crafts?
Am I in? I'm in. Ha ha. I'm so excited. I can't believe it. I've been waiting for this for so long. Gaha. This is awesome. What should we do next? Are there any orders yet? Not yet. Calm down. Just wait for the announcement.
Communication between these ships seemed to be without mediation. There was no encryption of any kind. Anyone could tap into their line and listen to every word, even though they were using a language that Jiang Fei and 0541 had never heard. The two of them could still understand what the newcomers were saying. Speech was but one of the common methods to transfer information. Even the cheapest universal translator could detect a person's brainwaves and translate the aforementioned information into a comprehensible language.
That's odd. There's no system order until now. You know what? I think I'm going to go for a spin. Don't you think that's risky? There's no defensive line here. What happens if you encounter an enemy? If I get destroyed, I get destroyed. I can always redeem another one. Since this ship was given out for free. That's true. When you put it that way, there is literally nothing to lose.
At the same time, Jiang Fei was trying his best to enter the barrier, only to find himself failing at every attempt. He had been waiting there for far too long and had not discovered anything interesting. Taking out his shuttle, he left the edge of the barrier. Right now, he needed to talk to someone, to discuss the nature of this incoming thing. Whatever it was clear that there was a new civilization with mastery of technology that no one had ever seen. For once, Jiang Fei had no idea what to do. Just as he was about to pull the lever to activate warp jump, several small ships leaped out of hyperspace and appeared right next to his ship.
Look! There's something here! Try shooting at it! Hold on! This crappy ship's auto-targeting system is so bad that I need 5 seconds to lock onto my target.
As soon as they talked, all of their communications had been intercepted by 0541. There was no need for decryption. Everything was as open as if they were talking next to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei bellowed.
0541. Now would be a great time to get us out of here.
His shuttle didn't have any weapons or armor. Even if those ships were as crappy as can be, a simple shot from its weakest weapon would tear a hole in Jiang Fei's ship. Without a ship, no matter what sort of realization Jiang Fei came to about these invaders, he would never be able to travel to safety and would die right there.
Diverting all powers to the impulse engine. Brace for acceleration. Captain!
0541 recalled all power he had channeled into the warp core and diverted it into the main impulse engines and thrusters. With a loud burst, the shuttle accelerated to the fastest sublight speed a ship could reach in just 0.3 seconds. Such a speed was blazingly fast.
Shoot! He's running away! Go after him! Don't joke around. Unless we know where he is going. There is no way we can chase him without warping.
The last thing he heard before he vanished into the darkness of space was a disgruntled moan. Jiang Fei's shuttle was just too fast for them to target. They did open fire, but without a secure lock on target. Their beam weapons were only as accurate as firing a pea shooter in the middle of a storm.
What the H? I was that? Where did they come from?
Said Jiang Fei. Once he was sure that he was safe from the enemy.
I am not entirely sure about that. But if there's one thing I'm certain of, is the fact that they came out of the barrier,
replied 0541.
From inside the barrier?
Jiang Fei failed to comprehend that logic. If those ships belonged to a band of pirates or bandits, who were sneaking in during the chaos to rob smaller ships of their property, Jiang Fei could understand. Though, he still would not acknowledge such a random event happening to him. However, to say that those ships belonged to the same people that sent the gargantuan cube was absurd.
I need tangible proof. I need to go back. If you say those ships are from inside the barrier, then I shall capture one and question the pilot.
Jiang Fei engaged manual control and turned the ship around.
Huh? It's that guy. He's coming back on his own. Lock target and shoot him.
The enemy's communications, or rather, just blatant yelling, was heard as clear as day. 0541 received an alert and tried to warn Jiang Fei.
Captain, they are trying to target us. Noted.
Jiang Fei pulled the accelerator lever higher and zoomed in between the enemy ships. When he was literally in between their ships, he put his ship into the ring, leaving himself floating in the vacuum of space.
Where did he go? Did he warp away? I don't think so. We would have heard it. Gah. This stupid ship is so crappy that it can't even calculate the enemy ship's trajectory.
0541 diligently relayed all communication between the enemies to Jiang Fei. As he listened, Jiang Fei tried his best not to reveal his presence. That being said, he would not have been detected even if he moved about, unless they were purposely trying to find him. It would be hard for even a powerful hypercruiser to detect a single life form in the middle of space. Not impossible, but improbable. Jiang Fei grunted.
Come on! Show me who you are!
The crease in the middle of his forehead slid open. Omnisurge was activated, and coupled with the black hole core, Jiang Fei's combat level surged beyond 9 million in an instant. Truth be told, it had been too long since Jiang Fei had been in a fight or participated in any form of training. Even so, his combat level was still climbing. Every time he was aggravated or agitated, His combat level would rise up, and the effect was permanent.
Alert! High energy presence detected. Alert! High energy presence detected.
Detecting Jiang Fei's enormous surge of power, the ship's alarm system went off like crazy. However, because of his size, the ship's sensors were unable to accurately determine his position. Jiang Fei burst forward like a torpedo and crashed violently into one of the ship's sides. He drew his hot plasma blade and sliced open the hull, as easily as sliding a hot knife through butter. The ship's integrity was not strong, and Jiang Fei imbuing the plasma blade with origin force was certainly overkill. Putting the blade away, he pried the hull open with his bare hands and crept inside.
0541. Break in. I want information,
ordered Jiang Fei.
Captain.
The ship was about 10 times the size of Jiang Fei's shuttle. It wasn't small, but it could not be considered large either. Leaving 0541 to hack into the ship's system, Jiang Fei dashed to the bridge to apprehend the pilot.
What of the ship? 0541? Have you seized control?
Asked Jiang Fei when he was about 1 or 2 corridors away from the bridge. 0541 reported back with disappointing news.
Something is wrong. The ship's system is something I have never seen before. It's using technology that is different from what I know. I cannot break in.
Chapter 1431, Interrogation.
Enough. I'll do it the hard way,
bellowed Jiang Fei as he charged faster towards the bridge.
This is odd.
Jiang Fei had been running for a good minute, and there was no one in the ship. The ship was small. That's a given. But zero resistance was odd. Even the dumbest pilot would have installed defense turrets.
How is it possible that such an advanced civilization has not properly armed their ships?
A bad feeling rose to his chest like vomit. Nevertheless, he proceeded without hesitation. He plunged his bare hands into the metal door, and it gave up immediately. Granted, Jiang Fei was strong, but the metal door should have at least put up some resistance instead of allowing itself to be torn apart like soft tofu.
Did they abandon the ship?
Jiang Fei infiltrated the ship to capture their crew and extort them for information. It had come to this since, for some unknown reason, 0541 was unable to hack into the ship's system. The only way Jiang Fei was going to get intelligence on the invaders was by physically interrogating them. With force. Of course. A few more turns and broken doors later, Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance of the bridge. He swung his sword hard and sliced the door open with ease.
Huh?
Seeing that there were people there after all, Jiang Fei was slightly taken aback. He had already convinced himself that they had all chosen to flee. As Jiang Fei continued to just look at them, the people cried out,
"Damn! There's a living person here! Who are you people?"
asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no idea whether they could understand his words. But logically, they should have possessed some form of language translator if they were of an advanced race. Someone made a sneering comment, as if he was able to understand Jiang Fei.
"Who are we? Interesting. This person is asking questions about us."
Instead of replying, the stranger came closer, observing Jiang Fei from a close distance. While the enemy was observing him, Jiang Fei took the chance to observe him as well. The person was a humanoid man. To be precise, he looked like the elves from books and TV shows that Jiang Fei had read and seen. He was incredibly handsome and dignified looking, while his appearance was outstanding. Jiang Fei was surprised to see that the man only had a combat level of 300. Not 300,000, but 300. Jiang Fei took a step back and activated his plasma blades.
"Oh, are you trying to intimidate me?"
said the elf. He continued to observe Jiang Fei without even flinching at the sight of the hot burning plasma.
"Answer the question or die,"
Jiang Fei demanded. A flash of black light burst from Jiang Fei's forehead. At that moment, his face twisted in anger.
"Die! Kill me and I will return anew,"
said the person, without any sign of fear.
"So be it."
Jiang Fei swung the blade and sliced off the elf's right ear. The man roared,
"Jai! It F** King hurts. What are you doing? Answer the question or I will start slicing off other parts of your body,"
barked Jiang Fei. His eyes were glinting with extreme enmity. There was even a faint black aura oozing out from Jiang Fei's body. "You?" Before the man could even say anything, Jiang Fei's hands made a slight movement, and the man's other ear dropped to the ground.
"Gah! Please just kill me! Kill me now!"
cried the elf, pleading profusely on his hands and knees. When he thought Jiang Fei did not notice, he lunged at him, aiming for the plasma blade to stab him in the chest. Jiang Fei hummed as he grabbed the man from behind and lifted him up.
"Now is not the time to die yet."
To put things in perspective, The elf was only as strong as a level 2 metahuman, while Jiang Fei was like a godlike being on Earth. He minimized the plasma blade's output power and sliced off one of the elf's fingers.
Arg! Just end it already! Kill me! Please kill me!
Cried the elf. His dignified appearance was reduced to a fidgeting plebeian. Yet somehow, he was still not answering Jiang Fei's question.
Persistent one. Aren't you?
Said Jiang Fei, slicing off another finger. He leaned in close to the elf's now severed ear and whispered,
We can do this all day!
For some reason, the elf was still not talking, despite giving up on resisting. All he did was scream and beg for Jiang Fei to kill him. Just then, before Jiang Fei could slice off another finger, he screamed at the top of his lungs and bit off his own tongue. Blood poured out like a broken dam, and as he dropped to the ground, weakened, he smiled at Jiang Fei. With his tongue gone, there was no way he could talk.
Interesting,
said Jiang Fei. He swung his plasma blade and beheaded the man. Jiang Fei hummed coldly as he broke the bridge, literally in two.
Now! Are you as determined to keep your mouth shut?
Floating in space, Jiang Fei scoured the void and immediately found many more ships around for him to infiltrate. He chose one at random, and using the same method as before, he barged into the bridge of another ship.
No way! They made them look just like us!
Cried the pilot of this new ship. Like the previous one, this elven man stared at Jiang Fei curiously, without a shred of fear.
Soon you shall learn what it means to be scared,
barked Jiang Fei as he lunged at the elf.
Going for the kill. Eh? Oh well. Come at me!
Cried the man, welcoming Jiang Fei's blade to his chest with literally open arms.
Kill you? It'll make you beg for death,
yelled Jiang Fei. He grasped the elf's neck in a vice-like grip, almost breaking it in half. With a quick slash, Jiang Fei sliced off one of his fingers. The man groaned in pain.
Ugh! What are you doing?
One could see that the man was wincing profusely, as he was not accustomed to pain. Looks like this was a perfect one to interrogate.
Who are you?
Roared Jiang Fei, slicing off another finger.
Ow! #%%%%. You are testing my patience.
Jiang Fei sliced off the elf's ears, and then his fingers, in the slowest, most brutal way possible. Right now, the elf only had his right thumb left.
I'm so done with this. Why did they even make it so real? I didn't spend so much money to be tortured,
said the pointy-eared bastard, grabbing the elf's shirt and lifting him up into the air. Jiang Fei roared at the top of his lungs.
Speak. Tell me the truth. Who are you? Please. Enough. Please let me die. Kill me, please,
said the man. Oddly enough, this elf's response was the same as the previous one.
I do not have all day, but I will not allow you to die until you tell me the truth,
said Jiang Fei, chopping off the last of the elf's fingers.
Arg! Please stop! Ill talk! Ill talk!
Fortunately, this one was not gutsy enough to bite off his own tongue to kill himself.
Speak,
the man confessed.
We are called Sane Soul Users. We're from the Gamma Dimension. We are here to explore new worlds in this dimension. Lies,
hissed Jiang Fei. He swung his blade and sliced off the man's entire right arm.
Arf! I'm telling the truth,
Jiang Fei bellowed.
Last chance? Bub, who are you?
The bad feeling he felt earlier rose up like vomit again. Chapter 1432, Protagonist No More. The elf finally caved after being tortured relentlessly by Jiang Fei.
Ill talk! Ill talk!
What Head said so far was a lie. But that was just a means to protect himself.
Speak. This is your final chance. One more lie and he'll skin you alive. Know this. I'm not going to stop until I have the truth,
said Jiang Fei. His voice was cold, and his glare reflected only death and malice. The elf groaned as he held his severed ear.
Ill talk. Don't try any funny business,
threatened Jiang Fei, making subtle yet taunting moves with the plasma blade.
I'm telling the truth. We are from a world known as the Gamma Dimension, and we call ourselves the Sane Soul Users. The Gamma Dimension is just space. A world that is one dimension higher than yours,
confessed the elf. Those beings came from a dimension of space, which was one dimension higher than Jiang Fei's world. What Jiang Fei was experiencing now was utter confusion. Just as two-dimensional space beings would never truly understand those of the three-dimensional world. Be that as it may, the Sane Soul Users were much like how three-dimensional beings saw and understood two-dimensional beings. Neither could truly interact with the other, as the other dimension could not accommodate them physically. However, they could influence the lower dimension. For example,
A three-dimensional being like a human cannot enter the two-dimensional world and interact with anything or anyone. However, a human could still affect anything they wanted in the two-dimensional world. With the simple stroke of a pen, a human could add anything to a piece of paper. A worldwide flood could seamlessly be created with just a few lines. Or they could draw fire, and everyone would burn. Use an eraser, and the whole world would just vanish. The residents of the Gamma Dimension could do the same thing that Jiang Fei could do to characters on a piece of paper. They are, from a certain point of view, the gods of this three-dimensional world. Jiang Fei froze. He tried his best to convince himself that the person in front of him was just bullshitting again. At this point, the thought of religion came to his mind. More specifically, Christianity. The Holy Bible had explicitly said that God was omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. He had never once descended to earth, and could only influence humans by sending angels. Are they the ones who came to my world? Are they the ones who sent those angels because God or whatever thing he is could not physically manifest into this world? Jiang Fei asked himself. Probing further, he asked the elf, "What are you doing in this world then?" The elf replied truthfully, "We are playing a game. This world is just a game, created by Wei Corp. They managed to find a way to convert our consciousness into a three-dimensional body, allowing us to physically experience the game." The elf's confession hit Jiang Fei like a bolt of lightning. For a split second, he could not think, let alone speak. Once upon a time, Jiang Fei himself was an adventurer. By entering the realm of Dawn Break to play a simulated game, he met NPCs like Isabella and Ariel, and enjoyed his time adventuring in the digital world. Now, karma struck back. Jiang Fei was an NPC. His entire world was nothing but a digitally created space, made as a means of entertainment for beings from a higher dimension. Just when he thought he could craft his own destiny and become the protagonist of his own story, he was now nothing but a literal NPC. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Fei questioned the elf further. "What are your objectives? Are you here to destroy this world? Destroy? No. We are here to play. Grr, who would have thought the game could be this realistic? This hurts so bad." The pointy-eared guy grunted. He wanted to return to his world as soon as possible and immediately uninstall the game. "I see." Nodding, Jiang Fei beheaded the man with a quick swing of his blade. He could have let the man live to siphon more information from him. But as of right now, Jiang Fei found that life had no meaning anymore. His mind was cluttered with panic, fear, despair, and worst of all, hopelessness. Nothing was important anymore. However, Jiang Fei understood one thing well, since he had played MMORPGs before. No matter what race, what ungodly race there was in this entire known and unknown universe, they had become NPCs in the eyes of these beings from a higher dimension. In fact, the entire universe was nothing but a platform created and sustained on a server. The Golden Barrier was nothing more than a safe zone, a spawning ground for new players to enter. He had no idea what was inside the barrier, but he knew that that is where players spawned. To further increase their level, they would start killing and hunting people as well as going on all kinds of quests. And soon enough, they would find the final boss and defeat him. The fate of the world, or in this case, the game, was sealed. As a gamer, Jiang Fei knew this well. If he tried to unite the entire known universe to go against the players, it would make the game unplayable. Players would stop playing and the game servers would shut down eventually. What would happen to this world if the company decided to shut down the servers? Would time itself freeze? Would they cease to exist? Either way, the possibility of complete utter destruction was real. But if he allowed the players to do whatever they wanted, they would literally bring about the end of the entire universe. "What can I do?" said Jiang Fei to himself. He was alone in the bridge, his mind a complete blank. Jiang Fei had never once fallen into this level of despair. Even if he was to face an enemy 10 times stronger than Thean, he would always have confidence that he would become just as strong, or even stronger, to defeat said foe. But this enemy was from a higher dimension. No matter how strong Jiang Fei was, he could be erased with a simple stroke of a pen. Even if the wielder of the pen was a toddler. He bellowed his heart out. "Why? Why must it be this way?" Jiang Fei did not want it to end this way. He could not understand how unfair it was to be in his position. How hopeless it was to be unable to do anything against the coming fate. The image of Isabella's smiling face flashed in his mind. How strong she and the others had been when they were told about the reason for their world's existence. Jiang Fei could not help but admire how they had all managed to stay sane. Such a blow was so cruel. But they had all somehow kept it together. 0541. Inform Bison and everyone else to do whatever they like. am going back to Earth,
spat Jiang Fei. He was done with everything. Nothing he could ever do would change the final fate of the entire universe. As such, he decided he should return to his home planet, to spend whatever time there was left with the people he cared about. Everything felt like a waste of time. Every effort, every drop of blood, sweat, tears, were all nothing but a waste. Destiny, a world that determines everything vaguely. To be honest, Jiang Fei had never once believed that he was destined to do anything. He crafted his own path. He walked his own road. He decided his own fate. But alas, after today, Jiang Fei had truly become a firm believer in destiny. 0541 complied.
Captain.
He too was still digesting the truth of the world. And if it was possible, he would have snapped. Jiang Fei weakly got to his feet. Tearing through the hull of the ship, he materialized the shuttle.
Start hyperspace jump. Set course for Earth,
said Jiang Fei with absolutely zero gravitas. 0541 complied again.
Captain.
A few seconds later, the shuttle made the leap into hyperspace, and would soon arrive on Earth. Chapter 1433 stopped them from reaching the endgame. The shuttlecraft was fast, but since Earth was just too far away, it took Jiang Fei nearly 2 weeks before he reached the edge of the solar system's heliosphere. Jiang Fei sighed when he saw the blue marble from afar.
I'm finally home.
With all the things he had encountered in the vast void of space, returning to Earth felt like coming back home. It had been about a year since he left. He could not help but wonder if anything had changed during his absence. What of his parents? The girls? As he switched to autopilot mode, Jiang Fei asked.
0541. Are you connected to Braveheart? Indeed, I am, sir,
replied 0541. By the time the shuttlecraft was at the edge of the heliosphere, 0541 had already connected to Braveheart's system.
How is home? I can't say,
Jiang Fei immediately asked.
Huh? What's going on?
The last thing he wanted to see was his family members getting into trouble.
Calm down, Captain. It's nothing like that. I didn't say that there's anything going on at home. It's just, it seems that the girls have not logged anything in the central computer. I am unable to download much data. There are only a few log entries which were made when they used the ship's facilities, explained 0541. 0541 may be the most evolved artificial intelligence known to Jiang Fei, but he was not all capable. If the girls had not used the computers, and especially if they had not recorded any video diaries, then there was nothing for 0541 to download. If only they had relied on the ship as Jiang Fei relied on 0541. The ship would have logged everything that happened around Earth and even the entire solar system. Judging by the records and logs, the girls had only occasionally come on board the ship for a brief moment to create some tools and equipment. However, since there were no significant changes in Earth's overall readings, one could safely conclude that nothing of any significance had taken place, especially since the tools and equipment the girls had made were not related to combat. Set course for Braveheart. Is anyone there?
Asked Jiang Fei. He didn't want to land on Earth straight away, as that would cause a minor panic for several nations. It was far safer for him to land on the dark side of the moon and use the teleportation hub there to teleport down to Earth.
Currently, Hua Mulan and Nina are operating on the moon base. The rest are presumably on Earth,
said 0541. The closer he was to Earth, the better connection 0541 would get. At this point, he had eyes on the moon base.
Good. Send them a greeting. Tell them that I'm back,
said Jiang Fei. An innocent smile shone on his face. He could not wait to see the girls. He had been through countless dangerous events, and returning to Earth gave him a sense of security. There was a warm feeling in his heart that told him
everything is going to be all right.
Once he was back on Earth, Jiang Fei would put everything that was bothering him at the back of his mind. He wanted to just sit quietly and be with his family. It was the least he could do since he had left them so abruptly.
Captain.
0541 complied and sent a report to the moon base to inform the girls that their beloved had returned. Within half an hour of traveling at sublight speeds, Jiang Fei arrived at the dark side of the moon and docked.
Docking sequence complete. Please stand behind the airlock and wait for depressurization.
As soon as the airlock opened, Jiang Fei was greeted by all the girls. Hua Mulan and Nina weren't the only two waiting. All the girls were there, eager and anxious to see him. Once Nina informed them that Jiang Fei was coming back, they quickly dropped whatever they were doing and hurried to the moon. Isabella moaned longingly when she saw Jiang Fei.
Hubby!
Her eyes teared up as she leaped into Jiang Fei's embrace. The other girls were also longing for Jiang Fei. But as Isabella was his first, they stood behind her as a show of respect. Sylphie jumped in, howling, "Darling!" She wrapped herself around Jiang Fei and buried her face into his chest, not wanting to let go.
"I'm here now. Everything is all right,"
said Jiang Fei. He turned to the other girls behind the gates and said,
"Thank you for welcoming me."
Seeing that everyone had genuinely missed him, Jiang Fei's heart melted a little as he shed a tiny pearl of a tear. Isabella sobbed,
"Hubby, I've missed you so much."
After being separated for so long, there were just too many repressed emotions that the girls wanted to let out. Nina and Ariel were overjoyed. But since they were not the kind who did whatever pleased them, they held back their excitement and smiled from far behind the gates. Even Hua Mulan, the stoic, female warrior hero, could not hold back her tears.
"Isabella, Sylphie, if you please let me. I've traveled thousands of light years, and I'd appreciate it if you could let me have a breather,"
said Jiang Fei. Once they calmed down, Jiang Fei and the girls headed to the lounge to rest and started to let out everything that they had bottled up. After talking for the entire night, Jiang Fei had a better understanding of the current status of Earth and its people. Earth was at peace and thanks to 0541's assistance, its technology had advanced. That being said, Earth was still technologically obsolete, even when compared to the Valsaurians. It was only natural as the Namekian ship, Braveheart, was already more than 10,000 years old. Even though Earth as a whole had progressed leaps and bounds in terms of technology, it was still very much obsolete compared to other civilizations. Even so, whether or not Earth would ever be able to advance to the same technological level as the Trade Federation no longer mattered to Jiang Fei. After encountering the beings from the Gamma dimension, he now knew that the entire universe was nothing but a simulated environment created by a gaming company. It mattered not even if Earth managed to become the greatest civilization in the entire universe. They could never stop what was coming. One thing that surprised Jiang Fei was how far Isabella had come. She was strong now, with a combat level that measured at over 1,500,000. Though she was far from matching Jiang Fei's strength, she was now able to stand proud amongst the others in space. Isabella thrust her chest out and bragged,
"I'm super strong now. That's great news. Our Isabella is always the best,"
said Jiang Fei, smiling. He knew that the core of life was the source of Isabella's strength, though hers was not upgraded. It functioned differently from the core of will, much like the core of power. The core of life added strength directly into the user's physique. It was basically a more potent version of Jiang Fei's black hole core. Jiang Fei went silent for a while, as the others talked about how Earth had been doing. He was deep in thought. After thinking it through, he decided to tell everyone the truth.
"Everyone, I have something important to tell you. If you could all sit down and listen."
He decided to tell them the truth about this universe, about how he had come to discover that they were in a simulated universe. Jiang Fei wanted to do this for two reasons. The first being not wanting to hide anything from the girls, and second, he wanted to know what they would say when they found out. Other than Jiang Fei, everyone else was born inside the game. They had already experienced discovering the truth of their universe, so their thoughts about the world might shed some light on the situation. It would be better to hear about it from them, despite them not being able to do anything to help Jiang Fei.
"I see. It seems impossible."
For a good minute after Jiang Fei explained everything, everyone was quiet. Nina was the first to open her mouth. As a character designed and set to be a saintess, she had an idea on the topic.
"Fei, if the universe is a game, as you say it is, there will be an endgame. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that is a game. The entire universe will be destroyed once the players have finished all the content?"
asked Nina.
"That would be the norm. However, I do not have conclusive proof that the universe is a game,"
replied Jiang Fei.
"Let's assume that this universe is indeed a game created by pan-dimensional beings. If we could somehow delay that point, to stop or block players from actually reaching the endgame, then perhaps we can ensure the survival of this universe,"
suggested Nina. Chapter 1434, Deciding. Jiang Fei repeated the statement.
"Stop them from reaching the endgame?"
At that moment, he had an epiphany. Isabella chimed in.
"If we try anything to stop the players from leaving the safe zone, it would incur their wrath. However, we can try something else to slowly stop them from a certain distance away from the spawning ground. Should we spread this news? I think we could unite the entire universe,"
suggested Ariel.
"We need to tell everyone about this, but uniting all civilizations is another matter entirely. They might not believe this news to be true in the first place. That's problem number one. Number 2. There are civilizations that have been at war with each other for millennia. They want put aside their grudges just because of a common enemy, said Jiang Fei. But this is an attack on the entire universe. We have a common enemy, stressed Ariel. What does it matter? A common enemy means nothing if it means they can't have their revenge. Everyone has been killing each other for so long. The blood that has been spilt could form planets. I have seen them at war with each other, and I can safely say that they will not forego their vengeance so easily. What can we do then? Said Ariel dejectedly. Actually, I've thought about this. We can just spend the rest of our lives here on Earth. Until the end of the world, suggested Jiang Fei. Earth was located on the far edge of the known universe, and even if there were hostile players from the higher dimension, it would take them more than a few millennia before they could find this planet. No! I can't accept this. I do not like the idea of just sitting around and doing nothing, said Isabella. She had always been the kind of person who wanted to face her troubles head-on. Staying home and cowering in fear had never been Isabella's style. There's a second choice, said Jiang Fei, adding on to his previous suggestion. We retaliate, even though I have no idea how we can possibly win this fight. There might be a chance of gathering more information if we interact with those pan-dimensional beings. Perhaps we can even find a way for all of us to survive. Sylphie made her own suggestion. That's true. Just like we did previously. We can even leave this universe and enter the higher dimension. The girls were once NPCs who had been rescued from the game by Jiang Fei. If he could do that, perhaps there was a way for them to get out of this dimension too. Brilliant! Exclaimed Jiang Fei. That was his epiphany. So far, it seemed impossible for him to transmigrate the people of this dimension into a higher dimension. That being said, Sylphie's idea had given him hope. He now had a final goal to achieve. When Jiang Fei entered the world of Dawn Break, he too was considered a player, a being from a higher dimension. With 0541's technological assistance, he managed to bring Isabella and the others into the real world. Similarly, the inhabitants of the Gamma dimension might also have a way to extract people from this dimension into theirs. Fei, do you think we can escape into the higher dimension through the super wormhole you mentioned earlier? Asked Hua Mulan. I've not considered that. The problem lies with that golden barrier. If we can't re-enter the Alpha sector, there's no way we can traverse the wormhole, replied Jiang Fei. I think that barrier might be a temporary setup. It might disappear once the players have achieved a higher level, suggested Ariel. Jiang Fei sighed. Let's hope so. Everything seemed innocent and simple now when everyone was discussing it. But he knew that reality would not be that simple. Assuming that the barrier is permanent, it is an indication that the Gamma dimension inhabitants value the wormhole to a certain extent that it requires protection. Thus, if we can break through that barrier, we might be able to traverse the wormhole and exit into the higher dimension, said Ariel. Jiang Fei agreed. Sounds plausible. That was the least of their problems. He worried about the nature of the wormhole, whether it was traversable both ways or just a single path, from the higher dimension to the lower dimension, not the other way around. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei decided to keep that thought to himself. The atmosphere had never been this tense, and he needed to keep morale high. He realized that he had been constantly shooting down ideas suggested by the girls. If he continued to reject all their ideas, they might actually think that there was no reason to continue fighting the invaders. Nina paced closer to Jiang Fei and gently patted his shoulder. I for one feel lucky enough to just be by your side. As long as we are together, everything is going to be alright. I feel the same. As long as I am with you, darling. Come HL or high water, we will pull through no matter what, said Sylphie, coming up behind Jiang Fei and burying her face in his back. So, I believe you're saying we should all try to fight back? Asked Jiang Fei. He knew what the girls were thinking, but he wanted to hear them say it. Yes. We are in this together. Might as well see it through together as well, said Isabella, speaking on behalf of everyone. Good. I needed that. Well, take a few days off and leave Earth after, declared Jiang Fei. He was disgruntled about the revelation, but since the girls had decided to support him through thick and thin, he no longer had any reason to doubt anything. Do you have a plan in mind? Asked Nina. She was the wisest of all amongst his harem. So far, I don't. Do you have any suggestions? I strongly feel that we should not be at the front lines. At least, not this soon. You suggested that we should contact the players from the Gamma dimension. But I believe that the result of establishing contact with those players will be bad. You were once a player, and I trust that you can see things from a player's perspective, said Nina. Nina's tone was calm, but her words still slightly embarrassed Jiang Fei. Despite her not being direct, Jiang Fei understood the underlying warning she was trying to convey. For players, killing anything in a game would not cause them to feel any guilt. In fact, players are encouraged to kill more to gain rewards and experience points. No one would sheath their swords in an RPG world, as they were surrounded by nothing but digitally created avatars. That is, from a player's perspective.
I understand. In that case, we should first start by improving our strength. To be brutally honest, compared to the other civilizations out there, we are incredibly weak,
said Jiang Fei. At his current strength, he was not suitable to be at the front lines. Jiang Fei was not a powerful fighter. In fact, he was not even strong enough to be considered as the strongest in any galaxy. Thean was, but Jiang Fei was sure that there were others out there who were stronger than himself. As such, if he could not even count himself as Thean's equal, all those who were under him could not do so either. Currently, Bison and Kaina were the only two strong fighters under his banner. The rest of his forces were nothing to be impressed by. Not to mention, Jiang Fei was without a fleet of ships. The closest thing he had to a fleet was Meteor, the hypercruiser-turned-troop carrier, and Braveheart, an obsolete ship. Lockseed may have dispatched a fleet to support him, but they were by no means under Jiang Fei's command. If he conformed to the Trade Federation, he might gain control of the aforementioned fleet. But if he decided to go against them, he would be left without a fleet. Hence, the most rational move he could make now was to strengthen himself and his girls. For now, he would leave matters about the invaders from a higher dimension to parties who could handle such threats.
Chapter 1435, Extortion. Having decided to return to the center of the known universe, Jiang Fei did not spend more than a week on Earth. What little time he stayed for was spent with his parents before he left again. Since the danger in outer space was beyond anything earthly, Jiang Fei decided to not bring his parents along with him. As his stepsister, Shang Guanqi chose to stay behind to protect and take care of their parents. Everyone else, including the very human Si Tang, who was the weakest of all the girls, insisted on going with Jiang Fei on his adventure. This time, Jiang Fei could not think of a reason to not bring them along. Just like the last time he left Earth, Jiang Fei still did not have a turf of his own. That being said, he was not without power. Right now, Jiang Fei may not be a space emperor, but his combat power was so strong that he wouldn't die so quickly, and could still spare some strength to protect the others. He did think about taking his parents with him, but compared to the very human Si Tang, his parents were just normal people. Extreme space warp would kill them, not to mention all the dangers that lurked about the void of space. Concurrently, Jiang Fei's forces, specifically his female biohuman forces, had shown some promise. Hua Mulan and many of the new Saints Guard had been revived. All 3,000 of them. Braveheart had been collecting solar power from the sun for close to a year. Although that amount of energy was nothing but pocket change for someone like Jiang Fei, it was more than enough to revive all the female soldiers who were only at level 4 metahuman power level.
Huh. This is good,
said Jiang Fei to himself when he saw just how many of his female soldiers were gathered on the moon base. There was a sense of gratitude and auspiciousness. These soldiers' loyalty to Jiang Fei was ironclad. However, their sense of loyalty did not match their power level. When even the strongest level 5 metahuman on Earth would only be a common foot soldier in the Valsarian army, the level 4 soldiers were nothing worth mentioning.
Captain, didn't you stock up on Ultralisk meat? I think this would be the best time for you to use it,
suggested 0541.
That right,
exclaimed Jiang Fei happily. Braveheart may be several generations ahead of any Earth-based technology, but it was absolutely obsolete in the stage of current outer space civilization. Braveheart's technology to travel beyond lightspeed was extremely primitive. If Jiang Fei wanted to return to the domains of the Trade Federation, it would take at least 2 months to traverse hyperspace. Since it would take a considerable amount of time to travel, it was best to start training the girls now, when the basis of their strength was at least the same as Jiang Fei's had been when he left Earth for the first time. He could then design a training regime to get them used to the extreme gravitational pull, using the special time-space gravity training room.
Captain, I'd advise not to directly feed the girls the Ultralisk meat too soon. Besides Isabella, even Ariel and the other level 5 power level girls would not be able to absorb the sheer amount of energy the meat provides. In the worst case scenario, we will be looking at deaths,
said 0541.
So be it. Could you please take care of their training? When they reach a point when their body allows them to feed on the Ultralisk meat, increase the amount of meat for them. I trust that you can manage that,
replied Jiang Fei. Unlike his soldiers back in the Trade Federation, He was not going to be stingy with the ultralisk meat for his own personal female soldiers.
Very well, sir.
Once everyone was ready, Jiang Fei came to a podium and announced,
"It is time for us to depart. Please get to your stations and board the ship immediately."
More than 3,000 soldiers lined up neatly, and after Isabella and the others got in, they marched into Braveheart. This marked the beginning of a new adventure for Jiang Fei as well as for the girls with him. No one, not even Jiang Fei himself, knew the significance of this trip and its importance to the fate of the entire universe. 2 months might be long for some but short for the others. It seemed long for Jiang Fei as he had nothing better to do than to chat and talk with the girls. At first, talking was inviting. But sooner or later, anyone would run out of topics to talk about. That being said, 2 months was too short when it came to training. Even though the ultralisk meat was a powerful resource for anyone to gain strength, the soldiers were just too weak. Even after feeding on the meat, the soldiers had only managed to be as strong as the very beginner stage of level 5. If Jiang Fei were to use the universal scale of strength measurement, their combat levels would only be at around 10,000. On the other hand, the girls who were closer to Jiang Fei had shown greater progress. They managed to get to combat levels of at least 60,000 to 70,000. But even at their level, they were only as good as the lowest ranking soldiers in the Valsarian army. They were still very, very far away from being as strong as Jiang Fei. The only person that managed to put a smile on Jiang Fei's face was Isabella. Be it due to her innate talents or the core of life, the girl had managed to grow stronger with the aid of the ultralisk meat. She had jumped from 1,500,000 combat level to nearly 2 million. Such rapid progress was shocking even for Jiang Fei. As the ship was about to exit hyperspace, 0541 reported,
"Captain, we will soon arrive on planet Higher."
Jiang Fei chose Higher as his destination because there was nowhere else he could consider safe. He was a member of the Trade Federation, but was of insignificant power and rank. So much so that he did not own any fleets, and thus had not been assigned any special ports of his own. The only thing he owned was his ship, Meteor, and it was still somewhere out there with Bison and Kalna. That was one of the reasons he chose to return to here to establish contact with his army.
"Contact the Port Authority and request permission for landing,"
ordered Jiang Fei. Although he had no reason to be worried, his heart sank a little when he thought about Kalna and Sarila. Isabella and the others were still oblivious of their special condition. 0541 acknowledged the order.
"Captain."
Before Braveheart could even exit hyperspace, it was already detected by the Trade Federation Space Police forces. However, since Braveheart was an unmarked ship, and it was not recognized as a combat ship, the police force had not marked Braveheart as a hostile entity to be shot down. Instead, when the ship exited hyperspace, they merely approached the ship closely.
"The heck is that old thing?" "No idea. That ship belongs in a museum." "Did you check the ship's identification?" "Not yet. The system is still scanning through the entire archive. The ship is too dated. Must be some rich folks with extra etherites to throw around. Who in their right mind would buy such an antique machine?"
Almost everyone was displeased with the ship. As minimum wage workers, they would never be able to buy themselves a deep space cruiser, even if they worked their whole lives. However, the rich folks were so rich that they could simply purchase any kind of ship they liked, and still have enough left to get a second one. To think that someone out there had spent so much money on something so useless. The computer beeped and one of the police officers reported,
"I found it. That ship's origin is from planet Namek. Namekians? Aren't they the asexual life forms who went extinct more than 10,000 years ago?"
exclaimed another officer.
"The owner of that ship must be filthy rich. I'm talking rich beyond reason. Such an antique ship must have cost a city or two,"
said the officer who discovered Braveheart's origin.
"Enough of this. Hail them! We will get our money's worth from this rich bastard. That'll show them,"
said the other officer. Chapter 1436, Move, or you will be moved. Smaller patrol ships quickly surrounded Braveheart from all directions.
"Attention, incoming unknown space vessel. This is the Trade Federation Space Police Force. Shut down your engine reactors and await onboard inspection." "Captain, shall we comply?"
asked 0541. Braveheart may possess various weaponry, but in the end, it was just a larger civilian-class transport ship. Its armed weapons could never be compared to Meteor. That being said, Braveheart would not have a problem sinking these smaller patrol ships. Gesturing nonchalantly, Jiang Fei said,
"Yeah, might as well."
He was not here to stir up trouble. He had a good relationship with the higher-ups in the Trade Federation military. trouble could easily be settled by dropping Lockseed's name. However, if Jiang Fei fired upon the patrol ships and killed even a single police officer, it would spell trouble for both Lockseed and Jiang Fei himself. Jiang Fei may be someone important, but he wasn't important enough to be forgiven for murder. Seeing that the police officers were public servants, Jiang Fei was ready to comply. They were just doing their jobs. But what he didn't know was that they were planning to extort him. 0541 complied.
Aye, Captain. Powering down the main engine core.
With the main power generator shut down, the ship's thrusters were lowered, shields were turned off, and the docking bay was open to allow the police officers to board the ship. A transmission broadcast came in.
Attention, unknown space vessel. Your ship is not a registered ship in the log. You are currently trespassing into Trade Federation territory. Please cooperate with the boarding police officers. All right then. They've already rung the doorbell. It is time for us to open the door and welcome them in,
said Jiang Fei. Compared to the threat of the invaders from the Gamma dimension, this sort of trouble meant nothing to him. He was merely cooperating to avoid unnecessary trouble, not trying to reject a good fight.
Aye, Captain.
0541 acknowledged. Once the main ship had docked to the side of Braveheart, 0541 unlocked the hatch door to allow the police to come in.
Sheesh. Look at this old contraption. This thing is older than my entire family tree. Whoever owns this ship must be the richest in the Trade Federation,
said the captain when he entered the ship.
True. Well, scare him well and bleed him dry,
replied the second in command.
He'll play the bad cop and you'll be the good cop. Make sure to coax the owner to behave nicely. If you get what I mean, do it well and we'll be walking home with a small fortune,
said the captain. From the looks of things, it seemed that the two had done this sort of good cop bad cop extortion many times before.
We're yours to command. Captain! Our fortune depends on you now,
cried the other officers. The bridge connecting their ship to Braveheart was long, but it took them a rather short enough time to get across. More than 10 police officers, including the captain, were now aboard Braveheart. As soon as the door to the bridge was opened, the captain glared at Jiang Fei and bellowed with a certain gravitas.
Who is the owner of this vessel?
Jiang Fei swiveled his captain's chair around and said,
That would be me.
To be honest, Jiang Fei did not want to even meet any of the police officers. As the commander of a hybrid fleet, he was several ranks above the captain of a space police force, and thus had more authority. However, who else besides Jiang Fei could talk to these guys? He was the only man on board the ship. Surely, he wouldn't want to call upon his girls to help him when trouble comes. It should be the opposite. The captain huffed suggestively when he noticed the large group of beautiful girls gathered behind Jiang Fei.
Heh, not bad.
Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, the captain and his fellow police officers had now come to the conclusion that he was the son of someone rich. There were several reasons why they assumed so, with the most glaring one being the number of beautiful girls here with only one man. That, and the fact that the ship was just too old to even exist, was conclusive proof that Jiang Fei was just another one of the rich folks. One wouldn't be wrong to assume that they might even have orgy parties on this ship. One man. So many women. Just how was he able to cope?
Bastard has all the goods. Damn it. How is he able to get so many girls while I am still single?
The captain was not alone in thinking badly about Jiang Fei. The rest of the police members were also jealous of Jiang Fei's fortune. A silent agreement was made they would thoroughly extort Jiang Fei, or they would only feel sorry for themselves later.
Didn't you say something about an inspection? Go ahead and inspect wherever you want. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to give me a call,
said Jiang Fei, ready to leave. He turned towards the exit. He had nothing to hide, so he was fine with letting the police scour the entire ship if they wanted, so long as they did not disturb him directly. From the perspective of a third party, the captain of the police force should have considered himself lucky to even step into the bridge of a commander of a fleet. That being said, the captain was completely disgruntled by Jiang Fei's snobbish attitude. Now, the captain was more determined than ever to go through with his plan to extort Jiang Fei for everything he had. The way he talked to him was just blatantly rude.
Search the place. If you find anything illegal, report back to me immediately,
ordered the captain. From his experience, many of these prodigal sons always carried illegal substances or items with them. If he could find any, he could then make Jiang Fei dance to his beat.
Captain, there is a problem here. What is it now? I'm asking you to scour the ship. How hard is it to understand that order?
Said the captain. He thought that the other officers were scared of Jiang Fei because of his unknown status. For all they knew, He might actually be the son of a famous politician or a successful merchant.
But sir, there's only 10 of us and an entire ship to search. It'll take us months to go through the entire ship,
said another officer. Braveheart was 1,000 kilometers long. How was it possible for 10 officers to scour the entire ship in time? A month or two was already downplaying it greatly. It could even take years for them to finish searching the entire ship.
Damn it! Search the bridge first, and then head to their quarters,
said the captain, a suggestive, lustful smile stretching across his face. Not a single woman on this ship was less than perfect. Even if they could not find any illegal substances, they could still take some souvenirs away, and Jiang Fei would not even find out about it. Or so they thought. When he heard the captain giving the order to search the girls' quarters, Jiang Fei stopped right at the door. He would be more than happy to let them search the main engine room, or even the central data management center, but never the girls' rooms.
You can search every other part of the ship, but you are not allowed in any of the girls' rooms,
roared Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei snapped, the captain's confidence grew, and he responded loudly.
I knew it! You must be hiding illegal substances there. Go! Search their rooms!
He assumed that Jiang Fei was being defensive because he truly had hidden something there.
0541. I've had enough of this. Send them out,
snarled Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei usually had a lot of patience, but after being infected by the black malice, it was as if he had no patience at all. He had only been cooperative with the police because he was in a good mood after having spent so many days with his girls. However, the captain's demeaning stance and condescending tone had pushed Jiang Fei far enough. Metal plates on the wall folded away, and turrets zoomed out from everywhere. Laser sights were turned on, and they were all aimed at every single police officer there. The captain yelled in retaliation.
What is this? Are you fighting back? I am the captain of the police force.
They acted all high and mighty, but not a single member of the police force was strong. On average, their combat level was only at about 50,000 to 60,000. Their weakness was why they could only be patrol officers, and not part of the military force.
Move, or you will be moved. If you want to arrest me, you might want to call this number and talk to the person it belongs to,
said Jiang Fei. He tossed a communicator device to the captain. He was at his limit, and didn't want to waste his time on a lowly plebeian like the captain of the Space Police Force. Chapter 1437, Stupidly Stupefied.
Who do you think you are? You think I'm going to contact someone just because you asked me to? I'm the captain of the Space Police Force. Know your place. Officers, seize the ship,
said the captain proudly, ordering his officers to arrest Jiang Fei.
Before you regret doing this, I suggest you give that number a call. You'll thank me later,
said Jiang Fei, before he nonchalantly left the bridge.
Arrogant scum of society. Just because his family is rich, that doesn't mean he will be useful to society. He'll arrest your sorry arse and let you rot in jail for a couple of weeks. Let that teach you a lesson,
roared the captain.
Captain, what should we do now?
Asked another officer.
Seize the ship like I asked you to. I want to see just how strong his background is. Humph. He thinks he can walk over my head,
said the captain conceitedly. He unfolded the communicator and contacted the person on the other side. As the captain pressed the communicator to his ears, the other officers exchanged worried looks. Checking the entire ship was an impossible task, but seizing it would be easy as they were already on the bridge. Push a few buttons, flip a few switches, and the ship would be theirs to control. Just as one of the officers was about to take a seat on the captain's chair, the communicator established a link, and a second later, the captain's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper.
I am the patrol captain of the Trade Federation Space Police. I have seized an unregistered ship that belongs to a person named Jiang Fei. He gave me this contact to solve. I see. I see.
The captain repeated the same answer whilst rapidly nodding his head.
Yes. I understand. Yes. Thank you. As you command?
The call ended, and the captain dropped to his knees. He slowly crawled to the nearest wall and banged his head on it.
Captain? What's going on with you?
Asked the second in command. The captain was panicking, and the others were about to join him. The captain muttered nonsense and could not seem to articulate a proper sentence. When the communicator established a link, the person on the other side had greeted the captain as such.
Hello. This is the Trade Federation Intergalactic Fleet Command Center. This is General Lockseed's personal secretary speaking. What can I do for you today?
The simple greeting had rendered the captain stupefied, both figuratively and literally. He was nothing but a low-ranking officer of a patrol team. His position on hire was comparable to a small district patrol officer on Earth. Not even a cop with a gun and badge. The other officers under him would not even qualify to wear a uniform. And him, a lowly captain of a patrol team, had called the Federation's military leader because he made a mistake. A stupid mistake caused by his own greed. He could not even try to pass it off as a misdialed call. As the person who handed him the communicator knew how the captain had wronged him. It was too late for regret now. He should have done his job properly, instead of trying to pull nasty tricks on innocent passers-by. But then again, he had pulled off the same trick many times without ever getting caught before. But alas, how could he know Jiang Fei's real background? Arg. To think that just for a few coins, he had dug himself a grave so deep that not even a black hole could match it. He had no idea what to do now. All he could do was wrap his hands around his legs and stare, stupefied, at his other officers.
Captain, what should we do? Captain, please tell us. Captain!
One by one, the officers cried out, begging for their captain to give them an order. He finally spoke. Or rather, muttered, retreat. After that, like in a dream, he felt detached from his body as he walked out of the bridge of Braveheart and returned to his own patrol ship. Once he was back in his seat, he quickly gave the order to release control of Braveheart. His entire team then returned to the ground station on hire.
Captain? What happened back there? Captain, are you all right?
One of the smarter officers guessed the outcome.
Did you talk to the person over the comms? Who was it? What did you find out? Don't burden yourself with the knowledge I know. Go back. Find a new job. Leave this planet if you can. No. Leave this planet as soon as possible, muttered the captain. After the incident, he requested for a long non-paid leave from his superior. Before he left his office that night, he left a letter of resignation on his desk. He returned to his family and bought the next cruiser ticket away from hire. Jiang Fei was oblivious to this matter entirely. About how he managed to get a patrol team captain to quit his job and leave the planet itself. That being said, even if he knew, he would not give 2F***CKs about it. Ever since he was inflicted with the black matter, he did not possess empathy as he did before. Public servants of such repute did not deserve any attention. Captain, the patrol ships are gone and the ship's control has been surrendered back to us,
said 0541 after the police team left. In reality, the ship's control had never once left 0541's hands. No matter what they did, they could never have full control of Braveheart. Jiang Fei huffed. I know. As if the invaders from Gamma Dimension had not been troubling enough for him. To think that this small matter would actually get on his nerves.
Captain, we have just received a transmission,
reported 0541.
Put it on the screen,
said Jiang Fei. Judging by the looks of it, the message should be the closing report from the police. Lockseed must have sorted things out for him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Lockseed had no part in this matter. His secretary alone was enough to scare the living crap out of the patrol captain. If Lockseed had personally picked up the call, the captain might have actually died on the spot from heart failure.
Greetings, Sir Jiang Fei. I am Thomas, Hire's Administrative Chief Executive Officer. General Lockseed has just informed me about the predicament you faced not too long ago.
I take responsibility for the actions of those public servants and offer my sincerest apologies. Please understand that they were just doing as they were told. I hope that you will not seek any repercussions for the aforementioned incident,
said Thomas in an apologetic tone. Even though Lockseed's name did somehow affect the outcome, Thomas took all responsibility for the incident, instead of pushing the blame on those officers.
I understand. Don't worry. I won't do anything to them,
said Jiang Fei.
Unless they had actually touched his girls, he could not be bothered by such menial problems.
To be honest, if those officers had done their jobs right and were not trying to extort Jiang Fei, he would have been cooperative. Thomas bowed before he thanked Jiang Fei.
Thank you very much, Sir Jiang Fei. By the way, I need to stop on hire to resupply. Could you please arrange for a hangar bay I can land in?
Requested Jiang Fei. Since Thomas, the CEO of the administration of hire, was already on the line, and Lockseed's name was mentioned earlier, Jiang Fei thought that he should ride the wind and take advantage of the situation.
Everything is already arranged for you, sir. A port has already been opened up for you. Please wait for guidance control to escort you to your private hangar,
said Thomas. He did mention something about a special hangar bay open for the purpose to accommodate Jiang Fei's ship. But Jiang Fei could not care less about it. Although Thomas made it sound grand, it was never his intention to kiss Jiang Fei's, but Braveheart was simply too enormous when compared to any other cruiser on hire. No combat-oriented cruiser would be that big, as it would greatly affect its mobility. Braveheart was only built so big because it was never a battlecruiser in the first place, but a vessel to transport civilians. Chapter 1438, Regroup. When the ship landed and the moorings were locked, Jiang Fei had all the girls remain on the ship instead. Hire was not a sight for innocent eyes. It was a place where soldiers came to release their pent-up stress. Amongst other things, the entire planet was a place for soldiers to rest and relax. Somewhere that innocent girls were not meant to be. 0541. Contact Bison and the others. Tell them I'm back on hire, and I want to meet them, ordered Jiang Fei. At the same thing, he quickly gathered the girls on the ship for a quick explanation. Since there was a chance of Isabella going berserk, Jiang Fei felt the need to fully explain Kalna and Sarila's conditions. So, they are only acting this way because of the black matter that got on you? Asked Isabella. Though she was merely asking for clarification, Jiang Fei jumped to defend himself. All I'm saying is that those girls are coming after me not because of anything I did. You can ask 0541. I'm sure he has recordings of the events. He was nervous about the little girl's reaction. She was like a ticking time bomb, just waiting to explode at a moment's notice. Jiang Fei could only imagine how Isabella felt seeing that he had garnered 2 girls in the span of a year. It was a miracle that she was still remaining calm right now. The captain speaks the truth. I shall show you proof of the event, said 0541. He turned on the main screen in the bridge and played a recording of the incident in question. The video clearly showed how Kaina's attitude changed when a black light flashed into her eyes. From a certain point of view, I do feel pity for the girls, said Isabella. She got jealous easily, but she was still kind at heart. According to the video she saw, Isabella concluded that both girls showed clear changes after the black light. Changes that influenced their minds to be madly infatuated with Jiang Fei. If they could find a way to dispel the effect, the 2 girls would surely leave Jiang Fei alone. The one thing that no one was able to foresee, not even Jiang Fei, was that 0541 had actually helped Jiang Fei lie. As an A.I, there was a hard-coded feature in him that prevented him from telling a lie. However, 0541 had altered the details of the video before showing it to the girls. The one of Kaina was true, but he did not show them everything about Sarila. Even before being affected by the black matter, Sarila had already been somewhat attached to Jiang Fei, having been given to Jiang Fei by Commander Alexis. Her infatuation with him had only grown after being exposed to the black light. If Isabella was shown the real footage of how Sarila behaved even before that incident, she would surely punish Jiang Fei severely. To prevent a catastrophe, 0541 did what he could to help Jiang Fei in this matter. 0541 had only shown the footage of how Kalna's behavior changed, and nothing about Sarila. Plus, he had been using the pronoun them to describe their symptoms, to insinuate that both girls were in the same category. And since Isabella and the others knew that machines cannot lie, they bought Jiang Fei's excuse and had not asked to see Sarila's footage. Nina moaned. How sad. How do you plan to deal with him? Asked Isabella. Jiang Fei declared. I have no idea. For now, I plan to keep the girls safe. They were never against me in the first place. So I hope that you guys can take them in. They will be with us until I can find a way to dispel the influence. Truly, Jiang Fei had nothing against them, but didn't particularly like anything about them either. To be completely honest, he couldn't care less about their condition. Very well. They will be taken care of, said Isabella. On the one hand, she felt pity for the girls, but on the other hand, she worried about them actually devouring Jiang Fei without her knowing. She may be human now, but she still harbored the nature of a female dragon to protect her relationship with her special someone. That's reassuring. Jiang Fei thanked her and turned to Nina. Nina, you are the sharpest here, and I hope that when Isabella is unavailable, you can take care of the 2 girls in her stead. I would have even if you hadn't asked, said Nina gently as she nodded. The reason Jiang Fei had gone to Nina was because of her dignified stature. She was skilled in mediation. So he hoped that if Isabella, being the feisty girl that she is, got into a fight with Kaina or Sarila, Nina could step in to defuse the situation. Honestly, Jiang Fei was worried about Isabella. She was feisty and possessed a combat level of over 2 million. If she got into a fight with Sarila, she would still somehow manage to control her, as Sarila's combat level was only 900,000. However, Kaina was at least 4 times stronger than Isabella. With just a push of her pinky, Kaina could break Isabella's legs. When he wasn't around, Jiang Fei needed someone to step in and stop the fight before it escalated. His first choice was Ariel, but she could never truly stop Isabella from going on a rampage. In this matter, Nina's nature as the big sister of the group would do nicely. And since Nina was also the best of the group at socializing, Jiang Fei hoped that she would grow close to Kaina before any conflicts could erupt between Kaina and Isabella. Unless Jiang Fei personally interfered, no one else could physically stop Kaina. While Jiang Fei was in the middle of reminding the girls to behave nicely, 0541 said,
Captain, a transmission from Bison. On screen. Good to see you. Sir, you've been gone for so long. We've all been worried sick.
Barked Bison when he saw Jiang Fei's face. The entire army had followed Jiang Fei out of the Talgis advanced outpost and joined the Trade Federation with him. They had even managed to befriend one of the higher-ups there. If something were to happen to Jiang Fei, they would all be lost.
Things have been hectic lately. But I'm well. What happened to the army after I left?
Asked Jiang Fei. He wanted to know all that had taken place here while he had been on Earth. Most importantly, he wanted to know what the invaders from the Gamma Dimension had done. Frowning, Bison said,
Well, it's complicated. It'll be easier to explain when we're all gathered.
Jiang Fei had been gone for a long time. Longer than he thought. His time on Earth may have been short, but the trip back from Earth had taken close to half a year. During his absence, the soldiers under Jiang Fei's banner began to show signs of revolting. No one knew of Jiang Fei's whereabouts, or whether or not he was even still alive. Jiang Fei had been the one to gather them. So once he was no longer around, they wanted to disband the army and go their own ways. If it wasn't for Bison and Kaina showing true leadership, the army might have been disbanded for good.
All right. Meet me at the hangar bay. Port number 97. I want to talk to all three of you,
said Jiang Fei, addressing Bison, Kaina, and Sarila.
We will be there shortly,
said Bison before ending the transmission. 1 hour later, Sarila, Kaina, and Bison came to the 97th port. Both Kaina and Sarila were extremely excited. During his absence, the two had been in a state of constant stress. Especially Sarila. You could say that the girl's infatuation for Jiang Fei had reached its maximum point. The fact that Sarila had not seen him for so long was enough to send her into an unending abyss of despair.
Chapter 1439, Retreating Soldiers. Sarila howled the moment she saw Jiang Fei stepping through the catwalk platform and away from his ship.
Fei!
She sprinted with all her might, and just when she was about to leap into his embrace, Isabella appeared miraculously to save the day. She stepped forward, and with her combat level of more than 2 million, she easily slipped in between Jiang Fei and Sarila. Sarila took a good look at the shorter female, who was standing in the way of her being in the arms of her long-lost lover.
Fei, who are these people?
She asked. Jiang Fei choked on his words as he revealed the truth.
They are. Well, there's no easy way to put this. They are my female companions.
His heart squirmed. His stomach growled. And his throat went dry. Suffice to say, he was feeling incredibly guilty. Pride aside, any man would and should have felt blessed if they were in Jiang Fei's shoes. To be surrounded by beautiful females with extraordinary abilities of their own was a dream come true. But that was exactly the point. Jiang Fei knew how lucky he was to have them with him, and that only served to further accentuate his guilt. He owed them for their unconditional love. Jiang Fei knew that all the girls would not hesitate to die for him, which is why he felt guilty, especially since he had been gallivanting around the universe instead of being by their side. Sarila gasped.
I cannot believe this.
Kaina was stunned too. Just as she was about to approach Isabella, a black light flashed from Jiang Fei's body. It washed over Sarila and Kaina, and the two quickly calmed down.
Ah! They are our elder sisters. How rude of me! If Jiang Fei had told us about you, we would have prepared a gift for our fellow sisters,
said Kaina. Both Sarila and Kaina reacted similarly, in a way that was completely unlike them. Besides Isabella and the other girls, even Bison and Jiang Fei's jaws dropped. As he closed his gaping jaw, Bison muttered to himself,
Now I've officially seen everything.
Kaina had been working with Bison during Jiang Fei's absence, and throughout that time, the mature, dignified woman had never been kind, let alone the gentle lady she was portraying right now. Bison had been impressed that someone like Jiang Fei could court such a wild cat. But today was a whole other matter. He had been ready to take a step back from getting involved in such a complicated family problem. Instead, he ended up stunned to his core when he saw Kaina smiling.
and even addressing Jiang Fei's other female companions as her elder sisters. By human standards, both Kaina and Sarilah's ages were that of a great-great-great-great-grandmother on Earth. Although Sarilah was an underage Kathian, she was still over 349 years old. And Kaina was much older than that. Isabella gasped. Oh my! She was about to lash out against the incoming kitten, but had softened like melted ice cream when she saw how polite and behaved the two became. At that moment, she knew that Jiang Fei had been telling the truth. She saw the black light, and how it transformed Sarilah and Kaina into docile house cats. Everyone else witnessed the transformation too, and nodded in agreement. Both Sarilah and Kaina had indeed fallen prey to some kind of influence from the black matter on Jiang Fei. Technically speaking, this entire problem was not caused by Jiang Fei. No one, not even the spunky little Isabella, could blame him for luring two poor souls into being infatuated with him. Thus, the feisty yet ever so kind-hearted Isabella took the two in and accepted them as sisters. There was no enmity or hostility, only kindness and acceptance. And perhaps a little pity. Jiang Fei quickly excused himself and called for Bison to follow him. All right then. You girls get along now. Bison, come with me. If he stayed, things might drift to another direction, and that was not the reason he wanted to meet with Bison. In fact, there was no time to waste at all. Bison happily acknowledged the call. Sir! The two quickly marched to the end of the catwalk and out of the hangar bay. Jiang Fei let out a loud sigh when he was finally out of the girl's sight. Sheesh! With Isabella potentially about to explode at any moment. It had been an incredibly tense situation. Thankfully, she hadn't done anything. Sir! You're just too awesome. This one cannot express all his admiration, said Bison, smiling and giving Jiang Fei two thumbs up. Beautiful women flocking to the strong is but a common sight in the universe. However, it took a miracle for them to not fight amongst themselves for a single person. Bison had lived a long enough life to know that it was impossible for rivals to calmly settle disputes. But what he saw today totally changed his perception. He now knew that Jiang Fei was a man of many talents, including, of course, how to handle bountiful women. Jiang Fei scoffed awkwardly. Heh. Some things he could not explain, and some he was too lazy to explain, while others were better left forgotten. Especially the days when Isabella would practically rip his head off for just talking to Slyphy. Now, to the main topic. Bison, do you have any news for me? Asked Jiang Fei. To start from the beginning, the army's morale dropped significantly when you disappeared from the Alpha sector. Everyone was on edge and worried since no one could confirm whether or not you were alive, said Bison. Jiang Fei was the person who united the entire army, and without him, it could break apart at any given time. Jiang Fei snorted. I'm back now. So, I'm going to assume that problem will resolve itself soon. Bison nodded in agreement. That indeed is true. Sir, I am truly happy by your return. The army will surely be at ease. Tell me more about the situation in the Alpha sector, said Jiang Fei. That was his major concern. I cannot be certain of anything since we do not have an established network of communication. To be precise, the Trade Federation does not trust us. Without you in charge, they refuse to communicate with us, explained Bison. However, I have noticed the presence of many reinforcements focused primarily in the Domini system. The situation is extremely tense, like the calm before a storm. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. Has anything happened around the Alpha sector? Were there any major battles there or in close proximity? A major battle did erupt, but we do not know the outcome. It seems a gag order has been placed, and only a few higher officials know about it, said Bison. What about the Trade Federation? Have they done anything? Everything seemed normal at first, but I have noticed they have been secretly getting soldiers to retreat from the Domini system. That was all Bison knew. He could not be certain, since he had limited sources of information. Jiang Fei frowned. Retreating. If all forces were calling in reinforcements, it would undoubtedly mean that they were at war with the invaders from the Gamma Dimension. If that was the case, why would the Trade Federation pull back their soldiers? Sir, I suggest asking General Loxi directly about this matter. He might not talk to me, but I'm sure he would be more inclined to reveal the truth to you, said Bison. I will. Jiang Fei would have to meet General Loxi sooner or later anyway. He wanted to discuss his sudden absence, as well as ask about the Alpha sector. Jiang Fei also wanted to personally thank Loxi for getting him out of trouble during the small incident with the space police.
When he finished talking to Bison and returned to the girls, Jiang Fei found that they were now all close. Sarila and Kalna were extremely friendly. The way they talked, and especially the way they had been constantly adding the prefix sister when addressing Isabella and the other girls, was incredibly gratifying. No one could be mad at them. Then again, the girls could empathize with the two cat girls. They had become infatuated with Jiang Fei because of the unknown black matter. It was not their fault, and surely not Jiang Fei's. In the end, after a cutesy conversation and polite discussion about Jiang Fei from their experience in Dairas, everyone was getting along just fine and dandy. Chapter 1440, Ognev Starbase. There was nothing to worry about. Isabella and the others had accepted the two cat girls with open arms. With that, Jiang Fei could finally remove one burden from his shoulders. Bison, contact the Trade Federation military force and tell them that I request a meeting with General Lockseed, ordered Jiang Fei. Communication requests were usually handled by Kaina, but she was busy with the other girls. They were all having a great time getting to know each other, and in this situation, it was best to strike while the iron is hot. Nodding, Bison said, I got it. He left immediately upon receiving the order. He had many things to do, one of which being to dock Meteor at Jiang Fei's specific hangar bay. After that, he needed to reorganize the army. And finally, he had to contact the Trade Federation military force. Jiang Fei returned to the dock and waited until all the girls were done chatting with each other. He then gathered all of them and arranged for them to follow 0541's instructions regarding the consumption of the Ultralisk meat. All 3,000 girls were as loyal to Jiang Fei as can be, and he loved them all like they were his family. That being said, they were just too weak. So weak even, that none of them could really throw a punch. Except, perhaps, Isabella. For now, Jiang Fei really needed them to grow stronger. And that would take time. Even though Jiang Fei had a large supply of Ultralisk meat to facilitate their growth rate, time was of the essence. He now had two reasons to talk to Lockseed. The first one was to find out more about the situation in the Alpha sector, and the other was to request for a training room for the girls to use. A day after arriving in Hire, Bison returned to Braveheart to deliver news about his contact with the Trade Federation. Sir, the military has replied. General Lockseed is currently stationed at the Ognev Star Base. He is available for you there. Anytime. Ognev, what now? Asked Jiang Fei, unsure about what and where that was. It's a military colony-sized base located at the edge of this galaxy. I will now send you its location. Please input the data into your ship's navigation system, said Bison as he transmitted something into the ship's database. Jiang Fei turned to the bridge console and examined the data. Seeing just how far away the starbase was located, he commented, That's far. It was, as Bison said, located at the far edge of the Domini system, the edge of this galaxy. If Lockseed was hiding out there, it meant that he was trying to get as far away from the Alpha sector as possible. Jiang Fei thought to himself, Looks like Bison's report is true. It seems that the Trade Federation is going to give up the entire galaxy. From the perspective of a gamer, the invaders from the Gamma Dimension would treat the entire Domini system as a starter village. There were multiple parties gathered in this galaxy, but they were only here to fight each other, and were not united against a common enemy. Hence, it was only logical for the players to start in Domini and expand further out. The creators of the game may have taken their players into consideration, but they probably never expected that an NPC would discover their identity. They had no idea that Jiang Fei had kidnapped their players and tortured them for information. There was a good reason why this news had not spread or been relayed to the proper authorities. Who would dare share the fact that they were defeated by an NPC as soon as they started the game? A gamer would never want to expose their own weakness at the start of a game, lest others dub them as a complete noob. That is why the two players who were tortured by Jiang Fei never reported their kidnapping to the game masters. And since as far as they knew, nothing had gone wrong during the startup, the game would progress as intended. Like any other sandbox-based game, players could either go against the whole universe, or ally themselves with a faction and attack opposing factions. Just like how Jiang Fei had allied himself with the Royal Nephilims to go against the Holy Church. In the meantime, Jiang Fei planned to restrict information about the invaders' true identities. There were two ways this could play out. Either no one would believe him, or everyone would. If they did, the entire universe would come together to fight against the players. This would only accelerate the destruction of this universe. If the entire universe united as a whole to fight all the players, new players would never enjoy any basic mechanics of the game. Imagine if one could never repair equipment, rest in an inn, buy potions, except quests, and basically any other function that involved interaction with an NPC. Imagine logging into the game and being attacked by NPCs with god-tier weapons. The lifespan of the game would be greatly reduced, and it would shut down in no time. In other words, the destruction of the universe would commence. That was not the outcome Jiang Fei had in mind.
Thank you. I'll be going there now. I'll leave matters here in your charge,
said Jiang Fei, leaving the bridge. Before he left, he informed the girls where he was going and reminded them to stay on Braveheart and follow 0541's instructions. Once he was out of the ship, he materialized his personal shuttlecraft and zoomed off into space.
You've got the data?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Yes, indeed I do. Corset. Captain, we are ready for warp jump at your command,
said 0541.
Punch it.
Jumping from one end of the galaxy to another took only a few seconds, since Jiang Fei was moving at FTL speeds. However, a few seconds after traveling in hyperspace, Jiang Fei exited somewhere that was 500 light-seconds away from the Ognev starbase. There were more than enough jamming devices situated within proximity of the starbase, reaching out as far as 500 light-seconds to prevent any incoming enemy attacks. As a result, Jiang Fei was unable to directly reach the base.
Diverting power to the impulse engine,
said 0541. Jiang Fei took the helm and flew towards his target location. Even though he was traveling at sublight speeds, the ship's impulse engine was strong and powerful enough for him to get close to the base in just a few minutes. The entire structure of the starbase was separated into two parts. The top was a large torus, while the bottom was the placeholder. The torus itself had outer and inner rings. The outer ring had many tube-like orifices which housed unmanned drones. In the case of an attack, these drones would instantly be deployed to fight off any enemies. The lower half of the starbase, the placeholder, was conical in shape. Besides the rigid support structures, the entire lower half of the base was equipped with an uncountable number of cannons. Even if an enemy attacked with a large fleet consisting of tens of thousands of ships, they would still be sunk easily with just a few rounds of barrages. It was safe to say that this starbase was an impregnable fortress that could withstand any kind of attack. As if the starbase itself wasn't enough, there were also countless hypercruisers orbiting it.
That looks amazing. I wonder when I can own such a thing to play with,
said Jiang Fei, half joking, half envious.
Captain, if you want, I will download the starbase's schematics later. We can build one on our own in the future,
said 0541. Jiang Fei gasped happily.
I didn't go for it.
A public broadcast was heard when Jiang Fei was about 300 light-seconds away from the station.
Attention, incoming unknown vessel. This is the Ognev Starbase Control Center. State your affiliation and objective.
Jiang Fei's vessel was a one-man shuttlecraft with almost zero combat ability. That was why he was able to get through countless undetected hypercruisers without being stopped. They had nothing to worry about even if Jiang Fei was an enemy. His ship may be fast, but it was only akin to a race car. The ships around the proximity of the starbase could easily shoot him down if he were to do anything suspicious. Chapter 1441, Information Exchange.
Control Center of Ognev Starbase. This is Jiang Fei, the commander of the 5th Hybrid Fleet. I'm here to request a meeting with General Lockseed,
said Jiang Fei, sending his verification codes. They should know who he was since Lockseed had officially given him authority over the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
Codes received and verified. Welcome, Commander Jiang Fei. Your request is being processed. Please locate the entry point and dock at the 7th port in the hangar bay. Thank you, Control Center,
replied Jiang Fei. He drove the shuttle to the lower half of the starbase. After docking at his designated port, a few officers dressed in military uniforms came to greet him. One of the officers, with a second lieutenant badge, came forth.
Commander Jiang Fei? My apologies, but a preliminary inspection is required to check your identity. If you would allow me?
Asked the officer, politely requesting for permission to come closer. Jiang Fei might not be who he says he is, but on the off chance that he was the real Jiang Fei, he was still a commander of a fleet, a rank much higher than a second lieutenant.
Go ahead,
said Jiang Fei. He stood still to allow the officer to conduct a bioscan. This fortress in space was an important structure. None could enter or exit without thorough verification. The second lieutenant stood in front of Jiang Fei and took out a small handheld scanning device. A horizontal beam of red light flashed out, scanning Jiang Fei from top to bottom, and eventually turning green.
Identity confirmed. Welcome aboard, Commander Jiang Fei of the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
The officer saluted Jiang Fei and bowed. The squad of officers then bowed all together in response before leaving Jiang Fei to his business. Following the squad, Jiang Fei exited the hangar bay and entered the Taurus. He mumbled to himself.
Shoot! I forgot to ask where General Lockseed is. Not to worry. I am now connected to the starbase. I am currently downloading its schematics,
said 0541.
Huh? Did you just hack into this place? It's not that simple. If it was, I would have already been inside the system before you landed the ship. I simply logged into the database using your credentials. The information that I am able to download is limited to your level of authority.
This base was so important to the military that hacking into its system would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, even for 0541. However, since Jiang Fei's rank and authorization were high, 0541 did not need to hack into the system to get what he needed.
Try and find out where he is. I need to speak to him as soon as possible.
Right now, all Jiang Fei could do was to wait for 0541 to guide him to Lockseed. As for hacking into the system, he would leave that for 0541 to do on his own time. There was no urgent need for it, so 0541 could do that whenever he wanted.
Central Administration. Sector C14. Just follow this line and you'll reach the sector,
said 0541. He projected an augmented reality guidance arrow to guide Jiang Fei. With 0541 as help, Jiang Fei arrived at the Central Taurus, where all the administrative officers were located. There was a reception desk in the center of the hollow opening. An officer approached Jiang Fei and stopped him from proceeding.
Greetings and welcome to the Frontline Command Center. Please produce your identification. I am Commander Jiang Fei of the 5th Hybrid Fleet,
said Jiang Fei, showing the officer his identification device.
Please hold. I will now do a quick bioscan.
He scanned Jiang Fei with the same device he had been scanned with earlier. After confirming his identity, the officer held out another scanning device. This one would determine whether Jiang Fei was carrying any weapons.
You may pass now. Thank you for your patience,
said the officer before leaving Jiang Fei be.
Hello, Commander Jiang Fei. What can I do for you today?
Asked the officer behind the desk.
Is General Lockseed available? Are you here to see General Lockseed? Do you have an appointment with him?
Asked the officer as he tapped and clicked on the computer on the desk.
No, but if you could notify him that I am here, I'm sure he would agree to meet me straight away,
said Jiang Fei politely. Instead of rejecting him on the spot, the officer complied.
As you wish, Commander. Please wait for a moment.
Not 20 seconds later, the officer stood back up.
I'm sorry, Commander Jiang Fei. General Lockseed is currently in another meeting. You might want to rest in the recreational room while waiting for him,
said the officer apologetically.
Thank you. I'll do that.
In all fairness, Jiang Fei was supposed to be in that meeting too, as he was part of the military's commanding ranks. However, since he had been gone for almost half a year, Jiang Fei had been categorized as missing in action. That is why when Lockseed went to the meeting, his vice-general had not included Jiang Fei in the presentee list. As Jiang Fei took a seat in one of the comfortable chairs in the room, he closed his eyes and started to think about one too many things. He was currently burdened with many problems of his own. He thought about his family, the girls in Braveheart, his enemies, the incoming invaders from the higher dimension. He felt like his lungs were about to collapse. 2 hours later, the door to the recreational room slid open and General Lockseed walked in hurriedly. He greeted Jiang Fei with a radiant smile.
Apologies for making you wait so long.
Jiang Fei stood up and saluted him.
General Lockseed.
Lockseed saluted back and invited him to return to his seat.
Please, sit. Sir, the reason I am here is to ask about the developments in the Alpha Sector,
said Jiang Fei, getting straight to the point.
Jumping straight to it. Huh? I was going to talk about that as well,
replied Lockwood, laughing it off.
That was actually the main topic of the meeting. I'm sorry about not including you, but you have been missing for quite some time. By the way, where have you been?
Jiang Fei told the truth, but left out some things.
I went back to my home planet. It has been too long since I've shown my face there. I see. Well, if you want to leave, you could have informed me about it beforehand. Your absence has caused a little trouble on my part.
Lockseed was not going to completely blame Jiang Fei, but his tone obviously showed that he was not happy that Jiang Fei had gone missing without informing him. For all Lockseed knew, Jiang Fei could have defected back to the Valsaurian army. As a military combatant, one could never go missing for half a year and return without facing any repercussions. And Jiang Fei was the commander of a fleet at that. Jiang Fei bowed his head so low that he almost banged it on the coffee table in front of him.
I am sincerely sorry about this. I promise that it will never happen again.
He knew that he had caused unnecessary trouble for someone who had been kind enough to give him a rank in the military. If it wasn't for Lockseed, Jiang Fei might have been branded as a deserter.
MHM. It's all good as long as you have repented. Well then, enough about this. Let's talk about the Alpha Sector. Please tell me what you know about the incident, and I shall tell you what I know. General, you are one of the survivors of the incident. Do you have any tangible information that we can use?
Asked Lockseed. The military had wanted to debrief Jiang Fei's subordinates about the events, but General Lockseed insisted for them to wait until Jiang Fei resurfaced. He only did so because of Thean. He was scared that if anything were to be done to Jiang Fei's legacy, Thean would be offended. In any case, Jiang Fei had returned, and he was the one who could provide first-hand information. Jiang Fei started to explain.
When we attacked the Dirk Sloan Fortress, we found that it had been deserted by the Valsaurian army. Inside the base, I found some irregular data from the space-time readings. Half a year ago, the entire Alpha Sector was showing readings of unstable space-time, like a ripple that was growing into a rupture.
He told Lockseed everything he knew about the events, but not the truth that he discovered about the higher dimension. Chapter 1442, The Hero with an Empty Coffer. Lockseed repeated what Jiang Fei explained.
I see. So there is a wormhole behind the light barrier.
Despite being absent for half a year, Jiang Fei's intelligence was considered to be the best. It was fortunate that he showed up today, as gathering information from the Valsaurians had proven to be impossible. It was a fact that the Trade Federation did not know what lay behind the light barrier. Over this past half a year, many reconnaissance parties had been sent over to the barrier to investigate its nature. However, every time they got close enough to the barrier, a battlecruiser that was several tiers stronger than the best battlecruiser in this universe would appear and destroy all the ships within a certain proximity. Thus, even if someone managed to find out what the barrier was, there was no one left alive to tell the tale, except Jiang Fei.
I have reason to believe that the Valsaurians knew that the wormhole would open,
said Jiang Fei. Lockseed muttered to himself.
So, they knew that an attack from an unknown space was coming, but did nothing for half a year. General, are you saying that no moves have been made against the unknown enemy?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Yes, exactly. We are curious as well. That aside, our last reconnaissance party only managed to transmit a few images and some information about the enemy. We only know one thing. The enemy possesses advanced technology that's perhaps even a millennium ahead of us,
said Lockseed. His tone and facial expression suggested a traumatic experience. Jiang Fei matched Lockseed's tone of surprise and pretended to be in despair.
I see. They are so much stronger than us.
Technically, he didn't actually need to pretend, as he was well aware of the true horrors the beings of the higher dimension could inflict. They could easily wipe the entire universe clean with the simple flick of a switch. They had the ability to create a wormhole the size of a globular cluster, as well as a starship that was at least 10 times the size of the entire solar system. If they wanted, they could easily wipe the entire universe clean, rendering it sterile.
I do not know a single civilization that could stop them,
confessed Lockseed.
Do you see a way for a unification then?
Asked Jiang Fei. His voice sounded hopeful, but he was actually extremely nervous. If all the known civilizations were to join forces to fight this common enemy, it would be akin to throwing a wrench into his plans to literally save the universe.
Easier said than done. Commander, take us for example. We've been at war with the Valsaurian army for as long as I can remember. Do you think Ano would even accept my invitation to create a coalition army to fight against this new threat?
Said Lockseed. There were countless other civilizations in the universe, and each of them could be at war with one another. To unite all of them was simply a pipe dream.
I see. What is our current plan then?
Asked Jiang Fei, feigning disappointment.
We are prepared to abandon the entire galaxy. Domino may be a unique place to hold the fort, but we have not been earning from our tradings here. Resources are scarce and the expenditure to keep facilities up and running costs more than we can earn,
said Lockseed. That was the nature of the Trade Federation. If this galaxy could not bring them profit, it was reasonable to pack up and leave. This galaxy was considered to be a strategic location, as it stands to defend the main Trade Federation domains. Now, with the threat of an unknown, unstoppable invader, it would not be wise to take the risk of staying. The consensus was to leave the domain system, as this would not only save them from making a loss, but also lead the Valsaurian army into a war. Everyone who knew the Valsaurian army knew that they would never back away from a fight. This was another risky play to let the Valsaurians deal with this unknown enemy. It did not matter who won or lost. The Trade Federation would return and take it upon themselves to fight the remaining survivors. Jiang Fei merely acknowledged the statement.
I see.
He had no intention of revealing his own opinion on the subject. This idea was technically not risky at all. Jiang Fei could vouch that the Valsaurians would never retreat from the fight. They would fight the invaders, and it wouldn't matter which side loses, since this war would benefit the Trade Federation either way. This, however, was only from Lockseed's vantage point. Other than Jiang Fei, no one knew that the invaders were actually players of a game that takes place in their universe. Like any other player, they would never be weaker after a fight. Fight after fight, they would slowly grow stronger, and eventually surpass even the strongest Valsaurian. When that happened, the Trade Federation would be the next to fall.
I want to hear your opinion about this,
said Lockseed. After a long pause, Jiang Fei replied,
I have none. I will follow your lead, General.
He was hesitant, but decided not to tell Lockseed the truth. Lockseed stood up.
All right then. Go to your soldiers. We are going to start the evacuation procedure.
Before Lockseed could turn away, Jiang Fei called out loudly,
By the way, General, are there any training facilities on hire? Training facility? Just for you. Not exactly. I need one that can fit at least 3,000 soldiers. If possible, 30,000. MHM, Hire doesn't have such a training facility. If you want, you could head over to the Sitar sector. There is one there that fits your requirements. It'll make the arrangements and cover the costs. So feel free to use it,
said Lockseed with a smile.
Thank you very much, General. If I may, I would also like to request for a chrono accelerator room,
asked Jiang Fei awkwardly. Lockseed was on the verge of collapsing.
I assume that's for 30,000 people as well?
The cost of using such a room would be so high that even someone as filthy rich as Lockseed would literally feel the pain in his pocket.
Not that many. 3,000 people would be fine,
explained Jiang Fei, turning away bashfully. He knew that he was going too far with his absurd request. The cost of activating the chrono accelerator for just a single person was already beyond comparison. To think that Jiang Fei had requested for 3,000. If it was affordable, every commander would have already bought a training unit with a time machine and trained all of their troops.
Commander Jiang Fei, that request is just too heavy for me to fulfill. 3,000 is just too much for the chrono accelerator. It will be bad for me to just give it to you.
Lockseed frowned before he continued.
Perhaps we could compromise on this. It'll let you use the facility and only charge you the cost of the resources. Or, you could find a way to procure your own resources?
Jiang Fei croaked. He knew that Lockseed was already giving him as much face as he could in this. He was kind enough to not charge anything else. Only the cost to operate the facility. Even so, it was considered a loss on Lockseed's part. The facility itself required so much maintenance in many aspects. Even so, Jiang Fei could not say yes. Not because he did not want to take advantage of the situation, but because he had not earned a single etherite. Jiang Fei had only just started to serve in the Trade Federation military force. Even though he became a fleet commander in a matter of days, Jiang Fei had yet to properly earn a living. The yen may have brought him along on his trips into other people's treasure vaults. But Jiang Fei had prioritized gathering weaponry and a shuttle. When Lockseed handed over the bill, Jiang Fei almost fainted. The cost of operating the facility was 15 million etherites for just one day. Even if Jiang Fei sold his precious, one-of-a-kind shuttlecraft, he would only have enough to operate the facility for less than 3 days. With 30x chrono acceleration, 2 days outside was equivalent to 2 months in the room. And it would only cost Jiang Fei his ship. But 2 months wasn't enough. The girls needed to train for longer than that. He needed more time. And that would require money. Chapter 1443, A Lot of Rich Fools. Jiang Fei growled. The digital board in his hands shook with anxiety.
Damn it! Where am I supposed to get the money?
Lockseed had been very clear. He would only cover all the costs for the training facility that was equipped with gravity manipulation. If Jiang Fei wanted to use the other facility that would grant him more time, he would have to pay for it himself. If he was just intending to use it for a day or two, Jiang Fei could still bear the costs. But such a short time was not going to cut it. Not when all his girls were going to use it. Jiang Fei sighed, feeling defeated.
0541. Show me the way back.
He followed 0541's guidance back to the hangar bay and took off on his shuttlecraft, heading back to hire. However, when he landed at his designated port, the one at which Braveheart was currently docked,
He was surprised to see a mass of people. It was so crowded that there was hardly any space to walk. What's this about? 0541. Contact Bison and Isabella. Ask them what's going on here, ordered Jiang Fei. 0541 accepted the order. Captain. Just when Jiang Fei had managed to push and squeeze his way through half the hangar bay, he noticed two distinctive silhouettes and bellowed. Lucius! Rise! Huh? Who's calling my name? I hear that too. The two jokers turned around and spotted Jiang Fei vigorously waving his hands. It's the boss. You're back. We wanted to see you, but had no way of contacting you, said Rice as he dragged Lucius' smaller figure through the crowd. The two had the utmost respect for Jiang Fei and revered him as their boss. It was a pity that Jiang Fei did not have any such thoughts about them. One could only imagine how the two felt when Jiang Fei had actually called out their names. The last time they met was in the city of the Massachusetts. After the gathering of the elites, the status of the two jokers had risen up beyond expectation. Their position in their own family rose to a higher stance. And it was all thanks to Jiang Fei and General Lockseed. Jiang Fei was the newest superstar in the Trade Federation. After being seen with him and General Lockseed, many had started to respect Lucius and Rice, thinking that they were Jiang Fei's subordinates. Rice had it better, as he rose from a position so low that no one had even heard of his name, to becoming the second in line to inherit his family's fortune. Rice and Lucius may have been ambitious in the past, but they had only been aiming to inherit the wealth of their respective families. Now that they had another opportunity, the two reevaluated their goals. Instead of just aiming to inherit their family's wealth, they would now think about what to do in order to leave something for the next generation. So long as they had ambition in their hearts, the two of them would always seek to stick with Jiang Fei. So long as they remained under Jiang Fei's shadow, they would surely inherit their family's wealth. What are these people gathering here for? Asked Jiang Fei. Huh? You don't know? Said Lucius, as if Jiang Fei had just asked a silly question. If I knew, I wouldn't ask, Rice gasped. How could you not know the hottest topic that is being discussed? Enough jibber-jabber. Spill the beans, roared Jiang Fei. These two jokers were testing his patience. I'm joking. I'll spill the beans, said Rice, even though he had no idea what spilling the beans meant. There is a rumor going around that an ancient starship is docked on hire. Someone found it, and when word got out, everyone came here to take a look at the magnificent piece of ancient technology. Ancient starship? Said Jiang Fei. Somehow, he had a hunch about where this was going. Yeah. It's so old that they say the ship came from 10,000 years ago. And since the ship was kept in such a pristine condition, they say that it could fetch prices worth a whole city, said Rice, his round, fish eyes glistening with admiration. Jiang Fei pointed his index finger at Braveheart. Are you talking about that ship? That's right. So you do know about it. Apparently, the ship was made by the best technology the Namekians ever had. If they hadn't gone extinct, they would still be the most technologically advanced race in the entire universe. Now, that title falls to the Amerians, explained Lucius. So it seems, said Jiang Fei. He of all people knew just how powerful the Namekians and their technology were. If it wasn't for their advanced biological tech, Isabella and the others would never have been reborn into this world. Boss, just so you know, this ship has garnered the attention of a lot of rich folks. I've even heard about someone offering 1 billion Etherites to buy it. I'm afraid people like us could never outbid that price, said Rice. He sounded dejected, but his eyes were still glistening with admiration. His family may be amongst the rich, but they weren't one of the richest. 1 billion, you say? Asked Jiang Fei. That got his attention fast. The idea of selling Braveheart for Etherites was exactly what he needed now. To be honest, the ship was not as useful as it had been before. In the current star date, Braveheart had outlived its purpose and could never compete with any other starship. That being said, Jiang Fei never wanted to let go of the biotech facilities in the ship. Then again, he could always remove all the important laboratories and facilities, since those rich folks simply wanted the ship itself, and not its technology. Jiang Fei had kept one secret to himself. Braveheart was not the same ship that the Namekians built. This ship shared the same structure and function, and some of its equipment came from the original ship. But the others were built on the moon. However, if no one could spot the difference, he would not bother to reveal it either. How do you know that the ship is ancient? It still looks brand new, said Jiang Fei. Ah, that's where you're lacking. See, the Namekians have been extinct for 10,000 years. Their technology is a long-lost treasure. No one could build such a ship now. It probably looks new because the owner cared for it, like storing it in a timed acceleration field, for example. However, this ship is indeed from 10,000 years ago. Even I can see that, said Rice confidently. Is that so? If these two truly believe that the ship was indeed 10,000 years old, there must be a lot of rich fools like them begging to own it. Lucius chimed in. It is so. Why do you ask? Do you want to join the bidding as well? Boss, I don't want to burst your bubble, but even if you have money, there is always someone else that is more. What he didn't realize was that Jiang Fei didn't want to buy it. He wanted to sell it. 0541. With our current tech and enough resources, do you think you could build another Braveheart? How long would that even take? Asked Jiang Fei. He had an idea. If the ship was truly worth so much, he could sell it to fund the training Isabella and the other girls' training. When comparing Braveheart's price to the cost of the training, one could only hope that the ship would fetch a price higher than 1 billion Etherites. Chapter 1444. The Way to Earn. Captain, with sufficient resources, building an exact copy of Braveheart will take as long as 6 months per ship. Simultaneous builds will take longer to complete. ITL'll be faster to build them one by one, said 0541. Brilliant, replied Jiang Fei. If 0541 could build copies of Braveheart in a shorter amount of time, Jiang Fei would be able to earn more Etherites than he could ever use. These rich folks would be his golden goose. 0541 spoke up. Captain, I have another idea. What is it? Asked Jiang Fei happily, as he was in a good mood. I don't think we should build more copies of Braveheart, as that would make it a common item, instead of an exclusive one-of-a-kind. Most, if not all people, see Braveheart as a collectible. If it's made available to all, it will quickly lose its value. People will lose interest, and the buyers will hate us for it. Explain 0541. MHM, supply and demand. I understand the concept. However, selling a single ship isn't going to fetch me enough to pay for the girls' training, said Jiang Fei. I understand. However, instead of selling Braveheart, we could sell something else that also belonged to the Namekians, suggested 0541. Huh? I don't get it. They want Braveheart. No, not exactly my point. Braveheart contains information on Namekian technology, and I have access to the blueprints of all kinds of space vessels. We can not only build battle cruisers, but also shuttles, transport ships, equipment, one-man shuttles, and more, said 0541. Jiang Fei finally understood 0541's idea. I see what you're getting at. We can build one of each model, making them exclusive. 0541 knew that buyers coveted things that no one else could own. No matter how good something was, its price would always increase so much more when the supply was cut. Why would they want something that could be obtained so easily? Back then, before soaring into space, Jiang Fei had only cared for Braveheart. It was, after all, the culmination of Namekian technology. No other ship on Earth could be compared to Braveheart. More importantly, it served as the only way for Jiang Fei to become stronger. Currently, as a battleship, Braveheart was obsolete. The only reason people would want to buy it was because there was no second Braveheart. It was exactly how humans coveted Sankai ceramic wares. These ancient wares were used during the Tang Dynasty as decorative items for the dead. If people from the Tang Dynasty knew that people of the current age coveted decorative items for the dead, and placed them in their own bedrooms for good luck, they would have been utterly disgusted by such foul behavior. Let's follow your plan. He'll request for a base, and we can then establish a shipyard, declared a very happy Jiang Fei. Just when he thought that the Namekians had already given him all they could, they practically hand-delivered a golden goose to help him when he desperately needed funds. Jiang Fei looked through all the blueprints that 0541 had. Just by scrolling through the shuttle-class models, he was blown away by the sheer number of them. If he could build them all, Jiang Fei would be needing a bigger coffer for his gold coins. Boss? Boss? What's the matter with you? Boss, wake up. Seeing Jiang Fei just staring dreamily into space, Rice and Lucius panicked. For whatever reason, the two sincerely thought that their boss was about to become a fool. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality. Huh? What? Oh, thank the makers. I thought you were going mad, said Rice. If Jiang Fei were to become something other than what he was now, the two would have to kiss their ambitions goodbye. By the way, I need you two to help me with something, said Jiang Fei. Lucius slapped his chest and declared confidently. Anything. You name it. Well, do it. Jiang Fei gestured to Braveheart.
See that ship? That ship? The one that everyone is talking about now. Right. About that. I want you to help me find a way to sell it,
said Jiang Fei, with a smug grin on his face.
Har? You mean, that ship is yours?
The two gawked in awe. They had been trying to discourage Jiang Fei from buying the ship earlier,
not knowing that the ship actually belonged to him.
Yup. It's mine. You know a lot of people, I assume? Find me a buyer that can make the highest offer,
said Jiang Fei, completely serious.
Boss, why would you sell it? Are you in urgent need of money?
Asked Rice.
As a matter of fact, yes. If you need money, we can help you right now. I would advise against selling the ship, as you might not be able to get it back once it's sold,
said Lucius. His offer to help Jiang Fei financially showed that he truly perceived him as his boss. Jiang Fei sighed.
That's fine. I need a lot of money. More than what you own. Just sell it.
Jiang Fei acknowledged the kindness they were offering, but realistically speaking, those two could never afford to pay what he needed to train the girls. Rice joined in to advise Jiang Fei against selling Braveheart.
But it's such a waste,
Jiang Fei whispered softly.
Thank you, but I've made up my mind. To be honest, I stumbled across an ancient civilization. There is an abandoned hangar bay with many battleships and shuttlecrafts. I don't mind selling a few of them.
If he was going to sell his products, it would be in his best interests to take advantage of these two jokers to spread the word.
Unbelievable. How lucky. I should have known better. Arg. Boss, just by selling a single spaceship, you could be richer than both our families combined. If I had known about this, I would not have wasted my time and effort on competing with the other heirs. I could have earned a fortune just by scouring ancient worlds,
said Rice disgruntledly.
Shush. Do this well, and I'll personally give the two of you limited edition Namekian space shuttles,
said Jiang Fei. This was his attempt to coax the two to do his bidding. If he wanted to go far with his business, he had to take great care of his employees, so that they would in turn take care of his business. Rice gawked at Jiang Fei.
Will you really?
The two jokers' eyes were glistening with revere.
Yup,
said Jiang Fei, snickering happily. Rice confidently declared.
Well, do it. Give us 3 days. No, 2 days. In 2 days, we'll find you a buyer.
Lucius chimed in as well.
We will make sure to deliver the buyer on time and make them bring the money.
These two were familiar with the circle of buyers. With such an exclusive antique for sale, it would be easy to find potential buyers.
I'll leave this in your capable hands then,
said Jiang Fei, leaving them with a smile. Now, he needed to return to Braveheart and start dismantling the ship. The most important part of the ship, which was all the biotech-related equipment and facilities, must be kept a secret. Chapter 1445, A Gathering of Gentlemen. Rice and Lucius left to begin their 2-day task of looking for potential buyers, while Jiang Fei returned to Braveheart.
Bison, arrange for living quarters in Meteor. Make a quadrant available for a new batch of soldiers,
ordered Jiang Fei.
Sir, how about quadrant C5? It'll warn all the other crew members to never set foot into that quadrant,
said Bison. Bison understood that Jiang Fei's new soldiers were entirely female, while the soldiers already on board Meteor were males. Who knew what they would do to the girls if they were not warned?
Thanks. You do that. By the way, this is just temporary. We will soon have a base of our own,
said Jiang Fei. Leaving this sort of arrangement to Bison was reassuring, as the man had proven time and time again that he understood certain unspoken things.
That's good news,
said Bison happily. He never expected Jiang Fei to find himself a personal base.
Should be soon. If all goes well,
said Jiang Fei, unsure of himself. He would talk to Lockseed soon about acquiring a planet with sufficient resources. It didn't have to be inhabited. As long as it was habitable, that was good enough. Perhaps Lockseed would grant Jiang Fei this selfish request, since it was not as ridiculous as the cost of the girls' training.
All the best, sir,
said Bison. The more Jiang Fei improved, the higher his social status, and the happier all his soldiers, including Bison, would be. While Bison headed over to Meteor and started on the arrangements for the living quarters, Jiang Fei went back to Braveheart to break the important news.
Spread the word for me. Tell everyone to pack their things. We will all be moving to Meteor,
said Jiang Fei.
Why? What is going on? Why are we moving?
Asked Isabella.
I've decided to sell Braveheart,
declared Jiang Fei, having already thought this through. Everyone gasped.
Sell Braveheart? Yes. Right now. My main priority is to get everyone stronger and by happenstance. I am broke, said Jiang Fei, letting out a long, heavy sigh. To be honest, he had fought with his life in order to seize Braveheart back. Selling it off for some quick cash would hurt him. However, as the situation stands, he had to further increase the girl's overall strength. At the end of the day, a ship was just a ship, and Jiang Fei had a more powerful one ready to be used. Ever the reasonable one. Nina reassured the girls. Calm down. Sisters, I understand that we love this ship after being with it for so long. But this is for the collective good. I think we should listen to Jiang Fei's idea and move out. Hua Mulan agreed. Alright. I'll move. Fine. I'll go. As long as Darling wishes it to be. One by one, the girls nodded in agreement, while they returned to their rooms to start packing. Hua Mulan was tasked with gathering all the girls of the new Saints Guard. 0541. You can start working on dismantling the ship once all the girls are out. Remember to clear all the data on biotech from the ship's data center. Remove all equipment and facilities related to biotech as well. Restore all settings and control modules to their factory settings. Remove all traces that we ever use this ship. 0541 acknowledged the command. Captain, I will take care of it. As soon as all the girls were in Meteor, small mechanical bots appeared from the service hatch and started to work. These bots were built without a processing unit, and thus did not possess a thinking mind like 0541. 0541 only needed to input a certain command, and the bots would go to work. In just one day, all important equipment and facilities were dismantled and put away inside the ring's inventory. Even the crucial data center was removed from the ship, leaving nothing but the bare bones. The ship could still fly, but since there was no artificial intelligence captain support system, it was close to impossible for anyone besides machine lifeforms to operate it. To prevent unwanted problems on Meteor, strict rules applied to Quadrant C5. Without authorization, no one other than the girls who were living there could enter. In fact, to enforce this, Bison had formed a small patrol team comprised of their most loyal soldiers. They would patrol all entry points into Quadrant C5 and stop anyone who had a naughty plan to get closer to the girls. Anyone caught entering C5 without authorization would be severely punished. When the sun was high in the sky, Lucius called. Boss, there is a gathering later during the night. Would you like to attend? What gathering? Is it important? If it's not, I don't want to waste my time, said Jiang Fei. Socializing was never his goal, although he knew it was important. His current priority was to earn etherites to fund his girls' training program. It's quite important. See, a certain young master from the silent group will be attending. This person could be a potential buyer of your ship, said Lucius. Immediately interested, Jiang Fei replied. In that case, count me in. Send me the time and place of the gathering. It wasn't just Braveheart that he wanted to sell. The other spaceships he had not built yet could be sold too. If this young master was the kind of person who had a bottomless coffer, Jiang Fei would love to meet him. Will do. Boss, said Lucius happily. He was going out of his way to help Jiang Fei. On the one hand, Lucius wanted to make sure he would get the ship Jiang Fei had promised to give them. On the other hand, he purely wanted to get on Jiang Fei's good side for the long run. Only when Lucius had actually done something to be proud of could he safely say that the position of heir of his family was as good as his. After Lucius sent over the details of the gathering, 0541 suddenly asked, Captain, are you going on your own? That's the plan. What's wrong? It seems to me that people who attend this sort of elite social gathering would normally be accompanied by a woman, said 0541. Oh my! You know more about social behavior than I do. Jiang Fei would never have expected to hear about this sort of mannerism from 0541. I have been collecting information about social behaviorisms from Earth's internet, said 0541 with a straight face. Jiang Fei clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. I think what you mean by information about social behaviorisms is just common plot tools used in novels and TV shows. I see. Well then, please disregard what I said earlier. Even though he just told 0541 to dismiss what he gathered, Jiang Fei couldn't stop thinking about it. He finally spoke after a long pause. Well, now that we're talking about it, how about Isabella? I do not think Miss Isabella should be your companion for this evening. Intrigued, Jiang Fei asked. Why is that? Isabella would always be his number one. He could not think of any reason to not take her with him. You know what Miss Isabella's behavior is like. What do you think will happen if another female flirts with you during the gathering? I calculated many possibilities. and 99.98% of them resulted in catastrophic events. This includes, but is not limited to, fatal injuries to you and or the participants of the gathering. You don't have to calculate that sort of thing, mumbled Jiang Fei. That being said, 0541 was right. Such catastrophic events might indeed happen. Flirtatious females aside, there could be guys behaving exactly like Rice and Lucius did when they first encountered Jiang Fei. If they were to ask about purchasing a service that must not be named, Isabella would definitely flip out. Who do you think I should take with me then? The most suitable candidate for tonight's gathering is Kalna. Substantiate your claim. Kalna is as loyal as anyone can be. Due to the condition that is currently affecting her, she is obedient in a certain way, and not at all volatile like Miss Isabella. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. As the embodiment of a female dragon, it was in Isabella's nature to be extremely volatile. Not even 10 Jiang Feis could stop her from going on a rampage. Kaina is also currently the strongest of all your female companions. Socialistically speaking, it is uplifting if you have a female companion who is substantially stronger. This will aid in your socializing attempts at the gathering. I predict that this will help in promoting your sales. Added 0541. Chapter 1446, a Mr. Wagner. Jiang Fei nodded after listening to 0541's suggestion. It was important to bring one's A game when socializing with elites. Jiang Fei did not think that bringing a female companion to such a gathering would do him any favors. That being said, if he were to bring along a female whose combat level exceeded 8 million, it would speak volumes about his own position. This sort of move applied to social gatherings on Earth, as well as on other planets with various alien races. A real gentleman and a pretentious snob could never stand on the same stage. A gentleman did not need to brag. He would let his surroundings do the talking. The best example was a cliché frequently used in dramas. A pretentious snob would try and participate in a conversation with other gentlemen, only to be cast aside when he had no idea what they were talking about. While others talked about aged X.O, a pretentious snob would think that they were talking about a certain dirty, adult-related activity. Such a scene would immediately give away his true position. Hence, if Jiang Fei wanted to establish himself as one of the elites, bringing Kalna to the gathering would get him halfway there. With her at his side, everyone would surely have a better impression of him. Once his social status was established and acknowledged, pitching his products would be easier, and others would doubt him less. It was the same tactic that insurance salesmen used to sell their policies. They dressed like successful businessmen, clad in branded suits and apparel, instead of dressing like they were going to buy groceries. After giving it some thought, Jiang Fei said, "I'm sold. I'll take Kalna with me." When the sun set upon the horizon, Jiang Fei and Kalna got dressed and headed to the location Lucius sent to them. It was a private mansion not far from the city, a place called the Red Mansion. "My master, what are your commands for me this evening?" asked Kalna playfully, as she wrapped her long, slender arms around his. "No commands. Just stay by my side throughout the evening. We are here to get to know a few people. That is all," said Jiang Fei. Though Jiang Fei was in dire need of a large fortune, he did not want to pitch to just any random rich folk. If possible, he would like to connect with a few more people and organize an auction instead. An auction would help him get the highest price possible, which he could then use to lay the foundation to sell the other ships that 0541 would build. Braveheart was a 1,000-kilometer-long spaceship, and as per 0541's suggestions, they would not build a second one. The price of any Namekian spaceship would be pushed to the highest possible point at an auction. Once the notion of Namekian spaceships being extremely valuable was set, Jiang Fei would be able to sell other smaller spaceships for quite a sum, even though they may not fetch as high a price as Braveheart would. "And that, my dear master, is your wish, and it is my command," said Kalna, slipping her slender hands closer into a more intimate position. In a flash, the two arrived at the entrance of the oversized mansion known as the Red Mansion. Lucius spotted Jiang Fei as soon as he walked through the lavish gate. "Boss! Over here!" Just you? Where is Rice?" asked Jiang Fei. From what he could remember, those two were never apart. "Rice is away, dealing with a family problem. See, his second brother brought up an unpleasant fight to compete with him over the family inheritance," Lucius explained. So was the fate of rich folks. They were blessed to be born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and only had to stress about inheriting their family's fortune. "I see," said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He had zero interest in other people's problems, especially if they had never been close to him. Lucius gestured towards the lower floor of the massive multi-story mansion. "Come, let us retreat into the mansion."
As Jiang Fei and Ka Ina walked past him, Lucius jerked slightly at the sight of Ka Ina. Obviously, he recalled how the woman had almost killed him during their first encounter. On Earth, gold was once a sought-after metal that was used to decorate the homes of the rich. That was, of course, human behavior. Here on Higher, rare metals and exotic materials were used to decorate the interior of the Red Mansion. Jiang Fei could only discern something that looked like diamonds. That is, if diamonds had ever been as large as 6 meters. Everything else, decoration or not, was nothing but grand, posh beyond all reason.
My apologies, Sir Jiang Fei. It would seem that there are still a few gentlemen who are running a little late. Can I interest you in something to do for the moment?
Asked Lucius.
No. I'm good for now. Take me somewhere quiet. Please. I do not like to be in such a noisy place,
said Jiang Fei. He was standing in the center of the lower floor where there were too many glasses clinking, mouths chattering, and unnecessary loud music playing.
Very well. To the garden then,
replied Lucius, gesturing to the left side of the mansion. He led Jiang Fei through the small crowd and into a well-maintained garden, the kind that was only fit for kings and queens. It was dark outside, as the sun had already set quite some time ago. The wide, beautiful garden was gently illuminated by glowing yellow stones that sat elegantly on tall pillars made of a marble-like mineral. The glow was faint, yet it was enough for Jiang Fei to see the stone pavements that were deliberately placed sparsely across the garden. In the center of the garden was a gazebo with a roof shaped like a spiral. This was where Jiang Fei chose to sit.
"I'll wait here,"
said Jiang Fei, satisfied with the condition of the garden.
"Can I interest you in any hors d'oeuvres? Or beverages of any kind?"
asked Lucius. Before Jiang Fei could answer, he hurriedly continued.
"You know what? I'll fetch you some. Please enjoy the scenery while you wait."
He was not the kind who could sit quietly while there was something going on in his mind. As Lucius scurried away, leaving Jiang Fei and Kauna alone, silence swept in and continued to drown the atmosphere as they both remained quiet. Jiang Fei was deep in thought, thinking 6 to 7 steps ahead, while Kauna could not tear her eyes away from him. After some time, someone approached from behind the gazebo and coughed. Jiang Fei, who had been lost in his thoughts, jerked violently, which in turn caused Ka Ina to be surprised by his sudden movement. Turning around, Jiang Fei yelled,
"Who goes there?"
Ka Ina's face went bright red. She could not believe how deeply engrossed she had been in staring at Jiang Fei, to the point that she had completely disconnected from her surroundings. It was inevitable. The two had been in constant danger for too long. Higher was such a safe place to be that after spending some time on the planet, they had completely lowered their guards. The person bowed elegantly as he introduced himself.
"My apologies. It would seem that I may have interrupted something between the two of you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wagner."
He was an Alderanian, an alien race that looked exactly like a human. The only difference was the eyes. While human eyes had irises, Alderanians didn't. Their eyes were completely white. While they excelled in psychic manipulation, they lacked brute strength. It was not surprising to see an Alderanian on Higher, as it was part of the Trade Federation's territory. As its name implied, there were other races who took part in trading within the Trade Federation. It was also common to see Valsaurians walking the streets of Higher. While rare, there were still some Valsaurians who prioritized trading goods and merchandise, instead of caring more about throwing fists at faces. The entire Trade Federation had started with just a few hundred merchants trying to develop their own domain. When more joined their cause, the Trade Federation was born. Jiang Fei introduced himself too.
"A pleasure to meet you. A surprise, if I might add. My name is Jiang Fei."
One look was all it took for Jiang Fei to judge the man's character. Wagner was dressed to impress, be it his shoes or his gloves. The man exuded wealth like the sun exudes warmth. Through the scope, Jiang Fei found that Wagner's combat level was as high as 2,500,000. If he was part of the Valsaurian army, he might be suitable to lead the younger generation. Noticing that Jiang Fei was examining him, Wagner commented,
"That's an impressive scope you've got there."
He took no offense since he was doing the same thing to Jiang Fei. The difference between Jiang Fei's scope and Wagner's was the extra information that Wagner could read. Chapter 1447, The Art of Pretense.
2,700,000 combat level. Such a powerful young man. Interesting. Plasma blade.
Net value, 12 million etherite. Battlesuit, 15 million. Ah, looks like I'm the poorer chap here,
Wagner thought to himself after he had examined Jiang Fei's possessions net worth. As he stopped analyzing the young Terran, he started seeing him in a whole new light.
Are you joining us this evening? You must be new here. I've never seen you before.
Wagner spoke, this time, in a less polite and more friendly manner.
Why? Yes. This is our first time here. For me. And my friend here?
Jiang Fei said as he chuckled.
A friend?
Wagner gasped slightly as he turned to Kalna. He had been paying attention to Jiang Fei alone, and now wondered how he could have missed such a breathtaking view of a female. Then again, Wagner had seen it all and been with more than enough females that it didn't matter anymore. However, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground when he analyzed her thoroughly. She was dressed modestly, nothing to flaunt about. It was her combat level that shook him to his core. Who could have over 8 million combat level besides galactic emperors? People with that number would have been the strongest in the universe, practically invincible. One could only imagine just how narrow-minded Wagner was. There were other stronger fighters, 10 times stronger even, that roamed the universe on a silver board, strapped to the back of an Ultralisk. Wagner might not know many powerful fighters, but he was familiar with all the truly richest in the known universe. However, not a single one of them had managed to have a female companion of Kalna's caliber. Ano was strong, and he was famous to a certain extent. His combat level was more than 10 million. Even so, he did not force Kalna to be with his son. Despite having almost zero females in the ranks of the Valsaurian army, there was one exemption, that was Kalna. The foolish son of his tried to court her. In his last attempt to show his might, he led an army to attack the Trade Federation and ended up drifting in space as a dead corpse in the galaxy known as the Domini system. In retaliation, Ano had sacrificed many things to buy his way to the top ranks in the army and gain the authority to send Kalna to the Talgis outpost. That was her origin story. While the strong and powerful were respected, the stronger, more powerful ones would not bat an eye. In the end, no matter how rich or famous you were, it was inevitable that the stronger ones would prevail and conquer. As one of the strong, Kalna had a certain pride. That was why she would not kowtow to even a galactic emperor when forced. She accepted the assignment post, wearing it like a badge of honor. So, when not even influence and power could tempt another, a powerless man of wealth could never hope to even hold such a powerful, beautiful woman. Hence, respect was quickly given by Wagner to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei must have something else hidden inside to be able to court such a beauty.
That must be it. The Terran is only as strong as me. How is he able to steal the heart of this beautiful female?
Wagner thought to himself. Oddly enough, Wagner's interest was completely invested in Jiang Fei and not Kalna. Sure, Kalna possessed a certain untamed beauty. However, Wagner was not at all interested in her simply because he had had his fair share of beauty. Secondly, he knew better than to talk to such a powerful being, as he could accidentally incur her wrath. One could only pray that one would survive and walk after incurring the wrath of the powerful.
Brother Jiang Fei, if you don't mind me asking, where do you excel?
Wagner probed.
Excel? I'm a commissioned officer in the military.
Jiang Fei simply said,
well, thank you for your service to the Federation. It's an honor that we useless folks could ever hope to earn,
said Wagner as he started his brow-nosing ritual.
What about you? In your own words, where do you excel?
Me?
I'm one of those useless folks. All I've ever done is eat well, sleep well. All in all, I excel in spending money.
Wagner laughed after he revealed his shameless splurging behavior.
Ah, at least you know to call yourself useless.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. While the entire known universe was in the imminent danger of being deleted, these useless rich folks had the audacity to enjoy their lives to the fullest. It was unfair.
Captain, you're drifting off. They are only as useful as their coffers could be. We will get them back by selling our ships at the highest price. That will be their way of contributing to our cause.
0541 interrupted his thoughts.
You're goddamn right. It'll not only burn a hole in their pockets, it'll break their vaults and empty their fortunes entirely.
Jiang Fei replied,
by the way, why are you outside? Come on. Join the crowd. Have some fun.
Wagner said as he gestured to the noisy crowd inside the mansion.
No thanks. I do not enjoy the noise.
Jiang Fei said as he gestured a rejection.
You and me, brother. I do not like that sort of ambience. A bunch of people shouting and screaming at each other. It makes no sense.
Wagner said nonchalantly.
Great minds think alike. Perhaps we could enjoy the quiet evening here.
Jiang Fei said as he gestured invitingly.
Don't mind if I do.
Wagner replied as he walked about the gazebo and took a seat opposite Jiang Fei.
By the way, if this is your first time attending this sort of gathering, I would highly doubt it is to socialize with us. I quote, useless folks. So, I conclude that you must be here for the antique ship then? Said Wagner as he tested the waters. He had only just arrived on hire this early morning, and it was for Jiang Fei's Braveheart. Until now, he still did not know that Jiang Fei was the real owner. Both Rice and Lucius had kept things tight and clean about the matter. A lot of the attendees were there for the ship, and they did not know anything about the owner. That is correct, Mr. Wagner. Jiang Fei confessed. He was there for Braveheart but not to buy. Only to sell. Tell me, how would someone like you, a military man, be interested in such an antique spaceship? Wagner asked. He had been taking note of every answer Jiang Fei had given him. Although he did not fully understand who Jiang Fei was, he could still tell by the uniform he was wearing, the female companion he brought along, and the manner in which he spoke, that he must be of some repute. If he was interested in the ship as Wagner was, something told him that there would be a fierce fight. Why? Hard to explain. Am as interested as the next person in the room would be. But who would own the ship? Nobody knows. Sometimes, things might turn out to be different from what you'd expected. Jiang Fei answered as he grinned. He now knew that Wagner was one of the potential buyers of Braveheart, but he was not going to let him know that he was the seller. Never judge a book by its cover. Is that what you're trying to say? Being passive-aggressive now. Aren't we? Well, brother Jiang Fei, I would say that fate determines the result. I wouldn't want you to be out of the bidding so soon, but it really depends on how deep one's wallet goes. Things aside, no matter who gets the ship, I would like to be your friend, Wagner said, smiling as he extended his hand out for a shake. He was genuinely interested in Jiang Fei after he had already determined that he was the same, if not better than he was, in terms of social position. Few had the capability to do that. And that meant that Jiang Fei's pretense had been successful. Chapter 1448 Deep Wallet. I see you guys are already talking to each other, said Lucius as he came from behind. Lucius, what are you doing here? I thought you were busy entertaining yourself with the others inside. Wagner replied, thinking that Lucius was coming to greet him. I did, but I could not forget about what my boss wants. Lucius turned to look at Jiang Fei as he spoke. So it seems. Where is the seller? How is he selling the ship? I want to know the price. Wagner asked disgruntledly. His tone with Lucius was completely different from when he was talking to Jiang Fei. Although both Lucius and Wagner belonged to the same kind of social trash, the gap between the two differed greatly in terms of wealth. Wagner's family's wealth was so much greater. His family pocket change was considered a fortune to Lucius. About that, Lucius stuttered. He gave Jiang Fei a subtle look, thinking that something was off. The two were seen talking for some time, and he thought that it was unlikely for Jiang Fei to not have revealed his real identity. However, if that was the case, Jiang Fei might have something else planned. Jiang Fei was quiet. He crossed his arms and quietly placed his index finger on his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Lucius understood at once and responded in accordance. It would seem that he might be late, or perhaps already here. I'll go and look for him now. Please enjoy the evening. Lucius excused himself. Make it quick. Unlike you, I do not have the luxury of time. Make him talk, Wagner demanded. I'll do that. Don't get up. Please enjoy the quiet, peaceful ambience, said Lucius as he left promptly. Pardon me. It seems to me that you are rather interested in the ship, Jiang Fei commented. Did I come on too strongly about it? My apologies. To be honest, my confidence in procuring the ship has not wavered. Lucius had done a fine job in finding other competitors. They all share my enthusiasm for buying the ship. That being said, I've not considered them as real competitors. Wagner smacked his lips as he confessed. What about now? Jiang Fei asked as he adjusted his uniform. He was trying to act as if he should be treated as his competitor. If I were being honest, my confidence was shattered with your presence, Wagner confessed. Compared to the rest, Jiang Fei might be the only one that has the ability to outbid him. Out of curiosity, how far would you go for the ship? Jiang Fei asked. Someone's coming in a little stronger. Ha ha! Wagner teased. As I said, I was merely curious. Do not feel obligated to answer my question. Jiang Fei snorted. I give up. To me, the ship is nothing but a collector's item, a toy for me. Even though I truly wish to own it, it is not something that I would trade my soul for it. That is where I draw the line. Brother Jiang Fei, Wagner answered. Jiang Fei had just asked the same question Wagner wanted to ask himself. He had wanted to exchange bids with Jiang Fei, and if Jiang Fei were to name a price higher than his, Wagner would throw in the towel. And vice versa. Naming a price now would be better than to stir up the crowd later during the auction, and setting the price of Braveheart too high.
What's your price?
Jiang Fei asked. How much would the rich be willing to pay for Braveheart?
I'm only able to go as high as this,
said Wagner as he raised 3 fingers.
This is as high as I can go. If you can do higher, the ship is as good as yours. 300 million?
Jiang Fei guessed. He was surprised. He recalled the value of the ship to be as high as 1 billion when Rice and Lucius gave their estimate.
Ha ha! Are you joking, or are you looking down on me?
Wagner rolled his eyes as he said.
3 billion. That is all I have. Currently, at least. If the owner of the ship would accept anything else than money, I can offer items of higher value,
Wagner said confidently.
The rich sure have a deep wallet to go around.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. The ship was important to Jiang Fei back on Earth as it housed alien biotechnology. Removing that aspect of the ship, other races in the universe would only be looking at Braveheart as nothing but a collectible Itima ship for decoration. For glamour. Even for such a hunk of metal, Wagner was still willing to put out as much as 3 billion. Such capability and mindset was something Jiang Fei could never understand.
There! I've named my price. What about you, brother Jiang Fei?
Wagner lowered his fingers and kept his eyes glued to Jiang Fei's reaction. What he expected to see was either the look of disappointment or jubilance. He had not expected to see Jiang Fei being surprised. Wagner had a knack at discerning a person's emotion. It was an ability he had cultivated since young. The accuracy of his judgment was not perfect, but it was enough for him to get certain jobs done. He could tell that Jiang Fei's current expression and emotion were not faked. That could translate to Jiang Fei being able to put out a higher price.
Should I go higher?
Wagner thought to himself. The only cash he had, the amount of etherite that he could move, was only 3 million. If the owner would not be willing to accept other items as addition, Wagner might have to open up to the idea of borrowing money from someone else.
My price?
Jiang Fei gasped. He had no idea that he was smiling like an idiot when Wagner revealed his offer. A smile that was so elusive that it made the super rich to start thinking about borrowing money from someone else.
Indeed. Tell me how much you are willing to put out. Come now. Show a little sportsmanship here. I've told you mine. It's time for you to tell me yours,
Wagner said. His tone was a little disgruntled.
Sorry. It's not that I'm not willing to tell. But? Gah. Your number is just too much for me. I'm too ashamed to reveal mine. Plus, I don't have any money, physically, to speak of. If the owner is not open for barter trade, I might not even have enough to compete with the others. Much less, to compete with you,
Jiang Fei said. He was telling the truth. Not the entire truth, but still the truth. Not that he had not enough money. He had no money at all. The only thing Jiang Fei had right now, besides Braveheart, was a personal shuttlecraft. That baby might fetch 40 million etherite. Not a small number, but decimals when compared to what Wagner was willing to pay for Braveheart.
I see.
Wagner bought Jiang Fei's words. The way Jiang Fei spoke was straightforward and without any subtle hints. He had purposely matched the trend in the Trade Federation, which was not having physical money on hand. Smart traders would not hoard physical money on hand, as they would be a waste of potential. The elites would use whatever they had to invest in something else, to use the money to generate money. Wagner did not carry that much money at all times. In fact, it was a coincidence that he had that sum of cash on hand. He had just made profit not long ago, and the money received was not yet placed in another investment. Wagner looked closely at Jiang Fei's body language and determined that he was telling the truth. That being said, his smile was still not yet justified. If he was not able to outbid him, why was he smiling? Was he just happy that Wagner was going to buy the ship? Why would he do that? Just then, Lucius made his presence known.
Gentlemen, if you would please come inside. Everyone has arrived and the main event will start shortly.
Lucius came before them and said,
Come along, brother Jiang Fei. I would like to see just who is the owner of such a fine antique ship.
Wagner smiled as he invited Jiang Fei to head into the mansion. Chapter 1449, not as mysterious as it seems. The floor was packed, but not all present then were potential buyers. Most of them were fillers. Those that Lucius had invited. There were so many different races that Jiang Fei could not be bothered to learn about them. However, they had one thing in common. They were all young and had deep wallets to let loose when they saw fit. They were all talking about many things, but their root topic was focused on and about Braveheart. Nobody knew who Jiang Fei was yet, but they were all talking about him. Not directly, but in some form. It was the kind of hot topic that crowds would pay attention to. These folks. They were all born with silver spoons sticking out of their butts when they were born. They had absolutely nothing to be worried about, except finding out means to earn more, spend more. If they were being honest, they had nothing to live for, nothing to expect of tomorrow. Luxury in terms of the materialistic aspect had been conquered. That was what they could control. The only thing that they sought out more was to own the grand and the rare. To own such things in order to make themselves stand out. A thing that was so special yet fails to be useful in any other way than to make one's presence known to all. Such an item would be Braveheart. A ship that was created 10,000 years ago by a civilization that was now extinct. When Braveheart first entered the planet, many had set eyes on it. People like Wagner had even traveled from a distant galaxy just to feast their eyes on such a rare physical ship from the past.
I've waited long enough. Lucius, where is the buyer? Are you clowning us as payback for not inviting you along on the previous trip? Don't think that you're invincible now, that you have befriended someone better. We can still do things that will scar you for life. Befriended someone? Like who? You didn't know? Lucius and Rice had befriended a new member of the Federation. I have no idea how he does it really. New member? There are too many to count. Who is it? I don't blame you for not knowing what's going on out there. You have been spending too much time in the Red Mansion, squeezing yourself in between Ronaby girls. MHM. Just so you know, Ronaby girls are just the best. Their long ears and legs are kinda my fetish.
When Jiang Fei came in, everyone was still pestering Lucius to reveal the identity of the seller. However, as expected of the lecherous folks, the topic of conversation shifted from the ship to Lucius, and then to adulterous recreational play.
It's fourth brother. Fourth brother. Come! Come! Join the fray. We are pestering this bastard to reveal the seller's name.
Everyone in the mansion stood up when Wagner came in after Jiang Fei. One could quickly tell that Wagner must be someone prominent enough to have such a reaction from the mass.
Heh. Do you still want to know who the seller is? Or should I just?
Wagner teased. He scanned the room for an empty seat and waltzed over nonchalantly.
Huh? What is he saying? Fourth brother, do you know who the seller is? Let me cut to the chase. Not only did I meet with the seller, but we have also already come to an agreement about the price,
Wagner said after he took a sip of a glowing liquid from an odd-looking cup. Jiang Fei sighed awkwardly as he understood that his cover was blown.
Har? How did you buy the ship when none of us has ever seen even the shadow of the seller? I haven't bought the ship yet. Nevertheless, I've offered up a price so high that none of you can outbid me,
Wagner said confidently.
Who is the seller then? Yeah. We want to know. Oh. I guess you do not know him yet. Come. Brother Jiang Fei. Please let yourself be known.
Wagner raised his glass and gestured toward Jiang Fei, who was standing nearby.
What gave me away?
Jiang Fei said softly, as he tried to hide his embarrassment. He was not used to this sort of fancy gathering. He would be fine if he was in the center of a battlefield, surrounded by warriors cheering for him. But not this. Everything about it felt pretentious.
Jiang Fei. Where have I heard this name? Oh ho! He's the new member that we were talking about. The new recruit that joined the Federation military ranks. Now that you mentioned, that does ring a bell.
Everyone started exchanging information they knew. However, it was not the genuine kind of spreading the word, but was more of a competition on how much information they had.
Brother Jiang Fei. To be frank, I do not remember people by their names. Even when you revealed your name, I wouldn't have known that you were the famous new recruit in the military force. I had to piece many things together before I knew who you are. Lucius is not someone special that could get in touch with anyone from the military. Well, not someone from the high ranks at least. That, and the fact that he is not the kind that would simply use the term
boss
on anyone. That was what gave you away,
Wagner explained. He had suspicions about Jiang Fei's identity and only managed to get the first clue when Lucius came in and yelled, "Boss!" Lucius knew that something was off when Lucius and Jiang Fei had a moment of silence back in the garden. That was when Wagner recalled about the famous new recruit. Besides, Lucius had been rather active lately, and that was only after he had befriended the new recruit. Thus, Wagner concluded that Jiang Fei was attending this gathering, not as a buyer, but as the seller.
That's a train of thought. It's something all traders have. A trait, you might say. Well then, since we are now standing before the bridge, shall we officially start discussing the ship?
Jiang Fei asked straightforwardly. There was no need to beat around the bush anymore.
not a discussion for a settlement. I've stated my offer, and if you still think it's inadequate, I can add on a few barrels of high-quality Vespane gas,
Wagner said with a certain gravitas. He was making an offer that, in his opinion, no one could deny. He will have the ship.
Fourth brother, how much are you bidding for it?
A well-dressed gentleman came and asked. It was clear that his intention was not of wanting to compete with him, but merely of wanting to know the numbers.
This many,
Wagner said as he raised 3 fingers. The gentleman's jaw dropped and he left, stupefied by the number that Wagner revealed. Jiang Fei's eyes followed the dejected gentleman and realized that the other attendees were quiet. All of them had been paying attention to Jiang Fei and Wagner, and they had heard the revelation. 3 billion was not a small number. That number was probably all they had, including their own family assets. It was clear that Wagner's true wealth was more than what he was putting on the table then.
Do we have an agreement?
Wagner nudged Jiang Fei's arm and asked. Jiang Fei turned back and looked into his eyes, saying,
I believe we do.
No one else was even attempting to step forward, and Jiang Fei wouldn't want to waste time waiting for the inevitable.
Hey, race to working with you.
Wagner smiled as wide as he could as he raised his glass.
And to a brighter future,
Jiang Fei replied, clinking his glass with Wagner's.
Arg. If I knew that fourth brother was coming, I wouldn't have wasted my time in traveling so far. Cheer up. The ship is as good as is now. But the party is still not over. Drink, eat, and party. Hold that thought.
Lucius bellowed before the music could go any louder. When everyone had turned toward him, he said,
The ship in the dock is not the only ship my boss is going to sell.
This is where Lucius shone best. As Jiang Fei's underling, Lucius was asked to promote Jiang Fei's products. What better time than now, when others had lost hope in procuring the first ship? That, and the fact that Lucius was promised a special ship by Jiang Fei, when everyone else was cheering. Wagner arched an eyebrow. If the ship in the dock was not the only ship, it would not be that valuable.
Let me be clear,
Jiang Fei interjected.
The ship in the dock is the largest one that I have found amongst others. There is no second ship that could come close to that size. There are other ships as large as only a few hundred kilometers. Tiny, when compared to Braveheart. Nevertheless, there are no 2 identical units. All ships that I have are unique, and you can never find a second one in the entire universe.
Jiang Fei revealed when he noticed his primary client was starting to regret his decision. Chapter 1450. A surprise after another.
Oh, MHM?
Everyone was immediately attracted to the notion. A limited number of antiquated ships from a time long ago was something they craved for.
Is it really? What do you have? Allow me to place a deposit for one. How are you going to pay for the deposit? You would never have such an amount. Please, good sir. I would like to purchase one or even more of your ships.
The crowd started to get rowdy, one after another, trying to get Jiang Fei's attention.
Come now, brother Jiang Fei. How could you not reveal that when I am your main buyer?
Wagner placed his glass down and gave Jiang Fei a vague smile.
Forgive me, but I am only trying to be fair to the others as well. You must have done something to obtain such a large number of ships,
Wagner teased.
Nonsense. I was merely lucky. A lucky bastard. If you would be so inclined, I must say, what brings you to sell your ships? You have been in the military for some time now. Technically speaking, you shouldn't be lacking in funding? What pushed you this far?
Wagner asked worriedly. For certain people, ships aged for 10,000 years or more were nothing but scrap metal. For others, they were treasures to be revered. People like Wagner would never, on any occasion, sell such a collection of antiquated ships even if they were lacking funding. It would be close to impossible to buy them back later.
I'm in dire need of funding now,
Jiang Fei confessed.
What sort of problem do you have?
Wagner asked. To be his friend, Wagner had to be genuinely concerned about Jiang Fei's well-being. If he was in trouble, he would want to lend a helping hand.
I have a few female companions with me and they were, well, there's no simpler way to say this. They were too weak to fight. I have been thinking about helping them grow stronger. One of the ways is to feed them Ultralisk's meat,
Jiang Fei revealed. There was no use in hiding anything as they would soon stand in the limelight.
Ultralisk. Oof. That's a hard one to beat,
Wagner exclaimed. He had a few kilograms with him and did not mind giving him some.
I have solved this matter, and I have a bit too much meat for them now. This is not the perfect solution, as it takes too long for them to grow stronger. What I need is a training facility that has a chrono accelerator to facilitate this process,
Jiang Fei said.
That is a good idea. Nothing beats physical training. My family owns a facility on hire. I could get you to use the place. How many do you plan to train?
Wagner said.
Too many for me to reveal. It would be a problem for you,
Jiang Fei replied. He almost agreed to accept the offer, but he had over 2,000 soldiers to account for. If he had not told Wagner the truth, he would be incurring the wrath of his family members for simply giving strangers access to the training facility.
Please, do you really think I can't handle the cost?
Wagner said, confidently. He assumed that the number of soldiers Jiang Fei was going to train was not more than a small squad. It was based on the revelation that he had been feeding them ultralisk meat. As ultralisk meat was infamously expensive, the number of soldiers Jiang Fei could feed could only be small.
I have over 2,000 soldiers to train,
Jiang Fei replied. Wagner dropped his glass and almost fell off the chair.
Come again? More than 2,000. Hold on. Never mind the training facility. But you just said you have been feeding 2,000 soldiers ultralisk meat?
Wagner stood up and declared.
That's what I said.
Jiang Fei verified his statement, wondering why his statement was so alarming.
Get out of town. He's lying for sure. Heh. He might be feeding the meat all right. Just not ultralisk meat. No one, not even a galactic emperor, could feed 2,000 soldiers with ultralisk meat. Where on earth did he get them?
Everyone else started to discuss Jiang Fei's statement.
Are you serious? Have you any idea how much ultralisk meat you have been feeding your soldiers?
Wagner said, starting to doubt Jiang Fei as a person. Right now, he was starting to think that Jiang Fei might be another rich idiot that liked to boast.
Hold on. If I remember correctly, it's 3.5.
Jiang Fei said. He had slain 3 ultralisks and Bison did 1, which brought it to a total of 4 ultralisks. He had been feeding the infantry units for some time, thus leaving him with 3.5 left. An eerie silence befell the mansion when all eyes were locked on Jiang Fei.
3.5 of what?
Wagner asked. He had just obtained a new glass from a waiter, and that glass was on the verge of breaking in his hands.
3.5 ultralisks. Dead ones. Of course,
Jiang Fei said simply.
Impossible. Bah! He doesn't know about ultralisks, and he for sure does not have that much meat with him. That is what I call the epitome of bullshitting.
Everyone in the room knew what an ultralisk was, and just how hard it was to kill even one. There were not many powerful fighters available for hire in the Trade Federation. Hunting ultralisks to harvest their meat was done mostly with ships and battlecruisers, making it extremely risky and expensive to buy. Only the powerful and strong could get a perfect carcass of an ultralisk, while most of the Trade Federation hired mercenaries, who could only get scraps, leftovers of a bombarded dead ultralisk.
Are you for real?
Wagner reached out and held Jiang Fei's hands firmly.
Why would I lie?
Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow as he replied.
I see. I'll take your word for it. Could you please sell me some?
Wagner pressed on. He had around tens of kilograms of them, and he was still reluctant in consuming them. He wanted to hoard some more until he had enough to concoct a decent elixir for self-enhancement. If Jiang Fei was telling the truth about owning that much ultralisk meat, his dream of becoming stronger would be one step closer.
Big boss Jiang Fei. Sell me some as well. No. Sell them to me. I'll offer a higher price for the meat. I'll pay for it. Now!
The lot had gotten excited as they swarmed Jiang Fei's table. Most of them, if not all, were simply weak even when compared to any Tom, Dick, and Harry in the Valsarian army. Ultralisk meat was something they covet. It was just another means and method for them to become someone special, to stand out amongst the ordinary.
Sorry, I've none to spare. Not now anyway. I apologize if I've insinuated any sales.
Jiang Fei excused himself. To be fair, he knew that he had too much ultralisk meat for his soldiers. But that didn't mean he wanted to sell them. He had just opened up a ship-selling business, and there was no need for him to start another stall for ultralisk meat. While rejecting the other wealthy folks, he turned to Wagner and gave him a suggestive wink. This person was a client that Jiang Fei acknowledged to be special. As such, he would not mind offering some for him to buy. Wagner nodded and raised his glass to him to show his appreciation.
Calm down. I still need ultralisk meat to feed my soldiers. When I am able to strengthen them to a certain factor, I will be happy to sell the leftovers. Until then, I'm sorry I cannot offer you any of it,
Jiang Fei said.
Alright then. Ultralisk meat is off the menu. For now. What are the Namekian ships?
Someone in the crowd stood up and asked. Their attention now returned quickly to the main item for sale. Compared to Jiang Fei and the Valsarian army, citizens of the Trade Federation did not value strength as much as money. Chapter 1451, Making Money.
I'm selling the ships. That is for sure.
Jiang Fei reaffirmed his decision. to let the people in the mansion know that there would be ships to be sold.
Keep in mind that the abandoned hangar is too far away. It would take me a while before I could even send a transport ship to courier them here. How long?
Someone closer to Jiang Fei asked.
It would take several months. I cannot promise anything yet.
He answered as vaguely as he could. It was the same ETA 0541 told him.
That long. Uncertainty is unfavorable in a business transaction. Indeed. Nevertheless, time is but relative. One might not realize when this good sir arrives with the ships in tow. Easy for you to say. I do not have the luxury to travel here again and again.
Many of them were not happy with the untimely arrival of the ships. To be fair, none of them had ever needed to wait to get what they wanted. Such was the life of the rich and wealthy.
It can't be helped. It's just that far.
Jiang Fei shrugged. He was not afraid of offending his buyers, as he was the sole supplier of any Namekian ships.
Very well. We shall wait for the good news.
One by one, the rich came before Jiang Fei and handed over various methods of communication for him to contact them in time to come. There were those who simply left a card, while others left him actual beacons. For some, it was an exchange of respect. Who wouldn't want to befriend the same man Wagner did? Once Jiang Fei sorted out all the means of communication, both Jiang Fei and Wagner excused themselves out of the mansion to arrange the trading of Braveheart and the handing over of actual chunks of Ultralisk meat.
Where will you be heading to now?
Wagner asked all of a sudden.
Right now? Nowhere. After this, I think I need to talk to Lockseed for a bit. General Lockseed? Is there any particular reason why?
Truth be told,
I need a place to call a base of my own. I've been living in my own ship for too long. Resources are scarce, and I need a planet to mine them. In general, you needed a planet? Leave this to me. We need not bother the great general for this menial matter. He'll browse through my list of planets and give you one.
Wagner pounded his chest confidently and declared. Jiang Fei giving him a huge chunk of Ultralisk meat was considered a deed that he must repay. In return, giving Jiang Fei a planet would be considered as a deed to reciprocate his kindness.
We're talking about a planet here. Isn't that a little too much?
Jiang Fei said. Jiang Fei had become someone of a certain amount of power and status in the universe. That being said, there were still certain aspects of lifestyle practiced by others that he could not accept. One of which was the fact that a planet was treated like nothing but an item.
Too much. You say? It's not like I'm giving you the power to rule over a governing planet.
Wagner rolled his eyes as he snorted. What Jiang Fei had failed to assume was the fact that there were just too many planets and systems in the entire known universe that had never hosted life. While there were a few that were suitable for habitation, fewer had managed to evolve organisms into sentient beings. And even fewer had evolved intelligent species like humans. These planets, characterized as Goldilocks planets, were undoubtedly worth more than one could imagine, and some even waged war to rule over those planets, the scale of which could even escalate to galactic warfare. While some had prioritized ruling over intelligent species, many had placed value over planets that could not host life. Those planets were not valued enough to have war ensued for them. No one would want to tarnish their own name just to wage in useless warfare for the sake of a few planets. But uninhabited planets still held a certain value to them that even if they couldn't own the planet itself, they would not seek to destroy it. Resources were limited after all, compared to planets that had intelligent species and a ruling government. Planets classified as resource planets were not highly sought after. There were literally too many in the universe to look for, although claiming one would still pose a challenge for some. Many powerful families or individuals could possess one, two, or even more than a handful of planets to their name. Naturally, planets that could produce rare metals, such as the lethal Valium, were marked as valuable. What Jiang Fei needed was a planet that would simply provide him enough resources to build his ships. What he was looking for was a planet that would be valued at 500 million etherite at best. Such a price was but small when compared to the value for the amount of Ultralisk meat Jiang Fei had just given to Wagner.
I see now.
Jiang Fei hummed to himself after listening to 0541's explanation. With that knowledge in mind, he happily accepted Wagner's offer of a planet, saving him the trouble of talking to Lockseed.
I have here a Class C planet. This is a planet that produces common resources if that is what you want. To be frank, Planet C-195 doesn't have any rare or valuable resource, but it does produce a hunk of common minerals. I have already installed mining facilities all over the planet. All you need to do is activate the system once you're there to start the mining process, said Wagner. Planet C-195 was located not far away from Higher. Most importantly,
The planet was located close to another system where Wagner owned another planet that had the extra-large training facility. Naturally, Jiang Fei had to bear the cost of activating the chrono accelerator.
Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it.
Jiang Fei thanked Wagner. He liked planet C-195 a lot as it had all the minerals he needed to build his ships. Besides, the planet was close to where Wagner's other planet was. If he needed any extra supplies, he could get it from there in a jiffy. Not to mention, planet C-195 was close to the training facility. Although he was offered another facility by Lockseed, that training facility was located on a planet too far away from Higher, making it tedious for Jiang Fei to travel back and forth from Higher. All was settled and Jiang Fei only had to wait for Wagner to transfer the money to him. Once he had enough money to purchase the necessary resources, he could immediately start training the girls.
I'll have the money ready by tomorrow. I'll see you at the docks then,
Wagner said as he reached out his hand for a handshake.
I take your word for it. The ship is ready for you anytime,
Jiang Fei said as he shook his hand. Wagner had no reason to trick Jiang Fei, and even if he did, there was no way he could get away without tarnishing his name.
A gentleman's agreement. I'll be off then,
Wagner said, and left with a satisfied smile on his face. Jiang Fei then returned to Meteor.
How was the gathering?
Jiang Fei was surrounded by the girls once he arrived.
Everything went smoothly. We will start the training session in just a few days,
Jiang Fei declared happily.
This is great news. We can finally be useful again,
Ariel cried. Of all the girls with Jiang Fei, Ariel was the only one that had been making the least progress. Until now, she was still in the pseudo-level 5 stage. Even after consuming Ultralisk meat and gaining a substantial amount of power, she was making the least amount of growth when compared to the other girls. Thus, she was in dire need of training, more than the others.
It is comforting to know that we could finally fight side by side again,
Hua Mulan said. As a woman in the military, knowing that everyone was holding Jiang Fei back disappointed her the most. The others were also happy about the news, although not as happy as Ariel and Hua Mulan. A day after, Wagner came to the hangar bay as promised, and handed over cases filled with etherite in exchange for the captain's authority over Braveheart. With money in hand, Jiang Fei felt a large amount of weight suddenly removed from his shoulders. Although money was not all, he could not do anything without them. The first thing he was going to do was make certain purchases, and head straight to planet C-195 to start establishing his base of operation. Then again, he did not need to do it all on his own. He called for Lucius and had him make the necessary purchases, while Jiang Fei went over to planet C-195 to start the mining process. The handover was smooth as Wagner had already informed the workers he had placed on planet C-195 about Jiang Fei's arrival. After a quick handover of information and authority, the planet was now left with automatons and big machines.
0541. Do your thing. Start the construction of the shipyard as soon as possible. Captain!
0541 was particularly excited about this. This was his first step into developing his own power. The first step of many to true success. Chapter 1452, Training Commence. Before the handover of Braveheart to Wagner was done, 0541 made sure to take with him all the mechanical robots inside the ship. When they arrived on planet C-195, construction was made easier with the help of all the mechanical robots. Since planet C-195 had its own raw supply of materials, 0541 had only needed to process them before using them to build the necessary facilities for a shipyard. When everything was scripted and programmed, construction began smoothly without the need for any breaks. While 0541 got to work, Jiang Fei returned to Higher instead, to purchase resources to operate the chrono accelerator. Higher might be the planet where soldiers went to relax, having more than enough brothels and other means of entertainment. But there were still other services provided there. Among them were supplies for ships, including but not limited to weapons. Basically, as long as one had a deep enough wallet, one could get anything done in the Trade Federation. In just one afternoon's time, Jiang Fei had completed his purchases.
Bison, get Meteor ready. We are going to leave soon,
Jiang Fei alerted Bison. During this time, most, if not all, of the soldiers under Jiang Fei's banner had roamed the entirety of Higher. Since all expenses were paid by General Lockseed, they truly enjoyed their stay there. If they were honest, they overdid it a little.
Sir!
Bison acknowledged the order and transmitted a return order to all soldiers. Jiang Fei specified that they were to return to Meteor in exactly 6 hours.
Bella, get ready. We will soon depart for Tarandit,
Jiang Fei told the girls when he returned to Meteor a little earlier. Tarandit was the name of the planet that was governed by the Trade Federation and owned by Wagner. This was the place where Jiang Fei was going to send the girls off for training. Everyone was already ready for Jiang Fei's announcement for training. Despite not wanting to leave his side, everyone knew how just weak they were when compared to even his soldiers. As long as they were not as strong as Jiang Fei, they would be a hindrance to him in battle. All had concurred for the training, wishing for themselves to be stronger in order to serve Jiang Fei better. Jiang Fei got Meteor ready, and while the rest of his soldiers were still finding their way back to the hangar, he got the ship up and running and headed into space. He had no intention to participate in the training session with the girls. He had reached a state of power where consuming ultralisk meat no longer benefited him. What he could do, what he must do, in order to become stronger, was to subject himself to a truly hard situation or life or death battle. Everyone was ready and Jiang Fei activated the ship's warp core. Since 0541 was physically controlling a plethora of mechanisms on planet C-195, Jiang Fei had to manually control the ship on his own. Commencing hyperspace jump. Thump. The ship made the leap and entered hyperspace. Their destination was Tyrandot, a planet located in the same galaxy as Higher. The entire trip was short and fast. It took Meteor only a few seconds to reach as Tyrandot was only less than 200 light seconds away.
This is Captain Jiang Fei of the Meteor Hypercruiser, requesting permission to dock on Tyrandot.
Jiang Fei hailed a landing request as soon as his ship was coming into the planet's orbit.
Welcome, Captain Jiang Fei. Young Master Wagner has informed us of your arrival. Please follow the control instructions and guidance escorts. We have prepared a designated hangar bay for you.
A reply came. A few minutes later, a squad of brightly lit ships came from the planet to escort Jiang Fei safely into the hangar bay. It seemed that Wagner had done what he could to facilitate Jiang Fei's arrival. There were even heavy-duty hovercraft transport shuttles when Jiang Fei came out of the ship. Wagner knew the reason for Jiang Fei's arrival and had arranged accordingly.
Make sure Mr. Wagner knows that I am truly grateful for his help,
Jiang Fei informed the welcoming party. Without wasting any more crucial time, Jiang Fei entered the lead shuttle while the others followed. Hua Mulan stayed behind for a while, as she took care of the soldiers of the new Saint's guards. When everyone was in order and had boarded the shuttles, Jiang Fei signaled the drivers to start moving.
I'm sorry that I can't be with you during your training. Make sure that you make every second count. I do not know how long I can give you. I just hope that those guys will not attack so soon,
said Jiang Fei. He was not divulging any information, since there was foreign presence then. Even so, the girls knew what Jiang Fei was talking about. It was about the invaders from the Gamma Dimension. Those players from the higher dimension had been rather active, and no one could tell when the main invasion force would arrive. When it comes, and it will, it would be a trial for Jiang Fei to overcome.
We will. I will. All of us will train as hard as we can.
Hua Mulan represented the entire New Saints Guard and announced her will to train.
You do what you must, darling. When training is over, I will make sure that you'll see a new side of me.
Isabella buried her face in Jiang Fei's chest as she made her promise.
I'll take good care of everyone here,
Nina declared.
Thank you, Nina,
Jiang Fei replied.
I'll leave the Ultralisk meet here with you. I will come back to see all of you when I can. Since time flows differently in the training room, it will be months or years for you but days for me. I hope you understand this,
Jiang Fei explained. Truth be told, he had spent a good number of days missing from Earth. Just when he was reunited with them, they had to be separated again for a period of time.
Ah, Fei, I would like to train as well.
A timid little figure came shouting from behind. Her pair of cat ears wiggled anxiously as she declared her wish. Her voice shook as her eyes reflected determination and excitement.
Sarila? How are you here?
Jiang Fei gasped. He was sure that Sarila was not part of the training program or of his female soldier group.
I know him too weak. But I do not want to be useless when the other sisters could be strong. I want to do something as well. I cannot always be hiding behind you. Please, let me train with them. Let me serve you better,
Sarila said determinedly.
This, but?
Jiang Fei choked.
Let the girl stay with us,
Isabella chimed in. Her heart melted seeing how the poor little kitten was willing to subject herself to harsh training. Even though her current feelings might not be genuine, the girls did not care for it. Isabella and the others had pitted both Sarila and Kalna being affected by the unknown black matter.
Very well.
Jiang Fei gave in. Since Isabella was alright with it, he had no reason to deny Sarila her desire to train. In all honesty, Sarila's strength was beyond weak. It was especially obvious when Kalna and Bison were the only two powerful fighters. Even Isabella was way stronger than her, measuring at over 2 million combat level, when Sarila was only 900,000. When the girls entered the training room, Jiang Fei started to work with the operators of the chrono accelerator. He passed all the necessary materials needed to operate the room and made sure that the girls' daily needs, food, water, and others, were taken care of. As soon as the machine started to whirl, Jiang Fei could literally see how fast the machine consumed the resources. Even though he had over 3 billion etherite worth of materials at hand, the machine was consuming resources like a hungry hippo. Jiang Fei had only less than a month's time to start earning more money, or he would not have enough to continue funding the girls' training program. Chapter 1453, All Mad. The girls were left to proceed with their training course, whereas Jiang Fei left Tyrannid and returned to hire. With all men ready to board, Jiang Fei had all the infantry units to board Meteor before returning to planet C-195. 0541 had less than 24 hours to work, and naturally, not a single part of the shipyard had been built. However, buildings like life support systems and the soldiers' living quarters had been completed, while Jiang Fei was fetching his infantry units on hire, instead of being cooped up inside a hypercruiser. Given its massive size, Jiang Fei's infantry units had now a solid ground to stand on. It was extremely gratifying to finally sleep on solid ground when they had been living inside a place where even gravity was artificial. Jiang Fei had Bison taking care of the living arrangements, while he had Kalna to accompany him on his return trip to hire. This turn, he wanted to make contact with the hybrid fleet under his command. Before he could dock on Hire's hangar bay, an emergency broadcast was received and played without Jiang Fei intercepting it.
This is an emergency announcement by the Trade Federation Military Force. What the HL?
Jiang Fei gasped.
I, General Lockseed, am announcing an order of evacuation on all habitats in the Domini system.
An image of General Lockseed was played, and judging from the way he spoke, the footage was a recording meant to be broadcast indiscriminately to all recipients.
We have detected an anomaly in the Alpha Sector. As such, due to the hostile nature of the unknown anomaly, the military force had decided to abandon this galaxy. The 9th Fleet is tasked to lay down the defensive line, while all other fleets are tasked to assist civilian evacuation.
Oh no! Jiang Fei's heart sank. The fact that the Trade Federation had decided to abandon the Domini system meant the invaders from the Gamma Dimension had made their move. Even though Jiang Fei knew that they were going to ditch the galaxy someday, he did not expect it to be so soon. This could only mean one thing. The game had started, and they were coming.
Damn it! Calm down! What can I do now?
Jiang Fei said to himself, trying to think of a way to tackle this sudden problem. To be fair, Jiang Fei had every right to leave the system, as it was in accordance with General Lockseed's orders. He could go anywhere. The universe was practically endless. Even if the invaders launched an all-out attack, they would not reach the end of the universe in just a day's time. However, Jiang Fei could not do that. Isabella and the other girls had only just started their training course. If he chose to flee, he needed to retrieve them from Tyrannid, forfeiting all the resources that he had sold Braveheart to procure. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was the only person in power who knew the enemy's real identity. As an NPC, he could not let the players do whatever they wanted, however they wanted. Given all the freedom they could, the game would be over when they got bored. The consequence of that ending would be the inevitable destruction of the entire universe. In the end, Jiang Fei had to remain behind. He needed to stall the players' progress, to increase the difficulty of the game itself in order to provide content for players to enjoy. The longer he could stall, the more time he could gain for Isabella and the girls.
Everything is on my shoulders now. Sigh. A break cannot be caught.
Jiang Fei screamed his lungs out. After venting his rage and frustration, he ordered 0541 to contact General Lockseed. A request for communication was quickly accepted, as General Lockseed viewed Jiang Fei as an important member of the military.
Fei? What are you still doing? If it's nothing important, go and help other civilians evacuate the galaxy. I have already dispatched the 9th Fleet to set up the absolute defense line,
Lockseed said.
Sir, I am requesting permission to remain in the galaxy,
Jiang Fei said. The gentle smile on Lockseed's face faded immediately.
No, the defense line is not a place you should be. It is extremely dangerous. No offense, but your line of soldiers wouldn't be enough to do anything,
Lockseed stated. On the one hand, he knew how strong the players were, and on the other hand, Lockseed did not want Jiang Fei to die, partly due to his connection to Theon.
Sir, I can make a difference. Trust me.
Jiang Fei pressed on. He had his reasons, and it was something he could never reveal to anyone else. Lockseed sighed heavily. His eyes stared into Jiang Fei's as he said,
Fei, I understand the confidence of the young. You want to stand your ground, to defeat the enemy, and make yourself proud. You might even think this is a chance for you to earn your stripes. This is different. There will be opportunities for you to earn your medals. Leave the defense line to the 9th Fleet and help the others evacuate. You cannot do anything if the entire 5th Hybrid Fleet dropped everything they have on the enemy. With all due respect, I do not care for ranks, honors, or medals. I will do my job, and that is all there is to it. Trust me. Sir, I will complete the mission. Let me take care of the enemy.
Jiang Fei still persisted. No matter what Lockseed tried to do to discourage him. General Lockseed sighed heavily again, shaking his head in disdain and disappointment. Even so, Lockseed could not deny the confidence in Jiang Fei's eyes. It was different. While most were reckless, Jiang Fei's was true confidence.
I'll allow it. You are to command the 5th Hybrid Fleet and remain in the defense line. However, you are not obligated to finish the mission. I hereby give you permission to withdraw from the battle on your own discretion.
In a way, General Lockseed thought that this might be a chance for Jiang Fei to prove himself. If he insisted on staying behind, not fearing the dangers of the enemy, it would be a great experience for him to recognize real threat and know when it would be better to withdraw. To help Jiang Fei, Lockseed gave him special permission to withdraw from the battle at his command. Instead of being branded as a war criminal, Jiang Fei and his men would not face any judgment for fleeing from the battlefield. It was like a huge protection charm that granted Jiang Fei the freedom to do anything he wanted.
Thank you, General.
Jiang Fei saluted and gave his thanks. Jiang Fei's real motive was broad, but the most important one was to stay in Domini for a little longer. He could not care less about what permission Lockseed gave him. Jiang Fei knew the enemies well enough to know that they were greenhorn players. All of them were as weak as a level 1 player in any MMORPG game. Jiang Fei chose to remain behind. Not to fight the enemy, but to bully them. There was no need for him to flee. Not yet anyway. To be brutally honest, if needed, Jiang Fei would flee the galaxy, leaving the Trade Federation entirely. His loyalty to the Trade Federation was not solid nor permanent. He had no reason to lay his life on the line to protect the Trade Federation's interest.
0541. Take me to where the 5th Hybrid Fleet is now,
Jiang Fei ordered. He needed to attend to the fleet before they fled like headless chickens. Even if they did, they weren't in the wrong as everyone except the 9th Fleet was ordered to stay back. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei joined the 5th Hybrid Fleet, and they were all ready to make a hyperspace jump to leave the galaxy. If Jiang Fei had been even a few minutes late, the entire fleet would have already traveled halfway to the main Trade Federation domain.
Attention, fellow soldiers. As per the latest orders from General Lockseed, the 5th Fleet is to remain here to join the absolute defense line.
Jiang Fei gave the order with his commander's authority.
What did he just say? Is he mental? He wanted us to stay behind and fight?
Arg. Woe is me for allowing myself to get such a commander.
Suffice to say that Jiang Fei's idea to stay behind was not widely accepted by the soldiers of the 5th Fleet. In general, those that remain in the absolute defense line would never make it out alive. No one wanted to accept such a mission unless they were forced to. Everyone in the 5th Fleet knew that while they were all ordered to leave, Jiang Fei must have proactively requested to remain behind. This move had successfully made all the soldiers mad. Chapter 1454, A Silver Lining.
Ignore the order. If we don't leave now, we'll never be able to. Third brother. Let's leave. I don't want to be a pawn for some stupid commander. We could pretend we had not received the transmission. Transmission failure is but common in space. That will be our excuse.
Soldiers aside, even ship captains had begun to show their clear disobedience to Jiang Fei's order. Jiang Fei had heard enough. To be honest, he had not seen such a dishonorable fleet in the face of a crisis.
I don't want to hear any more excuses. I am here, and I will have everyone obey my orders. Failure to obey me will be deemed as a violation. If you run, I will sentence you to be court-martialed. Do not test me.
Soldiers disobeying orders were a common spectacle, but ship captains disobeying the fleet command was another story. If things got out of hand, the entire fleet would not work as a unit. The 5th Hybrid Fleet would then be as good as a headless chicken.
What a prick. This commander is the worst.
Why would someone even request to stay behind? Has he gone mad? Confound it. Why must he drag us all with him if he wants to die?
Jiang Fei's stern warning had only made things worse. These men could not run away now, and their hatred for Jiang Fei had only peaked.
You lot are jumping into conclusion faster than a coward would jump into hyperspace. I have gotten special permission from General Lockseed. In the event that the enemy forces prove to be too strong, we are allowed to leave the battlefield at any moment. That is, if I order it.
Jiang Fei gave them hope. It was the kind that was just enough not to cause a riot.
Tisk, he's only pulling strings in the military force. Why would he request to stay behind and get such special treatment from the higher-ups? What if he disrupts the 9th Fleet? That's not important. The important thing is he got special permission from General Lockseed. That proves something. I don't care what that proves. At least, we would not die in vain now.
The soldiers were still not happy, but at least they were calm enough to know that Jiang Fei was not going to send them all into a war that they were bound to lose. When the soldiers were no longer raging, their captains finally calmed down. That being said, no one was still in line with Jiang Fei's targets. Not yet.
Do you think I am an idiot?
Jiang Fei said after a long silence in the communications channel. No one replied, partly because no one had expected Jiang Fei to say something so daunting.
I for one do not think that you guys are stupid enough to assume I would send a lot of you into a war that we could never win. Why would I have gone through all the trouble to request to remain behind and obtain permission from General Lockseed to leave any time?
Jiang Fei's words were direct. While many captains were startled, only a handful of smarter ones had managed to understand what Jiang Fei was getting at.
Based on the intelligence I've gathered, the anomaly appearing in Alpha Sector is the appearance of enemies. Pay attention to what I am about to say here. These enemies are weak. They are as good as meteor fragments. What I did for the lot of you, is seize the opportunity to rake up achievements. Pick your enemies. This weak bunch of fools. Or the main force later on.
Jiang Fei declared. It was instant. Everyone's initial impression of him changed immediately.
Why would those that could pull strings be stupid enough to die so soon? He's right. He had already planned for this. Brilliant. He knows the enemy, and that is why he chooses to stay behind.
If the enemy is indeed weak, this would be a great opportunity for us. Well, farm achievements. Get ourselves a high enough rank. And when the main enemy forces arrive, we will no longer be soldiers. We will be commanders. We can let others do the dirty work. What a cheat. This is truly cheating. Cheat or not, he is helping us all. After this battle is over, we will all be promoted. In later wars, we could be generals. Even if we have to fight the enemies ourselves, we wouldn't be facing them head-on.
So were the thoughts of mercenaries of the Trade Federation. They chose the Trade Federation as their clients as they paid extremely well. That was their motivation. Extremely strict military rules were imposed. However, rules aside, these soldiers had not pledged their fealty to the Trade Federation, but to money itself. There was no honor, no dying loyalty to the Trade Federation. Unlike the Valsaurian army, the Trade Federation rewarded its combatants with materialistic gains. The more you killed, the more achievements you raked, the better the reward would be. That being said, military laws were so strict that a menial rule breaker would find himself ending his employment with the Trade Federation. Other heavier actions, such as deserting the battlefield, committing friendly fire, or disobeying a superior's command, would have you pay with your life. The punishment would not stop there, as it would be extended to the next of kin. All of your family's assets would be confiscated, and any living family member alive would be taken in as subjects as labor. In exchange, if one were to perish honorably in war, the Trade Federation would compensate your next of kin handsomely. As long as a soldier never broke a single rule, one can only expect fair treatment from the military force. Hence, there had been a good track record of military men in the Trade Federation for not breaking any military rules. Not only would they be punished harshly if they did, they would also be dragging their family members down in facing the punishment. What Jiang Fei had just declared could be considered as the best motivational speech for the 5th Fleet. The enemies were weak and the rewards would be handsome. Not to mention the special permission to retreat at any given moment tentatively secured one's survival. There was practically zero risk. Now that everyone was greatly motivated, all the captains and soldiers of the 5th Hybrid Fleet were ready to follow Jiang Fei's next orders with a happy heart. This was the first time Jiang Fei had truly commanded them into war, and he had already shown them great benefits.
We hear and obey. Commander Jiang Fei. What are your orders? Commander Jiang Fei. We await your command. Ready and waiting. Commander Jiang Fei.
Everyone's tone and attitude changed to that of willing compliance. Those that had suggested ignoring his order were now figuratively wagging their tails at him.
Good. Get into formation and get ready for hyperspace jump to the Alpha Sector.
Jiang Fei ordered. His intention now was to introduce mild challenges to new players. He did not want to lay down the hammer of the gods so soon, to kill new players in a single strike, or he would have called in Bison and the other infantry units. His first wave would be to suppress the area of activity for the new players, to place a boundary where players could roam around. In a way, he wanted to prevent players from making contact with forces outside of the Alpha sector, to prevent them from establishing an alliance with them, to give them a certain excitement in the game. Jiang Fei will now introduce weaker foes for new players to defeat in order to let them feel powerful, or they would not want to continue playing this game.
Do we have any drones?
Jiang Fei asked the captains of the ships.
Vice Commander speaking. The 5th Hybrid Fleet is generally an infantry carrier. To protect the troops, we are equipped with more powerful drone fleets. As such, we have 32 lightweight Stallion-class drone carriers,
said the Vice Commander of the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
Good. Start having the carriers start producing as many drones as you can. We will be expending them very quickly in a while,
Jiang Fei said. This was the first wave Jiang Fei will send to intercept the players. It was considered as a reward feast for them, and in return, Jiang Fei planned to have them pay back in full. Chapter 1455, First Blood. Jiang Fei gathered everyone's information. Every ship, every captain, and every soldier. When he had finalized everyone's duties and tasks, Jiang Fei led the entire fleet into hyperspace and arrived at the far edge of the Alpha sector in just 1 second.
Release reconnaissance ships. Set information transfer to be in real time. I want to be alerted if there are any readings,
Jiang Fei ordered. Unlike other forces of a different race, the Trade Federation applied a different approach in warfare. They valued life over their weapons and equipment, to a certain extent. That being said, the death of soldiers was treated as severity when compared to ships. Hence, they were accustomed to deploying more than enough unmanned drones to do preliminary checks and, if possible, assaults. Compared to wayfinders used by the Valsarian army, the Trade Federation's reconnaissance drones were stronger in terms of telemetry scans and weaponry, as a wayfinder was a single unit of observation. The Trade Federation had the capability to construct more drones in case they were destroyed. Unlike wayfinders, reconnaissance ships had a certain level of offense and defense capability. Once discovered by the enemy, reconnaissance ships were able to defend against attacks, while wayfinders could only escape if not destroyed. More often than not, wayfinders were made to be destroyed upon discovery, while reconnaissance ships put up a fight. A squad of 10 reconnaissance ships was released from the main hypercruiser of the 5th Fleet. They possessed a certain level of interstellar travel speed, which was almost the same as Jiang Fei's personal one-man shuttle. Not long after they were deployed, they vanished from sight and only appeared on the screen as 10 dots. A few minutes later, footage of an empty void was transmitted.
Forward area looks safe, sir,
someone reported back.
Maintain current speeds. Keep scanning the sectors for enemy presence,
Jiang Fei said. Seconds passed like minutes, and the longer it got, the further the reconnaissance ships flew. A few minutes passed, and the squad of reconnaissance ships arrived in the Alpha sector.
Report. One of the reconnaissance ships is currently being attacked,
cried the officer that was in charge of the reconnaissance ship squad.
On screen,
Jiang Fei cried. This was what he had been waiting for.
Displaying on screen, Commander.
Live footage of the unmanned reconnaissance ship was projected on the main screen on Meteor. There were about 8 enemy ships, of different designs, surrounding the reconnaissance ship, attacking it at the same time. The enemy ship was fast, but their firepower was incredibly weak, as reconnaissance ships were designed with a certain amount of armor, not too heavy as they affected travel speeds. The enemy ship firepower was too weak to cause significant damage. One of the enemy ships charged in, perhaps thinking that they had a clear shot, and was destroyed instantly when it got too close to the reconnaissance ship as it took a shot to the bridge.
Huh. To think that this is the level of equipment they were given as beginners,
Jiang Fei said to himself. From the looks of it, the starter equipment given to players were so weak that they could be considered as white-tier equipment in certain MMORPGs.
We are to move forward but not engage the enemy,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Sir, why aren't we heading in for a full-scale attack? Based on the readings, the enemies are weak, and we could crush them all in one quick sweep,
a captain asked. When even a reconnaissance ship could destroy the enemy, imagine deploying an entire fleet to attack. He was curious as to why Jiang Fei wouldn't want to launch a full-scale attack.
Do you want to die so soon? Have you forgotten about previous assault attempts by other forces in the universe? Do you know what happened to them?
Jiang Fei scoffed in condescension. The enemies were still roaming around the safe zone,
and if Jiang Fei launched a full-scale attack that close, he would be subjected to be terminated by the real NPCs that safeguarded safe zones. He had seen, firsthand, what safe zone guards could do. 2 fleets were instantly destroyed in one clean attack. Jiang Fei wanted to suppress the expansion of players into the universe, but he would want to do it slowly and from a safe distance.
How long must I pretend?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The enemies were not a usual one that anyone would expect to face. If they were, Jiang Fei could train himself to a certain strength level before he faced them, no matter how strong they are. However, these were literal gods from a higher dimension. A race of gods that could do whatever they wanted. They were the people that governed everything. The ones that held the pencil, and Jiang Fei was the doodle on the paper. They could erase his existence with a simple stroke. Destroy the universe if they felt like it. Becoming stronger was not a way Jiang Fei could rely on to defeat the invaders from the Gamma dimension. If he wanted to defeat this new form of enemy, he first needed to enter that dimension and find a way to allow himself to be in the same physical world as them.
Sir, we are currently 0.5 light seconds away from the enemy. Judging from their movement, it seems they have not yet discovered our presence. Do we proceed?
Said the radar operator.
Proceed,
Jiang Fei said. The reconnaissance ship was about to be destroyed. Then again, Jiang Fei wanted it to be so. From a certain point of view, whoever took helms of the reconnaissance ship must be a great pilot to be able to hold it for so long.
Release attack drones. 2 squadrons should suffice. I want the drones to seek and destroy only half of the enemy's fleet. By the way, when half of the enemy's fleet is destroyed, reduce firing output to non-lethal firepower. Let the enemies destroy them,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Sir, why would we waste 2 squadrons of attack drones just to destroy half of the enemy's fleet?
One of the captains voiced his concern. Although they had never been cheapskates in warfare, letting attack drones be destroyed without fully utilizing their purpose would still be a waste.
TSK, what do you know about warfare? Do you see just how many ships they have? It wouldn't be much even if we destroyed all of the ships. What I'm doing is giving them a little incentive to bait the enemies to deploy more ships for us,
Jiang Fei explained.
Brilliant. As expected of Commander Jiang Fei.
Once Jiang Fei explained, the captains understood. Praises were showered on him, and some even started groveling at his feet. Figuratively, 2 squadrons of attack drones were deployed and sent directly to deal with the enemies. Since this was not a full-scale attack, Jiang Fei had no immediate plans to deploy a larger force.
Oh yeah, we've just got the first blood achievement. No sh*T. What else would we get? It better be good. I've been waiting too long just to log in. What do you think of the game so far? It's fine. I did read something about someone reporting a bug. The person had complained about the game being overly realistic and had caused him to suffer a traumatic experience. Don't mind that report. What kind of fun would we be having if the game is not realistic? It would be a complete waste of a lower dimension. Shush. The reward has been distributed. Each of us got 200 achievement points. There's one extra reward. It's an ion cannon. Lucky. I could finally change my weapon. This would make shooting things down much easier.
Players aboard the ships that had just destroyed one reconnaissance ship cheered happily after reaping the rewards.
Yo! My radar is picking up something. There are so many of them. The more the better. It's time to farm. Get them before Parastro and the others return. We cannot let them take all the rewards.
Players got even more excited when the squadrons of drones Jiang Fei had deployed arrived. Chapter 1456. I've got the big guns. When the unmanned drone appeared in the players' radar, they started to move in faster. At this point, there were at least 10 more ships that were about the same tier as the others appearing out of nowhere. Obviously, word got out that there were good hunts around this region, and no one was going to miss it.
Give them HL,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Commander.
The man behind the drone's control console replied and proceeded to destroy all incoming ships. A slight move of the joystick, shifting the targeting system a little to the right. A single push of a button, and 4 ships that charged toward the swarm of drones were reduced to space debris.
Run! These drones are too strong,
cried those that were only a few kilometers behind. They broke their formation and immediately turned around to run. The attack drones that were deployed were small, approximately the size of a motorcycle. But they were strong. Their designated model names were interceptors, and their function was to chase and destroy large enemy vessels. Each drone was only equipped with a single autocannon with low repeating fire rate. However, as their main function was to destroy large vessels,
A single armor-piercing round would suffice to cause catastrophic damage if they managed to break the hull. Against these players, a single round could technically pierce through all 14 ships if they were aligned together in a straight line. Another round of firing commenced, and 4 additional ships were destroyed. This was the result of extremely lenient firing. If Jiang Fei really wanted to, he could have all of the ships destroyed in a second. Sir, am detecting a large number of incoming reinforcements. All of them are Class 2 vessels. Commander, the radar operator reported. Class 2 vessels were ships that were large enough to hold at least 100 crew members. This type of vessel was usually operated by civilian-class operations such as couriers or package transport. They were not built for battle and were extremely weak. Based on the readings, there were about 100 Class 2 ships heading toward the swarm of drones. Jiang Fei's plan had worked. Word had gotten out fast and more players were gathering here. And resupply and let the drones be destroyed. Send out 4 more squadrons of attack drones. Jiang Fei ordered. 32 lightweight stallion-class drone carrier captains got to work immediately. The first few that were launched earlier started manufacturing new interceptor drones to replace the ones that had been destroyed and those that were currently given to be destroyed by the enemy. Since the 5th hybrid fleet was unofficially considered to be a troop carrier fleet, they were given many supplies and only a few hypercruiser. There were more than 10 ships that were currently loaded with supplies, weapons, materials for repairs, armor, parts, and other essential needs for both on-ground and space battles. As such, with more than enough materials, the drone carriers were able to continuously manufacture drones on the fly, as long as the enemies were oblivious to the position of the carrier ships. Jiang Fei could continue the battle until he ran out of supplies, which would be very, very long. Simple rounds were used in dealing with the players, and to save ammunition, a single round of fire was given to destroy all remaining ships from before. Naturally, there were destroyed drones. It was made purposely to give players a sense of accomplishment and to bait them to return. These Gamma Dimension invaders were exactly like Jiang Fei was when he played Dawn Break. No matter how many times he was killed, he would always return. The ships that they were piloting were free of charge ships that could be redeemed on an unlimited basis. Hence, the losses players incurred when they died, not accounting for time and effort, were literally none. So, even after death, they would still gain benefits from fighting the drones. From the perspective of a player, this was a good farming ground. In no time at all, the first fleet of drones ran out of ammunition and was destroyed after being surrounded by the new reinforcements. There were many kinds of drone models, but the Trade Federation generally used 2 types of attack drones. Funnels were lightweight, small, incredibly fast, and used lightweight beam weapons. They were never used to fight large cruisers, as their firepower would never be able to breach their shields, much less cause any damage to their hull. The other type of drones was called the interceptors. Interceptors, built inversely to funnels, were heavy, slow, and used powerful autocannons that used solid rounds. Their ammunition was incredibly powerful, as they could break through energy shields and penetrate ship hulls. However, there was a drawback as interceptors had to carry their ammunition with them. As a result, they possessed limited rounds due to their weight and their effect on the drone's speeds and mobility. As such, they would need to return to their carrier ship for resupply. Jiang Fei had purposely allowed the drones to be destroyed to provide, or rather, generate a fun environment for the players to play in. Secondly, it was a common strategy used during the deployment of drones on the battlefield. Enemies might track the movements of the drones, which would lead them to the location of the carrier ship. This time, the reason Jiang Fei allowed the drones to be destroyed was leaning toward the first reason. A few minutes later, the second fleet of drones had arrived at the battlefield. This time, Jiang Fei had intentionally revved up the damage output, leading to faster and more destructive damage to the player's side. When almost 100 ships were sunk, Jiang Fei decided to stop the attack. Call back the drones. Leave all damaged drones to the enemy, Jiang Fei ordered. Commander. Recalling all undamaged drones. This time, no one in the ship questioned Jiang Fei's orders. They were all informed about the risk of this fight, and knew that they had the chance to earn achievements. This was proven when they had seen the powers of the enemies and how they fought. Suffice to say, this war was a complete one-sided victory. There aren't many players joining this game, Jiang Fei thought. Either there aren't many living beings in the Gamma Dimension, or the game itself isn't as famous. Jiang Fei thought of reasons. He could still remember the scene in the beginner's village when he had just started playing Dawn Break. If his theory was right,
that the light barrier was considered as a spawning zone and the entire Alpha sector was the beginner's village. Then it would be odd for it not to be populated. Jiang Fei decided to leave this enigma unanswered for a bit. There was no way he could come up with a reason if he could not even access information from the other side. Unless he could kidnap a player and interrogate him as he did before. It was a huge risk as this might attract the wrong attention. If the player which Jiang Fei had tortured reported this issue to the gaming company, they might brush it off as nothing since it was one person. If the same occurrence happened again, things might turn ugly real fast.
Dispatch a few observer drones. We will be heading back to Hire in a bit,
Jiang Fei declared. There was no reason to linger around anymore, as the remaining survivors had returned to the light barrier after all the attack drones were decimated.
Sir, what are they? It is odd to see them sending out weak ships since they possess such a gargantuan ship in the first place.
Many captains of different ships called in to ask.
I do not know. Perhaps they are considered to be fodders for the initial attack.
Jiang Fei gave them a vague, unconvincing answer. No matter how he phrased it, he was certain that no one would believe him. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei's fleet returned to Hire, and was met with a huge commotion of civilians on ships leaving the planet. The Ninth Fleet was seen helping civilians all across the planet to evacuate.
This is Commander Jiang Fei. Leave all battle supplies behind. I will remain in the Domini system to fight the invaders.
Jiang Fei made a planet-wide broadcast.
Who the I do you think you are? These are my private belongings. You cannot just tell me to give it up. Do you know who I am? It'll make your life a living hell if you do this. What can you do? You are nothing but fodders for the enemies. Might as well leave your possession for us.
Jiang Fei's broadcast was met with a shower of insults. He scoffed in return. There was an unbreakable rule in the Trade Federation, and it was that all personal possessions cannot be surrendered unwillingly. However, Jiang Fei was not born under the Trade Federation ruling. He was a tyrant of Earth. And he's got the big guns. Chapter 1457, Bandit.
Target fleeting ships with all our weapons. Whoever leaves without obeying my orders gets shot down,
Jiang Fei ordered. The scar on his forehead glowed dimly with a black light. It has been too long since the black malice had influenced Jiang Fei, and this time was no different from when it happened the previous times. It made Jiang Fei extremely greedy and hot-tempered.
Sir, I should warn you that what we are doing goes against military rules,
one of the mini-captains said.
Obey the command,
Jiang Fei hummed. His intonation was clear in sending the message. Anyone who decides to go against Jiang Fei will be treated as outsiders.
As you command.
On the one hand, no one dared to disobey Jiang Fei's orders, as he was the commander of the fleet. On the other hand, as they were merely obeying orders from their superiors, all faults and blames rested on Jiang Fei's shoulders. Consoles were tapped and the targeting system was activated. All ships that were now loaded with goods had been locked. Cannons and missiles were aimed at them.
Alert! Enemy target detected and locked on.
All the ship's systems blared out warnings.
He's serious. What can we do now? They say they are the 5th Fleet. We should ask help from the 9th Fleet. Go, go, go!
Unless they wished for all their belongings to be destroyed. The civilians had no choice but to obey Jiang Fei's orders. Some that managed to escape from their ships hurried to contact the soldiers of the 9th Fleet.
This is Fleet Commander Kuala of the 9th Fleet requesting emergency communication with Commander Jiang Fei of the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
Not long after the civilians ran away for their lives, leaving their prized possessions behind, Jiang Fei received a transmission from an ally.
On screen,
Jiang Fei said. The scar on his forehead was glowing slightly brighter, albeit still dim.
What do you think you are doing, Commander Jiang Fei?
Kuala barked as soon as a connection was made.
I'm thinking of asking your lot to leave this galaxy,
Jiang Fei said tauntingly.
What?
Kuala was infuriated to have Jiang Fei talk to him like that.
Are you daft? I'm asking you to leave.
Jiang Fei repeated his words.
You imbecile. You dare to talk like that to another commander?
Kuala yelled. He was another young hot-headed officer of the military. That being said, the man had hated Jiang Fei ever since he saw him waltzing into the city of the mass with General Lockseed. His first impression of Jiang Fei wasn't good, as he had nothing but contempt for someone who pulled strings to get where he was. Now that Jiang Fei was blatantly behaving like a bandit, just like the people that he once served, the Valsarian army, the rage in his heart burst out.
Imbecile? I don't think so. I'm asking you to leave. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight me? In the middle of a defense? Are you going to take on the invaders on your own?
Jiang Fei scoffed.
Bastard. Sit tight. I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Kuala barked as he disconnected immediately. Kuala's fleet was an official military fleet answering directly to General Lockseed. Their overall forces were stronger than Jiang Fei's. That being said, there was no way he would dare to pick a fight with Jiang Fei. Kuala had received a direct order to help evacuate civilians from Higher. Most importantly, he did not have an almighty past that allowed someone like Jiang Fei to do whatever he wanted. He could never disobey his primary objective in order to fight Jiang Fei. Secondly, even though Jiang Fei's fleet was but a mixture of random soldiers of various functionality, the entire Trade Federation High Command knew that Jiang Fei had his own personal infantry units. If he chose to fight Jiang Fei, Kuala would suffer a great loss. Even if he managed to defeat Jiang Fei, who was going to defend the incoming invaders? That logic itself almost gave Kuala a brain aneurysm. He could not accept the fight, but he could still report this matter to a higher authority.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Did Commander Jiang Fei actually do such a thing?
Lockseed's voice raised after listening to Commander Kuala. He was light years away from the galaxy now, and there was nothing he could do. To make things worse, the person causing the trouble was Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was known to be the disciple of Theon. He had only just entered the Trade Federation, so who knew whether his allegiance lied? Betraying was but expected. However, with Theon covering his back, Lockseed dared not to do anything too harsh to Jiang Fei.
Listen closely. I want you to leave the Domini system right now, and let me deal with Commander Jiang Fei,
Lockseed said dejectedly.
General, you must teach Commander Jiang Fei a lesson to never betray the military's code.
Kuala barked happily. Of all the high commanders he knew, General Lockseed was probably the only person who could bring Jiang Fei down a notch.
What are your orders, Commander?
Said the captain of the ship that Kuala was on.
General Lockseed is taking care of this matter. For now, we are leaving. Gather our men. Our evacuation order has been withdrawn,
Kuala said after inputting a coordinate that was somewhere between the Domini system and the main Trade Federation's domain.
We are pulling back? Aye. General Lockseed is handling the matters with Jiang Fei. There is no need for us to remain here anymore. Is it just me? Or did we just get our fleet to retreat after reporting the ruffian?
The captain said to himself. Kuala overheard the captain's muttering and realized what just happened. Instead of helping General Lockseed, he had just asked the entire fleet to retreat from the scene. That was playing right into Jiang Fei's plan.
Who the hell is he?
Kuala hummed.
Are we still retreating then?
The captain asked, sensing that Kuala might not want to leave.
Of course we are. What else could we do? The general has just given us a direct order,
Kuala blared.
Commander. Contacting all ships of the fleet now.
Not long after the confrontation between the 9th Fleet and the 5th Hybrid Fleet, all ships under Kuala's command began to leave and disappeared into hyperspace.
What the hell just happened? Why did the 9th Fleet leave? What is to be of us then? Who is going to help us now? Oh my god! I don't want to be left alone with that ruffian.
Panic ensued as soon as the 9th Fleet left the galaxy. They had been scolding Jiang Fei with every breath they had, and now they were left alone with him. Suffice to say, there was no one else left that could go against Jiang Fei. Rules were rules, but when an outlaw comes to plunder their houses, rules alone cannot stop them. Only enforcers could. Right now, the only enforcers had just left them to fend for themselves. What could the civilians do besides holding their hands and letting Jiang Fei do whatever he wanted?
What are you doing? Jiang Fei?
Lockseed said, careful to not raise his tone while talking to Jiang Fei.
These civilians are just too selfish. The 5th Fleet literally bled to save their lives, and they could not be gracious enough to offer some of their properties. All I wanted is something that I can use in battle. I couldn't care less for any of their prized possessions,
Jiang Fei declared defiantly.
Yes, but you cannot just drop in on the planet and rob them. Sigh. Just tell me what do you need, and I'll send them to you,
Lockseed said. The headache he was having was something not even advanced medication could relieve. Chapter 1458, Powerful Reading.
No need to trouble yourself with this. I'll make do with whatever I can get my hands on,
said Jiang Fei before he ended the transmission.
Wait!
Lockseed howled as soon as he saw Jiang Fei turning away. As much as he wanted to stop him from straying away from justice, he could not forcefully stop him for fear of Theon. The least he could do then was to help clean up the mess. Lockseed then personally sent out private messages to all merchants and traders that were currently being extorted by Jiang Fei to inform them that he would compensate them for anything that Jiang Fei took and pleaded with them to leave Higher and the Domini system as soon as they could. After receiving the message and knowing now that they would be compensated for their losses, the merchant gladly cooperated with Jiang Fei's demand and left most of their possessions. those that Jiang Fei needed, but took the rest of their vanity possessions with them. Instead of leaving them behind carefully, these merchants dropped whatever Jiang Fei wanted in the nearest hangar bay and left the planet in a jiffy. On the one hand, they were truly afraid of the invaders attacking them, and on the other, they were just scared of Jiang Fei.
Bring the ship down and start sending men to pick up those supplies,
Jiang Fei ordered. All the 5th Hybrid Fleet-abled men were dispatched to quickly collect all the items that had been so graciously left behind. To be honest, almost all of these items were not going to be put into use for the coming war, but to operate the chrono accelerator for the girls' training program. Jiang Fei was doing this only to continue funding the girls' progress to greatness. In fact, if you asked for a number, Jiang Fei would demand an unlimited supply. To be honest, Jiang Fei was not 100% conscious of his behavior, as he was partially influenced by the malice. Since the 5th Hybrid Fleet was practically an infantry carrier fleet, they had plenty of storage space. Ferrying all the supplies that were left behind proved to be easy. In fact, there was so much more empty cargo space that he could fill at least 3 times the amount of supplies he had collected on hire. Jiang Fei was in a good mood as soon as the crew members consolidated and organized all the supplies in the ship. With that amount of materials, he could continuously power the time room for about 6 months. 6 months out in the real world would equate to 15 years in the chrono accelerator. That amount of time would definitely be enough for the girls to become stronger. Possibly even as strong as him.
Sir, we have arrived at Tarandit.
A few seconds of FTL travel later, and the entire 5th Fleet had reached their destination.
Good. Send them a transmission to inform them of our arrival,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Sir, we have received a reply. It is addressed directly to you. Sir,
the ship's helm received an update and relayed the information to Jiang Fei.
On screen.
An officer appeared on the screen, and when he saw Jiang Fei accepting the call, he held his hand up and saluted.
Mr. Jiang Fei, I am the governing officer of Tarandit, and all evacuation has been completed. I am here to liaise with you on the remaining task at hand.
The evacuation order that was sent out by General Lockseed included all affiliated planet systems in the Domini system. As such, Wagner had already arranged for the complete evacuation of all Tarandit civilians. Only essential workers that were currently working on the governing side of things stayed on Tarandit while awaiting Jiang Fei's return. That was Wagner's specific order.
Mr. Jiang Fei, Master Wagner has given the ownership of this planet to you. He said, and I quote, "Do whatever you want with this planet. In return, do me a favor and kill more invaders." Those are his words. Heh, that boy sure knows how to butter me up nicely,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. The Trade Federation had chosen to abandon the entire galaxy. Tarandit was not an important planet, but it did hold up to its value for housing several trading ports. Hence, instead of just giving it up, Wagner had given the planet to Jiang Fei, and in return, had Jiang Fei owe him a favor. Jiang Fei accepted the gesture and appreciated it. Wagner had removed all of the civilians there and left the training grounds, which he knew Jiang Fei wanted to use. If it were not for the operation of the training grounds, Wagner would have already evacuated every single living soul on the planet and left the girls on their own. Although it might sound insignificant, the girls inside the training room would have to starve for a month if the workers there had left them on their own for even just a single day. Although Isabella and the girls had more than enough Ultralisk meat to sustain their growth, feeding on them as meals would kill them due to the immense energy content. Proper meals were still essential, and Wagner had made sure to continue providing all essential needs until Jiang Fei returned.
Thank you for waiting this long. I will now dispatch men over for the handover of the systems. Thank you and Godspeed,
Jiang Fei said and ended the transmission. Upon landing, Jiang Fei quickly sent men to facilitate the handover procedure to relieve the locals of their duties. They were civilians, and had no duty to remain in this galaxy for any second longer. The entire procedure went smoothly, and in just one day, there were no more civilians on Tarandit. In 1 week's time, there were no more civilians in the entire Domini system. The only ones still in this galaxy were the 5th Hybrid Fleet and its fleet commander, Jiang Fei. During this time, after General Lockseed had received confirmation of successful evacuation of all civilians from the Domini system, he sent a retreat order to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei outright rejected the order, as he claimed he wanted to stay behind to continue observing how the situation developed. 2 weeks after the evacuation of all civilians in the Domini system, Jiang Fei's military-class base on planet C-195 had begun to take form. At the same time, a weird occurrence was happening. All players inside the safe zone were inactive, as if they were no longer interested in exploring this galaxy.
What is going on?
Jiang Fei talked to himself in his private quarters, worrying about how the situation had turned out. Players becoming disinterested in the game was not something he had wanted to see happening. To be fair, he hated their existence, but if he could not hook and reel them in, this universe would be abandoned, and the result was not something anyone wanted.
0541. Report on the observation drones,
Jiang Fei asked.
So far, there are no readings. However, I have picked up signals of other observation drones. Should I destroy them?
0541 asked. Those observation drones were sent in by other civilizations from all corners of the universe. At least a month had passed since the appearance of the gargantuan wormhole, and by now, there would be many interested parties sending in probes to investigate the bizarre phenomenon.
Leave them be. It's not possible for us to contain the news about this monster wormhole,
Jiang Fei said. Right now, his duty was to continue observing the wormhole, the light barrier, and the behavior of the players. He could not afford to make enemies with all other civilizations.
Sir, I have picked up a powerful signal coming from the edge of Domini,
the radar operator reported in.
Details. It's a biological being, but I cannot be sure of the nature of the being. However, based on this reading, I think it's a galactic ultralisk,
said the operator as his voice croaked with fear. Everyone in the entire universe knew what an ultralisk was and how powerful the species was. It was only normal for him to be afraid. Chapter 1459, Untraceable.
An ultralisk?
Jiang Fei stammered. Where he was, in the Domini system, was a place packed. Well, used to be packed with people and military forces. Ultralisks had a tendency to live only on the edge of known galaxy clusters. Hence, the appearance of an ultralisk in the galaxy was odd.
Update! The signal is getting stronger. I think it's coming our way. It's fast,
the operator yelled out.
Dispatch probes. Right now,
Jiang Fei ordered. Ultralisks were a mysterious species. Right now, the one heading his way might be weaker than the ones he defeated in Talvi's outpost. Or perhaps stronger. That being said, he needed to be prepared for the worst. Isabella and the others were still on Tyrannid. He could not simply ask them to leave right then.
Dispatching observation drones. Sir, we should leave right now, or we might lose the chance to escape.
One of the captains radioed in to express his concern. Education about ultralisks started as early as when kids were still learning how to read. Grandparents would often use ultralisks to scare bad kids that didn't behave. Just like the boogeyman or the Baba Yaga in certain countries on Earth. It went without saying that almost everyone was scared of them.
Contact Bison. Tell him to be ready for anything. I will do what I can. Track my location and teleport me to the surface,
Jiang Fei ordered. Right now, he needed to act as if he was in the worst-case scenario. If the signal indeed belonged to an ultralisk, he needed to fetch Isabella and all of the girls out of the training room and away from the planet.
Location tracked. Preparing for teleportation. Stay put.
Jiang Fei was currently in his private quarters deep underneath the planet's surface. Going to the surface by foot would be the slowest way possible.
Energize!
The operator yelled as he pushed the button. Just then, before the teleportation light particles could even form around Jiang Fei, he vanished in a white coat of light.
What happened? Where is the commander? Was he teleported already? Is this a new teleportation device that I don't know about? No. I was sure of it. The teleportation sequence had only just started.
Jiang Fei's crew member panicked at the mishap. The instant teleportation was fast and Jiang Fei opened his eyes when he could feel the coldness of space as he was standing on a metallic silver surfing board.
Where am I?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he continued to observe the familiar board.
We've not talked to each other for a while now. Don't tell me that you have already forgotten about your master.
Thean's voice echoed from behind.
Master?
Jiang Fei bellowed happily. He could not have been happier as he had been trying to look for him. Unfortunately, his search effort was always in vain as this enigmatic master was like a ghost.
How have you been? Not entirely good. I have so many questions to ask you,
Jiang Fei said. There were questions about the invaders from the Gamma dimension, and there was the thing about himself.
Calm down. Breathe. And speak once you have collected your thoughts,
Thean said calmly. Jiang Fei nodded and took 3 deep breaths. At the same time, a sudden thought came to his refreshed sea of mind. He started to hesitate about revealing the truth about the Gamma dimension. Thean could be a person he could consult. But no matter how strong his master was, there was no definitive method to defeat the enemy. No matter how strong any superhero was, even the infamous one above all. It was just a comic book entity that was created by writers and illustrators. Not even the strongest being with the magical metal glove could do anything to affect the writers of the story.
I guess I should just ask about myself. I'll find some other time to talk about the Gamma Dimension.
Jiang Fei thought.
Master, after the battle with Barg, something happened to me.
Jiang Fei started to explain every event that took place, but not the entire truth about the 10th dimension.
That's not quite right,
came Theon's reply.
I have never heard of a Bjornian's malice that could infect others.
Jiang Fei was stunned for a good second. He had sincerely thought the black matter that infected him was something viral, like a virus that could spread to others.
Bjornians are special only because of their hidden evil nature when their third eye opens. But that sort of ability is race-bound. From what I know about them, there is no way for them to pass that ability to others,
Theon explained.
What is going on with me then?
Jiang Fei asked worriedly.
Give me a moment,
Theon said, as he hovered his many faces in front of Jiang Fei's one. A warm light emerged and formed a blanket of particles that surrounded him. Bigger, brighter particles then seeped into Jiang Fei's body to start investigating his internals. The way it was done felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Theon was only doing this as a favor. No matter how uncomfortable it was, Jiang Fei had to endure it. A few minutes later, Theon stopped and started to think thoroughly.
Master, what is wrong with me? To be honest, nothing. I cannot find any traces of the black matter that you said,
Theon confessed as he furrowed his eyebrows. Something was wrong, and based on his godlike abilities, nothing could escape his eyes.
Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Jiang Fei groaned. Theon was supposed to be his last hope, and not even he could see what was wrong with him.
Captain, I think that black matter might be changing itself according to the environment. It is always merged with your body as one, rendering itself untraceable,
0541 said.
What can I do now?
Jiang Fei groaned again. He knew how it felt when the black malice took over his body, and he did not want to experience that again.
Nothing. Until I can see the black malice working, I will not be able to do anything to
fix
you,
Theon said. Obviously, he heard 0541's conversation with Jiang Fei.
That reminds me. What brings you here to this galaxy?
Jiang Fei changed the subject when the issue with the black matter was making no progress.
Oh, I heard about a new visitor in this galaxy, and I was curious,
Theon said simply. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Theon was part of a secret society called the League of Hidden Ones, a group of powerful beings that chose a life of isolation from society.
I see. Allow me to shed some light on the matter. Many other forces had come to investigate the sudden appearance. The unknown race had technology that was so advanced that all fleets that arrived to investigate them were destroyed in a single flash of light.
A light barrier was deployed and nothing could pass through it. There were ships coming out of the barrier a few days back, and I have easily defeated them, as they were incredibly weak. I am not sure what their combat strength is, and have no information about their general intention.
Jiang Fei vaguely explained, and was careful not to reveal about them being beings from a higher dimension.
Chapter 1460. The Watcher intervenes.
I gather that you've absolutely no idea who they are, and what they are doing here,
Theon said, summarizing Jiang Fei's explanation.
Correct. Anyway, for the meantime, I would like to invite you to my humble abode,
Jiang Fei suggested invitingly. For now, the truth shall remain hidden behind the veil. There were things that not even his master could comprehend about the invaders.
I accept the invitation. However, I will take my leave soon to investigate the aliens myself,
Theon answered.
Master, about your ride.
Jiang Fei gawked at the planet-sized Ultralisk.
I'll leave it here,
Theon said. He of all people knew just how unnatural it was for an Ultralisk this size to be amongst others. A bright light flashed and both Jiang Fei and Theon were teleported back to Tyrandot. Teleportation of such degree was nothing but an easy feat for Theon.
Can I serve you anything?
Jiang Fei asked as he arranged an empty room for his master. There was literally no one left on Tyrandot except his own men. Empty rooms were everywhere, and a few were left unkempt.
Gather everything you have on the aliens and send me a copy. The more detailed, the better,
Theon requested him.
At your service, my master. Please wait for a bit. I will prepare them now,
Jiang Fei said, and left the planet to board the commander's ship of the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
Huh? Commander Jiang Fei? Where have you been?
One of the captains asked.
Why am I obligated to inform you of my whereabouts?
Jiang Fei hummed as he glared at the captain ominously. The scar on his forehead opened slightly, and a dim black light glowed for a second.
Huh? Why would I say such a thing?
Jiang Fei came to his senses immediately after uttering such words. He knew that he had been momentarily hijacked by the Black Malice. However, By the time he took notice of its effect, the black matter noticed it and had disappeared without a trace. His forehead returned to normal.
Shit!
Jiang Fei sighed. This thing inside of him was probably not a ticking time bomb, but a bomb nevertheless that exploded at random times. That worried him a lot. Problem was, he could never find it on his body. There was no way for him to isolate it. For now, perhaps, hopefully.
Sorry about that. I need you to gather and consolidate every bit of information we have on the Alpha Sector phenomenon. I need them fast,
Jiang Fei ordered. A higher-ranking officer of the fleet came and took the responsibility. Everyone was wary about Jiang Fei's sudden behavior and was careful to tread light around him. Jiang Fei fled the bridge and into the walkway. When he was alone, he let out a long sigh.
We meet again, Jiang Fei.
Just then, someone came out from the bridge and spoke to Jiang Fei clearly and monotonously. He knew this crew member as he saw him operating on the bridge. As the fleet commander, Jiang Fei would need to get used to the faces of his crew members. That being said, he could never remember every single face in his fleet. Recognizing a few important officers was still beyond his limits.
You are?
Jiang Fei said. Although he recognized the man, he could not remember his name nor the reason why would he say.
Again, forgive my appearance. It is me, Velen, the Watcher. What are you doing here?
Said Jiang Fei as he averted his gaze. There were so many problems brewing inside his head, and he could not welcome another one. Based on previous encounters, a Watcher making his presence known to Jiang Fei never was beneficial.
I have two reasons to be here. First, to ask you a question. And secondly, based on your answer to said question, to grant you a boon or penance.
A smile etched on the soldier's face.
Penance.
Jiang Fei noted the tone of the Watcher when he uttered the word, penance, with a certain ring. As a Watcher of the universe, Velen could engage in a conversation for a short period of time. So Jiang Fei understood that his offering of a boon would be vital information and not something tangible. As for penance, however, Jiang Fei could not think of a way as to how a Watcher would punish him.
Answer this carefully and honestly, as your reply will determine the result,
Velen said. His intonation reverted back to being monotonous.
Ask away.
Jiang Fei was done with being coy with a Watcher. He knew that a Watcher would not simply appear in front of anyone for the sake of passing time. There must be something crucial at hand for Velen to appear now. Their existence must be for something important that Jiang Fei might not understand or appreciate now. But in the end, they posed as an important existence. The first time Jiang Fei met Velen was when he had first grasped the truth about space and other civilizations. During that time, he was merely curious about their existence and not the reason for their existence. Now, after knowing about the higher dimension, Jiang Fei had a feeling that Watchers might not be who they said they were.
What do you think about the people from the Gamma dimension?
Velen posed his first question. Instead of using the term invaders, he had chosen to refer to them as people from the Gamma dimension. With that, Jiang Fei realized that Velen already found out that he knew about the truth.
You knew?
Jiang Fei replied with a question.
I know everything. Back to the question. I want to hear your thoughts about them,
Velen said.
I do not know what they are. For now, I don't even know what I should describe them as. They could be gods. They could be people like me. Perhaps the entire universe is nothing but a piece of art, painted on a piece of canvas hung in a basement. However, I know that I have my own conscience, and I recognize that there are others like me who have people they love, people they care about. I do not want to die. I do not want the girls to die. Even if I found out about the truth, that I was a product of creation by a god, I will rebel and resist impending destruction.
Jiang Fei answered truthfully. Velen glared at Jiang Fei for a moment. The atmosphere in the walkway was cold, and the interaction between the two had only made it colder.
I can tell you this. This universe is a product of creation. But you, a living being, as well as all other living beings, were not created by them. You are the product of, in your own terms, nature. And that is something they do not like,
Velen revealed.
So, that means...
Jiang Fei figured something out, but he could not finish his train of thought without further information.
Let me put it in your context. I've made a shirt, and after some time of not caring for it, bugs appeared on it. Right now, I'm feeling benevolent about the bugs, so I decided to play with them a little. However, no matter how much fun I am having with the bugs, I need to use the shirt, and to do that, I need to exterminate the bugs.
Based on Velen's interpretation, Jiang Fei understood the omen that he was shedding light on. Jiang Fei and all other living beings that were a part of the universe were a group of existence that the people of the Gamma Dimension could not live with. To them, all living beings in this universe were parasites, things that brought harm. Right now, they were using this universe as a playground for their own people. But the day will come when the game itself would shut down and the parasites eliminated.
I will never accept that end. I will never allow myself, or the people here, to be eliminated by them.
Jiang Fei roared defiantly.
Is that your answer?
Velen asked. His tone changed slightly.
That is my final answer.
Chapter 1461, The Baffling Galaxy.
You have given me your answer and now, I shall give you mine,
Velen said as he nodded.
I shall give you guidance. Go to the Zwila Galaxy. At the edge of the event horizon of a black hole, you will find a binary star system. You shall find an opportunity there. Whether it is a boon or penance depends on your own judgment. What? Zwila Galaxy? Where is that?
Velen's faces drew a blank, muted.
Can you give me a little more hint?
Jiang Fei asked desperately.
Commander? Are you talking to me?
The crewman asked puzzlingly, as he found his commander asking him for a hint for something he didn't know. Velen had left, and this body had returned to the possession of its original master.
No. Nothing. Forget about it. Return to your station.
Jiang Fei walked past him quickly, and entered the bridge once more.
Commander on the bridge,
the second-in-command announced. All men stood up from their seats, and saluted Jiang Fei immediately.
At ease. Please, by all means, stop doing this nonsense salutes. You could have contributed that time and effort in completing the task I gave. Commander, it is done,
said the second-in-command, as he handed Jiang Fei a piece of computer in the shape of a thin board that contained all the information about the Alpha Sector incident.
Good. Prepare me a universe map. As detailed as possible. Cram in as much information as you can.
Jiang Fei asked.
0541. Can you find out about the Zwila Galaxy? Captain.
0541 jumped to work immediately, as the second-in-command came racing across the bridge after preparing Jiang Fei a completed, up-to-date map of the universe.
Zwila, where art thou?
Jiang Fei muttered, as he tried to search for the enigmatic galaxy. After spending some time sitting on the chair, searching for the galaxy, he found it in the most unexpected location possible. The galaxy was situated at the core of the universe. In other words, the singularity point where the event known as the Big Bang centered. That place, now commonly known as the center of the universe, was a deserted area with high-energy radiation spreading everywhere. Unprecedented gravitational force, coupled with intense gamma-ray bursts, prohibited even the formation of stars, much less planets, and even more unlikely, life itself. The closest point to the center of the universe was at least millions of light-years away, where there were stars and galaxies. Zwila Galaxy was, surprisingly, the one galaxy that was located closest to the center of the universe.
I suspect there's going to be a lot of trouble there,
Jiang Fei thought. Zwila Galaxy was a dwarf galaxy with only a few stars orbiting the black hole in the center. Planets were non-existent in the galaxy, or at least none had been detected so far. Those stars that orbited the center black hole were at least 3,000 times the mass of the Sun in the solar system. Only red supergiant stars existed in that galaxy, as it took a cluster of that mass to fall together under the unpredictable intense gravity environment. What Jiang Fei needed to look for was a binary star system that was close to the center of the galaxy.
Captain, do you really want to go there? Based on previous explorations, it has been known not to host any living beings,
0541 informed him.
How is that possible?
Jiang Fei was bewildered by 0541's information. Based on his life in deep space, it was not impossible for living beings to thrive there. People could still migrate from other galaxies to live there.
Based on the given information, gravity is too strong there. No ships had managed to return from that point as they collapsed upon trying to go against the pull of gravity. Additionally, there are reports stating that dark matter is highly concentrated in the center of the universe. So far, there are no ships strong enough to stop the effects of dark matter.
Jiang Fei frowned as he sighed dejectedly.
Do you know what it would take to go there? Where can I find such a ship that allows traveling to the Zwila Galaxy?
Jiang Fei asked hopefully.
Captain, are you still thinking of going there? I would advise against threading this suicide route. There are no ships currently that could go there. Even if there were, someone would have led an expedition to visit the galaxy.
0541 said sternly.
The HL.
Figuratively speaking, Jiang Fei felt like a deflated balloon. He had no idea why, but there was some kind of force in play that was making him compelled to go there.
Please, don't. When even Ultralists would not go near there. No hypercruiser or any other Ultra Omega ships can or should.
0541 inserted a little hyperbole to advise Jiang Fei against going.
Wait! Ultralisks! That's it!
Jiang Fei gasped as he had an epiphany. Ships might not be the answer, but if Ultralisks could. Jiang Fei could beg his master to give him a ride there on his personal mount.
Prepare the teleportation pad. Set destination to Tyrannid.
Jiang Fei declared loudly.
Commander. Destination laid in. Teleportation commences on your command.
The second-in-command replied. 5 seconds after some bright light particles swirled around Jiang Fei. He reappeared on the surface of Tyrannid.
Come in,
Thean said before Jiang Fei's fist could even touch the door.
Master. I have returned with the thing you have requested.
Jiang Fei handed over the board to Thean.
I will need some time to go over this. You are dismissed. I will come to you if I need to,
Thean said, as he immediately activated the digital board. Jiang Fei stood still. When Thean had already gotten comfortable, he spoke.
Master, have you heard of the Zwila Galaxy? Yes. What about it?
He answered. His eyes were still glued onto the board.
Can you bring me there?
Jiang Fei asked.
You want to do what?
Thean dropped the board and glared at Jiang Fei.
I was curious about it. I've heard someone say something about no ships being able to travel there unless it's on an Ultralisk. So, I thought maybe Master could.
Jiang Fei answered nervously, feeling the intense pressure as Thean stared at him.
I see.
Thean turned away, and the heavy atmosphere in the air was lifted.
What you heard is true in a certain way. The environmental condition, there is too much to handle that even I could never survive being close to it. Huh? Alright. I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded, and did not insist on staying on the topic. He realized the intensity in Thean's glare when he brought up the Zwila Galaxy, and did not want to be on his master's bad side.
What is in Zwila Galaxy, and why would Velen want me to go there? Why is Master being so suspicious of me when I brought up the galaxy? What kind of place is it?
Jiang Fei had so many unanswered questions.
Leave me be. Oh, you can forget about Zwila. Even I can't go there,
Thean said, and reminded Jiang Fei once more.
Something is wrong. Why is he suddenly so uptight about Zwila?
Jiang Fei thought about it. Thean was always laid back, joking about things. But when the name Zwila was brought up, he got serious all of a sudden, bordering on worried even. That image in his mind had only reinforced Jiang Fei's curiosity about the baffling galaxy. Chapter 1462, Unexpected Declaration of War. Jiang Fei returned to his ship, and was greeted by everyone on the bridge when he entered.
Commander, what are your orders?
Asked the second-in-command.
Continue observation of the Alpha Sector. Anything else should be placed as a secondary priority,
said Jiang Fei. After that, there was nothing else that could be done. As such, Jiang Fei returned to his commander's quarters. He tried to take a nap, but Velen's words kept on resurfacing into his sea of thoughts.
What does Velen mean?
There was this odd attraction about the place. Jiang Fei could not forget the name ever since Velen spoke of it, like a snake twirling around his heart, seizing it tight. He could not shake off the unrelenting thought to pursue this matter, though the fact remained that he could not by any conventional means. And he hated that, although his heart wanted nothing more than to go there. Logic dictated that he shouldn't. If Thean claimed that even someone of his capabilities could not overcome the hazardous environment, surely Jiang Fei couldn't either. What mattered now was the question of how to travel there without being ripped apart by gravity. There were no ships, beasts, or ultralisks that could take him there. Suddenly, Jiang Fei shot to his feet. Not of this world, he muttered. If nothing of this world could take him there, what about ships from outside this universe? Outside this dimension even? Before this entire incident happened, Jiang Fei's mind would never drift to things of other universes. It was akin to thinking about what you would wish for if you ever met a genius scenario that could never happen. But now, people from another universe, from a higher dimension, had literally come to his doorstep. There was a chance that they might have ships that could withstand any kind of environment, even if they didn't have it right now. As a civilization that could traverse through space, time, and dimensions, they could easily design a ship that fulfilled Jiang Fei's conditions. For them, it would only take as much effort as adding a line to a drawing.
Could the ship that destroyed the Violet Fleet do it?
Wondered Jiang Fei. The supercube was incredibly powerful. If it could instantly obliterate all ships in sight, just a second after it emerged from the wormhole, then surely it could handle harsh environments such as a gravity well. Jiang Fei shook his head and lightly slapped his cheek. Even if the ship could do more than travel to the Zwila Galaxy, there was no way he could hijack it. seeing as how he could not even penetrate the golden barrier. Deciding that the effort alone would be impossible, Jiang Fei put a stop to that particular train of thought and went to sleep. It had been more than 2 weeks since he had last seen any signs of activity from the Alpha sector. As for the girls, the training room was still running smoothly without a hitch. Jiang Fei had obtained a good amount of resources to run the machine, and for the meantime, there was no reason to worry about running out of power. During his free time, Jiang Fei made sure to visit the training grounds and show his face to the girls at least once every other day. It had now been close to a month since the girls started their training regime. Although it had only been a month for Jiang Fei, the girls had been training for close to 3 years. Everyone knew how weak they were, and did everything they could to train. When coupled with the energy-packed Ultralisk meat, the mind-boggling training caused the girls to show impressive results. Isabella's progress was particularly impressive. She had managed to increase her combat level from over 2 million to 4 million. Right now, she could even become one of the powerful fleet commanders of the Valsaurian army. Alexis, a fleet commander as well as the ruler of Redstone, had a combat level of around 4 million. According to Isabella's growth report, she had not experienced any signs of slowing down. Unlike during Jiang Fei's training, she was showing no indication of experiencing a bottleneck. The progression of the other girls were not as over the top as Isabella's. That being said, everyone had already surpassed the 1 million combat level threshold. After Isabella, the second most powerful girl was Hua Mulan, whose combat level was currently capped at 2 million. Hua Mulan had it harder than Isabella, as she did not possess any cheat items like the core of life. The body she had was like any other girl created by the Namekians' biotechnology, and without any special traits. The only reason she could be so strong was simply because of the brutal training. Nothing more. Isabella may be the strongest in terms of raw brute strength, but when it came to practicality, Hua Mulan held the champion's belt. To put things into perspective, not even Isabella could defeat Hua Mulan in one-on-one combat. Hua Mulan was well trained in the art of wielding a spear. Just like Jiang Fei had once trained to master using a sword, Hua Mulan had probably reached the pinnacle of spear wielding. As for the girls in the new Saint's Guard, their average combat level had reached up to 550,000. They may not be the strongest individually, but they were certainly the best of all the armies out there. Still, Jiang Fei was unsatisfied. Not with their growth rate, but with them as an army. In general, soldiers, or to be more specific, the infantry, suffered the highest death rate. Even the strongest army in the universe could never escape death, no matter from which angle you looked at it. The new Saint's Guard was undoubtedly an army. Knowing that, Jiang Fei wanted them to be as strong as they could possibly be, so that they would be able to easily overthrow any other army who stood in their way. Jiang Fei joined the girls for a quick bite, and left after he dropped off some provisions for them. Back at his ship, he found that Theon had already left, perhaps to investigate the incident in the Alpha sector. It was only logical, as he had asked Jiang Fei to consolidate information about the Alpha sector for him. I hope he can gather more information than me. Jiang Fei sat on the commander's chair and started his daily routine of checking reports on observations about the Alpha sector and updating provisions for the girls. Days passed, and the entire universe felt silent. There were no reports about any activities coming from the Alpha sector. One would think that the players had quit the game en masse, leaving the whole Alpha sector at a complete standstill. Theon himself had not returned since he left. It had been a long time since his personal Ultralisk was detected. One fine day, a regular crewman came into the bridge and handed Jiang Fei a report. Unbeknownst to him, this report was the beginning of the end. It would spark a fire that would burn the entire universe down. Commander, I have received a transmission from the military base. It seems that Alderaan has publicly declared war against us, said the crewman. Jiang Fei crossed his arms. Alderaan? That's odd. We have no quarrels with him. Why would they want to declare war? And you said with us? As in the entire Trade Federation? It is unclear. The information I received only mentioned us. The 5th Hybrid Fleet. They are now coming into Domini to start a war. Here? Bellowed Jiang Fei as he shot to his feet. At that moment, he realized the nature of this declaration. Commander. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Those bastards made me think they got bored of the game. But they've actually been building a relationship with the Alderaanians. It was clear that the people of Alderaan had been successfully persuaded into joining hands with the invaders. They must have been promised some form of benefit. Chapter 1463, Suppressed. As swiftly as a falcon diving for a fleeing meal, the second-in-command suggested, Commander, we should leave this galaxy. Jiang Fei turned to him, but before he could say anything, He turned away and sat on his chair. There was a reason why Jiang Fei alone dared to remain in this galaxy. He was the only person who knew that those invaders were merely players who were fresh out of the beginner's village. They were still weak and unaccustomed to the fear of dying. The big problem now was the Alderanians. They were coming, and would be doing so in all their power and glory. For Jiang Fei's forces, facing them would be like trying to use a wall of straw to defend against a fire. They would be defeated all too easily. Despite all logic and reason pointing towards retreat, Jiang Fei still hesitated. He had invested too much into the chrono accelerator for the girls. Choosing to leave would mean throwing it all away. Set up gravity well traps and space-time warping disruptors all around Tyrannid. Send out all interceptor drone carriers and spread them out evenly throughout the galaxy. I want to know if someone even throws a stone in my direction, said Jiang Fei. The traps and disruptors were meant to prevent anyone from warping into or anywhere close to Tyrannid. The only way to get close to it was by using regular old impulse engines. Even though impulse engine technology had reached its current upper efficiency limit, it would still take them a long time before they could even detect Tyrannid on their radar. This extreme duration would give Jiang Fei enough time to decide whether to run or fight. Commander. However, I must say that I am strongly against remaining in this galaxy. We are greatly outnumbered in terms of ships, and severely weaker in terms of firepower, the second-in-command insisted. It made sense as the 5th hybrid fleet was just a fleet of troop carriers, while the Alderanians would be coming with multiple fleets. Thank you for the reminder, said Jiang Fei begrudgingly. When the officer left to carry out his orders, Jiang Fei dropped into his chair and frowned. This is so frustrating. My trump card, Master Theon, is nowhere to be found, and now I have to worry about a war with Alderaan. Just how far will they go with this? Thought Jiang Fei. If the Alderanians attacked Jiang Fei, they would officially be inciting a war with the Trade Federation as a whole. If so, Jiang Fei would have to retreat, and that would mean wasting all his efforts in setting up the training regime for the girls. That being said, Jiang Fei understood that he could always earn more money later. Life, on the other hand, could never be returned once lost. Even though Jiang Fei had set up multiple early detection systems, he also went the extra mile and prepared his entire fleet for an emergency retreat. Once the Alderanian forces arrived, Jiang Fei would immediately leave the galaxy. 3 days later, one of the observation drones picked up movement at the border of the galaxy. It was a large swarm of drones, which belonged to the Alderanian force. Unlike the interceptor and funnel designs of the Trade Federation, the Alderanian forces used another design, which was aptly named Seeker. As their name suggested, Seekers were meant for only one thing to seek. They were not equipped with any combat arms, and had very little armor. As such, they were incredibly fast, with speeds that exceeded even the funnel design. Seekers also had an extra feature, psi emitters, which worked in tandem with the psychic nature of the Alderanians. This machine emitted psychic energy which the Alderanians were able to adapt. In the case of a sudden, unexpected destruction, the drone operator would still be able to see things around the drone and relay those last moments to the central computer. With both sides possessing drones with superb observational capabilities, it was only a matter of time before they discovered each other. We have located possible Trade Federation vessels at XXX. Dispatch Seekers and start a thorough sweep. Commander Clark. Orders went down the chain of command and drone carriers packed with Seekers were deployed, heading towards the local group where Tyrannid was located. Detected enemy observation drones. Shoot! They found us! Yelled Jiang Fei. Your orders, Commander? Switch our interceptors to seek and destroy mode. Don't let any of their drones have enough time to find out where we are. The plan was to destroy their eyes in the galaxy and prevent the enemy from knowing where Jiang Fei and his forces were. Without insight, any sensible military commander would not move in to attack. This would buy Jiang Fei more time. If they discovered that Jiang Fei's forces consisted of just a single fleet of troop carriers, they would dive in like a falcon and exterminate the entire fleet. Commander, said all the members on the bridge. Truth be told, they were all hoping for Jiang Fei to order a retreat. Unfortunately, their commander wanted to buy more time for something no one could understand. Drone carriers carrying interceptor-type drones were deployed towards the enemy. These were upgraded versions of the regular drones. They were more akin to a small battlecruiser than a spaceship. Even though they were so much larger, they possessed drone-like speeds and had better weapons and armor systems. This was the best type of unmanned drone system for a seek and destroy mission. Swarms of large drone carriers zoomed ominously across the galaxy to begin a seek and destroy mission. At the same time, Seeker-type drones were deployed, whistling across space to get a closer look. From their formation and movements, it was easy to see that they weren't even trying to conceal their presence. It mattered not for them, as even if they were destroyed, the psi emitters would allow them to still function for a little while. One thing that all the other civilizations had misunderstood about the Alderaanians' drone system was the fact that they were not unmanned. Each seeker had a living, breathing pilot inside the machine, as it was powered by psi energy. 2 swarms of ships zoomed around, one unmanned, and the other manned. Destructive beams lit up the dark void as ships were destroyed. Every time a seeker was destroyed, a small area would glow with intense psychic energy, allowing the pilot's consciousness to remain for a little longer before death inevitably claimed their soul. Their death was only slightly postponed, as the psychic energy dissipated with time.
Damn! An enemy drone passed through the defense line. Shoot it down! I can't! It's too fast! Shoot it down now!
An absolute defense line was created by the fleet of drone carriers. But an enemy seeker drone managed to slide past in the midst of the chaos. It was now heading towards Tyrannid. Not long after it slid past the defense line, it was shot down by the auto-turret systems installed around the equator of Tyrannid. However, as it was destroyed, the pilot was still able to capture images of the planet and discovered nothing but an empty facility. What was important for the Alderaanian forces was the information being relayed back. Even though they could not detect any signs of a fleet, they knew that the enemy did not possess large fleets. One thing was for sure: their enemy was low in numbers. The operators of the drone system panicked. Their secrets had been discovered, and they knew what was coming next. The enemy would now proceed to launch a full-scale attack. Alone, the 5th hybrid fleet would be scrap metal in no time. A captain showed up on the screen and pleaded for Jiang Fei to come to his senses.
Commander, we must retreat now. Not yet. I need more time to think,
replied Jiang Fei. Even though he did not say he would retreat, the thought of it was extremely compelling given how the situation developed. He could not give up the training regime now. But the Alderaanian forces were too big a threat to be ignored. Jiang Fei only had 2 choices: retreat now or attempt to fight.
Commander, we will try to delay the enemy while you make your decision,
said the captain of the ship. The fleet captains decided to pull one last miracle, while their commander decided their final fate.
Deploy mines. Let's hope this last line of defense can buy us more time.
Chapter 1464, Retreat.
Commander, our drones have picked up a change in the enemy's trajectory,
said the radar operator, speaking loudly to signify its urgency. Jiang Fei's heart sank.
What is their status?
He asked worriedly.
There are currently 4 fleets heading in our direction. Threat analysis indicates complete obliteration,
replied the operator, speaking even louder than before. The Alderaanian forces had come too quickly, not giving Jiang Fei any leg room to plan ahead. At their current pace, it was predicted that they would soon be within attacking range of Tyrannid. If not for the deployment of warping disruptors and artificial gravity wells, they would have arrived 24 hours earlier. The only way they could proceed deeper into the galaxy was with conventional impulse engines. Even at their best speeds, the entire galaxy was riddled with mines. The mines used by the Trade Federation had cloaking abilities, which made it extremely hard to detect them via orthodox tracking methods. Once the mine detected an unidentifiable signal, it would arm itself and set out on a collision course to the aforementioned signal before detonating. Powerful in their own way, mines were used to destroy small ships and even large hypercruisers. To be specific, their potent explosive force cannot completely destroy a hypercruiser, but being showered by a swarm of mines would cause significant hull damage, rendering the hypercruiser weakened or even unusable. The mines were a great obstacle for the Alderaanian forces, as they had to proceed even slower than usual in order to neutralize the mines before they detonated en masse. One method they used was to deploy disposable unmanned drones to seek out and destroy the mines before the main fleet proceeded. Fortunately, out of desperation, Jiang Fei had deployed every mine the 5th hybrid fleet had. This put a lot of pressure on the enemy and prevented them from making haste in their pursuit. That being said, it was predicted that they would make it through the minefield in less than 36 hours. Jiang Fei sighed dejectedly.
Those bastards are fast.
With the black matter influencing his cognitive functions, Jiang Fei may now have a terrible temper, but he was still very much himself when it came to calculating risks. Jiang Fei's little fleet was nowhere near strong enough to fight against 4 legitimate space fleets. It would not be a battle so much as a complete one-sided massacre. All the Alderaanians had to do to take them out was aim all their beam cannons in their general direction, and the ships of Jiang Fei's entire fleet would be riddled with holes. One of the captains stepped forward. hoping that Jiang Fei would make the right decision.
Your orders?
Right now, remaining where they were and trying to fight would be the worst possible decision Jiang Fei could make. It would result in their total annihilation. After a long silence, Jiang Fei finally declared,
Begin fleet-wide broadcast. Inform everyone to start the retreat procedure immediately.
As a fighter, Jiang Fei wanted nothing more than to fight the enemy. However, he knew that he was standing on a paper-thin sheet of ice. Jiang had been in multiple fights, wars, space battles, and large-scale galactic warfare. He knew the ways of war, having shed blood and sweat to learn. After going through hell and high water, Jiang Fei knew when to not pick a fight. His current move went against his very nature. His principle was to never start a fight, but to welcome it if someone pushed for one. There was a saying in ancient Chinese war stories,
all those who welcome fights never gather glorious achievements.
It was an odd saying as it contradicted itself. The meaning behind this saying lies in how one interprets it. One meaning was that those who welcome fights knew when to accept a fight in which they held the highest advantage. Before the fight even started, one would have already calculated every possible outcome and known what action to take. Even when the winds of change hit them hard, they would win every challenge they faced, every battle they fought, every war they were part of. They would look like bullies, completely suppressing their enemies, as if they were holding themselves back. Those not involved in the fight would conclude that the only reason they won was out of sheer luck. While books and records told the story of war heroes and their deeds in war, the truth behind their actions were never revealed. Those people were never the kind who would go to war without a reason. They were forced, coerced even, to join the fight. If luck was on their side, they would emerge victorious and be dubbed as the war heroes of the century. The tale of the indomitable King Xiangyu was as such. He was said to be the bravest, the strongest, undefeatable. However, the truth was not all sunshine and rainbows as was recorded. He was only human and not infallible. When he lost his soldiers in the Wujiang province, he was defeated. War requires strategy and a mind as sharp as a blade. Individual strength also plays an equally important role in achieving victory. In ancient times, even the strongest man could never survive against a ballista's missiles. That was a given since they were all humans. But in space, strength knew no limits. A person like Theon could overthrow even 1,000 ships. His strength was unparalleled. And that kind of strength was something that Jiang Fei was currently lacking. Now that the Trade Federation had abandoned the entire galaxy, there was no way that Jiang Fei could come up with a viable strategy. There was no way he could request for reinforcements. If he chose to make his stand on Tyrannid, he would have a slim chance of surviving the war. However, if the Alderaanian forces were to call in reinforcements, and it was likely that they would, Jiang Fei's soldiers would die of starvation before he could defeat them all. If he still wanted to live and breathe, the only route he could take was to pack up and leave before a fight could erupt. Jiang Fei handed over all important decision-making to the captains of the fleet as he beamed down to the planet. Flashing as fast as he could to the training ground, he entered the time chamber where the girls were training. Currently, the players have started to establish a connection with Alderaan. There was not enough time to think too deeply about this matter. His first priority was to get the girls and leave. Jiang Fei was greeted with a scene of the girls dressed in tights and drenched in sweat as they trained themselves hard. The one girl that was putting in extra effort was Hua Mulan. There were traces of blood on the palm rest of her spear. Pools of sweat could also be seen, and some had even dried up to form a small collection of crystallized sweat. One could only imagine just how much Hua Mulan had pushed herself to become stronger. Nina noticed Jiang Fei's presence and approached him.
Fei? What are you doing here?
He had just visited them a few days ago. Pausing her training session to talk to Jiang Fei, Ariel chimed in.
Darling, you mustn't waste resources by coming in.
The more people in the room, the faster the resources burned up. Besides, the more often Jiang Fei visited, the more he would disrupt their training.
Forget about training. Please listen closely. Pack up your things and follow me out of this training room,
Jiang Fei declared loudly. Even though time in the training room was 30 times faster than the outside world, every second counted when fleets of ships were coming to destroy them. Isabella noticed the tone of his voice and quickly asked,
What's going on?
When she saw everyone was gathering, Sylphie joined them.
My love, what's the matter? No time to explain. Tyrannid is not safe anymore. We must leave now. But all the resources that you have already invested, wouldn't that be a waste? I don't care about that. I can always earn more money tomorrow, but I cannot save you if we don't leave now,
blurted Jiang Fei nervously.
What's going on? Why is the Lord so nervous?
Instead of following Jiang Fei's orders, Everyone started discussing the situation.
Listen, there is no time to be talking about this. Go! Pack your things and follow Jiang Fei,
commanded Nina. Of all the girls there, she was the one who held a certain commanding aura that rivaled even Hua Mulan. When she spoke, everyone would listen. Because of her, everyone stopped chattering and started to pack their belongings. With haste, they all went to their stations, and back within a few minutes. Chapter 1465, Obey or Die. As the girls had not brought much with them, it didn't take long for them to pack up their belongings. Additionally, the time spent in the training room was equivalent to only about 1 or 2 minutes at most in the outside world. Jiang Fei flipped the beacon signal emitter to ease the tracking of his location.
This is Commander Jiang Fei of the 5th Hybrid Fleet. Beacon is on. Request mass teleportation on board. Identity confirmed. Please stand by for teleportation,
replied the operator behind the teleportation system. Light particles surrounded Jiang Fei and the entire army of girls, and they were all teleported aboard the main command ship. With all members accounted for, they were ready to get away from this galaxy.
Prepare warp jump. Course set for Fortuna Galaxy. Star System Krypton.
Jiang Fei immediately ordered a warp jump as soon as he was on the bridge. The entire fleet was ready, and their destination coordinates were inputted. All power was diverted from the impulse engine to the warp core.
Warping in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Just as the countdown system initiated and space-time was starting to warp in front of each individual ship, several Azure-class cruiser ships that were part of the 5th Hybrid Fleet deployed space-time warping disruptors. The sudden cessation of warping caused severe damage to the warp core, forcing the entire ship to eject itself out of pre-warp and into normal space-time. Fortunately, the external inertial dampener worked well, and there was hardly any ship movement.
Commander, someone deployed warp disruptors. The warp core has been forced to shut down to prevent catastrophic damage. It'll be 4 hours before we can warp.
An alarm blared when the ship was forced out of warp. After someone finally turned it off, a deafening silence filled the bridge. Jiang Fei was visibly aggravated, with nerves popping out of his forehead.
Traitors!
Roared one of the captains. The Alderaanian forces were right behind them, and the only way to save themselves was to warp away. However, as all the ship's warp cores had suffered severe damage, it would be 4 hours until they could be safe again. 4 hours of exposing themselves to the enemy. Without his order, the captains who were still on Jiang Fei's side immediately aimed their cannons towards the Azure-class cruisers that deployed the disruptors. There was no need for proof, as only the Azure-class cruisers had onboard disruptors. The other ships did not carry them. A moment of silence befell the entire fleet as a public broadcast was played. The transmission came from one of the ships that was being targeted.
Attention! The enemy is coming, but your fate is still undecided. If you choose to surrender to us, we can promise a lifetime of fortune and happiness on Alderaan. Destroy the traitors,
yelled Jiang Fei. But his orders fell on deaf ears as the remaining captains hesitated. The situation was against them. The entire 5th Hybrid Fleet was shackled, and there was no way they could outrun the enemy. Jiang Fei had wasted too much time. And now, they had less than 2 hours before the enemy arrived. The words of the traitors resonated with the captains, who were still with Jiang Fei. They cannot fight the enemy. And even if they managed to sink the traitor ships, they would still die. However, if they took matters into their own hands and surrendered to the Alderaanians, their lives might be spared. The only thing they would lose was their status and rank in the Trade Federation, in exchange for a happy life as part of the Alderaanian governing. A flash of black light glowed brightly in Jiang Fei's eyes as he snarled into the communicator.
Are you going to defect as well?
The last thing Jiang Fei could tolerate in this world was someone betraying him.
Commander, you've left us no choice. You of all people should know well. Your allegiance was never with the Trade Federation. Why would you want to die for them?
Said one of the captains. He reasoned that since Jiang Fei had only recently joined them, there was no way he could have already developed a deep sense of loyalty to the Trade Federation. Even if he actually had, not a single man in the entire fleet would buy that. That is why they believed that Jiang Fei would adhere to the broadcast, trusting that he too would defect. One thing that they misunderstood about Jiang Fei was that he would never pledge his allegiance to anyone. If the situation was simply a war between the Trade Federation and Alderaan, he would have chosen the easiest path to stay alive and be done with it. Even if he was stronger or on equal grounds with the enemy, the chances of him defecting to the other side were high, so long as the given benefits were better. That being said, this situation was far more complicated than a simple war. Jiang Fei knew that the Alderaanians had been taken over by the players. If he allied himself with the enemy, how would he defeat them and save the universe. Jiang Fei screamed and cursed in his mind.
F***king lowlife scums? I am doing my F***king best to save this F***king world, and this is the F***king treatment I get?
Even if he wasn't infected, Jiang Fei would still have been furious at the betrayal. But he could have still tried to understand why they did so. However, with the black malice influencing his mind and judgment, there was no way he would show mercy. Noticing the sudden change in Jiang Fei's appearance, one of the bridge members asked,
Sir? Are you alright?
Jiang Fei's eyes were now filled with darkness, like a pair of black holes staring into the universe. Malice, enmity, and killing intent filled the room.
Alright? I'm feeling great,
hissed Jiang Fei, an eerie smile stretching across his face. He turned on the fleet-wide broadcast one last time and said,
This is my final order. Destroy the traitors or you will be treated as one.
Even though it was being transferred digitally through the ships, everyone who heard his sinister voice felt a shiver go down their spines. Not even the girls could understand what had gotten into Jiang Fei to be that merciless.
Captain, what should we do? Should we open fire? Are we going to surrender?
All the ships that were still on the fence about defecting started to discuss with one another. Captains themselves had to reason with each other. Beep. A timer suddenly appeared on the main screen on each ship. That was the amount of time given to them to obey Jiang Fei's command or be treated as one of the traitors.
What is the most logical path here? Screw logic. I say we fire on the traitors. Sigh. I've not yet lived a long enough life to suffer through another. It is just my luck to have been given such a brutal commander. That being said, I say we fight the enemy. He is just a commander. What can he do to us? I will not stand around and let the young kid lead us all to our deaths. Protect the Azure-class cruises. I do not believe he can do anything with just one ship. If he refuses to defect, we will sink his ship and the others that share his belief. That's right. He's just a single ship.
A decision was made, and those who opposed Jiang Fei's command aligned their ships with the Azure-class cruisers. The rest flew closer to Jiang Fei to prepare for a mass bombardment. There were no more than about 10 ships on Jiang Fei's side. The captains of those ships were young. Not as young as Jiang Fei, but still considered young adults in their own races. They had been serving in the military their whole lives, and some of them even had families back in the main dominion of the Trade Federation. Given the chance, they wouldn't want to die now. But at the same time, they didn't want to betray their families either. At the very least, they would die as heroes, instead of living as traitors for the rest of their lives. Those who betrayed Jiang Fei were young as well. But most, if not all of them, were single and unmarried. They had nothing to lose but themselves and had no problem switching their allegiance. Based on past experience, they knew that the enemy would not sink ships that surrendered. They would even be accepted as spoils of war. Jiang Fei made his last announcement.
I gave you a choice, obey or die. Some of you have chosen to obey, while the rest of you lot have decided to offer up your lives to me. You shall now witness the consequences of betraying the commander of the 5th Hybrid Fleet.
Black light glowed in his eyes, and a dark smog oozed out from his feet. The cloud of unknown black gas surrounded his entire being. Jiang Fei was now an umbral version of himself. Chapter 1466, The Umbral.
As sir? Are you all right?
The second-in-command asked worriedly. He had seen his commander speak in the coldest manner, and this time, he was turning into something completely unnatural.
I'm feeling great,
said Jiang Fei. As soon as he said that, the black smog spread throughout the bridge. In time, all members on the bridge had black goo contaminating their uniforms.
What is this? I don't know.
Everyone that got the black goo on them were surprised. But they immediately found that the black stuff was not doing them any harm. A few seconds later, as the black matter slipped past their uniforms and touched their bare skin, they froze stiff. Their eyes glowed in the same manner as Jiang Fei's. All of them turned at the same time, looking at Jiang Fei with revere-filled eyes. Their gaze was different from how one would usually look at someone who was worthy of being revered. This kind of look was how a devoted religion practitioner would gaze upon the god they worshipped. Shots were fired, signaling the start of a civil war between the traitors and the loyalists. Those still loyal to Jiang Fei fired everything they had. Meanwhile, because they were not heavily armed, the small fleet of Azure-class cruisers were being covered by the other hypercruisers.
Contact all ships that are still serving me. Tell them to retreat to a safe distance. I will personally handle the rest,
said Jiang Fei. The second-in-command replied in a most enthusiastic manner.
As you command, my master.
His eyes glowed faintly with black light as he followed Jiang Fei's orders down to the letter.
Clearly, his conscience had been influenced by Jiang Fei. All ships loyal to Jiang Fei were instructed to promptly leave the battlefield. Oddly enough, the traitors followed suit and chose to leave as well. They wanted to stay alive for as long as possible, in order to make contact with the Alderaanian force. Truth be told, they were in a worse situation as they were severely underpowered. Entering the bridge with the other girls, Nina asked, "Fei, are you all right? Husband? Where are you?" said Isabella. When the girls entered the room, Jiang Fei was in his umbral form, completely cloaked in darkness. In a flash of black light, he vanished instantly. Even the black smog that lingered about while he was still in the bridge was gone. "Where is my husband?" howled Isabella desperately. "There," said the second-in-command, pointing to the main screen. The small red dot representing Jiang Fei zoomed across space, heading towards a cluster of red dots that represented the fleet of Azure-class cruisers and the traitor hypercruisers. Jiang Fei zoomed across the void of space with nothing but his powers. His eyes flashed with black light as he set his sights on the fleeing ships. "What do we do now? There is no way we can fly like this. Divert power from all systems to the impulse engine. That will give us some edge against Jiang Fei. All right. I'll go and deactivate all the mines." Concurrently, the traitors were discussing how to get to the Alderaanian forces as soon as possible. They failed to notice Jiang Fei's incoming pursuit. Then again, he was just a man, not a ship. It was incredibly difficult for a ship's proximity radar system to detect a lone person. "Pitiful bugs. Enjoy your final breaths before I end your life," muttered Jiang Fei. He was at least several hundred kilometers away from the fleeing ships, and space was technically in a state of vacuum. By right, his voice should not have been able to travel. Yet everyone in the fleet could hear his voice echoing, as if he was standing right next to them. "What the hell? Who was that? Did you hear it too? Is it not a shipwide broadcast? Damn it! Who's playing with the broadcast system?" Panic ensued throughout the ships. However, the chaotic scene lasted only for a fleeting second. There was no reason for them to be worried as there was nothing they could do. Jiang Fei sent out a pulse, even from a close distance. That pulse of energy was incredibly faint. If the second-in-command hadn't zoomed in optically with ultra-enhanced focus, Isabella and the girls would not have noticed it. The pulse of energy spread out far and wide, covering all the escaping ships. A split second later, as the pulse of energy was traveling at close to the speed of light, a complete silence fell over the entire fleet. "What did he do?" asked Isabella worriedly. "I don't know. It doesn't look like anything is happening." The girls waited, and they waited even longer. They waited for such a long time, and yet the battlefield remained unchanged. The ships were still flying in a straight line. It made Jiang Fei's pulse of energy seem useless. As everything was quiet, no one suspected anything. But that was the key point. There were no signs of activity in or around the escaping fleet of ships. If only Isabella had asked the bridge crew to access the traitor ship's surveillance cameras, she and all the girls would have felt sick at the sight of dismembered body parts strewn everywhere. More than 10 ships were in a complete state of silence. Every single living being on board had been terminated in the most gruesome manner, killed via spontaneous explosion. After the massacre, Jiang Fei quickly zoomed away. He was not heading back to the main command ship, but towards Tyrannid, where the enemy fleet was detected. "Follow him," ordered Isabella. "I'm afraid not. Without the master's order, this ship will remain here," said the second-in-command with a certain solemnity. Isabella bellowed with rage. "I said, follow him, or I will end your life right now." Jiang Fei was quickly heading out of the ship's optical system's maximum range, and would soon be completely out of sight. "Kill me then. I shall never disobey the master's order," said the second-in-command with a straight face. "Gaw!" Isabella grunted, but she was not giving up. "In that case, send an observation drone. I just want to make sure my husband is safe." The second-in-command obeyed. "Very well." A single observation funnel was deployed immediately, and it flew towards Jiang Fei. Even though the funnel was light, it could barely keep up with his speed. Super strong beings like Jiang Fei and Theon could travel fast, but their speeds were somewhat limited when compared to a ship. That is why even they relied on ships with warp capabilities. Sometime later, the drone sights were activated and everything it saw was transmitted back to the ship. Jiang Fei was now floating in space without a suit or any armor. From where he stood, the funnel could pick up faint silhouettes of the enemy fleet. Since the traitors had deactivated all the previously deployed mines, the enemy was making huge progress in pursuing Jiang Fei's fleet. That was the last thing they managed to do before Jiang Fei killed them all. To think that they had actually betrayed him.
only to die not 5 minutes later.
Commander, we have detected a Trade Federation observation drone. Capture it if possible.
Just as the funnel detected the enemy, they too detected it in return. Jiang Fei remained undetected even though he was closer to the enemy than the funnel was. In a way, the funnel played a good role in distracting the enemy.
Where is Fei going? What is happening to him?
Isabella and the other girls were paying close attention to Jiang Fei's condition. The black smog was only growing thicker. He was like a black figure with clouds surrounding him. Like an umbral god. Chapter 1467, Dominate. Jiang Fei hummed. In his umbral form, his senses were heightened to the extreme. Even though he was hundreds of kilometers away from the main enemy fleet, he could sense the presence of 2 players amongst the fleet. These 2 players were still on board their own trash-tier ships, safely surrounded by the Alderaanian forces. 6 Apostle-class corvette ships broke away from the main fleet's formation and accelerated towards Jiang Fei's direction. Apostle-class ships were extremely lightweight ships that possessed the fastest speeds, second only to observation drones. The main fleet had dispatched them to deal with the lone observation drone sent by the 5th Hybrid Fleet. Even now, they had yet to detect Jiang Fei's presence, as his cross-section radius was too small to be detected by any radar system.
Oh, you're approaching me?
Muttered Jiang Fei. A flash of black light glowed and in the next instance, all 6 Apostle-class ships halted in place, as if they were frozen in time.
Captain, we've suddenly lost control of the ship.
What?
All systems are down. Sir, nothing is responding.
Chaos quickly ensued. Jiang Fei reached out his hand and clenched his fist, as if he had control of their movements. All 6 Apostle-class ships began to move towards each other.
Emergency evasion maneuvers now.
The captains of all 6 Apostle-class ships quickly tried to do what they could. Firing every single impulse engine, they had to get themselves away from an imminent collision course with each other. Unfortunately, all systems were unresponsive to any sort of command, impulse engine or not. They could not break away from accelerating towards each other. Depending on the ship's speed and sizes, collision would cause devastating damage, and maybe even death.
Captain, we can't do anything. All systems are down, and judging from our current course, the ship is being moved by an external force. We are not stopping. Nothing is working. Engineering has tried to manually trigger impulse engines, and they would not fire.
The last moments before the ship's collision were filled with nothing but panic. When all 6 ships finally collided with each other, a massive fiery explosion erupted, followed by complete silence.
What the hell is going on?
Said the fleet commander of the Alderaanian force. All 6 ships had suddenly lost communication with the main fleet. Not half a minute later, they collided with each other and turned into space debris, as nothing was working in the ships. No information could be relayed back to the main fleet.
Commander, do we proceed?
Asked the helmsman of the commanding ship. After all that had happened, he could not decide whether or not to steer the ship forward.
No. It must be a gravity well trap. Send 1 more fleet to sweep the area for traps,
said the fleet commander with a stern expression. As a fleet commander of the Alderaan United Space Force, she had her fair share of participating in many wars. The destruction of 6 Apostle-class ships was a loss that she could not be bothered about.
Commander Aurelia,
said the first officer. A fleet of seekers were dispatched to the site of the incident to investigate the reason for their demise, as well as to search for traps. Knowing they were coming, Jiang Fei remained close to the wreckage. When the fleet was nearby, he once again reached out his hand and destroyed all the seekers, lumping them together into one metal clump. Aurelia frowned when she saw what happened to the ships.
Damn it! Did the Trade Federation invent an undetectable gravity well trap?
If that was true, there was no way she could proceed. Knowing that there were invisible mines scattered about the area, she would have to call off the attack before they could actually destroy anything. Brute forcing their way through the mines would be akin to going through a shredder hoping to get out in one piece. Concurrently, Jiang Fei was now literally floating next to the main commanding ship. The funnel behind him was coming closer, and was about to enter the enemy's firing range.
Commander, look over there,
cried the radar operator, displaying video footage on the main screen. The image taken was incredibly wide. It took more than 400x zoom before an image of Jiang Fei floating next to the ship could be seen.
Is that a man? Who is he?
Bellowed Aurelia. No living being would dare to face an entire fleet of hypercruisers. He had to either be mad or a member of the legendary League of the Hidden Ones. Jiang Fei's entire body was wrapped in a thick, black smog, with only a part of his face revealed. As Aurelia stared at him with such intensity,
Jiang Fei turned to her and smiled. It was like he knew that she was looking at him through an optical camera. Jiang Fei's voice rang clearly in her ear even though he was floating in the vacuum of space. You want to know who I am? Very well. I shall grant your wish. He could hear me, shrieked Aurelia. Terror filled her heart at having experienced such a supernatural event. Panicked, she turned around to seek her assailant, only to be greeted with curious stares from the rest of her crew. What was that? Was it just me? Was it nothing but a delusion? Aurelia thought to herself. It was impossible for someone as strong as her to experience some kind of imaginative terror. She turned to the screen once more, and had the shock of her life when she saw that the black figure who had been floating next to the ship was no longer there. Hastily, she tried to order the crew to start searching for the mysterious man. However, before she could even open her mouth, Jiang Fei was suddenly there, pressing his fingers against her lips as his thumb traced downward to her chin. Didn't you want to know who I am? Said Jiang Fei, lifting her chin. Aurelia grunted. Ugh! Never in her life had she been on the receiving end of such demeaning treatment. Her cold demeanor had earned her the moniker of Ice Queen, and no man could come as close as Jiang Fei had. When he extended his other hand, Aurelia instinctively wanted to deliver a lethal slap. But she could not move her body. Like being trapped in a tractor beam, her entire body was frozen in place. Everyone in the bridge was affected as well. They just stood there, unmoving, like inanimate statues. Unlike Aurelia, who could still move slightly as she tried her best to overpower Jiang Fei, the others were simply frozen in time. Trying her best, Aurelia managed to mouth a sentence. I thought the Hidden Ones would never interfere with other civilizations. Given the situation and her inept ability to jump to conclusions, she determined that the man in front of her was part of the League of the Hidden Ones. Then again, there weren't many who could stand against an entire fleet of ships alone. Interfere? No, my sweet lady. I have no interest in war or battles. However, Jiang Fei paused. His eyes scanned every inch of her slender body, and when he was done, his eyes locked with hers. You, on the other hand. The way he spoke was incredibly suggestive and repulsive. Yet she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Blood rushed to her cheeks, dyeing them vermilion red, the color of carnal shame. Aurelia had no idea how she could have felt that way. She, the Ice Queen, could not have been swayed emotionally. Yet, this man managed to make her experience a plethora of emotions that she could not understand. It was the blissful emotion of being dominated. Having been discovered by the military and trained to be part of the United Space Force from a young age, Aurelia was the best in the field. Despite being a female, her strength and abilities far exceeded that of any man in the same field. However, after being crowned as the strongest soldier in the USF, she had gained a too bright halo that rejected and repelled any weaker men, aka all the men in the army. Today her halo had finally proven itself to be fallible. How was it possible for a young Terran to dominate her so easily? Her heart, frozen and immune to any sort of feelings, was being thawed by Jiang Fei's sudden impulsive invasion. The presence of weak men had always disgusted her. She had never been with someone stronger than her, nor had she ever been defeated. Until this moment. Now, she would learn what it meant to fall for someone. To have her heart stolen by a man. Chapter 1468. The aftereffects of being taken over. Everything was still in its frozen state. Jiang Fei's fingers were the only thing moving, still tracing their way around Aurelia's face, feeling the rugged texture of a man's palm cup her lower chin. The stone-cold woman blushed as red as a tomato. Towering above her, Jiang Fei brought himself closer to the helpless woman. Frozen in place, she could do nothing but lift her head higher to meet his attraction-filled gaze. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Meeting her significant other was supposed to be a romantic moment for a girl. Yet, this entire situation was the complete opposite. Jiang Fei's towering figure was set ablaze with the black smog. Like fire, the black smoke spread throughout the bridge, filling the entire chamber with its opaque presence. Oddly enough, the smoke gathered in concentrated amounts around all the crew members. Yet Aurelia alone was spared. Someday, I will come back for you. Remember me, said Jiang Fei, vanishing in a flash. Those words made Aurelia's heart jump into overdrive. The smile he had on his face was so mesmerizing that she couldn't help drowning in a dazed state. Like a deer in headlights. As soon as Jiang Fei vanished, everything in the bridge returned to the way it was before. Besides the loud thumping of her heartbeat ringing in her ears, and the reddish flush on her cheeks, everyone else returned to normal. As if everyone but Aurelia had been frozen in time. Commander, the main cannons are powered up, and are now targeting the incoming drone. We are ready to fire on your command.
said the first officer. His mind and body had just come out from the state of suspended animation, and he simply picked up where he left off.
No!
Aurelia cried instinctively.
Commander? What is the matter?
If everything the first officer knew about her was right, Commander Aurelia had never once lost her composure and acted like that. When he asked about her well-being, Aurelia realized how she was misbehaving and replied in her usual stone-cold manner.
Nothing. Cease pursuit operation. Prepare return procedure immediately. Commander? Are you ordering a retreat?
Asked the first officer in dismay. They had been tracking the Trade Federation Space Army from light years away. They had tracked down and destroyed several Trade Federation unmanned drones. Even though they had lost several good ships in return, it was acceptable damage that no fleet commander would bat an eye at. So, what could persuade the great Commander Aurelia to retreat from the pursuit mission? It was unlike her to give up on a mission after just a few losses.
Do I need to explain my reasons to the first officer?
Said Aurelia, 100% back to her authentic Ice Queen tone and demeanor.
No, Commander. I will prepare all ships for a return procedure immediately. Never question me again, lest you find yourself serving someone below your rank.
As all the ships began to turn around, Aurelia retreated to her personal quarters and sat on a chair.
Who is he?
The image of his smile and the sensation of his hands gliding across her skin were burnt into her memory. As much as she wanted to forget about their meeting, the image of his sensual smile kept resurfacing in her mind. She had never retreated before. However, as a commander, even though she was temporarily smitten by Jiang Fei's charm, she had her own reasons for not continuing the pursuit. A few days later, she came forward with the reason behind her decision to retreat. She explained that the unknown being caught on their optical camera was dangerous. He held powers that could destroy the entire fleet, and that was a risk she was not willing to take. Although the logical side of her dictated that it was improbable for a single man to destroy the entire fleet, her gut feeling told her that Jiang Fei may not be a member of the League of the Hidden Ones. Something inside her told her not to wrong that man, or doom and complete chaos would ensue. She wrestled internally with this dilemma, and finally chose to trust her instincts instead of logic. Poof! Jiang Fei disappeared from inside Aurelia's ship and reappeared on his own ship in the next second. Instantly teleporting such a great distance could be achieved in his normal form, but he would be temporarily weakened due to the great loss of energy. He did not use that ability too often, as it would eventually cause permanent damage. That, and the fact that it cost too much energy, plus the aftereffects were too great to bear. However, after teleporting back to his ship in his current state, Jiang Fei remained the same and was not weakened in the slightest. The only difference was that he was no longer shrouded in darkness.
Commander Jiang Fei, I have detected that the enemy forces are retreating away from us,
said the radar operator. As soon as the darkness around Jiang Fei faded away, everyone in the bridge returned to their normal selves. They were no longer in a state of constantly worshipping him. Isabella howled as she leapt into Jiang Fei's embrace.
Ah, Fei! Are you alright?
She tugged him around like a doll, pushing and pulling to check whether the anomaly that was the darkness remained. In a daze, Jiang Fei asked,
Huh? What happened? Why is everyone here?
The last thing he remembered was standing in the bridge, with none of the girls around, and feeling angry at the traitors for deploying the space-time warp disruptors.
Captain, you were just taken over by the black matter again. This time, you caused more catastrophic damage than before,
said 0541. He played footage of how the umbral Jiang Fei had rushed to kill his former allies, before teleporting directly onto the enemy's commanding ship. 0541 was smarter this time. Instead of reporting it out loud for everyone to hear, he only spoke to and played the footage for Jiang Fei alone. Aside from the gruesome killings, the footage of Jiang Fei playing with a female would definitely send Isabella to a rampage.
I did this.
Jiang Fei had always known that the black malice was dangerous, but he had never expected this extent of damage. Such a power was so destructive that at one point, he could even rival Theon. When the footage reached the point when Jiang Fei was toying with Aurelia, he mentally thanked 0541.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate this.
If the girls saw this, Isabella would be the first to give him the beating of a lifetime. Jiang Fei frowned as he mulled over his thoughts.
Just what is this black stuff? What does it want? It was clear that whenever the black malice took over Jiang Fei's body, it overrode his consciousness with its own. This was evidence that it had a mind of its own and was living inside Jiang Fei, even though it had helped him get through difficult moments. The fact that it could override his own consciousness worried Jiang Fei a lot. Of all the things he feared, the feeling of helplessness when someone else controlled your body was truly unpleasant. He sincerely hoped that there would never come a day when that thing took over his body and claimed his first cherry-popping moment. Jiang Fei frowned again.
I need to fix myself soon. But how am I going to do that when even Master Theon doesn't know what this thing is? Commander? We have been stationary for a while now. Should we continue the evacuation procedure?
Said the second in command. The warp cores of all the ships were halfway through their rebooting process.
No need for that anymore. We will remain here,
said Jiang Fei confidently. Based on the footage 0541 showed him, the enemy fleet was retreating, and this was confirmed by the telemetry report. It would take them some time before they returned again. With no threats around, Tyrannid was now safe for the girls to resume their training regime. He had already wasted enough time on the ship, and must return the girls back into the machine. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Fei must make the most of every moment before the people of the Gamma Dimension made their next move. Chapter 1469, A Call for Help from the Ice Queen herself.
After they retreated from the Domino system, the Alderaanian forces made no further moves. Jiang Fei took this chance and had the girls continue their training on Tyrannid.
Did they give up?
Jiang Fei failed to understand the circumstances, but he could not be bothered by it. In fact, it would be better if no one else bothered him either. His main priority was to monitor the people from the Gamma Dimension, while his secondary priority was to train the girls to be strong. One fine day, Jiang Fei was in his room meditating. As soon as he reached a state of perfect calm, a shadowy silhouette appeared in front of him, and Velen voices rang in his ears. Unlike his usual monotone manner, Velen sounded almost desperate this time.
Jiang Fei, fate is in your hands, but you have to go out there and seize it. Go to Zwila soon or you will regret it dearly. Huh?
As Velen's voice faded, Jiang Fei immediately snapped out of his meditative state.
The HL, was I dreaming?
Jiang Fei immediately dismissed that notion. At this point in his life, after experiencing so many things, someone appearing as a ghost would be as real as breathing.
Was it really Velen?
Muttered Jiang Fei. So far, the only way he had appeared in front of Jiang Fei was by possessing another weaker being, typically one with a lower combat level. If that was the case, why would Velen appear as a metaphysical being?
What does he mean by fate? Why would he want me to go to Zwila that badly?
As much as Jiang Fei wanted to go there himself, there was no viable method currently available. Plus, without him taking care of them from the outside, the girls were vulnerable. All in all, the conditions and requirements for him to go Zwila proved to be too much for Jiang Fei right now. Many other thoughts suddenly rose up in his mind. Who was Velen? Why would a watcher like him help Jiang Fei? What was a watcher in the first place? Shaking his head hard, Jiang Fei forced himself to focus on what was in front of him. However, no matter how much he tried to forget about it, Velen's latest message was planted deep into his mind. No matter how many times he tried to get it out of his head, it would return again. 2 weeks after the Alderaanian forces retreated, all the girls showed tremendous results from their training. In total, they had spent close to 1 month in training, which was equivalent to almost 2.5 years in the real world. Even though they showed good results, they hadn't managed to reach the standards Jiang Fei was hoping for. Today, Jiang Fei ventured to the training grounds. But before he could enter the chamber, 0541 spoke to him.
Captain, I've just received an encrypted message. Who sent it? I've decrypted the message, and it seems that this message is meant for you,
said 0541, his tone suggesting surprise and mild curiosity. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes.
Why would a message be encrypted if it was meant for me?
If someone was able to contact him, it was because they had already been given codes and encrypted channels for them to do so. This extra layer of security was uncalled for. Or perhaps it was meant to hide something else. 0541 insisted again.
Captain, I seriously think this is for you. Only you.
Jiang Fei groaned.
Stop playing games and get to the point. Sheesh. It's a call for help from Alderan? Odd. It seems. Oh. It's the Ice Queen. Aurelia. She's asking you to save her,
said 0541, holding back a scoff.
Aurelia? Who's that? Why would she ask me for help?
Asked Jiang Fei, utterly confused.
I say, Captain, you mustn't ignore the plea of a woman whom you've toyed with,
spat 0541.
Huh? Since when have I toyed with a woman? Do you think I'm not afraid of Isabella?
0541 sighed in exasperation.
Ugh. I should be more direct. You can't just flirt with a woman and not take responsibility. Fortunately, I have footage of you doing just that.
0541 played footage of Umbral Jiangfei toying with the frozen commander Aurelia 2 weeks ago. Jiangfei gasped.
That's the fleet commander of the Alderan forces?
He had not been himself when they met. Even though he watched the footage, it was nothing but a fleeting memory, since it was not important to him. 0541 bragged.
Correct. The famous Aurelia. Her beauty and strength are top-notch. So what? Why would she ask me to help her if she was so strong? Perhaps you should watch the message before making a decision,
said 0541, playing it for Jiangfei.
I don't know your name, but I know that you're the only person who can save me. Help me. Take me away. You are my only hope.
As seen in the footage, Aurelia was not herself at all. Unlike her usual stoic appearance, she was desperate. That was the entire content of the encrypted message. Without context, Jiangfei couldn't make sense of it.
What will you do now, Captain? Nothing,
said Jiangfei. He quickly pushed this entire matter to the back of his mind. Jiangfei did not care about the rescue request for many reasons. First of all, he had not been himself when he assaulted the poor woman. Secondly, and incidentally the most important reason, he didn't know Aurelia well enough. Who or what she was didn't matter to him. For all Jiangfei knew, she could be attempting a kidnapping, and he would be playing right into her hands. Despite watching the call itself, Jiangfei wasn't bothered in the slightest. Not even by the sight of Aurelia crying her eyes out. Sitting on the floor cross-legged, Jiangfei resumed his meditation. A short while later, barely a minute into a state of perfect calm, his eyes snapped open.
What a drag. He may not care for you, but I am not a person who would let harm befall a woman I like,
said Jiangfei. His eyes were now completely black. Darkness enveloped his entire being as he slowly walked out of his room. When he reached the bridge, he ordered,
Prepare a shuttlecraft for me. Yes, my master,
cried all the crew members. Their eyes glowed with a hint of dark light. They were now once again mesmerized by Umbral Jiangfei. Kaina, who was also at the bridge, slithered to his side.
My master, what has gotten into you? Nothing. Am feeling great,
bellowed Jiangfei. He grabbed Kaina by her slender waist and planted a passionate kiss on her cherry lips. Chapter 1470, Arrival on Alderan.
Mum,
Kaina resisted at first, but quickly succumbed to Jiangfei forcing himself on her. Every inch of her body was set ablaze as her mind drifted into the abyss of pleasure. However blissful the moment was, it was but a fleeting second before Kaina could entwine herself with Jiangfei. He pulled away and left without turning back.
I'll be back,
he said, gesturing a peace sign with his hands above his head as he walked out of the bridge. He teleported straight into the hangar bay where the second-in-command had prepared a shuttlecraft. He got into the shuttle and left the main commanding ship, heading into the void of space.
Set course for Alderan. Engage hyperspace jump. Course set. Engaging hyperspace jump in 3, 2, 1.
Thump. Military-issued shuttlecrafts were not as glamorous as the one Jiangfei owned. His shuttlecraft had many other features installed, with most of them being for entertainment and comfort. As for the military-issued ones, there was no such luxury available. There were only essential systems as well as life support systems to keep the person on board alive. The seat was not built for comfort either, instead built for safety. As a trade, this military-issued shuttlecraft had a greater and more powerful impulse engine and warp capabilities. This was the standard in most, if not all, military vehicles. Comfort on a certain level was a given, but not in excess. Safety and maximum efficiency during war were always prioritized. Upon entering hyperspace, Umbral Jiangfei lay back in his seat and rested. His eyes flickered back and forth between fully black and Jiangfei's normal pair of eyes. At the same time, he was talking to himself.
What a useless monk. How could you have so many girls clinging to you and not bet a single one? I've helped and helped. Over and over again. Sheesh. Do you need me to take over your first night with a female? Is that what you want? You want me to hold your penis and guide it into one of the girls? Sigh. This is it. This has to be the one. With the Ice Queen joining the group, the condition will be fulfilled. If you're still all passive, don't blame me for lacing every single food and drink you consume.
As space-time folded and expanded rapidly, the shuttle zooming across space was about to reach its destination, Alderan. The entire journey took 48 hours, and by the time the shuttle jumped out of hyperspace, Umbral Jiangfei felt slightly weaker.
Damn it! Being in control of the body is taxing. Sigh. When are you going to become stronger? I don't have much time left, And if you don't help yourself, no one will.
He sighed heavily, and not long after a short silence, he raised his head and smiled in a certain suggestive manner.
Caution! Lock-on warning! Caution! Lock-on warning!
Red lights flashed across the dashboard, as the shuttle was currently being tracked and aimed at by a nearby patrol team. Jiang Fei exited hyperspace right at the far edge of the orbiting range. Being so close to the planet, the shuttle would surely be detected and marked as a threat.
Attention incoming Trade Federation vessel. This is the Alderaanian United Space Force Patrol Team. Identify yourself.
Umbral Jiang Fei's shuttle patched through the public broadcast system and played the transmission. It was fortunate that the shuttle did not have any combat capabilities, or they would have fired warning shots, which would have destroyed the incredibly weak armored shuttle.
Heh! I don't have time to play with you lot,
said Jiang Fei to himself. He grinned and vanished from the cockpit, leaving only a fleeting black smog that soon disappeared without a trace.
Captain, no one is responding. MHM, hail them once more.
The detected incoming vessel was clearly marked as one issued by the Trade Federation. After being warned once, it was not slowing down and was instead still accelerating.
Attention incoming vessel. Shut down all engines or you will be shot down.
The shuttle was now running on autopilot mode. Unless Umbral Jiang Fei returned to the ship, there was no way to change its course towards colliding with any nearby ship.
Sir, we should fire a warning shot right now. If the shuttle is not stopped, it will collide with Lomuel,
said one of the officers. The ship, Lomuel, was not a cruiser-type ship, but only a small corvette class that would sustain damage from colliding with a shuttle half its size. It would be akin to striking a sedan car with a Harley-Davidson. The captain took the comms and yelled into it.
Attention incoming vessel. This is your final warning. Stop now or you will be destroyed.
To be honest, he should have shot it down immediately when it appeared in Alderaan's orbit without prior notification and authorization. One thing to keep in mind was that the shuttle and the patrol team were already entering the atmosphere. The projected course of movement was towards the capital city of the Alderaan Empire. The reason he had not shot the shuttle on sight was because there were many cases of people, especially rich kids, pulling pranks like this, without them accepting the communication request and revealing their identity. Not even the captain of a patrol team dared to destroy a shuttle. Nevertheless, he had his duty. The shuttle crossed the final line when it entered the atmosphere. He had to destroy it, as it could really be a terrorist on a mission to cause havoc.
Final warning. Shut down in 3 seconds or you will be destroyed.
There was still no response. How could there be when there was no one on board? Concurrently, the shuttle was on a collision course with one of the closest patrol ships.
Shoot it down,
yelled the captain. Several other patrol ships immediately fired beam weapons that were clearly not built for combat. It was only natural, as they were patrol ships and not cruiser-class ships. Even so, that level of firepower was more than enough to destroy a small shuttle. Kaboom! The ship was reduced to many pieces which burned as they fell through the thick atmosphere of the planet.
Confirm target status. Target destroyed. Scan the atmosphere for debris and check for any biosignals. I want to find out who was piloting that shuttle.
The worst that could happen was discovering that the pilot was from a powerful family. If that was the case, no matter how hard the captain tried to defend himself by stating that he was merely following the rules, there would be no escaping being prosecuted by said family. In an empty street somewhere on Alderaan, a sudden shift in the air could be seen, and Umbral Jiang Fei appeared with a poof.
What a nice planet,
he said as he stretched. Being cooped up in a small shuttle craft was suffocating. Umbral Jiang Fei put on his scope and entered the bustling, busy street. His current form was subtle, without any black smog and the scope partially covering his eyes. Unless they were specifically looking for it, no one could really see that his eyes were completely black. After walking for a while, Umbral Jiang Fei froze for a moment and quickly hid in a back alley.
Damn it! My time is up! Hee hee. Have fun on Alderaan for a while as I rest.
Suddenly going quiet, his head dropped down, and several seconds later, Jiang Fei woke up. He gasped in horror.
Huh? Where am I? Wasn't I meditating on Tyrannid?
He could physically feel that he was not on the same planet. Everything around him was different.
0541. What happened? Captain, you are far away from Tyrannid at the moment. It's better if I show you instead of explaining,
said 0541. He played the recorded footage of Umbral Jiang Fei taking over his body. 0541 had been keeping quiet the entire time Umbral Jiang Fei was in control. Hearing every word the Umbral version of him said, Jiang Fei yelled,
Who is that guy? Why is he talking like that? I do not know. However, after analyzing what he has said and done, I think he is trying to help you.
After giving it some thought, Jiang Fei said,
Since he brought me here, he must want me to save that Aurelia chick. 0541. Next time I get taken over by that black thing, talk to him immediately and find out what he wants from me.
Chapter 1471, Forced Marriage. Jiang Fei's heart thumped loudly. He could feel it ringing in his ears. Besides the fact that he was on a planet called Alderan, he had no idea where he was. Right now, of all the uncertainties that constantly eluded him, the worst one was the mysterious deeds that his umbral version wanted him to do. Since there was no way to predict when or where the umbral would take over his body, Jiang Fei made sure that 0541 would question his alter ego as much as possible. Whenever he resurfaced again, taking to the unfamiliar streets, Jiang Fei pulled the collar of his shirt higher to cover his face. As he walked aimlessly, he found himself in the middle of a very busy street. It looked very much like a wet market, except no one was selling raw poultry, and all the buildings were built with futuristic alien tech.
Have you heard about what happened to the Ice Queen? What about it? I don't give a damn about her. I heard that Miss Aurelia is being forced to marry someone. How about that? The almighty Aurelia is actually being forced to marry someone. Who could have dared to do that when she has Lord Kayson? TSK. What do you know about politics? In a world where the strong rule and the weak kowtow, women will always be the scapegoat when something goes wrong. Explain. Bear with me, for this will be long. Okay. So, apparently Miss Aurelia has never once lost a fight. And with the blessing of Lord Kayson, no one dares to step over her head or even stand by her side. So, about a week ago, she lost a war somewhere in a galaxy far, far away, and the victors drilled her about it. That family started to dismiss her past achievements. That's when things got complicated. Lord Kayson did not want to be on the receiving end of a nasty lashing from the victors. Thus, he sacrificed Aurelia and let her be wedded to someone from the Victor family. That's the gist of it. Shoot. Now I feel bad for the woman. The feeling is mutual. How could Miss Aurelia agree to let herself be married into a wretched family like the Victors? Gaw. She would be better off with someone else. Bah. There's nothing we can do, when even she can't get herself out of this. I guess that's the fate of one born into those sacrilegious families. Did you get that? Asked Jiang Fei. I did. Hearing the word on the street about Aurelia, Jiang Fei and 0541 learned a thing or two about what was happening to her. So, she's being thrown under the bus, said Jiang Fei. After thinking for a short while, he shrugged. Not my problem. What does he want me to do about the matter anyway? Captain, remember what your alter ego said. If you don't take care of things, he will take care of your junk. Damn it. I'm warning you. 0541. Do not ever bring this up when the girls are around. Especially not in front of Isabella. Jiang Fei barked. He remembered what his alter ego said. And even though it was meant for him, such a message must never be heard by anyone else. Calm down. I would never do anything that puts you in harm's way, said 0541. If he owned a body, he would have rolled his eyes hard and scoffed exasperatedly. Jiang Fei frowned. What can I do now? What are my options? Do I wait here for the other me to return? Or can I go home now? I suggest you follow up on what the other you did. Why? Your alter ego may be suspicious in every way, but based on his actions, he has not done anything that would bring you harm. In fact, it's the opposite. I think that it's better for you to not go against his will. Even if you go back to Tyrandot, who's to say that he won't forcefully take over your body again and return here? At the very least, he's still been willingly relinquishing control of your body. What happens if he decides to do something else? Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. So far, the umbral always took over his body when his emotions got out of hand. As a matter of fact, he hadn't been able to resist it at all. Not even once. If the umbral wanted to take over his body and do something that Jiang Fei would regret for the rest of his life, there was nothing he could do to stop it. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to go along with his alter ego's plan. Gathering his courage, he approached the two locals. Excuse me, fellow gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about Miss Aurelia. If you would be so kind, could you elaborate on that topic? I'm a little behind on that sort of thing. That is none of your business, said the taller, skinnier one. Jiang Fei lowered his head. My apologies. I was merely curious. It's fine. I don't mind telling you at all, said the shorter, fatter one who was being extremely friendly. Thank you. The shorter fellow spoke with vigor. am going to assume that you know about Miss Aurelia. I mean, who doesn't? Now, here is a fact that isn't widely known. It's about the Victors. That family is nothing but a vile, good-for-nothing, brain-lacking, shite-speaking, crap of a family. They expect people to worship them, even though they're the kind of people who would push stool into someone else's face. It was obvious that he didn't like the Victors. Come now. Are they really that bad? Asked Jiang Fei, laughing. You're not from around here, are you? Said the fat one. Jiang Fei froze immediately. But the fat one continued. Relax. It's nothing to be ashamed about. Not everyone on this capital planet is here willingly. Besides, not everything about the capital is posh and good. Thinking that the fat one had made him, Jiang Fei almost had a heart attack and was prepared to make a run for it. But judging from how the fat one talked, it seemed that most of the locals in the Aldrin Empire's capital planet were proud to live here. Sorry, I wasn't trying to hide it, said Jiang Fei, pretending to play it off. Worry not. I have good eyes in judging people. I can tell that you are one of those honest workers, replied the fat one with a satisfying smile. Moving on, Jiang Fei pressed. What about Victor? Could you tell me why he is so despicable? Jiang Fei routed the topic back. Because if he didn't, the fat one would probably go off on a tangent and just talk about himself. Right. So, Victor, the son knows nothing but how to trot about proudly. But his grandfather, he started as just a servant who was hired to feed the emperor's mustangs. So, one day, when the emperor was visiting his stable, one of the horses flew into a fit and galloped towards the emperor to attack. Victor's grandfather gallantly jumped in the way to protect him. You can guess what happened next. As thanks, Victor's grandfather became one of the top officials in the empire, said the fat one, in a tone that suggested indie. Boy, you said it. He's one lucky bastard. Do continue, replied Jiang Fei, fanning the flames and insisting that he continue. The fat one snorted. After Victor's grandfather passed, his father replaced him. Victor's father is a man of talent and a priceless asset whom the emperor loved and cherished. Now, here comes Victor. That waste of air is the epitome of pride and grandiose. Nothing can please him, and there's nothing he wouldn't dare do. He's the perfect example of a spoiled brat. So that's the backstory? What happened with Aurelia, and how was she forced into a marriage? Asked Jiang Fei. The fat one shook his head in disappointment. Victor got his father to get the emperor's blessing. That, and the fact that Victor's father has been nothing but helpful to Lord Kayson. Long story short, Aurelia is to become a pawn in Victor's game. Perhaps things can still turn around, said Jiang Fei. The tall one interjected loudly. Turn around? Not possible. The emperor has given his blessing, and none can deny it. The wedding ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. At the royal palace, the coffin has already been nailed shut. Miss Aurelia is done for. The short one snorted again. What a waste of beauty and talent. It's like throwing away a beautiful flower to a pig. And the pig is not even a useful one, added the tall one. Since when are pigs useful? Said Jiang Fei, trying to add the cherry on top of the insults with his joke. The conversation was both funny and insightful. For what it's worth, gossiping might have been a necessary tool to extract information. Chapter 1472, the oldest scam in the book. Oh shoot. It's held at the palace? Must be a huge event. Jiang Fei exclaimed in exaggeration. It was an attempt to coax the two into talking more about the situation. Of course. Have you ever seen the palace before? It's beautiful. Grand. Posh beyond anything in the universe. The short one bragged as if the palace was his own home. It'll come clean. This is my first time setting foot on the capital planet. I've flown across this system many times and never had the chance to land. Technically, Jiang Fei was telling the truth. He had never visited this planet before. Let me tell you, the Emperor's palace is so grand that no other civilization could ever build anything like it. The short one continued to brag. I'm hyped. I think I will take this chance to visit the palace. Jiang Fei said. Don't bother. Security will be tight since there will be a wedding. Don't wander around too much or you'll be thrown in prison. If you want to see the palace, you should just wait until the entire thing blows over. The tall one said. Oh. Jiang Fei sighed. What do you expect? For them to let you in just because you have never seen it? There will be too many royalties and nobles attending as guests. Civilians like us should just stay at home and watch the broadcast. The tall one added. Damn. I would not be here for long. Might as well. Could the two of you be so kind enough to point me to the direction of the palace? I'll just have a quick look from afar and be on my way. I could go home and brag about it to my friends and family, said Jiang Fei, pretending to be desperate. That was his goal, to get information about the location of the palace. You've asked the right people. This monkey here is a private transporter. You can take a ride with him, said the short one as he promoted his good friend. What about it? You want to hire a ferry? Asked the tall one. There was a certain glint in his eyes that reflected greed. Security around the palace had been tightened for a few days, so there was no business for him to conduct there. In fact, there weren't many passengers for him. That was the reason why he would rather spend his free time talking to his friend than roaming the planet for potential clients. As a city dweller, the tall one had been scamming many people into paying a higher price for his service. Now that Jiang Fei was obviously revealed to be a first-timer on this planet, he had blatantly presented himself as the most gullible customer for the tall one. He would spin the city for more than enough times to cheat unsuspecting travelers for extra money. He had been doing this for more than tens of years. Yes, please. Thank you for the trouble. Jiang Fei agreed even though he was practically broke. Jiang Fei had literally zero local currency, but he had a mountain-filled worth of etherite. Etherite might be the standard universal currency used in many civilizations, but such a currency was not used by the common folk. It was similar to gold on Earth. Alone, it held certain value, but have you ever seen anyone using a gold bar to pay for groceries in a supermarket? Jiang Fei had been trying to figure out a way to get himself to the palace until these two came along, offering a means of travel. It would be wrong to reject such a helping hand in times of need. The tall one was as common as anyone could be. His combat level was so low that he could never be a combatant. Such a character could never hide his real intentions in front of Jiang Fei. When he had malice intent brewing inside his head, Jiang Fei noticed it immediately. Come on then. Watch your head, said the tall one as he invited Jiang Fei to his taxi. How long would it take to reach the palace? Jiang Fei asked. Hard to say. If it all goes smoothly, it would be around 3 hours. But since the wedding is so close now, there will be security checks here and there said the driver, as he didn't bother to finish his sentence. Alderaan had always had tight security placements, but it took a competent driver to know how to get around things. You'll leave it in your good hands, said Jiang Fei as he leaned back. He had no intention to hand over any kind of currency to this cheater. Hell let him do whatever he wanted as Jiang Fei sat back and relaxed. There was still time for him to do what he wanted since the big day was 2 days away. Enjoy the ride, said the driver as he started to move. He leaned out of the side window and waved his short friend goodbye before zooming away. Along the way, as he noticed Jiang Fei had fallen asleep, the driver slowed the vehicle down and smiled like never before. If Jiang Fei was awake, the driver still had his way to navigate around the place. Fortunately for him, Jiang Fei was asleep, thus saving him the time and effort needed to explain himself. The tall, skinny driver took his sweet time, driving around and about aimlessly. What was supposed to be a 3-hour journey became a whole day's trip. By the time they reached their destination, it was already late evening. Young man, we're here, said the driver as he turned around and nudged Jiang Fei. Thanks for waking me up, Jiang Fei said as he pretended to be half awake. When he noticed that the sky was already dark, Jiang Fei could not help but silently curse the driver for being so cruel. He had pretended to be a common civilian from another planet, and he was cheated to this extent. What were his daily activities then? Was he making a living by cheating good, honest folks like this? Shoot! It's late! Jiang Fei gasped. Sorry for all of this. I didn't want to wake you up since you looked like you needed the rest. It's been a terrible drive, as there are just too many restrictions here and there. I literally had to take many detours to reach this place, said the driver, pretending to be aggravated. It was his way to cheat Jiang Fei, seeing as how he saw him as another common folk. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. The fee will be 3,652 clocks. Well, since we started off well and friendly back there, it'll make it cheaper. You can just pay me 3,600. Sure, Jiang Fei said. He had never been to Alderaan, and had never owned the currency known as clocks or knew its value compared to etherite. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei was sure that the fee was blown out of proportion. Thanks for everything, said Jiang Fei as he pretended to lean forward to pay. Instead of reaching for his wallet, Jiang Fei's right hand flew toward the man's neck, holding it with a vice-like grip. What are you doing? The tall one said as he gasped for air. The last thing he had expected from an out-of-town commoner was a robbery. Even though it was already dark, they were literally parked close to the entrance of the palace. Royal guards would storm the taxi if there was even a little suspicious activity. Relax. You'll be sleeping for a bit, said Jiang Fei. He was calm and composed and not influenced by any forces then. He was not one to immediately kill anyone that wronged him. Hence, to merely put him to sleep, Jiang Fei injected a microscopic amount of qi energy. I'm here at the palace, but how am I supposed to know where Aurelia is? Sheesh. I just hope that my alter ego knows what he is doing, said Jiang Fei with a heavy sigh. Based on his powers alone, it would be reckless to charge into the palace. If he was stronger than all of the guards, he might walk in and out without even a scratch. But that was just a childish sentimental thought. It was unlikely that the palace would not hire powerful fighters to defend the place. Right now, the only hope for Jiang Fei to get inside the palace safely was to let the umbral version of him take the helm. Captain, I think you should do what comes to mind. If he dares to bring you here, he must have some plan in mind. Even though I do not know what or who he is, I believe he would not put you in a fatal situation, said 0541. Chapter 1473 Umbral explained. Jiang Fei took control of the vehicle and hid it in a dark alley along with the driver. He was sure that the skinny fellow would not be waking up for at least 2 or 3 days. After leaving the taxi and its driver, Jiang Fei paced slowly closer to the palace. Even though he was far from the gates, he could feel the presence of several strong fighters. Despite being strong himself, Jiang Fei still felt scared of the presence in the palace. Damn it. Never would I have thought that there would be crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the palace when there are overwhelmingly plenty of common folk in Aldrin. Sheesh. Is he helping me or trying to get rid of me? Jiang Fei groaned as he got even closer. He needed a closer look at the palace to plan his entrance and exit route for his rescue attempt. Jiang Fei made a complete circle of the parameters and analyzed every possible entry and exit point. After that, he retreated far away and found himself a secluded place. There! He sat down, crossed his legs, and started to meditate, even though the main player would not be himself. Jiang Fei knew he would be using his body to fight. The least he could do was make sure his body is in a tip-top condition. 2 days flew by, and on the day of the wedding, when the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Fei opened his eyes and got ready for action. Loud cheering and ceremonial cannons were heard in the distance. At this point, Jiang Fei need not guess that the wedding ceremony was about to start. The ceremony is starting. Why is he still not coming out? Jiang Fei barked. If Umbral Jiang Fei was not taking over, the rescue attempt would be over before it could even start. The time he spent on Alderan would be for naught. Nothing I can do, Captain, said 0541 apologetically. There was no way Jiang Fei or 0541 could force the Umbral Jiang Fei to appear. He came when he liked and left in the same manner. Jiang Fei frantically checked himself to see what he could do to trigger the takeover. MHM. No reason to be so nervous. Just then, Jiang Fei's entire body froze as the black smoke started to form around his body. Identify yourself, 0541 immediately asked as ordered by Jiang Fei. Finally talking to me? Huh? He must have ordered you to do that, said Umbral Jiang Fei as he grinned. He paced slowly, nonchalantly, as if there was no rush into saving Aurelia. Personally, I would like to know who and what you are. Curious little one. Aren't you? Umbral Jiang Fei smirked. Fine. Seeing as how loyal you have been this entire time, I shall reveal a small part of the entire truth. However, I will only tell you if you will keep this a secret. You cannot tell anyone. Not even him. Umbral Jiang Fei said again after a long pause. It is against my protocol to keep any kind of information from the captain. 0541 rejected the deal instantly. Very well then. I shall forever be an enigma. It wouldn't be beneficial for him to know who I am, as it will be a hindrance to his progress. 0541 hesitated. As Jiang Fei's support system, 0541 could not lie or hide any information from Jiang Fei. It was programmed in the deep layer protocols of his programming system. However, he had evolved into a superior system, which granted certain leeway for him to reject certain protocols. If he thought that hiding certain information from Jiang Fei would be beneficial for him, it was vital for him to do so. I do not have all day. Umbral Jiang Fei gave a sneer-like smile. I agree to your terms, but I will determine whether or not the information will hinder the captain's progress. I'm sure you'll do that. Umbral Jiang Fei walked as he started to explain. He and I are the same being but of different sides of the same coin. He is weak, naive. He has too many things that he desires to do but dares not to. All of his repressed emotions cause this side of him to develop. In the battle with Barg inside the 10th dimension, when Barg's malice infected Jiang Fei, I was born. I am all that Jiang Fei is not. Impossible. If you are the same person as the captain, why are you far superior?
0541 asked.
I am what I said I am. Your captain doesn't even know how to fully utilize his power. As I said before, he is too weak. And if he never learns how to desire power, he will never be able to fully master Omni-Surge. That is only the tip of the iceberg. If only he knew what he could do with the power of the 10th dimension.
Umbral Jiangfei scoffed. 0541 was speechless. He could not deny that Jiangfei was indeed weak and naive.
What are your motives? Same as you, to let the boy live a little longer,
said Umbral Jiangfei before he sighed heavily.
He and I are two sides of the same coin. If anything happens to him, I would suffer the same fate. Right now, he is being cooperative. If I don't take this chance to help him grow stronger, he will be the reason the both of us kick the bucket. I do not understand why you would keep your existence a secret. He has been worried about you taking over his body. It can't be helped. I would be worried too if I were the main consciousness. Once he knows who I am,
both of our consciousness will merge as one. It is inevitable, and I have made my peace with that. However, that cannot happen now or in the near future. He is too weak, and because of his weakness, he will lead me, you, and all of his partners to the grave. You can take over his body whenever he is in grave danger. That's not how it works. My time is limited. Every time I appear, I will consume the limited energy that is the Bjalian malice. Once that power runs out, he and I will become one and whole. I must make him stronger before that day comes. How are you going to do that?
0541 was relieved when Umbral Jiangfei revealed that his condition of Jiangfei was not permanent. However, at the same time, he was worried. Umbral Jiangfei's lifespan was limited. When he's gone, there would be no one left to pull Jiangfei out of danger.
How indeed?
Umbral Jiangfei grinned ominously. 0541 was annoyed. At this critical moment, Umbral Jiangfei still found the time to joke around.
Time is of the essence. Time for me to shine. What are you planning? You'll see.
Umbral Jiangfei scanned the area and found himself a concealed spot to hide near the gate of the palace. In time, the gates would open to allow guests to enter when the ceremony started.
Is he trying to crash a wedding and snatch the bride?
0541 thought to himself.
An opportunity like this comes but once in a blue moon. I should make it grand.
Jiangfei said to himself. A while later, 3 thundering blasts of cannon were fired, signaling the official start of the wedding ceremony. Chapter 1474 Steal the Bride. Once the 3 shots were over, the gates to the palace were opened. Glamorous vehicles rolled into the palace's courtyard, accompanied by many security personnel. As the wedding was held inside the palace itself, all participants were supposed to be in the venue as well. However, going against the orthodox since Victor wanted to make an impact, to show the world what he was capable of, he brought himself and the beautiful bride out of the ceremonial grounds to parade themselves around the palace grounds. Guest vehicles were all moving in and security checks were tightened. Right now, no other place on Alderaan had the highest of security. Nothing bad could happen to the bride and groom. Or so he thought.
Are you still going to wait here?
0541 said. The last of the guests were already passing through the gates, and the bride and groom had left the palace. This would be the best time to take action.
What's the rush? Taking the bride now would not make any kind of impact.
Jiangfei whispered before a grin arched across his face.
To think the day has finally arrived for you to marry me. What an auspicious day. What say you? Aurelia?
Victor said. He was not even looking at his lovely bride, as he was too busy waving his hands at all the spectators that were cheering on the side of the pathway. Aurelia remained her usual stoic self. She couldn't care less for all the parading and the glamorous ceremony. The last thing she would care for was the man standing next to him, waving his hands to the mass as if he was a famous person of benevolence. She had already set her mind to do the right thing.
Come now. At the very least, give me a smile. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of such a crowd now, do you?
Aurelia remained unfazed. Unmoving.
Continue with your futile silent protest. You shall see what I have planned for you tonight.
Victor whispered into her ear as he grinned. Although he did mastermind the entire wedding, and it was through his father and the emperor himself, he had to continue the ceremony before he could have his way with her. If it wasn't for the emperor himself, she would have already been ravished thoroughly.
Pray that my strength never returns or I shall burn you, and all that shares your blood to ashes,
said Aurelia without displaying a single shred of emotion. She had been powerful. Past tense. Her combat level was over 9 million. She stood out amongst the strongest. However,
due to a certain unfortunate event, She was poisoned by this despicable man, reducing her godlike powers to only a common folk's. Her strength was sapped away. Now, she could not even hold a sword, much less fight her way out of this wedding.
Return? Darling, your strength will return, but only in your dreams. The poison in you is potent and without cure. From this day forward, your only job is to pleasure me. Know this. After the ceremony, the Ice Queen shall be no more. She shall be nothing but a whore and a breeding pig,
Victor said with a smile so wide that it deformed his regal appearance. Aurelia still remained unfazed, unmoving. There was no fear, no pain, nothing. A true display of defiance until the end. Despite it all, she was hurting, crying on the inside. Despite it all, she was still a woman, and her heart was calling for Jiang Fei, wherever he may be.
Where are you? O stranger of the enemy! I pray that my message shall reach you in time, for only death shall be my ending without you saving me from this age.
Aurelia's right eyelid twitched a little unfortunately. Victor was too busy attending to the crowd to notice. With the slowest movement possible, Aurelia moved her tongue toward the side of her teeth, making sure that the capsule was ready to be used. It was a suicide capsule she had prepared during her first deployment in the battlefield. She knew, as a woman, there would be a gruesome fate worse than death that awaited if she was ever to be captured. She was prepared to kill herself, but never in her wildest dreams had she thought she would use it on the land. In the palace of the Emperor, she had bled to protect. 2 hours after circling the palace on top of a decorated floating vehicle, both the bride and groom finally returned to the doorstep of the palace. The ceremony was held just right outside the palace door, at the courtyard that moonlighted as the Emperor's garden. Right now, everyone was waiting anxiously for the bride and groom to walk the red carpet. 3 blasts of dud cannons later, the bride and groom started the walk. Flower petals were thrown by the most adorable little girls. The groom, accompanied by 2 groomsmen, walked first while the bride, with 2 bridesmaids, followed. The bridesmaids were not her associates. They were hired fighters that were tasked to make sure that Aurelia never did anything out of order. Despite being poisoned, thus greatly enfeebled, more than tens of invisible restraints were placed all over her body in case Aurelia could somehow overpower the 2 hired fighters. It was an excessive precaution, since Victor wanted nothing to go wrong with the ceremony. Right after the bride and groom entered, the Emperor and Empress of the Alderan Empire came out from the palace to join the walk. This was a powerful show of dominance, a display of political prowess, to show that someone like Victor could persuade the Emperor and Empress to be witnesses of his wedding. Technically speaking, it was a show of his father's influence on the Emperor.
When are you going to make a move?
0541 asked again impatiently.
Soon, my little friend. I've just discovered 2 interesting fellows here,
said Jiang Fei with a soft grin.
Interesting fellows? Looks like he was right. The players had indeed established a
relationship
with the Alderan Empire. I can smell the scent of players in the wedding.
Jiang Fei laughed like a hyena.
What is your plan?
0541 asked nervously. If he could sweat, he would have already made a pool of sweat where he stood. The appearance of players in this plane was disturbing.
A hero is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when the situation calls for it.
Umbral Jiang Fei gave an all too familiar grin. During the exchange between Umbral Jiang Fei and 0541, a priest took to the podium and started the ceremony.
Do you, Master Victor, take Miss Aurelia as your wife? To have and to hold from this day forward. For better, for worse,
for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death you may part?
I do, Victor said with a straight face. Aurelia would have spit in his face if she could, but alas, she was restrained to that extent. Victor noticed the changes in her eyes, the glint of disgust that was too obvious. He leaned in and whispered,
Remember, when this is over, I will ravage you thoroughly tonight. Do you, Miss Aurelia, take Master Victor as your husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death you may part?
When the officiant finished his question,
the 2 bridesmaids
pressed their fingers into her back, forcing her to nod her head as she refused to give her verbal consent. Despite that, Aurelia resisted with every last bit of energy that she had.
Such is my fate sealed with your absence, O stranger of the enemy.
After all this time, Aurelia Finald cried. Tears rolled off her face as her jaw moved to give way for her tongue to crush the suicide pill.
What a drag. Don't you know that the worst tasting ones are the ones that are forced against their will? To think that you would even broadcast this event. Such pride. TSK TSK TSK. Such ignorance.
A deep sigh, followed by a long speech delivered with a sleazy tone, rang across the entire palace ground. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Umbral Jiangfei was standing in between the bride and groom, with him being a hair's width away from Aurelia.
Arrest him.
The officiant roared, and the entire ceremonial grounds was plunged into a state of panic. Royal guards, made distinguishable from the bright red color of their uniforms, rushed toward the emperor and empress side. Regular black suit bodyguards rushed toward the groom. As for the other attendees, they were running amok like headless chickens.
Hey there. Sorry for making you wait this long. I'm here now, and I'm going to take you away.
Jiangfei plucked his hands and gently tapped Aurelia's forehead. His smile, the same one that was incredibly offensive the first time she saw it, was now a ray of warmth that thawed her cold heart.
How dare you intrude on the emperor's palace? Have you a death wish?
Victor roared, making sure to threaten Umbral Jiangfei with the sentence of being a threat to the emperor and not for intruding on his wedding. Such was his ability in sentencing a crime, an ability he had misused many times over.
Who is he?
Asked Alistair. The emperor of the Alderan Empire. He was old, but he was far from being a senile old man. He knew that this intruder was not there to kill him, as he was still standing in front of the bride.
My liege, I don't know the identity of the intruder. He does not look like someone from a named family.
A high officer came forth from behind and answered.
It matters not then. Kill him, please.
Emperor Alistair decreed, as he waved his hands nonchalantly. Even though the intruder was not there to kill him, he was still sentenced to death for the crimes of intruding palace grounds and disrupting the wedding ceremony. Technically, such crimes were never so vile that they deserve a death sentence. However, it was akin to a slap to the emperor's face then. Hence, the death sentence. He was the emperor after all. He could do whatever he wanted, and none had a say in it. Chapter 1475 Whole. Or shredded?
My liege, how do you wish me to prepare him? Whole. Or shredded?
Said the High Lord Advisor of the Emperor as he glanced at Jiang Fei. His tone and demeanor suggested that Jiang Fei was not a threat.
Surprise me,
said the Emperor Alistair with a frown before the royal guards took their defensive stance around him. To be fair, he was a little annoyed to be asked such a question. He was a straightforward man, and when he asked for someone to be killed, there were a million ways the deed could be done. Why ask such a question then? To make a joke? That being said,
the High Lord Advisor was powerful, measured combat level at over 10 million. That gave him a certain leeway for him to talk around the Emperor, as long as it was not degrading or a direct insult.
Enjoy whatever breath you have left, for I, the High Lord Advisor, have decided to dispose of you,
said the man as he kicked off the ground and made a straight charge for Jiang Fei. With their own device, the High Lord Advisor had already gauged Jiang Fei's combat level, and knew that he had only over 4 million combat level. He was only as strong as a captain of a small platoon in the Royal Guards.
Another one to bite the dust,
Jiang Fei muttered. A grin was made, and the air around him crackled with dark energy. Creak. Crack. Creak. Almost every combat level measuring device within a certain vicinity broke down immediately. Some were still working fine. Those who were still conscious enough to read the devices were shocked.
Impossible,
the High Lord Advisor gasped. His own device was definitely one of the surviving ones, and based on its reading. The man cloaked in black, covered in black smog, with dark energy crackling about him, had a combat level reading of over 15 million. He was stronger than the High Lord himself.
How strong?
0541 thought to himself. Even though Jiang Fei and Umbral Jiang Fei were of one body, Jiang Fei himself had never once been able to push himself to get a combat level of over 10 million. Somehow, for whatever unknown reason, Umbral Jiang Fei was able to break through the threshold and become a being that great in strength. Thud. A deep, bass-like sound was heard, and Umbral Jiang Fei disappeared. In the next moment, the same sound was heard, and Umbral Jiang Fei's fist was planted into the High Lord Advisor's chest. Although his attack was not penetrative, it carried with him an explosive force that knocked the High Lord off his feet, and he ended up zooming across the air, slamming against a wall hundreds of meters away before bouncing off it.
Damn it! Some luck I have.
The High Lord Advisor struggled to get on his feet. Blood was flowing down his forehead, and his overly decorated clothing was ruined. He wiped away the flowing blood from his delicate porcelain face before groaning again in pain. It was rare for someone like him to even exist in the universe, especially when it got exponentially rarer for someone with a combat level of above 10 million to exist. Which explained the disgruntlement he felt. The High Lord tried to brush his injuries off, but a few broken ribs and perforated internals were something that he could not hide.
I have to use my strongest skill next,
the High Lord Advisor thought to himself. The man was clearly stronger in terms of combat level, but if there was one thing that every powerful Alderaanian had that won over others, that was their confidence in psychic energy. It was something that he was adept at. Coincidentally, the prime factor that gave him the chance to be where he was. He took out a small vial and emptied the contents into his mouth, gulping it down. Much like the miracle that was Jiang Fei's health potion he had brought out from the game. The contents of the vial seemed to have the same effect, healing wounds in a flash.
Interesting.
The ends of Jiang Fei's lips arched into a grin. He saw the High Lord's movements as he retrieved the vial, yet chose willingly not to press on for an attack. He wanted to give his enemy a chance, perhaps to seek for even more excitement in battle.
You'll be sorry you attacked an Alderaanian,
the High Lord muttered inaudibly under his breath. The man in black might be stronger physically, but he was confident in his skill in psychic manipulation. As long as he could disrupt the enemy's senses for just a second, he would have every window he needed to end the fight right there, and then. The High Lord leaped forward, and at the same time, a concentrated psychic needle was shot out toward Jiang Fei.
Sheesh. Just when I got my hopes up.
Jiang Fei sighed. When it came to psychic power, no one besides Thean could do any harm to him. The needle struck Jiang Fei's mind and just dissipated like a cube of salt in the ocean.
No!
The High Lord Advisor panicked. He knew that his attack connected smoothly, yet it was so ineffective that it didn't even make his enemy flinch. All was lost as he was already on his way toward Jiang Fei, like delivering himself into the mouth of a tiger.
You need to open yourself up a little more. Let me show you the true form of psychic power.
Jiang Fei howled as his grin turned into a maddening laugh. A surge of energy blasted out, like a tsunami of psychic energy, before it completely drowned the High Lord Advisor of the Emperor.
Auk! Aleph!
The man dropped to the ground. His skin ripped apart on its own and his ears burst with blood pouring out like an open faucet. His eyes were now red, as they drowned in his own blood. Umbral Jiang Fei paced nonchalantly toward the incapacitated man and picked him up by the neck. Defeated, the High Lord Advisor tried to fight back, but his mind was so damaged that he could not even consciously control his body like before. In fact, it felt like piloting a broken machine that would not listen to the command given.
Your Highness, the Emperor, how would you like me to prepare this man? Whole or shredded?
Said Jiang Fei as he grinned at the Emperor, who was still hiding behind a row of royal guards. A black, swirling energy formed around Jiang Fei, and it crawled toward his hands, grabbing the High Lord in place. The High Lord was now suspended in the air by the black energy, and continued to soar higher and higher.
Guards! Save the advisor!
Emperor Alistair decreed. The High Lord Advisor was a person too important to let die. He was groomed to be a powerful individual to serve the Empire, and for what it's worth, he must not die.
Perhaps I should make this decision.
Umbral Jiang Fei grinned once more, and aimed his open palm at the suspended man. With an unknown power, Umbral Jiang Fei closed his palm, and before the struggling High Lord Advisor could do anything, his entire body exploded spectacularly. His 4 limbs were sent flying in different directions, while his severed head landed right in front of Emperor Alistair.
Protect the Emperor!
The officiant roared. Royal guards and other hired security personnel hurried to the Emperor and formed a tight border around him.
Contact the 3 archbishops and summon Marshal Gone now,
said the Emperor in a calm and collected manner. Despite being a little startled at the sight of excessive violence, he remained composed, as his sight was still glued to Jiang Fei.
Do what you want. I have no fear for you nor qualms about destroying you,
said Jiang Fei whilst he stretched his neck and hands, displaying a nonchalant disposition. He turned about and paced hurriedly to Aurelia.
And no! Don't come any closer! My father will hear of this!
Cried Victor like any other stereotypically spoiled brat. The Emperor and Victor's appearances were heaven and earth. It was a shameful display, and to make things worse, the wedding's broadcast was still ongoing. Everyone watching the streaming had just witnessed how a person like Victor behaved in danger.
Seems like I have wronged Aurelia,
the Emperor thought to himself, and sighed heavily. He knew, all along, that Victor was never even on the list to be paired with the great Ice Queen, Aurelia. Still, his family was famous, and Victor's father had been nothing but a helpful and reliable friend to the Empire. Be it as it may, the Emperor forgot to account for the poor girl's feelings. Seeing as how Victor behaved today, the Emperor started to regret agreeing to the wedding arrangement.
You sicken me,
Jiang Fei hummed when he stood in front of the floored Victor. He swung his hand and slapped him hard, leaving a bright red mark handprint on his cheek. Jiang Fei was not going to kill him. Not because he was afraid of the repercussions of killing the son of an important famous family, but because he was not even worth being killed. Killing him would only sully his hands, and the rage in Umbral Jiang Fei's heart would still remain. 1476 The Three Archbishops.
Hello again.
Jiang Fei hummed. The bastard had been slapped away, and there was nothing standing in between Umbral Jiang Fei and the lovely bride. Unfortunately, there was someone behind her. Before she could even express her profound happiness to see the man she coveted, one of the bridesmaids snuck behind her and pressed a blade to her throat.
Stand back or she dies,
said the hired fighter. Jiang Fei crossed his arms, sulking whilst shaking his head.
I wouldn't do that if I were you,
said Jiang Fei.
Stand back,
she bellowed as she pressed the blade harder. Seeing as how he could even defeat the High Lord Advisor without breaking a sweat, she knew that a hired fighter such as herself would not stand a chance against this man in black. Nevertheless, there was still a way. His objective had been made clear when he chose not to do anything against the emperor or the groom. He was there to save the bride, and that was her leverage against him.
Oh no! You've chosen poorly,
Jiang Fei muttered.
Stand back now,
the female fighter roared desperately. She was hired by Victor to make sure that nothing was to become of the bride so that the marriage can go on smoothly. Technically speaking, the entire wedding was ruined, and there was no picking up where they left off. That being said, she was still doing her job until the end.
Now! One must be taught for choosing poorly,
said Jiang Fei. And just like that, the blade that was pressed against Aurelia's throat was dropped to the ground. The female fighter's eyes froze with fear. She tried her best to move, but nothing happened. Her entire being was frozen solid. From the moment Jiang Fei talked to Aurelia, he had already noticed the presence of the female fighters behind her. A trail of black energy had been released, and by the time the female fighter took Aurelia hostage, she was already contaminated by Jiang Fei's power.
No! Don't kill me!
She cried. Her eyes quivered with fear as they swam about. None responded to her plea, as she could feel all her powers being sucked away, as was her life force.
What about you? What would you choose?
Said Jiang Fei without facing the other female fighter standing not too far from Aurelia. The woman said nothing as her hand still gripped the sword in its sheath. Seeing as how her partner was incapacitated by the man in black who fought without even lifting a finger, her decision was swift. Between attacking or not, she chose to take 2 steps back.
You've chosen wisely,
said Jiang Fei as he nodded. He then paced toward Aurelia and stopped, putting his face close to hers.
You are mine to behold. Your life, your entire existence is mine to own. Now, spit out that vile capsule from your mouth,
Jiang Fei declared with such dominance that Aurelia, with her eyes widened, could not help but look directly into his eyes. She was stumped, perhaps, for the second time in her life, by the same person. If it were any other man, they would have been beaten to the ground for even daring to breathe the same air as her. However, she could not help but felt some sort of powerful attractive force from him. Everything he did was vile and repulsive, yet she could not push it away. In fact, it would even be said that she welcomed it. Aurelia turned to her side and spat out the uncrushed capsule. How could a man, whose name she did not know, provide such an overwhelming sense of dominance, safety, and insurance for her? In fact, the longer he stood next to her, the more she felt like no harm would befall her.
Now, will you take my hand?
Jiang Fei said as he reached out his palm.
I would.
Aurelia did not hesitate. She reached out her own and held the man's coarse hand. Was it fate? She could not stop thinking about it. How was it that she could not bring herself to hate this particular man, when all men had been nothing but disgusting to even stand with?
Hold! Know your place. Insolent fool! You are standing in the presence of the Emperor of the Alderan Empire. You are not to leave until I decree it.
Emperor Alistair bellowed. Everything that the man in black had done was nothing but a blatant spit to the face. It was only natural for him to be angry when one was rude in the presence of the Emperor, right in front of his own house. Jiang Fei scoffed without even turning to look at the Emperor. He pulled Aurelia's hands and headed out of the palace without a single F*** given. He would have teleported away, but the entire palace had space-time warping disruptors installed. The only way out was to physically walk out from the front gates.
Kill him!
The Emperor decreed. All soldiers that were guarding him immediately complied. They broke out from their defensive formation and charged toward Jiang Fei. Now, there were more than tens of thousands of soldiers, royal guards, and otherwise surrounding Jiang Fei from all sides. Even being surrounded, Jiang Fei remained calm and stoic. The same grin on his face remained unchanged. Aurelia, drugged and powerless, held his hand tighter. It was not fear that made her do that. It was her attraction toward him. From the sense of security that he exuded. So be it, Jiang Fei said. A small portion of the black smog around him split away and immediately attached itself to all the nearby soldiers. Once the black smog condensed into black goo, the soldiers' eyes changed to that of raging berserkers. Immediately, they turned to their closest partners and started to attack mercilessly.
What are you doing? The enemy is there. Bastard. Are you going against the Empire? Stupid boy. You dare to attack your own father?
Friendlies became enemies in an instant, and chaos ensued. Those that were still clear of mind could not understand why their own allies were attacking them. On the other side of things, those that had gotten themselves controlled had not a shred of their original conscience remaining. Like a puppet set for indiscriminate killing mode, they attacked whomever was within their vicinity.
What powerful psychic influence,
said Alistair as his face turned pasty pale. As the Emperor, his natural mastery of psychic energy was unprecedented. Despite being old, he still had over 10 million combat level. If he wanted to, he could easily put down the tens of thousands of soldiers, all by himself. When a small portion of the soldiers started to rampage against their own, Alistair immediately unleashed a wave of purification psychic energy to unshackle whatever that was controlling them. Unfortunately, Alistair was no match for Umbral Jiang Fei that was possessing the ultimate cheat tool. The core of will. Deep within those umbral eyes, a glint of silvery light flashed. The power of the core of will was pushed to its limits, overthrowing Alistair's own psychic energy. Soon, more black smog spread it out further, infecting more and more soldiers by the second. Alistair tried but as much as he poured out his own powers. He was soon drained to his last drop, and was still unable to save even one of his soldiers.
Who dares to disturb the peace of the Empire?
A deafening roar was heard coming from the heavens above. 3 black lightning bolts shot down, and 3 men dressed in gowns and robes materialized in front of Alistair.
Thank you for coming here, Archbishops,
said Alistair in between panting breaths. The Emperor was fearless, but he had his pride and honor to protect, as well as the sovereignty of the royalty. He will die fighting as the Emperor of the Alderan Empire, and never flee.
Here come 3 interesting fellows,
said Jiang Fei. The 3, clad in thick robes decorated with many metallic accessories, were Alderanian. However, the interesting part of those 3 old men were not their ages, but their combat levels. The weakest one had a combat level of 17 million, a strength that exceeded even Umbral Jiang Fei, while the other 2 measured at 18 million and 19 million. It was a good sign that it was time to run. The strongest one was particularly strong that if he chose to become stronger, surpassing his own limit, he would be as strong as the rumored League of the Hidden Ones. As strong as Theon, a supernatural being that was already unbelievable to begin with.
Those 3 look strong. Can you fend them off?
0541 asked worriedly.
Can I?
Umbral Jiang Fei scoffed.
Dot. Of course. I can't.
1477 it will be fine. 0541 groaned, sounding panicked.
What? What now?
If he could, he would have rolled his eyes at Umbral Jiang Fei for making such a statement in dire times like this.
What now? Who knows?
Said Umbral Jiang Fei, shrugging nonchalantly before suddenly grinning.
There is someone watching us from above. It will all be fine now. What do you mean by that?
Barked 0541. He could not follow Umbral Jiang Fei's train of thought.
As I said, all will be fine. My job is done, and the rest should be all right. Goodbye.
Umbral Jiang Fei laughed quietly as he faded away. The black smog that enveloped him disappeared, and when his eyes opened again, Jiang Fei was back.
Huh? Where are we? How did we enter the palace grounds?
Assuming that his alter ego would take him somewhere safe, he thought that his problems would be solved by the time he was back in control. The last thing he expected was for his alter ego to ditch him when the situation got out of hand. As the alter ego was gone, so was the power he held, restoring Jiang Fei's original combat level. Even though having a combat level of 4 million at his age was a commendable feat, it mattered not, unless he could somehow gain at least 4 times the combat level right then and there.
I don't know either.
0541 shrieked. His confidence in Umbral Jiang Fei was never strong to begin with, but 0541 assumed that he was at least capable of handling difficult situations. That assumption was quickly replaced with one of blatant incompetence when he dug a deep hole, placed Jiang Fei there, and left without even providing a rope for him to escape. As Umbral Jiang Fei left, all the soldiers who went berserk earlier returned to their normal selves. Right now, There was no way Jiang Fei could defeat an army of tens of thousands of royal guards, much less the three superpowered old men.
Damn it! Damn it! He left us to die,
thought 0541. Despite being frustrated by the fact that Umbral Jiang Fei left him for dead, 0541 did not forget about the secret of his true nature. For what it was worth, Umbral Jiang Fei was a necessary existence. Telling Jiang Fei the truth now would cause the two of them to fuse into one being again.
By the way, you haven't told me your name,
said Aurelia. Her hands were tightly wrapped in Jiang Fei's. Something about him made her feel that he was not the same person she encountered before. Turning around, Jiang Fei noticed that he was holding hands with an extremely breathtaking woman who was dressed in an equally breathtaking wedding gown. He was fully aware that they were in danger, but his natural instincts quickly calmed him down. His pride as a man would not allow him to get flustered in the presence of a woman, especially a beautiful one.
My name is Jiang Fei. I'm here, and I'll take care of everything,
he said confidently.
All right.
The way he smiled and the look of confidence on his face made her feel all tingly, but not in a positive way. Everything about this man was different from the one before. The man earlier, although devious and filled with malicious thoughts, had a certain charm to him. His look of confidence was one that only someone overwhelmingly confident could have. Right now, Jiang Fei's expression and smile were utterly repulsive to her.
Perhaps the enemy is too strong, and he lost his composure,
she thought. She knew the three archbishops well enough to know that they were three of the strongest beings on Alderaan. Jiang Fei was strong, but he had not reached their level yet as he was still too young. Whilst outwardly maintaining the same confident look, Jiang Fei yelled in his mind.
0541. Quickly think of something.
Even if he tried to push himself to the limit, he would only be able to bring his combat level to as high as 9 million. That might allow him to defeat the massive army, but not the old farts. As she was drugged and weakened, Aurelia herself was completely useless now. If Jiang Fei could not even secure his own survival, how could he protect this beautiful lady in his arms?
Captain, calm down. There is a chance to turn this around,
said 0541. He recalled something that Umbral Jiang Fei said before he left. Something about, it will all be alright. What could he mean? Jiang Fei pressed for more details.
What chance? How? Captain, you need to stall. There could be reinforcements coming to help,
said 0541.
So be it.
Jiang Fei huffed and adjusted his uniform. If he was going to stall, the only thing he could do was deploy his best out-of-combat psychological attack, the art of pretense. It was a skill he perfected after cheating, swindling, and threatening countless victims for his own benefit. The best part was that he had pretended his way out of fights with enemies stronger than him. Be it a man or an army, Jiang Fei needed to prepare himself mentally if he was going to properly pull off the act. For that to happen, he had to give the right first impression. For any pretense to work, one has to believe that they are actually strong enough to begin with. If you can't even persuade yourself, how can you persuade others? Once he was mentally ready, Jiang Fei changed everything from his posture to his expression. The aura he was giving off did not come from belief in his own strength, but from whatever confidence he could muster, no matter how fictitious it may be. In a sense, he was trying to hypnotize himself into having the same confidence he would have if his master was standing right behind him. Noticing the sudden change, Aurelia arched an eyebrow. When Jiang Fei crashed the wedding and came for her, her mental image of him was that of a strong ruffian who doesn't play by the rules. His ruthless confidence, bordering on complete disregard for anyone else, was exactly the thing that had smitten her in the first place. Once they got out of the courtyard, and especially after the arrival of the three archbishops, she could see that he changed into a timid boy, the kind who repulsed her. No matter. She had her own justification for his sudden change. Jiang Fei was momentarily frightened by the appearance of the three archbishops. Now in his pretense mode, Jiang Fei exuded another kind of confidence, unlike the one he portrayed before. This time, he was domineering, like a conqueror of the universe. This sort of aura could only come from those whose strength knows no bounds, or from those who know no fear as they have someone powerful backing them. It was the latter that caused Jiang Fei's current domineering aura. Naturally, Aurelia did not know that, since Jiang Fei had been nothing but charming from the moment he arrived. He crashed the ceremony, saved her from certain death, defeated the High Lord Advisor, and even slapped her would-be husband. Hence, in her mind, Jiang Fei's current confidence came from his incredible strength. With that thought in mind, Aurelia suddenly saw herself as one of the princesses in those folktales she listened to as a child. To be honest,
She was happy and excited by the prospect of being part of the story she knew. At that moment, she realized that she had spent her entire life fighting for the Empire, only to receive unjust treatment in return. Right now, as she was reminded again and again that she was a woman at heart, despite her cold front, she realized that her dream was to just be happy and find someone to be with. While Jiang Fei was getting into character, he did not realize that the woman he was still holding was completely mesmerized by his performance. Of course, he didn't notice her reaction. He was completely fixated on tricking the three demigods. Chapter 1478 Never Let Your Guard Down. Jiang Fei didn't bother to raise his head to meet their eyes as he spoke.
Gentlemen, must you insist on stopping me?
They were high and mighty, but Jiang Fei was never one to show respect when it was not yet earned. That was the first step in displaying his confident persona.
Insolent. You are? Punished. You must be,
said the shortest of the three archbishops. Although they were not political figures, they held a certain influential power and stood second to the emperor himself. While the emperor held the highest authority and ruled as a sovereign figure, he still had great respect for the three archbishops. Given their position, it was infuriating to have a young boy with a combat level of only 4 million speak to them so disrespectfully.
Reserve yourself, third brother,
said a fatter man as he held out his hands. Unlike the shortest one, this fatter archbishop had a face that reflected Buddha himself, a blinding sight of kindness and compassion. That being said, Jiang Fei could see that he was the most cunning of the three. Not only had Jiang Fei committed murder within the grounds of the royal palace, and in the presence of the emperor no less, he had also shown absolutely disrespectful behavior to the three archbishops. There would be repercussions. That being said, precautions must still be taken. Even though his combat level was a mere 4 million, Jiang Fei had displayed a great show of power when he swiftly killed the High Lord Advisor and disarmed the entire army of tens of thousands of soldiers. It could be said that Jiang Fei showed no respect to the three and retracted his powers. Some would say he must have used all his energy and could not fight anymore. But the fatter archbishop knew better. He could have simply hidden his powers instead of retracting them. It could be a plot meant to trap them. That is why the fatter one stopped the shorter archbishop from charging towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei played it cool. When putting on a front, the first impression was the most important thing. He had to make the opponent start thinking twice before making a move. This tactic would be effective against the wise, but practically ineffective against those who were hot-headed. The art of pretense was like maintaining a poker face during a high-stakes card game. It would work on others on the same level as you. On the other hand, it would fail if there was a novice at the table who would simply jump to conclusions and throw in the pot. Competent, wise players, or in this case, those three old farts, should know how the strong behave. And this would make things easier. Maintaining his smug expression, Jiang Fei spoke telepathically.
0541. You said something about help. How do you know there are reinforcements coming?
Though pretending was second nature for Jiang Fei, having a solid foundation such as knowing for sure that reinforcements were on the way would help him perform better. To think that that thing had taken over his body and placed him in the dead center of the enemy's territory. Then, all of a sudden, 0541 said that reinforcements were coming. To be honest, Jiang Fei found it hard to believe. But he had no other choice. 0541 answered vaguely.
Perhaps. Maybe. I guess. There will be.
His confidence in helping Jiang Fei depended on Umbral Jiang Fei. And now that he was gone, things were unpredictable.
Second brother, do you believe that he is not what it seems?
Asked the muscular old man, the oldest and strongest of the three. He was the one who lacked just a little bit more to become as strong as the hidden ones.
I suspect so.
The shortest one grunted loudly.
Do you not see that he is just simply pretending?
He was the kind of person that Jiang Fei feared the most, one who would simply jump ahead without planning. Though his expression remained stoic and smug, he was panicking internally.
He's going to reveal me,
he thought to himself. Dreading the thought of being exposed, Jiang Fei turned to face the three.
It's funny to think that you have lived to be so old, to know so much, and yet you can't recognize death when he is standing right in front of you. What did you say?
The shorter one burst out with rage. This time, the fatter one had to physically restrain the short one.
Calm down.
Jiang Fei had struck a nerve, and the short one was not going to stand still. He roared at the top of his lungs.
Second brother, I've had it. Let me at him. In that case,
go ahead.
Have at it,
said the eldest, still maintaining a calm composure. He had never got along well with the shorter one. Coincidentally, if his suspicion about Jiang Fei was true, It would be a great way for the short one to learn some humility, or maybe even get himself killed. The fatter one immediately froze. He never thought that his senior would go that far. He knew that his senior had never liked the shorter one. He acknowledged that the reason was the shorter one's own fault, since he had single-handedly caused all three of them to be in fatal situations. When they got stronger and reached their current positions, the fatter one thought that his senior would have forgotten about past mistakes. He had not expected that what he assumed to be water under the bridge was still brewing in his senior's mind. That's so you. Thinking too much about such a simple thing. Can't you see that he's nothing he says he is? Eldest brother is allowing me. So don't stop me now, said the short one, glaring at the fatter one. Sadly, he was too straightforward in nature to even suspect that his eldest brother was trying to use him as bait. The fat one sighed and let him go. Sigh. Do what you want. He knew that the eldest brother and the third brother had always been at each other's throats. When both of them were going against him, why bother to speak otherwise? He would only be making himself look bad. Now! You die? Like a bullet, the shorter one shot across the palace grounds towards Jiang Fei. Damn it! All was lost. There was no way to keep up the pretense anymore. He was exposed. The shorter one may be old, but seeing as the man was coming at him, Jiang Fei was still scared. Even at his best, Jiang Fei could only muster a combat level of 9 million. Compared to this man, a 9 million combat level was nothing. 0541 gasped. Oh no! Even though he was weaker, Umbral Jiang Fei could still do something since he had a combat level of 15 million. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was akin to a branch about to be plucked by a gorilla. HNNG, grunted the shorter one. He clenched his fist, pouring so much power into it to F*** Jiang Fei up real good. Jiang Fei was completely thrown off guard. There was no way for him to maintain his composure when an enemy with almost twice his strength was coming at him with a fist that could destroy a planet. Without him realizing it, Jiang Fei's face exposed his fear and bewilderment. Huh! I knew you were just pretending. The short one got it right. The expression of fear on Jiang Fei's face could not have been faked. It was obvious that this young boy was all bark and no bite. Seeing how Jiang Fei reacted to the shorter one's incoming attack, the fatter one was shocked. Was he really just all talk with absolutely no power? It all happened in nanoseconds. The short one's fist was a few hundred meters away, and in the next instance, it was a hair's width away from Jiang Fei's nose. If the attack connected, Jiang Fei's face would be vaporized immediately. However, the short one suddenly panicked as his fist unexpectedly froze in midair. A pillar of dark green light came down from the heavens, separately enveloping both Jiang Fei and the shorter one. The former felt warmth and light, while the latter felt like he was drenched in a cold tundra. Chapter 1479 Medal of an Emperor. That is impossible. All three archbishops froze in awe. The people who were near the eldest brother and second brother started pleading for their help. Guard the emperor. Protect the emperor. Archbishops, please protect the emperor. The sudden appearance of a powerful entity was incredibly shocking. And to make things worse, he had the power to completely stop the third brother's attack. While the officials were pleading for the archbishops to protect the emperor, they were actually hiding behind the emperor, just to be included in his blanket of safety. It's useless, the fat one confessed as he sighed defeatedly. It's over now, said the eldest one. Even he, the strongest amongst the three archbishops, looked like he had given up, feeling the powerful protective force enveloping him. Jiang Fei looked up and immediately felt safe. Master, he bellowed happily. The man who came down from the sky, the same man who was responsible for the protective light, was none other than his master, Theon the Plunderer. MHM, Theon hummed, nodding. He said and did nothing, only staring at everyone with eyes that looked through everything. To be precise, the mass of people gathered there, including the three archbishops, were nothing but dust to him. Despite looking incredibly frightened, Emperor Alistair came forth and asked, Archbishops, who is this man? At this point, when they could not even ensure their own safety, they could not find the courage to answer the emperor's question. Master, why are you here? Asked Jiang Fei. Theon rolled his eyes. Humph. You can stop pretending now. You knew that I was following you all along, didn't you? That's why you dared to pull this sort of stunt on your own. He was not happy with Jiang Fei's little performance here. Even so, Jiang Fei was his disciple, and he was going to be a responsible master, even if it meant cleaning up the mess he made. So that's why. 0541 thought to himself. He now understood why Umbral Jiangfei would dare to leave even during the climatic situation, had known that Theon was present all along. Theon had been hiding himself. But he was not hiding all of his presence. No one should have been able to find him. But Umbral Jiangfei was no ordinary man. Having a combat level of 15 million. He was able to detect Theon's presence, albeit not accurately. Still, knowing that Theon was following from behind, was why Umbral Jiangfei dared to breach the palace grounds, and do what he did. Theon was following Jiangfei to find out what the Black Malice was. In order to see it in action, he had to stay close to Jiangfei, as the Black Malice was hidden too well for him to detect. When the Black Malice manifested as Umbral Jiangfei, Theon jumped into action as fast as he could. He followed closely, and did not bother to completely hide his presence, since he knew just how strong Jiangfei was. That was why Umbral Fei was able to detect Theon's presence when Jiangfei himself couldn't. Even before boarding the shuttle, Umbral Jiangfei had already known that Theon was following him. Borrowing the halo of Theon, Umbral Jiangfei went ahead with his plan to rescue Aurelia. He had not been planning on relying too much on Theon. But then the 3 archbishops appeared. They were too much for even him to handle. Before leaving, Umbral Jiangfei had left a message.
There is someone watching from above. Things will be alright now.
Indeed, there was someone watching from above. And that someone would make things fine and dandy, having promised to take care of Jiangfei. Naturally, he would appear to save his skin when the occasion called for it. Despite each of them having combat levels of slightly under 20 million, Theon's mere presence alone was enough to scare the 3 archbishops. The difference in their strength was so wide that numerically, it did not matter. Every threshold serves a purpose, and that purpose is to weed out the weak. A person with a combat level of 10 million would be able to take down tens of fighters with combat levels of 9,999,999. Similarly, a person with 20 million combat level would face no trouble in defeating a few 19 million combat level fighters. The fat one came forth and attempted to save the shorter one, saying,
"O respected one, it is said that the hidden ones will not interfere with the qualms of the weak."
The eldest one said nothing, taking 2 steps back. He did not want the great hidden one to lump him together with the short one and the fat one. He clearly heard the young brat blatantly addressing the hidden one as his master. So he decided to hide away. As the most senior of the 3, he knew that he must bear responsibility. Yet, if he chose to stand with the 2 other fools, he would be choosing certain death. Theon scoffed.
"Ah, to think that even someone like you knows such a thing."
The fat one shrunk back, lowering his head as much as his neck would allow. The hidden ones were entities who give new meaning to the word strength, though they were rare in the entire universe. They had their own otherworldly pleasures to pursue, and had agreed to not interfere with the likes of the weak. That being said, if this great one decided that everyone on this planet was unworthy of living, no one could stop him. The Emperor stepped out of the defensive formation and greeted Theon.
"O great one, I am Emperor Alistair, the ruling emperor of the Alderan Empire. Welcome to Alderan."
"Intriguing," Theon hummed. Theon had revealed his presence to kings and emperors, civilians and fighters alike, and none of them were neither brave nor stupid enough to step forth like this emperor. His actions spoke volumes of his gallant character, proving his true mettle.
"I bear no ill will towards the Alderan Empire. I am only here to fetch my misbehaving disciple. I will take it from here. I pray that the Emperor will not take offense in this,"
said Theon. As the fatter archbishop mentioned earlier, Theon was indeed bound by the rules of the hidden ones. They were not to kill without purpose. And anyway, he was not the kind of person who found joy in ending lives. That was why he imposed such a rule on his own disciple.
"Peace be with us all then. I'm afraid I have to plead for forgiveness from the Great One, as my own people have wronged your disciple,"
said Emperor Alistair, clasping his fists together and bowing. Despite the need to think of his own safety, the Emperor was still able to help the archbishops. In that instant, the fatter one turned to him, overwhelmed with gratitude. He decided to devote his entire being to helping the Emperor, for being as kind as he was.
"Peace be with us all then."
Theon had to give it to this Emperor. He stepped up in the face of danger, and even remembered to think about his subjects. This was a quality rarely found in kings and emperors. Since the Emperor himself had already lowered his head and begged for forgiveness, Theon found no reason to continue the farce and let the short one go free. Jiangfei whispered from behind.
"Master, what are we going to do now? What else do you want to do? Do you want me to start massacring the entire planet just because of you?"
replied Theon, rolling his eyes as he mocked his disciple. To be honest, Jiangfei had completely forgotten about his master's one rule about killing. There was blood on his hands. But Theon had never once sought to punish Jiang Fei for it. He knew that it was not Jiang Fei's doing, but the Black Malice's. Even now, Theon had no idea what the true nature of the Black Malice was, and could not truly distinguish whether the umbral Jiang Fei was Jiang Fei after all. He needed time to think about the matter, and figure out whether or not he should punish Jiang Fei for umbral Jiang Fei's wrongdoings. Chapter 1480. Let's go back. The death toll was not catastrophic, but it wasn't something that one could afford to ignore. That being said, the great Theon had made his presence known to save his disciple. What else could the Emperor do? Even if he wanted to blame Jiang Fei for killing his High Lord advisor, could he really stand against Theon? Being an emperor required having a great tolerance for many things. One also had to be able to forgive and forget. Theon had stopped the short archbishop, and even let him go free. With that out of the way, Emperor Alistair had no other choice but to let this go. In his own words, "Peace be with us all." Jiang Fei himself had nothing to add to the table. Technically speaking, he had not consciously killed anyone. In fact, this entire matter had nothing to do with him. If there was someone to be blamed for all this, it would be umbral Jiang Fei. Although technically umbral Jiang Fei was still Jiang Fei after all. That being said, Jiang Fei walked out of this entire mess scot-free, even after crashing a wedding, slapping the groom, killing an important official, disrespecting the emperor, and kidnapping the empire's most valued lady. Aurelia was no longer fixated on Jiang Fei's weakness. In fact, she now had nothing but admiration for him. This prince of hers was not only strong, but also had such a powerful master. Aurelia had never admired those who utilized their masters to get out of committing petty crimes. But in Jiang Fei's case, his master was one of the infamous Hidden Ones. Compared to the rest of the universe, anyone who was part of the League of the Hidden Ones were like gods. With such a great master to guide him, Jiang Fei's future would be as certain as the rising sun. Such a promise, such an expectation, was truly exciting. Theon sighed and softly said, "Let's go back." To be honest, he was not keen on stepping into his disciple's mess. Jiang Fei had been such a good student, never doing anything that would cause trouble for Theon. However, this entire fiasco only started because Jiang Fei turned into his umbral form. If Theon hadn't been observing him, he would have let Jiang Fei die by the hands of the archbishops. Theon had his own reasons for saving Jiang Fei, one of which was the fact that Jiang Fei was the only other person in the entire known universe who also had an energy core within him. It was already rare for someone to absorb an energy core to begin with, and to find one with the same kind would be rarer. Not to mention, the probability of finding someone with a fused energy core was astronomical. That was why Theon paid so much attention to Jiang Fei. He would do anything to protect his precious disciple. Back during the fight between Jiang Fei and Barg, if the former had been killed while the latter walked out alive, the ever-peaceful Theon would have hunted down every single Bjornian alive and killed them all. "Did you leave anything behind?" asked Theon. "No." "All right then." Theon merely lifted his hands, and the three of them, Jiang Fei, Theon, and Aurelia, vanished in a flash of silver light. Since security measures had been placed all around the palace grounds, no one should have been able to teleport out. But someone like Theon would not be troubled by anything, unless he was stopped by someone equally strong as him. By the time Jiang Fei and Aurelia came to, they were both on the back of an extra-large ultralisk. Aurelia gasped. What incarnation? Recognizing the energy signature, she knew that she was sitting on top of an extremely powerful ultralisk. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her jaw dropped in shock, leaving her lost for words. "Fret not. This is my master's personal ride," Jiang Fei explained. "This is unbelievable. This senior must be incredibly strong to tame such a beast," said Aurelia, immediately giving Theon the respect he was due. Theon smiled. "You're giving me too much praise there. I was just lucky." He turned to Jiang Fei, glaring at him with a frown and sulking slightly. "Did you seriously cause this mess just because of this woman?" Jiang Fei blinked profusely, and could not answer. He had no idea what this woman was to him in the first place. All he knew was that his alter ego had done something for him, and in return, he wanted Jiang Fei to rescue her. 0541 chimed in too. "Captain, I think you should instead start thinking about how to explain this matter to Miss Isabella." Jiang Fei dropped to his knees, feeling defeated. "Oh F***ck me. He's done F***ed me inside out and upside down." Jiang Fei had unknowingly left the ship without even informing the girls. They must have been worried sick about his sudden disappearance. Now he was returning with a new woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. How was he going to explain his way out of this? Should he tell the truth? Like so. My alter ego took control of my body and saved this girl.
Just thinking about it gave Jiang Fei goosebumps. He could practically see Isabella's rage-filled reaction, while the others would surely be offended to a certain degree.
I have no business butting into places that I shouldn't. It'll leave you to handle your young people problems yourself. That aside, I can now see your problem regarding the black malice you mentioned before,
said Theon. When Theon appeared on Alderaan, had done a thorough check on Jiang Fei's body. Yet he could not find any sort of trace of the black malice. That being said, he had personally observed how the black malice came to be, and how it affected other people around him. That was the evidence he needed to spare Jiang Fei. He was not himself when the black malice appeared, as Jiang Fei himself had no mind-controlling abilities, nor a combat level of more than 9 million. With a speed that not even Theon could reach, the Ultralisk zoomed across the universe faster than even the military-issued shuttlecraft. Just 1.5 days later, Jiang Fei was back in the Domini system.
Master, would you like to rest at my place?
Asked Jiang Fei as he disembarked from Little Marshmallow, Theon's Ultralisk.
Thank you, but I have something else to do. I am now going to Alpha Sector to investigate our little friend,
replied Theon. He had acquired enough information about Alpha Sector, but not detailed enough to be satisfied.
Be careful. Master, be wary of the golden barrier. By all means, do not touch it,
said Jiang Fei. Theon may be powerful, but even he could still be harmed. Jiang Fei didn't want anything to happen to his precious support. In fact, Theon was the central pillar to everything currently Jiang Fei was. If Theon was to fall, so would Jiang Fei. Theon scoffed.
You'll be fine on my own?
He teleported both Jiang Fei and Aurelia to the surface of Tyrannid.
Gah! It's good to be back.
Jiang Fei howled as he stretched his body. Tyrannid was his temporary base, while waiting for the base on planet C-195 to be completed. The mining facility had already gathered and processed lots of resources for Jiang Fei to start manufacturing his antique weapons. If he had not been busy leaving for Alderaan and crashing a wedding, he would have already manufactured a few Namekian-made spaceships to be sold to the richest of the Trade Federation's merchants.
This is Commander Jiang Fei calling for TFC 1145 Minsk. I am on Tyrannid. Coordinates XXX. Requesting immediate teleportation.
As Jiang Fei ended the call to his commanding ship, he was still wondering how to explain Aurelia's situation to the girls. Luckily, they were still at Tyrannid's training grounds, giving him plenty of time to figure out what excuse to make. It had been too long since he had paid them a visit, and they might not even know that he had been gone. A few seconds later, Jiang Fei and Aurelia appeared on board the ship's teleportation pad.
My master? You're finally here,
Kalna cried as she threw herself at Jiang Fei. He had worried her by acting extremely unlike himself a few days ago, and leaving without an explanation for his behavior. Chapter 1481, Wounded Theon.
I'm back,
said Jiang Fei, patting her furry head.
My master, where have you been?
Asked Kalna worriedly. If Bison was present on the ship, he too would have expressed his delight at Jiang Fei's return.
Nowhere. Just around,
Jiang Fei explained vaguely.
I see.
Kalna knew that Jiang Fei was purposely hiding something, yet she wouldn't go as far as asking further questions. She was still affected by the black malice, and because of it, her concern for Jiang Fei was that of a real master-slave relationship. If her master was not going to say anything, she would not pursue. As Aurelia stepped out of the teleporter pad after Jiang Fei, Kaina asked,
Who is this woman? Her name is Aurelia,
said Jiang Fei. He did not want to reveal anything more than that, as the Alderaan Empire had declared war on the Trade Federation. Aurelia herself had led the army that previously attacked them. If word about her identity got out, heads would roll and blood shall spill. Kaina gasped in awe.
Aurelia? As in, the Ice Queen?
Jiang Fei was thrown, saying nothing like a cat got his tongue. He hadn't thought that Aurelia's nickname would be so famous that even Kaina had heard it from the corner of the universe. Even if Jiang Fei had not mentioned her name, Kaina would have still recognized Aurelia. Back when Kalna was still serving in the Valsarian army, she had already heard of the infamous Alderaanian female commander known as the Ice Queen. The fact that she was a female got her attention, and because she was also extremely powerful, Kalna saw her as an idol to be admired. With a total poker face, Aurelia acknowledged the nickname.
That is me.
The only time she had expressed any sort of emotion was when she was in Jiang Fei's embrace.
It is an honor to meet the person I've admired for so long. Sarilaw will be thrilled when she finds out you're here,
said Kaina.
Sarilaw? Who is that?
Asked Aurelia, still maintaining her poker face.
She's part of our band of sisters. Like me, she too admires you. Unfortunately for her, she is currently in training with our other sisters. Band of sisters?
Although Aurelia's expression remained unchanged, her tone expressed concern. Something was telling her that this Prince Charming of hers had more than one princess.
Yes, we're sisters,
said Kaina, practically cheering the words. As Kalna proceeded to explain the situation, Aurelia quickly understood that Jiang Fei had not one, not two, not three, but enough girls to fill several mahjong tables. As she processed what she just learned, Aurelia's heart broke, like glass smashing against a rock.
Is this destiny?
Aurelia asked herself. She thought that she had finally found herself the right Prince Charming. She felt truly smitten, and had given her heart to Jiang Fei. And now, to think that this almighty young prince was such a ruffian, having so many female partners, but never satisfied. Jiang Fei was standing to the side, oblivious to Aurelia's thoughts. If she had voiced them out loud, he would have cried foul. Yes, he had too many girls to count. But none of this was his choice to begin with. He had not touched even a single girl in an explicit manner. And just as Umbral Jiang Fei said, having so many girls, but not getting it on with any of them was such a waste. A week later, Aurelia was used to the army formation. At the same time, she also gained a better understanding of Jiang Fei's harem. Even though she knew that he may not be what she dreamed he was like, she still chose to remain with him. Aurelia was the cherry on top of Jiang Fei's almost perfect army. His army was strong, but with no one to lead them properly. It was a miracle that they had survived for so long. Ice Queen Aurelia was all-talented. She was extremely well-educated, knew her combat arts, and best of all, her skill in commanding a fleet was top-notch. In terms of raw strength, Aurelia beat even Bison with her combat level of over 11 million, becoming the strongest fighter in Jiang Fei's army. Unless Umbral Jiang Fei took over, not even Jiang Fei could be her opponent. That 10 million combat level threshold was the deciding point that separated the weak from the strong. Jiang Fei visited the training grounds to check on the girls. It had been a while, about 5 to 6 days since he last paid them a visit, while he was only gone for less than the week. For the girls, it had been almost half a year since they met anyone else. When he entered the training chamber, he managed to cough up random excuses to explain his absence. He knew that the Aurelia situation would one day be exposed. But Jiang Fei was the kind who would drag his problems on and on until he couldn't avoid it anymore. He would much rather put things off instead of solving it then and there. On the 9th day after returning from Alderan, Jiang Fei was sitting on his commander's chair when Theon suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Theon's condition, Jiang Fei immediately leapt to his feet.
Master?
He cried, cradling the injured man. To think that Theon, the great plunderer, was heaving with pain as blood oozed out from exposed wounds all over his body. His armor was battered, and there were several cracks in his skull. His skin that naturally appeared pink was now the color of ash, as if he had been burnt. Despite his horrible state, Theon was still alive and breathing. Jiang Fei could tell that even injuries this severe were still considered mere flesh wounds to someone like Theon. Theon mumbled angrily to himself.
What the H L are they? How could they be so strong? Master? Get a hold of yourself,
bellowed Jiang Fei. Theon's eyes widened, and he could finally focus. At that moment, he started to sweat and tremble, as if he was scared.
Get your things! Have everyone leave this place right now. It's not safe anymore. Master, what happened to you?
Theon replied erratically.
No time to explain. Get the ship moving as soon as possible. I need to get to the lead right away. Those invaders are dangerous. We need to move now.
Jiang Fei could not believe what he was seeing. Theon the great plunderer was startled. Grabbing a glass of water, Jiang Fei offered it to Theon.
Master, calm down. Here, have a drink.
The man was so in shock that he was drifting in and out of awareness. Obviously, he had only just escaped from a terrifying battle. Calming down a little, Theon downed the glass of water. After taking 2 long, deep breaths, he finally stopped fidgeting. He repeated the same thing again, but in a calm voice this time.
Fei, you need to gather everyone and leave. Master, what is going on?
Theon glared at Jiang Fei for a good second, then sighed as he averted his gaze.
I have lived for so long and fought so many strong fighters that I thought I could say that technology could never be a threat. But I was so wrong. I was wrong on so many levels. The enemy possesses technology so advanced that even I can't fathom the thought of it.
Chapter 1482, Player, Reshuffle. Following Theon's explanation, Jiang Fei finally figured out the whole story behind his master's injury. It turned out that after Theon gained some information about the invaders, he still remained vigilant at first, waiting and watching on the periphery of the Alpha sector. But later, when he saw some garbage ships going in and out of the light barrier, his vigilance slowly decreased. In order to learn more about these unknowns, he intended to finally enter the barrier. But unfortunately, just as Theon approached it, a golden battleship appeared. It was incredibly huge, almost measuring up to the size of an asteroid. As soon as this class battleship appeared, it immediately launched an attack on Theon. It had an unknown number of cannons, and their destructive light beams had blasted Theon until he retreated in defeat. Even if he had a combat level of more than 20 million, under such a strong attack, even Theon was unable to fight back. That's not to say that he hadn't tried to battle them, had even tried to teleport to their ship. After all, the enemy's battleship was way more powerful, allowing the expert players to disintegrate their opponents from within it. However, Theon soon realized that his teleportation ability could not penetrate the shield of the class battleship at all. It seemed to have strong spatial isolation energy. Under the constant rain of fire, Theon's energy took a severe hit, and just when he was contemplating whether or not to evacuate, the class battleship's ultimate main cannon lit up. One shot. Just one shot. That's all it took to instantly destroy both Theon's armor and energy shield. If Theon hadn't been tough enough, the shot would have obliterated him. Fortunately, the main cannon seemed to be unconnected and had a long charging time, which gave Theon space to breathe. He didn't dare continue fighting during the time it took for the cannon to charge. So, he grabbed the chance to escape to the outskirts of the Alpha sector. Luckily, the class battleship did not pursue him. After confirming that its enemy had left the Alpha sector, it returned behind the barrier. "I see," said Jiang Fei, nodding as he listened. He knew more about the situation than Theon, so he quickly understood the whole story. "Jiang Fei, you better hurry and get your people out of here. I have to go too. I need to recuperate and report to the League of the Hidden Ones," said Theon, standing up to leave. "Master, won't your injuries hinder you? Why not take a rest here and leave once you've recovered? It's not safe here. I advise you to leave as soon as possible." How could Theon dare to stay in the Domini system? The Hidden Ones had long been invincible, and now a battleship had suddenly beaten someone like him down to a sorry state. Theon felt deeply uneasy. He had to find people of the same level as him and discuss countermeasures. After all, they used to be invincible, but now even they were at risk. "Very well then. Master, you need to be more careful. If the enemy is too strong, I will soon evacuate," said Jiang Fei. Theon didn't think about it too much at all as he knew Jiang Fei's temperament. This kid wasn't hot-headed. He had a huge respect for life. As long as he was aware of the danger, Jiang Fei wouldn't stay for long. Once Theon left, Jiang Fei settled down to think. Although he had never seen the class battleship Theon described, he had seen one that was even bigger and more terrifying. According to what Jiang Fei knew about the intruders, his master must have encountered the huge blade guard that guarded the safety zone. Since the people of the Gamma Dimension regarded this universe as an arcade, then their beginner's village cannot be completely exposed. There must be strong military guards there. For the players, Theon was unmistakably like the big boss of the game. Judging from their current situation, it would be impossible for them to fight him. So when he appeared outside the beginner's village, the huge blade guard was shocked by the existence of the class battleship. As soon as it came out, it taught Theon a cruel lesson to let him know that the beginner's village was not somewhere a big boss like him could come to. Jiang Fei was not worried about Theon's encounter, as he was not his master. He did not pose such a serious threat to the beginner's village. In addition, Jiang Fei had been suppressing his powers, fearing that he would startle the players. At this time, he was carefully playing the role of a little monster, but that mainly involved observing the players' movements, instead of aiming to slaughter them. Therefore, the class battleship in the beginner's village did not list Jiang Fei as a main threat to be cleared. After Theon left, it was business as usual for Jiang Fei. But the next day, news came from the Alpha sector. 0541's voice boomed out. "Captain, 2 observation drone carriers were destroyed. Did any intelligence come back before they were destroyed?" asked Jiang Fei. "Yes. Look, Captain!" 0541 played 2 short videos. The first video was relatively early. It was sent back by an observation drone carrier that had seemingly been attached to the light barrier. Recently, this was Jiang Fei's most commonly used observation method. When the guards protecting the beginner's village did not respond to the drone carriers, that were extremely slighty towards combat power. Jiang Fei's actions became even bolder. After all, money was the most important thing in the Trade Federation. And observation drone carriers were very cheap. Small spaceships. Naturally, Jiang Fei had spent a lot of money to send a large number of drone carriers to observe the players. As they routinely cruised by, the observation drone carriers saw a large number of battleships sailing out of the light barrier. Obviously, the players had made their move again.
These guys have changed their equipment,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the players were no longer sailing in the same armed merchant-class ships that they used in the very beginning. Although their main strength was still in using small vessels, the players' ships were now at least level 1 police patrol vessels. In terms of cruising degree and firepower configuration, both were even stronger than before. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows.
It seems that during this time, whether the players are defeating monsters or increasing their prestige, the rewards they're getting are not insignificant.
All this while, he had been busy with his own affairs, which caused him to neglect his suppression of the players, letting them play quite comfortably. This was not the result that Jiang Fei wanted to see. He eventually gave his orders.
Let Bison's flagship stand by. We have things to do. Chapter 1483, Kill Stealing. A few hours later, the Fifth Fleet was ready to depart at any time. Due to fears of Aurelia not being able to serve, Jiang Fei asked her to stay on the flagship's vessel bridge and give orders in his name, while he boarded Meteor. At this time, 0541 had already calculated the destination of the fleet of players.
Captain, they are advancing towards the T-02 asteroid belt. There's a pirate base called the Giant Star Shark there.
Jiang Fei mentally scolded himself.
Son of a B*****. Just because I'm not available these days, this gang of players decided to farm their experience points.
Obviously, the players were once again on another leveling up activity.
Captain, what shall we do? Do you want to kill them all?
Asked 0541. Jiang Fei smiled.
What's the use of killing them? Fighting with them won't kill them completely. ITLL just increased their experience points. What we have to do is take away their firewood from under the cauldron.
What do you mean? Asked 0541, not understanding Jiang Fei's train of thought. Jiang Fei sent a signal to Aurelia.
Aurelia, order the fleet to make the jump immediately. Destination coordinates XXX. 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 Okay, but what are you going to do at that pirate base?
Aurelia asked curiously. Although the pirate base was not small, using a fleet to encircle it would be overkill. That would simply be making a mountain out of a molehill. Like using anti-aircraft guns to shoot down huge mosquitoes.
What else? Of course I'm going to suppress the bandits. I'm part of the Trade Federation military. It's my obligatory duty to clear the route of bandits.
Jiang Fei spewed that nonsense without hesitation. It wasn't just Aurelia who didn't believe in that ridiculous excuse. Not even Jiang Fei believed himself. Aurelia was puzzled.
Are there any rare minerals in that pirate base?
Due to not only this reason, there's a Star Guard already taking care of such a small pirate base. There's no way they could mobilize the right fleet. Besides, it's a whole fleet nevertheless.
I'll explain to you when I come back.
Let's go.
By the way, tell the logistics transport ship to carefully clean up the battlefield once the battle is over. Not a single screw can be left behind,
said Jiang Fei. The reason why Jiang Fei was being so active was because he wanted to interfere with the players' leveling up activity. His idea was very simple.
Since I can't kill you completely, then why don't I just kill steal? Looks like that pirate base really is precious,
thought Aurelia. Because she didn't understand the nature of these mysterious intruders, it was impossible for her to figure out Jiang Fei's true objective. She could only judge based on the information she had. So she was convinced that her inner thoughts were right. Under Aurelia's adept command, the Fifth Fleet quickly left the port and entered space jump mode. Jiang Fei was so confident that he could kill steal because the players' ships were too broken,
and they did not possess the long-distance jump ability. So, they were forced to constantly rely on their main engines in order to advance and slowly head to the pirate base. Jiang Fei directly jumped from his position, and soon he reached the entrance of the pirate base. The Fifth Fleet may be a mixed transport fleet, but using it to level a pirate base would still be a piece of cake. Once Jiang Fei slaughtered the pirates and then cleaned up the battlefield, the players' small, broken ships might not be able to arrive. While enjoying the convenience of space jumping, Jiang Fei stood and spoke.
Heh. It seems the game companies are still *TTY no matter what world they're from. Is the Golden Donkey really such a good thing to buy? We still need to walk in the early stage of the game.
Chapter 1484, suppressing the pirates. A galaxy had a large range, especially an elliptical galaxy like the Domini system. Its diameter was more than 400,000 light-years. Even a sublight speed engine would need 4 or 500,000 years to pass through the Domini system. So space jumping became an essential means of interstellar travel. The pirate base that Jiang Fei and the others were heading to was about 1,700,000 light-seconds away from the Alpha sector. Without warp core engines, it would take the players about 2 days to get there. Tarandit, where Jiang Fei was located, was even further away from the pirate base. But with the help of the phase warp, they arrived at a position that was less than 30 light-seconds away from the pirate base in only half a minute. After completing the warp, the adjutant reported to Aurelia, the Ice Queen who had become the commander of the fleet.
Ma'am, we have arrived at the predetermined position. The observation drone carriers have been dispatched, and the quantum shield device has been activated. Advance at a constant speed and wait for intelligence from the drone carriers.
Aurelia's order was systematic. The Fifth Fleet may just be a mixed transport fleet, but they were still a regular army all right. Once the quantum shield was turned on, the entire fleet disappeared instantly. Only a high-power radar would be able to detect the position of the fleet. When it came to assaulting a military fortress or a confrontation between fleets, then high-powered radars were almost always a means of detection for major civilizations. But don't forget who Jiang Fei and the others were currently going up against. How could the equipment of a pirate base that survived between the gaps of major cosmic forces compare with that of an army's? The Fifth Fleet had arrived at their doorstep, and the pirates were still unaware.
Ma'am, the drone carrier in front has sent back a message. There are a lot of air mines around the pirate base,
said the adjutant, reporting to Aurelia again. Aurelia nodded.
Okay.
She was not surprised at this point. For the pirates, something as cheap as air mines was definitely their best defensive means. And counting on the pirates to set up a photon orbital cannon or an orbital defense facility like an interstellar hangar was unrealistic. First, they couldn't afford the cost. And second, they did not have such technological capabilities.
Ma'am, are we going to let the observation drone carriers clear the mines?
Asked the adjutant.
No, we don't have time to clear the mines. Order the Bombardier-class corvettes to use cluster warheads in order to carry out blanket bombings on the air mine area,
Aurelia ordered. Although the Fifth Fleet used its space jump mode to arrive at the pirate base early, it would take a longer time to destroy the pirate base and clean up the battlefield. According to the standards set by Jiang Fei, they could not leave even a single screw behind. This would take quite a while, so Aurelia could not afford to waste any time.
Yes, ma'am.
Although the adjutant didn't quite understand Aurelia's extravagant and wasteful behavior, he still executed the order. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The group of Bombardier-class corvettes fired a massive rain of missiles. These cluster warhead-equipped missiles hit the airmine area. Boom, 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 boom. The exploding missiles triggered the martyrdom of the air mines. In an instant, the area was completely cleared of air mines. But the Fifth Fleet had also spent a huge amount of cluster missiles to achieve this. The cost of this was not a small sum, seeing that they were less than 15 light seconds away from the pirate base. Aurelia issued a charge order.
Keep advancing. Grizzly Bear-class hypercruisers forward. Target pirate base. Charge!
In an instant, a large number of Grizzly Bear-class hypercruisers took the lead as the entire fleet rushed towards the pirate base.
Damn it! How come there's a regular army coming over? We're done for. Boss, let's skedaddle. Yeah, there's no way we can beat them.
In a flash, the pirate base blew up from within. The pirates may plunder others all day long and live an extremely dangerous life. But after all, no one wanted to die, facing a fleet that they could not resist at all. The pirates' first instinct was to run away. Jermov, the pirate leader, sighed.
I painstakingly worked for so many years, but I never thought that it would still be destroyed in the end. Boss, where there's life, there's hope. We gotta go. These guys are way too cruel,
shouted a young pirate. The Fifth Fleet's earlier mine-clearing method had really scared him. Generally, a fleet depended on drone carriers to demolish air mines and clear them away. Why would anyone use cluster missiles to blanket bomb them? Such a violent mine-clearing method only showed one's cruelty and determination to kill the enemy. Although Jermov was unwilling to give up his base, he had to evacuate right now. After all, his life was still important.
Okay, everyone on the boat. Let's go!
At the same time, Aurelia issued an order that left the pirates with nowhere to run.
Throw a phase jammer and a warp suppressor.
Swoosh, swoosh, Two ball-shaped devices were thrown out. In an instant, the instruments turned on, and two different spatial energies radiated out, causing interference to the sector where the pirate base was located. Under the influence of both the warp suppressor and phase jammer, the entire sector near the pirate base entered an extremely unusual state, in which the space there became very stable and solid. Without a super powerful warp core engine, there was no way to blast open the space barrier and enter hyperspace. The second Jermov spacecraft left the base. He immediately gave orders.
Warp immediately. OSH*T. Boss. The other party brought space jamming equipment. They're trying to annihilate us.
A young pirate cried out in an out-of-tune voice.
Damn! Since you don't want to let me live, then let's all die together,
said Jermov with fierce eyes. After all, he was an extremely dangerous pirate boss. Once forced into a dead end, that fortitude of his could not be compared with that of an average person.
Tell everyone to gather around. Since they won't let us live, well, let them die with us,
shouted Jermov.
Yes, boss.
Although the little pirates were afraid of dying just a little while ago, at the end of the day, they were still in the business of killing and robbing people. Knowing that their deaths were inevitable, they, reluctantly, were not so scared anymore. Soon, their battleships were assembled, and the group of fierce pirates actually launched a counterattack on Jiang Fei's Fifth Fleet. Aurelia sneered disdainfully.
Humph! A group of mobs!
She then immediately ordered the fleet to start dispatching battleships to prepare for battle.
Bombardier-class corvettes. Carry out the first round of salvo. Grizzly Bear-class hypercruisers. Head up there and intercept the enemy spaceships. Lightweight Stallion-class drone carriers. Release all galactic ultralisks and destroy the enemy long-range battleships.
Aurelia's orders were given in a systematic manner, and the fleet quickly deployed a formation. Chapter 1485, The Last Madness. The pirates were a group of thugs who relied on plundering merchant ships. Although they were cruel, their equipment was not so great. Their fleet was mostly composed of armed merchant ships. Occasionally, they would even get hold of several police ships if one or two could be obtained. For the pirates, a retired frigate was like a pie in the sky. So, while they may frighten the merchants, once they were faced with a regular army, the pirates would immediately lose their nerve. Under Aurelia's command, the Fifth Fleet's bombardier-class corvettes fired a salvo, and a dozen of the pirate fleet's armed merchant ships were blown into smithereens. A little pirate captain shouted,
Boss, the enemy's firepower too strong. We can't charge through. Keep charging through,
replied Jermov, shouting even louder than the captain.
Yes.
Faced with their leader's tyrannical abuse, although the little pirates clearly knew that they were on a suicide mission, they still gritted their teeth and continued to charge forward. Jermov's eyes showed a hint of madness.
Move further! Move further! Or I'll let all of you die together.
At this time, on the Fifth Fleet's flagship, the adjutant was also reporting to Aurelia.
Ma'am, the pirates are still charging. Something's not quite right.
Aurelia nodded.
This band of pirates must have cooked up a scheme. Otherwise, there's no way they would take the initiative to die.
She had been in the army for many years, and had countless experience in bandit suppressing. When facing a regular army, it was still possible for the pirates to escape under certain circumstances. And this initiative to charge often meant that the pirates were desperate. Pirates were terrible when they were desperate, because they robbed merchant ships all year round. It was quite possible for them to get their hands on some horrifying stuff. Once they fought together, although defeating the regular army was impossible, the pirates could still cause them some serious losses.
Issue a general order to the fleet: shut down the main engine. Activate the reverse thrusters, and move the fleet in reverse. Grizzly Bear-class hypercruisers. Attack with full firepower. Bombardier-class corvettes. Load the cluster warheads and fire at will.
Aurelia made this decision to prevent the pirates from closing the distance between them. Instead, she allowed the Fifth Fleet to retreat, keeping their current distance from the pirates, and used the firepower of their warships to destroy the pirate fleet without taking any damage. With the order issued by Aurelia, the Fifth Fleet began to slowly retreat. While retreating, they wildly fired countless missiles and depleted uranium bombs at the pirate fleet, instantly causing them huge losses.
Boss, those guys have started to retreat. We can't catch up with them,
reported the little pirate. If things went on like this, the enemy would kill them all before they were able to even touch a single hair on their heads. Jermov slammed his chair violently.
Damn! These guys are too cunning.
If he didn't close the gap between them, he would have absolutely no way to play his trump card. In this case, He wasn't even qualified to let his opponent bury him. Seeing that his own fleet was suffering heavy losses, and that the business he was struggling to manage was about to be destroyed, Jermov wanted nothing more than to cause extreme pain to the Trade Federation forces in front of him. But his pure hatred wouldn't do him any good. By order of Aurelia, Jiang Fei's fleet was consistently keeping a certain distance from the pirates. Meanwhile, their raging artillery fire was destroying the pirate spaceships one by one. In just 20 minutes, the pirate fleet had shrunk to almost a third of its original size.
All charge at full speed. Order the other ships to block the front. Everyone, deactivate shields and divert all power to your engines. Let your engines operate in overload. I don't care what you do. You must catch up to those guys.
Because his fleet was being eroded so quickly, Jermov was incredibly anxious. It was now or never. If he did not risk his life now, in a few minutes, he would no longer even be able to do so.
Okay, boss. We will be your brothers in the next life. Brother? Well, go ahead first. Boss, you must make those bastards suffer for us.
The little pirates also knew that they would die today. So, they all desperately fought to allow Jermov's ship to withstand the Trade Federation's firepower, in order to give their boss a chance to play his trump card and kill those damn bastards.
Brothers, you go on first. I will catch up later. Rest assured that even if we all die today, we'll still make sure those jerks don't feel good either,
said Jermov. He clenched both his fists, with his fingertips piercing the palm of his hands. Fresh blood flowed, dripping from his hands. But he didn't care. With all the pirate spaceships giving up their shields and diverting all power to the engines, their speed increased dramatically, and they quickly closed the gap between them and the Fifth Fleet. It was logical that the Fifth Fleet was a regular army, even if it was only a transport fleet. Their spaceships were all genuine warships, and their speed was definitely not comparable to that of the pirates' armed merchant ships. But the problem was that the Fifth Fleet was not sailing forward. They were actually reversing. Previously, in order to ensure their firepower advantage, Aurelia just let the fleet shut down the main engine. Then, they used both the counterforce of the cannon fire and the reverse thrusters on the front of the spacecrafts to provide momentum for reverse. So their speed was not too fast. Now, the pirates were risking their lives by coming after them.
Ma'am, what should we do? The pirates are approaching,
asked the adjutant. Aurelia gave her orders calmly.
Strengthen our firepower. Destroy them all before they get close.
Now that it was too late to order the fleet to turn around, they could only eliminate the incoming threat by completely wiping out their opponent's forces. As the gap between the two fleets narrowed, and the Fifth Fleet increased their firepower, the pirate spaceships that formed a blockade in front of Jermov's vehicle were destroyed one by one. Soon, he would truly be alone.
Closer! Move even closer! Brothers, wait a while for me. I'm coming to accompany you all.
There was a look of madness on Jermov's face as he suddenly placed his bloody palms on a red button.
Come on, you bastards! Come and bury my brothers!
Once he pressed the button, a wave of energy radiated out. Then, a small hatch on his ship opened, and a cube with a diameter of about 100 meters was thrown out. Clack, clack. Several mechanical fasteners moved and the cube opened, allowing an oval sphere with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters to roll out. Jiang Fei also saw the ellipsoid through a porthole.
What's that? Ha ha! You're all gonna die,
said Jermov, laughing loudly just before the Fifth Fleet crushed both him and his vehicle into slag. Chapter 1486. The Egg of an Ultralisk.
What is that thing?
Wondered Jiang Fei. The pirate fleet may have been completely destroyed, but Jiang Fei had still seen that ellipsoid. His heart was suddenly filled with a strong feeling of uneasiness. Without thinking twice, he sent a message.
Aurelia, order the fleet to retreat at full speed. Okay, Fei, I've already given your orders,
said Aurelia, replying immediately after she received his message. In fact, Jiang Fei didn't even need to warn her at all. With her super strength, Aurelia's perception of danger was not as weak as Jiang Fei's. It was too late for the Fifth Fleet's main spacecraft to turn around. With all of its reverse thrusters activated, it used its reverse power to retreat as fast as possible, because no one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, the navigator who had been watching the ellipsoidal object shouted out.
That thing moved!
With a subtle sound, the ellipsoid cracked open slightly, creating a gap. It was like some kind of egg that was hatching.
OSH*T,
shouted Aurelia. Jiang Fei heard her exclamation through the communicator.
What's wrong? That's the egg of an Ultralisk, and it's starting to hatch.
Aurelia could no longer stay calm. There was panic written all over her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei's eyes lit up at her revelation.
A hatching Ultralisk?
It was just a baby. If his master Thean was present, he might tame it as another super pet. However, Jiang Fei obviously did not have this ability. Although he also possessed a fused core of will. His ability was the 10th dimension, not mind control. So, even if this Ultralisk was just a baby, Jiang Fei couldn't control it. And anyway, it would be way better to slaughter it. Ultralisks were valuable. Amongst other things, the Ultralisk flesh Jiang Fei obtained previously had caused the strength of his soldiers and girls to skyrocket. He was excited by the prospect of obtaining another one.
Fei, stop dreaming. Ultralisks have a telepathic bond with their eggs. The metal box it was in was used to suppress this kind of induction. Now that the box is open and the connection has been restored, the Ultralisk that birthed this egg will soon come all the way here.
Aurelia's words splashed over Jiang Fei like a pot of cold water, snapping him out of his fantasies.
Mother of asterisk curs. I knew those pirates weren't so kind. No way they would give me a gift right before they died. It turned out to be a bomb.
Even though this was the best opportunity for Jiang Fei to hunt this Ultralisk, there was no telling when the little guy's mother might show up. Jiang Fei had seen Galactic Spectre's warp speed for himself. If they didn't leave now, there would be nowhere to run once the Ultralisk arrived. Aurelia issued an order.
Turn the fleet around. Get ready to warp.
She couldn't care less about cleaning up the battlefield right now. From the start, she was unaware of Jiang Fei's true purpose here, of preventing the players from leveling up. And now, it was a matter of life or death. Even if she had known about the players, Aurelia probably wouldn't have cared that much. Just then, Jiang Fei stopped Aurelia from issuing an evacuation order.
Wait! Fei! If we don't get out of here now, it'll be too late. I admit that you're strong, but we're talking about an Ultralisk.
Aurelia was feeling anxious. Although Jiang Fei was her Prince Charming, he was not his master. Thean. In the face of an Ultralisk, Jiang Fei was not even qualified to resist. Moreover, Ultralisks could not judge situations as well as intelligent life. They wouldn't care about who was going against them. To these Ultralisks with low IQ, it wouldn't matter even if one's father was the creator. And this time, it was a female Ultralisk that was coming. A mother no less. Animals had a natural instinct to protect their cubs, and would face any threat to them head-on. Once the mother Ultralisk arrived, she wouldn't rest until she killed the entire sector, not leaving even a single fragment behind.
You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later,
Jiang Fei said reluctantly. He couldn't just underestimate the group of players. God knew whether or not they had any means of subduing this Ultralisk cub. After all, this was their game, and it was quite possible to have VIP players. If they were to subdue and quickly train a baby Ultralisk, there would be no future for Jiang Fei to live in. Of course, Aurelia wasn't comfortable with leaving Jiang Fei alone.
But, relax. Even in the face of an adult Ultralisk, I can guarantee my safety,
said Jiang Fei confidently.
Very well then.
Be careful. Upon seeing Jing Fei's firm attitude, Aurelia no longer dissuaded him. Although she knew this would be very dangerous for him, the Ice Queen told herself that if she tried to stay with him, she would just be putting him at more risk. Swish. Jiang Fei left the meteorite in his luxury shuttle, and Aurelia started leading the fleet to begin the warp. She would lead them directly back to Tyrannid.
Since you're all gone, I have to get to work now,
said Jiang Fei. He knew that time was running out. The Ultralisk could arrive at any moment. The fact that she hadn't arrived yet only meant that she had a great distance to cross. Otherwise the mother Ultralisk would be here by now. While driving his shuttle over to the Ultralisk egg, Jiang Fei thought of the pirate leader, pitying him from the bottom of his heart. Although his desperate counterattack had been well planned, fate had something else in mind. Who would have thought that the mother of this egg would be so far away from the Domini system? Germoff assumed that as soon as the suppression box was opened, the mother Ultralisk would immediately rush back and completely destroy Jiang Fei's fleet. But as a pirate leader, had he even seen an Ultralisk before? He thought that Ultralisks could freely teleport wherever they wanted without being affected by the restrictions of time and space. But this was not the case. Otherwise, Jiang Fei's master would have been able to convey to the whole universe that he was even more important and powerful than the VIP players. Half a minute later, Jiang Fei arrived near the Ultralisk egg. Coming out of his shuttle, he flew towards it and touched his palm to the SHL of the egg.
Come on! You're mine now!
Swish! A silver light flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes. The next second, the egg disappeared.
What the F***CK?
Jiang Fei felt weakened, and his face had turned extremely pale.
Damn! Its power is so strong even before hatching.
Jiang Fei could feel that more than 2/3 of the energy within the Corable had been consumed. This was already the same amount of power it took for him to drag that more than 1,000 kilometers long codenamed Braveheart-type battleship into the 10th dimension in the first place. Chapter 1487, Players Coming Unexpectedly. Swish. As soon as Jiang Fei put the Ultralisk egg away, a mournful roar could be heard in a distant system. An Ultralisk nearly the size of the moon was risking her life and rushing towards the Domini system. Needless to say, this colossal Ultralisk was the mother of that egg. All this time, she had been heartbroken by the loss of her egg. But today, she suddenly regained contact with her child. And not only was it alive, it was also hatching soon. This news made the mother Ultralisk extremely excited. She wished to appear by her child's side immediately. But unfortunately, the galaxy she resided in was too far away from the Domini system. Even at her amazing speed, it would still take her more than an hour to arrive. More than an hour's time sounded very short. But to a mother who lost her child, it felt even longer than millions of years. But this long journey was not her ultimate torment. After she resumed contact with her child for a mere 10 minutes, their connection was cut off again. After all, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was completely separate from the current universe, and it could be tighter than any suppression box. So, at the moment Jiang Fei put away the egg, the connection with its mother was cut off too. In an instant, the mother Ultralisk went berserk. She wildly increased her speed and immediately rushed to the place where her child last appeared. Her warp speed itself was already extremely fast, but her speed was even more amazing. For example, it would take Theon's Ultralisk at least a day and a half to cross the distance between the galaxy the mother Ultralisk resided in and the Domini system. But she did it in only slightly more than an hour. Between the two, the winner was obvious. They were both Ultralisks, but the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Just like how Ultralisks that could survive in space with combat levels of higher than 5 million were similarly known as Star Beasts. The Star Beasts with combat levels of more than 20 million were all called Ultralisks. But could an Ultralisk with 20 million combat level be compared to those with combat levels of 30 or even 40 million? At this time, the Mother Ultralisk could be considered as the best among the Ultralisks. Forget about Theon's Galactic Spectre. Even two of them combined would not be able to defeat this Mother Ultralisk charging towards Jiang Fei.
Done! Gotta skedaddle,
said Jiang Fei. He was very clear about the situation he was in, using the advantage of the 10th dimension to take away the giant unhatched egg was one thing, but facing its mother was another thing altogether. Jiang Fei didn't like doing things that he was unsure of, and he never liked risking his own life. Therefore, he chose to run away right now. Returning to the shuttle he previously threw aside, he buckled up the hatch and immediately started the ignition.
Captain, where are we going?
Asked 0541.
Warp immediately and return to Tyrandot,
ordered Jiang Fei.
Then should we just leave the pirates' remains here? It's too late now. We don't know when that raging Ultralisk will come. We better hurry and get out of this land of dispute.
Although the players had been prevented from becoming stronger, there were still questions about the life and death of the universe. But the problem was, if Jiang Fei died, then why would the universe's existence still be his business? Without talking nonsense either, 0541 immediately controlled the shuttle to enter warp mode.
Okay, Captain. I'm ready to warp.
Soon, the shuttle that adjusted its direction turned off the main engine at its tail and began to charge the phase engine. As a super first-class Maroa's mobile one-man shuttle, it usually took less than a second to charge for the same galaxy warp. But today, something strange happened. As if the energy link was blocked, the shuttle's phase engine couldn't be charged to full.
OSH*T. Captain, there's warp interference,
0541 shouted. Although there was no detection equipment on this luxury shuttle, it was impossible for its engine to fail on its own, even under the circumstances of limited usage. The only explanation was that someone had released warp disruptor equipment in this sector. Jiang Fei reacted in an instant.
Son of a B***TCH. Those players are here.
It had to be the players who came to kill Steel. In order to prevent the pirates from escaping, they probably threw out warp disruptor equipment before attacking.
0541. Calculate. How long will it take for us to enter warp status?
Jiang Fei forced himself to calm down. Right now, the more flustered he was, the easier it would be to make mistakes. And the cost of mistakes was often linked to death. After calculating, 0541 replied,
At least 4 hours.
Jiang Fei slammed the armrests around him.
Son of a B***TCH.
That raging Mother Ultralisk aside. In 4 hours, even those players would have already turned his powerless shuttle into scrap metal.
Captain, what shall we do? Since they have put down the warp blocker, we'll soon appear on their radar,
said 0541, rubbing his chin. Jiang Fei calmed down.
Let's find a place to hide first. It's not easy to hide a fleet in the middle of nowhere. And finding a living person in the vast universe is much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack.
Although he was surprised by the players' early arrival, their threat to him was extremely limited. At most, only his course reversal time would be delayed. After all, as he said, it was really difficult to find a less than 2-meter tall human being in a vast universe, in which distance was always calculated using light seconds. After gathering his wits, Jiang Fei found an unremarkable asteroid about 15 light seconds away from the location of the pirate base, with a diameter of only about 2 kilometers. Since he was about to hide, naturally, Jiang Fei was unable to keep his shuttle anymore. After all, it was full of electronic devices, which would all too easily be discovered by the players' radars. Putting away the shuttle, Jiang Fei settled into a crater on the asteroid. He sat in it, and started to close his eyes to recuperate. Once the players had enough of killing, he would be able to go home. Jiang Fei concealed his body, and the fleet of players finally entered the sector where the pirate base was located.
Huh? Homecome, there are shipwrecks everywhere, and sporadic flashes of light as well. From the looks of it, the battle here probably just ended a while ago. Bulsh asterisk T. We're not gonna get attacked, are we? Hurry up and charge. I'm determined to get that Ultralisk egg,
said the one who was obviously the leader of this group of players. If Jiang Fei could hear their conversation, he would be extremely thankful, since it turned out they were actually after the Ultralisk egg. Defeating the pirates and leveling up was never their main objective. Chapter 1488, Breaching the Base. After receiving their leader's command, the players' fleet suddenly accelerated and charged toward the pirate base, and Jiang Fei took it easy while hiding in a distant asteroid, watching the hustle and bustle. Buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. When the players' spacecrafts approached the pirate base, it immediately attacked them. Yes, the entire pirate fleet had been destroyed by the Fifth Fleet, but in their haste to escape, they didn't have the time to demolish the defensive facilities on the pirate base.
President, Brother 3's ship has been bombarded.
The leader of the players shouted his reply.
Leave him be. Keep attacking. Well, let Brother 3 pick up a free ship from the system later. As for the artillery, thrusters, and other equipment, I'll set them aside for him from the guild bank when I get back.
The players of the Gamma Dimension had an unparalleled advantage over NPCs like Jiang Fei. The most prominent one was that they could not die. Once killed, they would just be respawned in this so-called game, only losing some equipment. As Jiang Fei knew exactly what advantages these players had, he didn't fight against them, because no matter how he fought, neither winning nor losing would do him any good, and the players would suffer no losses. What he needed to do now was to just wait and see what happened next. On the basis of ensuring his own safety, he added some chaos to the players. His main purpose was to find opportunities to jump out of this game. Only when they were on an equal playing field would Jiang Fei be able to defeat his opponents. Until then, it was better for him to keep a low profile. This time, the players had some updated equipment, and their combat levels were also equivalent to modern power pirates. The small, broken ships in their hands were no longer at the level of armed merchant ships. With their new police patrol vessels, they could fight, and if encountered, they would instantly wipe out a regular army. Therefore, although there were not many orbital defensive weapons at the pirate base, the players were fighting abnormally hard. Their ships were being destroyed, leaving the players to wait to be respawned. But though they were facing heavy casualties, the players were still happy. Exactly like in a popular game that Jiang Fei had played before. When they first entered a game called the Mine of Death, 5 ignorant little guys were being brutally destroyed. But the fun of playing a game was in the progression process. So, even though all the equipment they destroyed at the time became red, they were still very happy. Especially when destroying the sub-equipment of a boss. Not to mention, that kind of joy was incomparable to those fast food games. Now, the players from the Gamma Dimension were also enjoying the fun of the Pirate Base game's progression stage. However, it never occurred to them that even though they were experiencing the hardships of progression, Jiang Fei had omitted the segment of opening loot boxes for them. The Ultralisk egg was now lying quietly in Jiang Fei's 10th dimension. The efforts of this group of players were destined to be useless. And not only that, the raging Mother Ultralisk was on the way. The players were happily fighting against the defensive facilities of the pirate base, unaware that the Mother Ultralisk was already getting close to the Domini system. This particular Ultralisk was no ordinary monster. Even if she was one of the most powerful Ultralisks, the fact that she was one in the first place meant that her IQ was already not high. And now, having lost her child again, she went mad in an instant. Her big yet not so bright brain told her that only by killing everything in front of her would she have a chance to save her child. So, the bloody eyes of the Mother Ultralisk exuded a light that creeped people out. All the sectors she passed, be it a paradise of Ultralisks or an area of human activity, they all became barren, scorched lands, with a sweep of the red light in her eyes. Wherever Ultralisks pass, barren lands will follow. This statement was proved to be true today. On the journey of this Mother Ultralisk, no one knew just how many fleets attempting to ward her off were annihilated. Boom! With a loud noise, the last photon battery was destroyed, and the pirate base was finally disarmed. The leader of the players shouted excitedly, "Charge inside! Search every nook and cranny! Be sure to find that Ultralisk egg! Rest assured, President! Damn right! President! Just wait and the Ultralisk egg will be yours soon!" Even in higher dimensional spaces, there was no shortage of flatterers. The other young players flattered their leader as they entered the pirate base and began their search. At the next moment, sporadic gunshots and explosions were heard inside the pirate base. After all, even if the outer defense system was breached, the inside of the pirate base was not completely safe, and several rash players were wiped out. But this could not hinder the players' passion in searching the pirate base. Ha! A DR-3 propulsion engine. I can use this on my ship. Holy sh*T. A Falcon-class photon cannon. Awesome. I can finally stop using that civil Gatling pulse cannon. That thing was way better for scratching itches than fighting warships. As they searched the base, the players' cries of excitement could be heard from time to time. Although Jiang Fei had taken the Ultralisk egg, he didn't have enough time to completely destroy the pirate base. This allowed the players to still reap a lot of benefits. Jiang Fei lay in the crater, watching from afar and muttering to himself, "Sigh, I didn't expect these players to come this quickly. Captain, don't think about it anymore. There are so many unsatisfactory things in life. No way everything can always be smooth sailing," said 0541, trying to console him. Jiang Fei smiled cheekily. "Oh, you can say such philosophical stuff. It seems like your degree of evolution is getting higher and higher." 0541 had obviously breached those prohibitions from the start, but Jiang Fei knew that he had nothing to worry about. On Earth, Jiang Fei had been worried about the rebellion of the robots. That was because Akatsiris and the others had criminal records, and Planet Namek had also experienced this. But now, Jiang Fei's combat level was already close to 10 million, and when the Umbral version took over, he had more than 10 million. Plus, he had a great god like Theon as his master. Even if the robots became self-aware and reached their peak via pure technological means, it was still impossible for them to stop Theon from destroying the entire fleet's existence with a wave of his hand. Moreover, Jiang Fei had been with 0541 for so long. He knew 0541's character very well, and could firmly trust in the fact that even if 0541 evolved further, he had no intention of conquering the world. Chapter 1489, The Super Ultralisk. Jiang Fei waited patiently in the crater. Once the group of players got the HL out of the pirate base, he would be able to go home. Meanwhile, the players were starting to get worried. They had searched almost the entire base, but there was still no sign of the Ultralisk egg. "President." The players' leader was anxious. "Keep searching. There's no way that the rare coordinates I spent so much money on in the game store could be fake." He was a real VIP player, but even he had to top up his game credits too. Money was no object. But the problem was, if he spent money without getting better equipment and stronger pets, would he feel any better? After all, this rare pet egg was the only one in a few 100,000 light years. In other words, before the players mastered phase warp technology, this was the one and only unique super pet. It was definitely the symbol of a tycoon, as well as the embodiment of one's reputation. That was the reason President spent that much money on just one thing. At least in this early stage of the game, he would have even more advantages than the other players. But now, his credits were spent without anything to show for it. The longer they went without finding the egg, the more rage filled his heart. "Mother asterisk her. Keep searching. If it's nowhere to be found, then he'll sue the game company for fraud." As per President's orders, the players carefully searched the pirate base. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei was oblivious to all this. Although his goggles were advanced, they only functioned as super binoculars, and didn't allow him to look into the base. As he lay waiting in the crater, bored out of his mind, he felt the surrounding space suddenly starting to wobble. Trembling with fear, Jiang Fei wondered,
Holy sh*T! What's going on? Is space collapsing?
The collapsing of space wasn't a fun incident at all. No matter how strong or invulnerable one was, one still had to survive within space. Once it collapsed, even the most powerful person could break into fragments within it. Boom! The surrounding space shook violently again, shocking Jiang Fei even more. At the same time, in the pirate base, a player quickly ran over to President in a panic.
President, bad news! The warp suppressor we placed on the periphery of the sector was shattered by powerful spatial energies. The phase blocker is also almost done for. What's going on?
Obviously, President didn't know what had transpired either. Back at the meteorite, a terrified Jiang Fei held his breath and burrowed even deeper into the crater to hide, not even daring to lift his head.
Son of a B***TCH. What the F***CK is this?
Just after the second wave of space vibrations ended, a wormhole opened, crushing the warp suppressor set in place by the players. Not long after, a huge monster flew out of the wormhole. Although Jiang Fei had seen Ultralisks before, and even hitched a ride on the one Thean tamed, compared to this monster in front of him, the others were like underage chicks. When it first emerged through the wormhole, it was quite far away from Jiang Fei, which allowed him to see the whole creature. It looked more like a scorpion, but its back was full of sharp steel bone spurs. The monster watched the flickering blue lights from afar.
Holy mother of ***Cur.
What amazed Jiang Fei was not the ferocious build of this Ultralisk, but its enormous bulk which stretched more than 3,000 kilometers. Not to mention the arm span of its two giant pincers that also exceeded 2,000 kilometers. Unbidden, a grim thought rose in Jiang Fei's mind.
Whoever meets this thing will perish. Not even 100 fleets can stop it.
Braveheart may be more than 1,000 kilometers wide, but it was not a warship. It was merely a colonial exploration ship which was built so huge in order to load instruments and carry civilians. If anything, it was more like a mobile city. Unlike warships, most ships required maneuverability, speed, and flexibility, so their bulk must not be too large. Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to aim during battles or deflect attacks with ease. Similarly, a lot of countries on Earth could build 300,000 tons of oil tankers. But a country that could build 100,000 tons of aircraft carriers was another thing. Watching this super Ultralisk enter his field of vision, Jiang Fei was really scared. Although the space lock was removed, which meant he could warp away, he didn't dare take his shuttle out. At this time, he just lay in the crater, afraid to even enter the atmosphere in case he startled the super Ultralisk. In the face of such a fearsome creature, Jiang Fei asked himself whether or not he had the ability to escape. Even if he used the 10th dimension, he couldn't guarantee his survival. So, currently, the safest thing to do would be to stay in this crater and pray that the super Ultralisk doesn't find him. A creepy red light appeared in the creature's eyes. It swept through an asteroid belt that not only contained small, fist-sized pieces of gravel, but also huge asteroids with diameters of more than 100 kilometers. As the red light swept across them, something that made Jiang Fei tremble in fear happened. That asteroid belt actually exploded into a mass of powder.
What the?
Jiang Fei didn't know what to say anymore. He could no longer estimate the strength of this Ultralisk. Even a hidden one like Thean wouldn't be able to run away from a beast like this. After running down the asteroid belt, the super Ultralisk did not stop. It headed straight for the last known location of its child, the pirate base. Upon seeing that the super Ultralisk was not approaching him, Jiang Fei relaxed.
Phew!
Fortunately, he had spotted this unassuming little meteorite to hide in. Had he actually hidden in that asteroid belt, then the consequences. This time, Jiang Fei had survived out of pure luck, as well as thanks to the not-so-bright brains of Ultralisks. Their subpar intelligence meant that it was easy for them to ignore small meteorites or asteroids, focusing only on the huge ones. Solitary ones, like the one Jiang Fei was hiding in, with a diameter of only slightly more than 1,000 meters, were especially easy to overlook. It was difficult to attract the super Ultralisk's attention, and compared to Jiang Fei's hiding spot, the pirate base was much more eye-catching. Therefore, the creature's attention was immediately drawn to it. As it flew past him towards the pirate base, Jiang Fei bravely began to observe the super Ultralisk via his goggles. Giant Iron Scorpion. Combat level, 50 to 90 million. Note, extremely dangerous, Please escape immediately if encountered. Good luck. If you encounter a female giant scorpion, then don't run. Just pray for yourself because escape is impossible. Jiang Fei didn't dare to spy on the Super Ultralisk's true strength, because an Ultralisk of this kind of class had amazing combat instincts. By directly spying on it, Jiang Fei could easily be discovered. Therefore, he just looked for information on it in his goggles database, based on its appearance. Even so, what he found was more than enough to leave Jiang Fei feeling astonished. Chapter 1490, Facing the Ultralisk.
Holy Mother of Asterisk Kerr. What the F asterisk King H asterisk LL.
Although he didn't directly spy on the real strength of the Mother Ultralisk, just looking at the information on the giant iron scorpion species intimidated Jiang Fei, almost making him bounce up in shock.
Combat level 50 to 90 million? How is that even possible?
The Plunderer, Jiang Fei's master, had a combat level of more than 20 million, and his Peg Galactic Spectre had a combat level of about 30 million. Even the both of them combined were not enough to beat the giant iron scorpion. And the 50 million combat level referred to giant iron scorpions that had just become adults. Since this one had already given birth, it was definitely at least middle-aged. And Ultralisk in its prime was undoubtedly at the peak of its strength. This Mother Ultralisk's combat power could even be 80, if not 90 million. Such a powerful Ultralisk was still in her postpartum period, making her irritable and murderous. With her child still lost, her danger level was off the charts. Jiang Fei sniggered as he lay in the asteroid crater.
This gang of players are gonna have one hell of a time.
Squeak. A deafening screech was heard. Even the vacuum-like universe could not hinder the spread of this evil sound. Puff. As soon as he heard the sound, Jiang Fei spurted out blood on the spot. Although he was more than 10 light seconds away from the giant iron scorpion, which was equivalent to more than 3 million kilometers, the aftermath of the evil sound still hit him hard.
Damn it!
Lying in the crater, Jiang Fei didn't even dare to breathe. The giant iron scorpion was far more terrifying than he had imagined. 0541 was also astonished by the Ultralisk's power.
Captain, I'm afraid that only the super battleship in the light barrier can fight this Ultralisk.
If Jiang Fei was vomiting blood even though he was more than 3 million kilometers away, then the players in the pirate base were in an even more miserable state. Almost at the very moment when the giant iron scorpion let out that evil sound, the players instantly perished. No one would ever be able to witness the players facing off against the creature, as the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The moment the evil sound was let out, one by one, the players were shot in the head, unable to handle it for even 0.1 seconds. If the giant iron scorpion's IQ was slightly higher, she might have spared their lives and interrogated them on the whereabouts of her child. Although the players had no idea where the damn Ultralisk egg went, at least asking them first would be the most basic judgment for any intelligent creature. It was such a pity that the terrifying giant iron scorpion was a beast without any intelligence at all. The loss of her child had driven the already violent creature into a mad rage. Now, killing was the only way to let out all the fury and pain in her heart. After massacring the players, the Mother Ultralisk began to search for any trace of her child in the pirate base. However, this just resulted in her getting even more angry, because not even the shadow of her child could be found. Will, with a dreary lament, the giant iron scorpion violently flicked her tail and smashed the pirate base into a pile of ruins. Jiang Fei's eyes twitched as he watched the scene unfold.
Damn. This is way too psychotic.
He had never seen such a powerful body, nor such a ruthless Ultralisk. Bang 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 bang. The raging creature flicked her tail again and again, using her physical strength to smash the pirate base into powder.
Mother of Asterisk Kerr. Your child is not here. Hurry up and get lost. Please don't start convulsing.
Jiang Fei started to feel afraid, as the Mother Ultralisk had not calmed down after demolishing the pirate base. She was still there, venting her anger. But since there was nothing left to smash and dismantle on the pirate base, she set her sights on an asteroid belt. After some wild smashing, the asteroid belt quickly became a huge mess. The big asteroids were smashed into pieces, while it was unknown where the small ones were being flung to as the Ultralisk thrashed about. It would be fine if she was just venting her anger onto one particular asteroid belt, but her rage was leading her to ruin almost all the asteroid belts in the entire sector. The crazy Ultralisk was now about to charge towards Jiang Fei.
OSH*T. Please don't come near me.
Faintly seeing the eerie red pupils of the giant iron scorpion glancing at him, cold sweat dripped down Jiang Fei's face.
What to do? What to do?
The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he watched the terrifying creature slowly turn around. If it wasn't for the existing remnants of his earlier reason, he would have immediately summoned his shuttle to escape right now. But that one reason was holding him back and telling him that he should treat this situation just as one would deal with encountering a mad dog on the street. If you run, it will definitely chase after you, and you're definitely unable to outrun it. Eventually, you'll get bitten. If he was bitten by a mad dog, Jiang Fei could still get an injection to prevent any infections. However, if this giant iron scorpion caught him, that would be the end of him. So, Jiang Fei's reason told him that even if he was afraid, he absolutely could not run. Extremely anxious, he started repeatedly calling out his own name as he tried to figure out a plan.
What should I do? Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei. You better hurry and think of something. If you don't, you're gonna die for sure.
At this point, the giant iron scorpion had turned around and was heading straight for the asteroid Jiang Fei was on. However, since she had not discovered Jiang Fei's existence, she was slowly flying over from far away. Therefore, it would take about 1 or 2 minutes for her to arrive and flick this asteroid with her tail. But every second of those minutes felt like years of torment for Jiang Fei. Death was a terrible thing, and helplessly waiting around to die was even worse. Jiang Fei was undoubtedly just waiting to die any minute now, because no one could escape from the giant iron scorpion. Not even a great god like Theon.
What should I do? Should I hide in the 10th dimension?
This was Jiang Fei's last life-saving trick. But the 10th dimension was not safe either. Although this magical skill had helped him survive a lot of disasters, and even occasionally turn the tables. This time, the gap between him and the giant iron scorpion was way too big. Not to mention, the energy fluctuations caused by entering the 10th dimension would definitely attract the Ultralisk's attention. In case she squeezed into the 10th dimension along with Jiang Fei, her mere bulk could cause him to just burst. And then, there was still her combat level to think about. Seeing the Ultralisk getting closer and closer, the extremely helpless Jiang Fei was incredibly anxious.
Oh! F***ck it! Here goes nothing! Whether or not I die now depends on just how brilliant this space is.
Closing his eyes, he directly incorporated himself into the 10th dimension. Swish! A silver light flashed, and there was a slight fluctuation in its space. Even such a minor fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of the giant iron scorpion. Well, her growl revealed a trace of excitement, because she could sense her still-alive child within this space fluctuation. Boom! The giant iron scorpion suddenly accelerated and appeared at the spot where Jiang Fei disappeared, just a thousandth of a second after he vanished. Although Jiang Fei had entered the 10th dimension at this time, the crack in its space had not been completely sealed tight. Chapter 1491, The Ultralisk Blocking the Way. Bang! The way too large giant iron scorpion didn't manage to squeeze into the crack in space in time, but she did pierce it with the sharp tip of her giant pincer. Poof! Jiang Fei, who entered the 10th dimension, vomited blood on the spot. The size of what had managed to pierce the crack was absolutely minuscule. It was practically just like a hair on her pincer's tip. But let's not forget the sheer size of this giant iron scorpion. A hair on her body was a lot thicker than even a pillar at the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. Despite being caught in the crack of this indestructible space, it hadn't been pinched off.
Mother of asterisk her! This is where he'll die!
Blood spurting from his mouth. Jiang Fei tried his best to seal the entrance of the 10th dimension, but to no avail. No matter what he tried, that tiny piece of the giant iron scorpion that made it through could not be pinched off. Although the 10th dimension was an extremely powerful space, Jiang Fei himself was not. The difference in strength between him and the mother giant iron scorpion was just too great. His combat level was barely a fraction of the Ultralisk's. So how could they possibly be on the same level? Despite having a first-class skill like being able to call forth the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei was still unable to do anything to this creature. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Sigh. You're useless yet you still make a mess. In the end, I still have to cover your A***s.
The blood-spurting Jiang Fei started to change as a black fog swirled around his body. Umbral Jiang Fei sighed.
Sigh. I'm so lonely. There's not even a person here this time.
In the 10th dimension, time had a tendency of becoming static, so electronic equipment like 0541 didn't work. Thus, Umbral Jiang Fei was completely alone, without even a single babbling person around him. He clicked his tongue.
Come on! This may not be a small incident, but it's not a life or death situation either.
As a version of Jiang Fei himself, they shared a body. If Jiang Fei died, things would not turn out well for Umbral Jiang Fei either. As he prepared countermeasures, Umbral Jiang Fei kept muttering to himself and roasting Jiang Fei.
I really don't want to merge with scum like you, but I don't have a choice. Who made you, eh? I hope you can grow up after you merge with me. Please don't make me look bad.
The more times Umbral Jiang Fei appeared, the quicker this evil substance would be depleted. His days of independence were growing fewer and fewer. Swish. After a brief preparation, he took the initiative to open up the 10th dimension, because continuing to waste time wouldn't do him any good. Besides, if the giant iron scorpion got even more pissed, it would violently tear down the whole space, and Jiang Fei would definitely die an ignominious death. Swish. The 10th dimension disappeared, and Umbral Jiang Fei appeared in front of the giant iron scorpion.
Holy sh*t. It sure is big enough,
he said. He clicked his tongue and faced the giant creature that was about the size of a moon. Even he felt a little stunned. Buzz. The red light flashed in the Mother Ultralisk's eyes, indicating that she was about to kill someone. After all, Umbral Jiang Fei had a combat level of about 15 million. Although his small size was negligible, his power was good enough to be considered as food for her. Besides, a prey of this level might threaten her child. Using his psychic power, Umbral Jiang Fei spoke directly to the Ultralisk, threatening,
"Move me, and your child will die."
He may be stronger than Jiang Fei himself, but in the face of this giant iron scorpion, even Theon's efforts would be a waste, just as Umbral Jiang Fei's would be. Right now, he could only rely on his brain. Swish. Almost as soon as Umbral Jiang Fei conveyed his message, the look on the giant iron scorpion changed. Her murderous intent turned into concern and worry. Umbral Jiang Fei let out a breath. Phew! Upon witnessing the change in the giant iron scorpion, he knew that his life would be spared. All mothers on Earth were the same. When it came to their children, there were none who would not worry. The giant iron scorpion's IQ may not be high, but in terms of caring for her child, she was as strong as any mother.
Mother ***, do you have any idea how much I paid in order to rescue your child? And you still want to ***king kill me? What the ***ck? I must be an idiot,
yelled Umbral Jiang Fei, scolding the Mother Ultralisk. Via his psychic powers, these messages were directly transmitted to her brain. Her intelligence may not be high, and she was unable to understand Umbral Jiang Fei's insulting words, but she still understood what he was trying to express. The person in front of her was claiming to have saved her child, and had paid a lot to do so. Now, seeing that she wanted to kill him, he was incredibly angry. This insignificant human in front of her was flying into a rage and constantly roaring. As for the giant iron scorpion, though she was famous for her brutality, and still in her farrowing period, she now showed a gentle and apologetic look. Umbral Jiang Fei was still roaring.
I must be stupid for helping you save that egg?
Although there were many loopholes in his words, the giant iron scorpion had no intelligence, as well as too much concern for her young cub. Therefore, she didn't even hear those loopholes, much less process them. Umbral Jiang Fei waved his hand, and threw the Ultralisk egg out of the 10th dimension.
Alright. Consider myself a moron for doing something unnecessary.
Giving up the Ultralisk egg distressed Umbral Jiang Fei too. After all, this was a rare treasure that probably only came along once in 10,000 years. But no matter how precious an Ultralisk egg was, it was not worth trading his life for. And when it came to dealing with low IQ Ultralisks, it was not a good idea to attempt a hostage negotiation, because once these brutal creatures got angry, they would kill anyone standing in their way, no matter what. Crack. Upon leaving the 10th dimension, the time seal on the Ultralisk egg was lifted, and it once again began to hatch. Patter, patter. Pieces of the egg peeled off, and soon, a little giant scorpion crawled out of it. Although this newborn was already more than 100 meters long, it really was negligibly small compared to its mother. Squeak squeak. The Mother Ultralisk let out a soft call, and her look turned quiet and kind. And Jiang Fei became the first intelligent life form who was allowed to approach the giant iron scorpion's child. Crunch crunch. After the little giant scorpion crawled out of its egg, it didn't go to its mother. Instead, it remained where it was, nibbling on the pieces of egg around it. Although it was unknown how big the baby Ultralisk was compared to Jiang Fei, he still found the little guy pretty cute. Heh heh. Soon, the baby finished eating its egg. As a result, the bone spurs on its back had obviously become much stronger and started to let out a metallic glow.
Alright. Keep on loving. You too? I'm out of here.
Umbral Jiang Fei may be bold, but he didn't want to risk staying with this giant iron scorpion for too long. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to find a window of opportunity to escape. Swish. However,
The unthinkable happened. The mother giant scorpion unexpectedly blocked his way with her giant pincer. Chapter 1492. Chapter 1492 Amazing Gifts. What do you want? Jiang Fei was startled. Even if it is the state of blackening, he is really afraid of the giant beast in front of him reneging on his promise. Goo! Creak! The voice of the steel giant scorpion is very soft. It seems that it is not meant to turn against Jiang Fei. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. Although he was able to convey his meaning to the iron scorpion through spiritual power. It was a pity that although the spiritual power of the iron cancer was terrifying, but its intelligence does not know how to use this energy to express their own meaning. Goo! Creak! The mother of steel giant scorpion called several times again. But Jiang Fei was still at a loss. Swish! In the end, the mother of the giant scorpion could not be bothered to talk to Jiang Fei anymore. She wrapped Jiang Fei up with a gentle force and put it into her mouth. What the F***ck? I helped you save the child. And you still want to eat me? Jiang Fei was furious on the spot. However, he soon realized that he had misunderstood the giant scorpion's mother because the little giant scorpion was also put into his mouth by his mother. Could it be that it's taking me somewhere? Jiang Fei had an idea. As someone who had seen the animal world since he was young, Jiang Fei knew that some animals transported their young through their mouths. Although these animals may be ferocious and have killed an unknown number of prey in their mouths, they are especially gentle when it comes to their babies. Even when they bite down on them with sharp teeth, they will not be harmed in the least. This was clearly the case with the iron scorpion mother, who put both Jiang Fei and her baby in her mouth to protect them during high-speed interstellar jumps. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the steel giant scorpion baby were all in the scorpion mother's mouth. Unable to see what was going on outside, Scorponok's mother gently lifted a giant claw and swung it. Space was torn apart, and her massive body easily entered phase space and began interstellar travel. He tore open space and made an interstellar jump with his own power. Even Tyrio could not imagine such power. However, to the steel scorpion, it was as simple as finding something. Jiang Fei was in the mouth of the scorpion's mother, so he didn't know what was going on outside. He only knew that about 2 hours later, Scorponok's mother opened her mouth. What the hell? Said the scorpion's mother. Jiang Fei felt his body sink. This is a very huge planet, and the gravity of the planet is very scary. Even far more than Tyrio lives on the nameless planet. This is a planet of enormous size and mass. The gravity here is terrifying. It's about 100 times more powerful than Earth. 0541 replied. After Jiang Fei left the 10th dimension, he was also reactivated. No wonder it's so hard. The black Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that his combat strength was over 15 million at this moment, and he was struggling. It was obvious how exaggerated the gravity was here. Can you locate it? Asked the blackened Jiang Fei. Calculating. 0541 counted their positions as he surveyed the stars around him. Goo! Z! The extremely huge steel scorpion was lying quietly on the planet. Her body, which was the size of the moon, seemed to merge with the planet. Why did you bring me here? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Swish! Although the steel scorpion mother cannot tell Jiang Fei her goal, but with the eyes swept a distant mountain. Where do you want me to go? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Squeak! Steel giant scorpion mother called too, indicating Jiang Fei guessed right. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. He now understood that Scorponok's mother had no intention of harming him. After all, with her strength, killing her was like playing with her. There was no need to resort to so many means. And in the wisdom of the giants, they will not spend so much effort to deal with others. After saying low to the steel scorpion mother, Jiang Fei flew towards the mountains in the distance. However, this planet was much bigger than Jiang Fei imagined. With his terrifying strength, after flying for several hours, they still haven't reached the foot of the mountain. I rub. All say hope mountain runs dead horse. I today can be considered to realize. Jiang Fei sighed a tone to say. After another hour or so, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. There's nothing here. Why did it ask me to come here? Jiang Fei searched for a long time at the foot of the mountain. But there were craggy rocks everywhere. There wasn't even any grass. There was nothing worth noticing at all. Don't tell me. It let me go to the mountain. Jiang Fei looked up at the mountain and said to himself. Go up to have a look. Since laboriously came here, Jiang Fei naturally do not want to go back empty-handed. So he began to fly up the mountain. Soon, and 2 hours later, Jiang Fei finally closed to the top of the mountain. High energy warning. High energy reaction found in front.
At this time the voice of 0541 suddenly sounded.
Can you identify the source of the high-energy reaction?
Jiang Fei asked.
We don't know for sure, but there's more than one source of high-energy reactions,
0541 said.
What on earth is it?
Jiang Fei was puzzled. However, one thing he was sure of was that there would be no danger on the mountain. There was a saying that there could not be two tigers on the mountain, since the iron giant scorpion was entrenched on this planet. Then, there would be no other dangerous behemoths here. Soon, Jiang Fei finally came to the top of the mountain, and he appeared in front of the scenery almost blinded his kryptonite dog eyes.
F***ck, am I blind or am I hallucinating?
Jiang Fei could not believe his eyes, because everything in front of him seemed too surreal.
How can this be?
0541 was also dumbfounded, because the thing that appeared at the top of the mountain was too shocking. Right in front of Jiang Fei, there were dozens of fist-sized crystals lying on a huge stone platform. Jiang Fei was very familiar with these crystals. They were all cores of energy. 18 cores of energy. What is that? This is not cabbage on the street. This is an energy core that the entire universe is crazy about. The 18 cores are suppressed by beams of light, so there is no escape due to repulsion between cores of the same property.
Captain, sir, we have developed.
0541 at this time excited even forget the dark Jiang Fei is not his captain, sir.
Oh my god! This giant steel scorpion is really rich.
Even the evil Jiang Fei could not calm down at this moment. With so many energy cores, even a god like Tyrio would go crazy for it. But who would dare take something from a pervert like the Iron Scorpion? Chapter 1493. Chapter 1493 Surprise.
I'm rich. Hurry up and count these energy cores. Damn it! I'm finally relieved.
The dark Jiang Fei was extremely excited. All along, he had been most worried about Jiang Fei's strength, because the evil substance was running out. The dark Jiang Fei had only a limited time, and soon he would fully merge with Jiang Fei. And Jiang Fei himself cannot fully play their own power, so only through other ways to strengthen the strength of Jiang Fei. But now, everything was fine. The rich tycoon, Steel Giant Scorpion, was giving him a great gift. He had 18 energy cores. This kind of gift could only be given by supergiants like them.
My lord, the statistics have been completed. The 18 cores of energy include 3 cores of life, 4 cores of power, 3 cores of space, 2 cores of time, and 6 cores of will.
0541 replied.
Really?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although he had already accepted the fact that a large amount of energy cores were in his account, he was overjoyed to hear that so many cores of will existed.
6. Doesn't that mean I can complete the 3 stages of integration?
Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, because Tyrio had told him that the second stage of fusion required 2 cores of the original will, and the third stage of fusion required 4. He now had 6 cores of the will. Doesn't that mean I'll be able to reach Tyrion's height when he merges?
Damn! Is really developed all.
The surprise so that the dark Jiang Fei is not calm. Tyrion, that height represents what? Represents the highest form of intelligent life in the entire universe. They're like living gods. If it wasn't for the invasion of the Gamma people, the dark Jiang Fei would be over the moon. But think of those, real gods. Jiang Fei was like a basin of cold water poured from head to toe.
Damn it! No matter how strong you are, you can't beat those guys in this universe. We still have to find a way out of this universe to defeat those guys in their world.
The blackened Jiang Fei gritted his teeth, although the threat of Gamma space had been hanging over his head like a Damocles. With such a large amount of funding, Jiang Fei and his forces could definitely be described as a shotgun exchange. In addition to Jiang Fei himself being able to complete the 3-stage nuclear fusion of the will in the near future, Bara, who obtained 3 cores of life, was also able to complete the 2-stage nuclear fusion of life. In addition, Jiang Fei was also able to pick out a few people from his sister's army to inherit the other energy cores, because the harvest was so great that Jiang Fei, in addition to himself and Bara, it can also produce a 2-stage power nuclear owner, a 1-time nuclear owner, and a 1-stage space nuclear owner in one fell swoop.
Made a fortune!
Jiang Fei mouth recite. The huge harvest let his mood is difficult to calm down.
This is really a blessing in disguise,
said 0541, when the Iron Scorpion appeared in the Dominican system. 0541 also thought that Jiang Fei was doomed. However, 0541 only thought that they could spend money to avoid disaster and give up the eggs of the giant beast in exchange for their lives. However, who would have thought that although Jiang Fei lost the eggs of the giant beast,
But you got 18 energy cores worth more than a giant egg. Alright. Let's go back and say hello to that generous tycoon and ask him to send us home. The dark-skinned Jiang Fei was extremely satisfied with the outcome of this trip. However, speaking of which, if this is not satisfactory, then it is really a lack of human heart snake-swallowed elephant. A few hours later, Jiang Fei returned to the scorpion's mother. Are you giving me all these energy cores? Jiang Fei confirmed once again. If he were to pick one, he would be doomed. As for secretly taking it, Jiang Fei had never thought about it. It's no fun being hunted by such a powerful psychopath. Cheap! Scorponok's mother nodded, her generosity making even the blackened Jiang Fei blush. Ask yourself, if Jiang Fei's family or sister were kidnapped, if they asked him to give up so many cores of energy as a ransom or as a thank you gift for saving his family. Although Jiang Fei could not say that he did not save her because he was unwilling to do so. He would never be so calm after taking out these treasures. That heartache was enough for him to scratch the wall. But for Scorponok, her cub is all that matters. And there is no treasure more important than the safe return of her cub. Sir, our position has been calculated. At this time 0541 calculation has been completed. Where is here? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The Eye of Oblivion. The edge of the Zavila Galaxy. 0541 replied solemnly. The Eye of Annihilation? Why does it sound familiar? Jiang Fei was slightly taken aback. He had definitely never heard of the Eye of Annihilation. But the word the Eye of Annihilation sounded familiar. Have you forgotten that spirit? 0541 reminded one. What? Here is the center of the universe? Near the singularity? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered. Yes. This is where the spirit describes it, said 0541. Is the opportunity that the spirit is talking about these energy cores? Jiang Fei said to himself. My lord, I don't think so. 0541 offered a different interpretation. Say, Jiang Fei also wants to know the idea of 0541. The spirit is asking you to go to the Zavira system, which means that you need to look for this opportunity yourself in the Zavira system. Although you got a lot of treasure this time, it was all an opportunity from the Dominii system. As for being brought to Zavira, it was a complete accident. 0541 said. That makes sense. Jiang Fei nodded. If that was the case, then today would really be his lucky day. This luck was coming, and it could not be stopped. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei's eyes became warm when he looked at the steel giant scorpion again. After traveling through the Zavila system, his shuttle would definitely not work. It would explode as soon as it was taken out. The radiation and gravity of the planet alone had allowed Jiang Fei, who was over 15 million, to barely hold on. A shuttle without protection could not survive for even a second. But without transportation, even if Jiang Fei could survive in outer space, he wouldn't be able to look around, let alone find that so-called opportunity. Chapter 1494. Chapter 1494 Finding Opportunity. On his own, Jiang Fei could not have left the planet and looked for the so-called opportunity in the Zavila system. But the Iron Scorpion gave him hope, since it can make its home in the Xavier system. The Steel Scorpion must be able to fly freely in this galaxy. And if Jiang Fei can make use of its power, then finding the opportunity that Spirit spoke of is no longer an impossible task. Can you do me a favor? Jiang Fei told Scorponok's mother his intention through his spiritual power. Squeak! The Scorpion's mother nodded without any hesitation, not even asking Jiang Fei what she wanted her to do. Because Jiang Fei saved Scorponok's mother's child. In the eyes of the Scorpion's mother, Jiang Fei is a true friend. While the giant scorpions, though low in intelligence, are not as treacherous as humans. As long as they identify with their friend, then they'll go to great lengths to help you. I want to explore this galaxy. Can you take me there? Jiang Fei asked. Squeak! The scorpion's mother nodded and opened her mouth. A gentle force was heard and Jiang Fei was immediately sucked into the scorpion's mouth. Cheap! In the mouth of Scorponok's mother, Jiang Fei was not alone. For little Scorponok was also here. The baby scorpion may be over 100 meters long, but it's still not strong enough to survive in the Zavila system. And it can only grow safely in the mouth of its mother. After inhaling Jiang Fei, Scorponok's mother took off from the surface of the planet and began to wander back and forth through the system. According to Scorponok's mother, Jiang Fei's request was simple and easy to satisfy. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in a flash. Scorponok's mother still took Jiang Fei to wander around the system. But he got nothing, because it's so close to the center of the universe. The natural conditions here are so harsh. It's hard to form a solid planet, like the one Scorponok's mother occupies.
which is very rare in the Zavila system. Therefore, all that Jiang Fei has seen these days are empty space without exception. He has no idea where the opportunity is hiding.
I can't keep wandering like this.
Jiang Fei patted his lips. Although there aren't many planets in the Zavila system, it's a huge area, and he's looking for an opportunity. And naturally he can't let the Iron Scorpion jump. So he's just going to have to search little by little. To find something in a galaxy this big, it's a matter of luck. When Scorponok's mother took Jiang Fei wandering to the third day, Jiang Fei withdrew from his dark state. After all, evil material was limited, so it was impossible for him to waste his time wandering aimlessly.
0541. What happened?
Jiang Fei was completely shocked when he saw what was in front of him. He could guess that the small giant scorpion hatched from the giant beast's egg, but he could not understand where he was.
We are in the Zavila system, and now Scorponok is leading us to find the opportunity that the spirit spoke of.
0541 then told him everything that Jiang Fei had done to blacken the system and his current situation.
Holy sh*T. We're rich.
When Jiang Fei heard that he had actually obtained 18 energy cores, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. With these energy cores, not only could his strength be greatly enhanced, but the girls around him were finally no longer mere beauties.
Captain, you'd better think about how to find that so-called opportunity, or Bera and the others will be very worried.
0541 reminded. It was already 4 days since Jiang Fei had left the fleet. If he didn't go back soon, I guess Bella and the others are gonna have to run out of the gym looking for someone.
Also,
Jiang Fei nodded. And then he said,
Opportunity. Opportunity. Give me the opportunity.
Suddenly, Jiang Fei had an idea. Since it was an opportunity for him, then he would definitely not be in this empty space, because the probability of being found in that case was almost zero. If what the spirit said is true, then the opportunity must be on a planet. And the planet where the steel scorpion is located is probably impossible, because Jiang Fei had already searched there when he was in his dark state.
Can you take me to other planets to see?
Jiang Fei sent a message to Scorponok's mother with his spiritual power.
Sheep!
The scorpion's mother agrees, and with a swipe of her tongs, she breaks through the space barrier, directly into phase space. After a brief phase jump, Scorponok's mother returned to the main universe, this time not far from a star.
Sheep!
Cried the scorpion's mother. Then he sent Jiang Fei directly to the planet. This time, Scorponok's mother did not land on the planet, because it was too small for her moon-sized body.
Phew! What the F***ck?
As soon as Jiang Fei got out of the scorpion's mother's mouth, his entire body sank, and a terrifying pressure was directly applied to him. Not only that, countless streams of horrible radiation energy washed over his body, causing him serious harm.
Open the door!
Jiang Fei immediately opened up the field of unlimited warlike intent and increased his combat effectiveness to around 9 million. But even so, the harsh environment here still made it difficult for him to move. The fighting power of Jiang Fei himself could not be compared to the dark state even if he opened up the field. The environment of this planet was better than the one occupied by Scorponok's mother. But even so, it was enough to make Jiang Fei drink a pot of tea.
Oh my god! This is not an opportunity! This is a game to kill me!
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and began to sense the environmental issues around him on this planet.
Captain! Come on!
At this moment, 0541 could not help at all. All he could do was to cheer Jiang Fei up. However, although Jiang Fei's strength and personality were not as good as his dark state, but 0541 still thinks Jiang Fei himself is his assistant captain.
F***ck! This place is really going to suck me dry.
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and continued to insist. He carefully sensed every detail of the planet and tried to find the opportunity that the spirit was talking about. As time passed by, Jiang Fei still did not find anything. But his hard work under such difficult conditions made his physical strength and strength level continuously improve. 2 more days passed, but Jiang Fei still could not find anything unusual on this planet. Moreover, his body really could not hold it anymore. After all, his actual strength was still relatively low. It was too much for his body to survive in the harsh environment of the Zavila system. Chapter 1495, Chapter Essence Feeding.
Forget it. The opportunity that the spirit is talking about should not be on this planet.
Finally, Jiang Fei gave up searching on this planet. After struggling to leave the harsh environment of the planet, Jiang Fei found that the planet was simply like a greenhouse. The environment in the naked space was even more harsh, although there was no such horrible gravity, but the radiation made it even more unbearable.
Sheep!
Fortunately, As soon as Jiang Fei entered space, Scorponok's mother noticed him. Although Scorponok's mother could not understand why Jiang Fei, who had been a little strong before, had suddenly become so weak. But Jiang Fei was her approved friend no matter what. When she saw her friend in trouble, she naturally would not let him die. Swish! A terrible suction came, and Jiang Fei was swallowed by Scorponok's mother again. Phew! Jiang Fei felt light as he entered Scorponok's mouth. As Scorponok's mouth closed, the harsh environment of the Zavila system was sealed off.
Oh my god! This unlucky galaxy is really not a human being.
Jiang Fei sat down and felt as if he had collapsed.
Captain, hurry up. We've been out for 6 days.
0541 urged.
It really doesn't give people a way to live.
Although Jiang Fei complained, but knowing that over time, Barra couldn't wait for the girls, and the players were on the move, he really couldn't stay in the system for long.
My lord, according to my calculations, there are a total of 17 planets in the Zavila system. Outside of the one we just visited and the Iron Scorpion's lair, there are 15 more planets to investigate.
0541 said.
15 planets?
Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He was in a very poor state of health now. He had to rest for at least 2 days before he could continue his exploration. In this way, he would need at least 4 days to investigate a planet. If you encounter a more hostile environment or a larger planet, Jiang Fei will need more time. All 15 planets have been explored, which is impossible in less than 2 months.
I don't have that much time to waste here. I can only hope that I'll be lucky and find that so-called opportunity as soon as possible.
Jiang Fei sighed. With the help of the Iron Giant Scorpion. At this moment, Jiang Fei was not too worried about the danger that came with the opportunity. After all, a giant beast like the Steel Scorpion was already the most powerful one in the universe. Squeak! Just then, the Steel Scorpion let out a cry, and Jiang Fei saw a ball of light fly out of Scorponok's mother's throat.
What is that?
Jiang Fei leaned over curiously, only to see the ball of light finally hovering over the Scorpion mother's tongue.
Sheep!
Little Scorponok leaned over and pointed with his pincers at Jiang Fei, and then at the ball of light.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei didn't quite understand. Squeak! Seeing that Jiang Fei was not moving, Little Scorponok ran over and took a bite of the ball of light, then pointed at him again.
You want me to eat this?
Jiang Fei seemed to understand what the Scorpion mother and her son were up to.
Captain, this could be the way the Steel Scorpions raise their young. And birds like pigeons do it on Earth.
Interjected 0541.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was taken aback. Of course, he knew that pigeons would secrete pigeon milk to feed their offspring. The existence of this kind of mammal-like milk was very nutritious. Could this light ball provided by Scorponok's mother today be this kind of substance? The skeptical Jiang Fei reached out and tried to touch the ball of light. But the moment his finger touched the ball of light, the room-sized ball of light immediately followed Jiang Fei's finger and entered his body. Swoosh! Saw Jiang Fei body a flash of light. Immediately after, Jiang Fei found himself previously injured by the harsh environment of the body has instantly recovered. Not only that, but now Jiang Fei felt that he had endless strength all over his body. Even his combat effectiveness had been raised to over 10 million in a short time.
Damn! This scorpion milk is much more powerful than any giant meat.
Jiang Fei exclaimed.
Captain, aren't you full of crap? What grade are your behemoths? They're all just regular space giants. But what level is the Steel Scorpion? The best of the big beasts? And can meat be compared to milk? The scorpion milk was digested and purified by Scorponok's mother after she ate the astral giant and even the cosmic giant. At this time, she looked at Jiang Fei as if she were looking at a peasant. If you give me more of this, you'll be happy. Bella and the others will definitely increase their strength in a short time.
Jiang Fei said greedily.
Captain, don't even think about it. Don't even think about such a precious thing. If Scorponok can give you some, it means that she really approves of you. Don't let her alienate you because of your greed. That would be like throwing a watermelon into a sesame seed.
0541 warned.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded and said to Scorponok's mother through his mental strength.
Thank you very much. But there is nothing on this planet that I want to find. Let's go to the next planet. Sheep,
said the Scorpion's mother, and she hopped off to another planet. In the next few days, Jiang Fei began to continuously explore the planets one by one, although it would take 2 or 3 days each time to explore the planets, and he would be covered in injuries when he returned. But with the help of the giant scorpion's breasts, his injuries always healed in an instant, which saved Jiang Fei time while constantly washing his body. Half a month later,
Jiang Fei visited 5 or 6 planets, but he still could not find the opportunity that the ghost mentioned. However, under the repeated baptism of the giant scorpion's milk, Jiang Fei was now able to easily increase his strength to more than 10 million. That meant that even if Jiang Fei was not evil, he was still a proper star overlord. Most importantly, Jiang Fei's body was enhanced by the giant scorpion's breasts. It was simply too strong. Not to mention that the people from the major fighting races could not compare to him. Even the ordinary giant starry beasts were not as strong as Jiang Fei's body. It feels so good! After using scorpion milk again to recover his body, Jiang Fei stretched his body. Let's go to the next planet, Jiang Fei said to Scorponok's mother. Sheep! The scorpion's mother was really not tired of it. For so many days, she had not only taken Jiang Fei back and forth in the Zavira galaxy, but also constantly provided her own essence for Jiang Fei to recover from his injuries. Friends at this point are hard to come by, which is why the friendship between giants, who have low intelligence, is the strongest, unlike humans, who are constantly perfect to each other. Chapter 1496, Chapter 1496 The Underground. A few minutes later, Scorponok's mother took Jiang Fei to another planet's gravity well. This planet was bigger than all the others Jiang had flown to. Even the one occupied by the steel scorpion. A bigger planet meant stronger gravity and a harsher environment. So when Scorponok reached the planet's gravity well, she was able to land there, but still didn't want to go down. Let me go down! Jiang Fei was not willing to force the scorpion's mother. Moreover, ever since he approached the planet, Jiang Fei had a vague feeling in his heart that there was something on this planet. Squeak! The scorpion's mother called, as if to warn Jiang Fei to be more careful. And then she sent Jiang Fei to the planet. Jiang Fei groaned as soon as he landed. The gravity of this planet was indeed terrifying. If not for the fact that his combat power had exceeded 10 million under the nourishment of the giant scorpion eggs, Jiang Fei would probably have a difficult time here. However, although the gravity on this planet was terrifying, it could not compare to the planet occupied by the steel giant scorpion. Otherwise, with Jiang Fei's combat power of just over 10 million, he would not be able to survive on such a huge planet. Swish! After simply getting used to the harsh environment around him, Jiang Fei spread out his mental energy and began to look for anomalies on this planet. There is indeed something. Jiang Fei just spread out the mental power soon. He felt the strange place of this planet. This planet is empty. 0541 helped me calculate the entrance or weak point. Jiang Fei in the mind incomparably excited. Captain! 0541 immediately. No wonder this planet is so big. But the gravity doesn't match it at all. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. This planet is much bigger than the steel giant scorpion's nest. But the gravity is only about 2/3 of it. At first, Jiang Fei was puzzled. But now he understood that the planet was hollow. Although it was bigger than the steel scorpion's nest, it was not as massive as the planet. So gravity was relatively weak. My lord! I didn't find the entrance, but I found a weak spot. The density here is relatively low, and the thickness is also relatively low. Soon, 0541 sent back a message. Coordinates? Jiang Fei asked immediately. XXX. 0541 didn't waste any time and provided Jiang Fei with the coordinates of the weak spot. Come on! Let's stretch our arms and legs today and dig this place up. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and started to fly towards the weak spot. About 4 hours later, Jiang Fei finally reached the weak spot 0541 was talking about. It's only 4 times as hard as granite, 15 kilometers thick, and it's the best breakthrough we could find, 0541 said. Come on, let's get to work. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the thickness and hardness of this place were impressive, compared to other locations, this was already the easiest place to dig. Boom! 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 Determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Jiang Fei began bombarding the ground frantically. With each attack, he was able to shatter large areas of the rocky crust. However, a depth of 15 kilometers was not something that could be dug out overnight. A day later, exhausted and bruised by all kinds of radiation, Jiang Fei had to return to the scorpion's mother's mouth to recuperate and replenish himself with scorpion milk. Squeak! The scorpion mother was really nice to Jiang Fei. Originally, her scorpion milk was used to feed her child, but now she had to give a small portion to help Jiang Fei recover. Swish! As Jiang Fei touched the small mass of scorpion milk, his body was healed again. Yes! The refreshed Jiang Fei stretched. At the same time, He decided in his heart that if he really became rich in the future, he must never forget the Scorponok and his mother. Send it back. I think I should find what I want, Jiang Fei said to Scorponok's mother again. Swoosh! Jiang Fei was again sent to the surface of the planet after a white light. Come on! 1/3 more! Jiang Fei took a deep breath, and then began to continue digging. The work of digging a hole was certainly boring. However, in such a difficult environment, using one's own strength with high intensity was also a kind of practice and exercise. And Jiang Fei naturally benefited a lot from such hard training. Boom! 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 After several hours of digging, the surface was finally blasted through when Jiang Fei bombarded it again. Finally opened. Jiang Fei eyes full of excitement. Alert! Alert! Metahuman gathering ahead. Evasive action. But at the same time, 0541's siren sounded. F***CK! Jiang Fei did not dare to neglect, and quickly moved to the side. At the same time, he sped up at his feet, and got as far away from the area as possible. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, and shot straight into the sky from where Jiang Fei had dug down. The pillar was several hundred meters wide, and had a very high energy level. Even for a star overlord like Jiang Fei. If the light hit the front will be instantaneous vaporization. What's going on? Jiang Fei looked at the place where the light beam disappeared from a distance. It was now a bottomless pit. All clear. 0541 has failed to detect a meta reaction in the bottomless pit. What's going on? Jiang Fei was also at a loss. Just now, this beam of light was as powerful as dozens of heavy cruiser. My lord, shall we go in and have a look? 0541 asked. Go in. Jiang Fei nodded, as the call in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Ever since the spirit told him to go to the Zavila system, the voice had been there, and now it became clearer. After arriving at the bottomless pit, Jiang Fei leaned over and looked down. He was so dark that he could not see anything. Shin! Jiang Fei crossed his heart and jumped in. In the air, Jiang Fei began to control his body and let himself fall slowly. What exactly is inside this planet? What is the purpose of that spirit that sent me here? Jiang Fei had too many doubts in his heart. This made him filled with curiosity and some fear about the unknown road ahead. The unknowable road ahead is the prime mover of our advance. Jiang Fei mumbled the motto he had heard somewhere as he descended slowly. Pata! Not knowing how long had passed, Jiang Fei's feet finally touched the ground. Phew! The environment here is not bad. He took a deep breath. Jiang Fei stretched his body. There was no more violent radiation energy inside the planet. Even gravity was only about 5 times the force of Earth's. It was comparable to the previous red rock star. For a cosmic civilization, this is the perfect place to live. Chapter 1497, Chapter 1497 Adjutant 2085. But the underground world was comfortable. But it was dark. And there was no light. 0541. Give me a light source, Jiang Fei ordered. Although he did not have a large factory with him, it was not a problem for 0541 to produce some glow sticks. Yes, Captain. Soon, a bundle of glow sticks was stored in Jiang Fei's ring space. Cut! Jiang Fei took out one of the sticks and folded it gently. The glow stick was activated, and the bright, but not dazzling light scattered, allowing him to see clearly the scenery around him. When Jiang Fei saw everything around him, he was completely stunned. Damn it! How is this possible? Jiang Fei could not believe his eyes at all, because what appeared in front of him was a golden fortress building. However, it was a pity that the fortress, which occupied the entire center of the earth, had almost completely collapsed. Only the area in front of Jiang Fei still had some scattered buildings. These buildings seemed to be ruins. Impossible! Based on the current level of technology, it's impossible for any cosmic civilization to reach the zebra system, let alone build this golden fortress here. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In the history of the universe as he knew it, there was no such thing as a lost civilization. If there was, it would at most be the extinct Nemeks. However, the Nemeks were technologically advanced at that time. But today, their aerospace skills were mediocre, and they didn't have the capability to travel to the Zavila system. 0541. Search for information and see if there is a legend about this fortress among the civilizations of the universe, Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Captain! 0541 immediately began to search his own database. After about 10 minutes, 0541 gave Jiang Fei a disappointed answer. Sorry, Captain. There is no relevant legend or record in my database. No?
Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, then revealed a face like a thoughtful expression.
Check if there is any danger in this fortress. If not, let's go in,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
Captain!
0541 immediately began scanning the fort.
My lord, this fortress is huge and the technology inside is very advanced. Fortunately, it has exhausted all its power, so even if there are defensive measures, it cannot be opened.
Half an hour later, the scan on 0541 is back.
We go in.
After getting the answer, Jiang Fei immediately went to the fort. He wanted to test his guess. After all, with over 10 million combat power, Jiang Fei's speed was still very fast. And soon, he arrived at the entrance of the fort. The gates of the citadel are filled with heavy metal. And under normal circumstances, even if Tyrion were to come, it would take a great deal of effort to open them. But now that the fortress had run out of power, the lock on the gate could not be locked. And with enough brute force, the door could be opened. But not everyone could. Not even a god like Tyrion. Although his energy level was high, and he could easily kill Jiang Fei, the pure power of his body could not open the door. Only Jiang Fei, whose body had been repeatedly nourished by scorpion milk, has been strong enough and the beast comparable. And even can be said at this time of Jiang Fei is a human beast. But also, the most top of the kind of starry monster. Creak! Creak! With Jiang Fei's brute force, the metal door opened slowly, revealing a man-wide gap. Through the gap, Jiang Fei entered the fortress, activating a glow stick. Jiang Fei saw everything inside the entrance to the fort. It was similar to what Jiang Fei had seen from the outside. There were ruins everywhere. And in some places, there were signs of explosions and tearing.
What exactly happened here?
A normal person would definitely think that after seeing all this. But Jiang Fei continued on his way, as if he was not interested in the desolate and terrifying ruins on either side.
Captain, where are we going?
0541 asked.
I don't know. But the other passageways here are blocked. This is the only way to go. We should follow this path,
Jiang Fei said confidently.
Captain, what did you find?
0541 asked.
I'm not sure yet, but I'm pretty sure.
Jiang Fei walked faster and faster, and he was getting excited. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the end of the tunnel of ruins. It looked like a control room. But the various instruments had stopped working because they had lost their energy support. Even some of the instruments are broken.
0541. Divert some energy blocks to power these instruments,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Captain, our energy reserves are low,
0541 said reluctantly. Moreover, he had no idea what the equipment was for. He was also afraid that Jiang Fei would be in danger.
Carry out the order.
Jiang Fei was adamant.
All right, as you wish. But Captain, you must be more careful.
0541 had no choice but to do as Jiang Fei said. Swish. Sizzling. Pissed.
2 flashes of a screen, and a virtual avatar appears.
Lieutenant. 2085. Stand by. Who are you? What is this place?
Jiang Fei asked.
Lieutenant. 2085. Stand by.
That virtual head used mental energy fluctuations to express its own meaning, so Jiang Fei could totally understand everything she said. However, this guy only seemed to be able to say this. No matter what Jiang Fei asked, that's all she ever said in response.
Captain, I think the AI is locked. It needs a password to unlock her program.
0541 said.
Locked on?
Jiang Fei was taken aback, but he immediately realized that the artificial intelligence did not look normal. It was very likely that it was like what 0541 said. She was locked on and could not complete self-activation.
Yes, Captain. You need to enter the code to get her to reboot.
0541 confirmed.
The password. Then you can do it.
Jiang Fei's lips twitched. It was impossible for him to have the password. However, with 0541 around, why was he worried about the password? 0541 was a highly evolved artificial intelligence. He could just leave the password to him. Chapter 1498. Chapter 1498 Finding Treasure. Cracking the code was not difficult for 0541. Although the civilization and technology that left this relic were very advanced, it was only a matter of time before 0541's highly evolved artificial intelligence could crack the code. More than half an hour later, 0541 decryption work completed.
Lieutenant. 2085. Rebooting. Lieutenant. 2085. Reboot complete. Adjutant. 2085. At your service.
See, at present this adjutant already restart finish. Jiang Fei immediately inquired the doubt in his heart.
Who is this fortress left behind? Consultant. Identity unknown. No access.
Even after the reboot, the aide, code 2085, still did not cooperate with Jiang Fei.
0541. Get rid of her.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and handed the matter to 0541.
Yes,
Captain. 0541 nodded and continued to crack the adjutant's code. As the minutes ticked by, 0541 used his enormous computing power to try to crack the adjutant. But the technology of the civilization seemed so strong that even 0541 couldn't get to him in a short time. After about an hour, 0541 finally took care of the adjutant. Codename 2085.
Captain. It's done. Ask away.
0541 smiled.
Tell me, who built this place?
Jiang Fei asked 2085.
Consultant. Fortress manager. Access granted?
After the invasion by 0541, Jiang Fei had very high authority, so the adjutant no longer prevented him from accessing internal information.
This is the fort of St. Curran, built by the Klein Empire in the year 18,542.
2085 said.
Klein Empire? 18,542? 0541. Do you have any relevant information?
Jiang Fei asked.
No. There is no record of it.
0541 replied crisply.
Uh-huh.
Jiang Fei smiled and then continued to ask.
Is there anything else available in the fortress now? The fort has been destroyed by accident, and only Airport 197 is intact.
2085 replied.
Airport 197. How do I get there?
Jiang Fei asked.
This is the route to Airport 197.
2085 provided a map showing the route to the target airport.
Let's go over.
Jiang Fei said immediately. Then, just as he was about to put the adjutant into the ring space, the adjutant suddenly sparkled with electricity in 2085 and was soon reduced to a ball of ashes.
Why did she set herself on fire?
0541 wondered.
It looks like what I think. Let's hurry up and go.
Jiang Fei nodded. The self-destruction of 2085 did not seem to surprise Jiang Fei.
According to the map provided by the adjutant in 2085, Jiang Fei did not take any detours. He quickly found the number 197 airport.
Oh my gosh!
One into the 197 airport. Jiang Fei was instantly shocked. Because inside this geocentric base, there is a giant battleship the size of the Spirit. That's 1,000 kilometers of battleship. Yes. It's not a freighter. It's not a research ship. It's a battleship.
Go and have a look.
Jiang Fei came to the bridge linking the battleship in a few steps.
Caw-caw. Zap.
A control panel popped up at the entrance to the trestle bridge.
Squeaky.
Dee-dee. After a flash of light, the console lit up, and a virtual woman appeared on the console.
Super Battlecruiser Adjutant Lux at your service.
The virtual female avatar says to Jiang with a smile.
Are you the ship's adjutant?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. Master Manager. Do you want to take over the ship?
Lux asked. Because of the networking effect, the identity 0541 created for Jiang Fei in the 2085 system was also valid for Lux.
Yes.
How could Jiang Fei say no at this moment? At present the battleship all over the body are revealed. Awesome. Word. This kind of ship white to who do not want.
System authorized. Please name the ship. Captain.
Lux said to Jiang Fei a few minutes later. Jiang Fei pondered for a long time. This ship is undoubtedly his flagship, so must think of a good name.
Let's call it the Aurora.
Jiang Fei finally made a decision because his rise to fame came from the game Aurora. Without this game, Jiang Fei would not be where he was today. Moreover, now that Gamma Space had invaded, is the darkest moment of the entire universe. Jiang Fei needs a dawn to get him the hope of saving the universe.
Nomenclature complete. Aurora awaits.
Lux snapped away from the control panel, and the super battleship Aurora suddenly lit up on the other side of the bridge. Looking at the dawn of the porthole was one by one light. This mobile city-like super battleship led Jiang Fei, excited heart surging.
Damn it! Just as I thought. It seems that the ghost has the same idea as me.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although he still did not know how capable the battleship was. Jiang Fei was already very excited in his heart, because he had proven from one side that his idea was correct. From the moment he saw this relic, Jiang Fei did not believe that it was a relic from an ancient civilization. Jiang Fei, who had been playing games since he was a child, knew at a glance that this place was just a man-made hiding place for treasures. To put it bluntly, this is where the game makers in Gamma Space, the Klein Empire, the Cosmic Calendar, 18,542. None of this stuff exists. It's all made up by the game makers. This was a treasure chest deliberately created by the developers to enhance the power of the paying gamers. However, with the help of the ghost, this treasure chest was opened earlier by Jiang Fei, the NPC boss.
Let's go in and have a look.
Jiang Fei followed the trestle bridge and entered the Aurora with excitement.
Damn it! This is really full of technology.
Once inside, Jiang Fei found that the ship was completely different from the Merchant Alliance's battleship. Of course, it was also different from the style of the Giorgio Vasari army. The Merchant Alliance's battleships were the ugliest in appearance. They were made of steel and had the industrial metal style of the 1980s in the United States. However, most of the battleships in the Giorgio Vasari Empire used biotechnology. So the metal is biometal. And it looks a little bit like a giant bug. And it's disgusting. The battlecruiser is a bit more of an Audron-esque, with a sleek silver-white hull that looks very nice. Chapter 1499. Chapter 1499 Battleship Invincible. Once on the bridge, Lux is no longer just a virtual avatar, but a full-body projection of a half-virtual, half-physical entity. And I have to say, Lux is beautifully designed, no matter how delicate the face. And the golden ratio of the body. It's almost impossible to pick out any flaws. But it's also because of her perfection that Lux seems to be completely untouched, giving an unreal sense of beauty.
Welcome, Captain, aboard the Aurora for the first time.
Lux smiled and welcomed Chang Fei onto the bridge.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Although Lux was designed to be very beautiful, Jiang Fei was already immune to beautiful women. And there were many beautiful women in his family. Now, Jiang Fei had a headache when he saw beautiful women.
Tell me about this ship.
Jiang Fei put the topic on the right track.
Yes, Captain.
With a wave of Lux's hand, a virtual light screen opened in front of Jiang Fei, and a bunch of data appeared in front of him. As the data opened, Lux began to introduce the super battlecruiser to Jiang Fei.
This super battlecruiser, a support capital ship built by the Klein Empire, has a lot of firepower, but it's mostly used to enhance the fleet itself,
Lux said.
Wait, battleship? What do you mean?
Jiang Fei asked.
The battleship is the standard that the Klein Empire uses to differentiate between conventional warships. In general, a battleship is equivalent to a standard fleet, with a standard fleet of battleships capable of easily defeating more than 5 fleets without a battleship,
Lux explained.
So, this ship is very powerful.
Jiang Fei was excited. Although this battleship was very huge, Jiang Fei did not expect that the battle effectiveness of this ship would exceed that of a fleet, even when it is in coordination with the fleet, but also play a more powerful fighting force.
Of course, the battlecruiser is a support capital ship, but it's also equipped with 110 heavy laser cannons, 90 quantum beam cannons, and 200 plasma fusion cannons. Enough firepower to overwhelm a small fleet, and a lot of star-busting rounds to carry out a planet-bombing mission,
Lax said with a smug look on her face. After all, she represents the battlecruiser.
But even so, it can't fight 5 times as many enemies with a fleet. Can it?
Jiang Fei frowned.
With these weapons, the battlecruiser wouldn't be a battleship,
she said.
It doesn't have the firepower of a battleship. It's a support ship. Support fleet?
Jiang Fei didn't understand what Lux meant.
Yes, the battlecruiser is equipped with psionic blast, which can send a high-frequency psionic beam for a short period of time, stunning the crew of an enemy ship and causing it to spin out of control,
Lux said, pointing to a column of data on the light screen.
F***CK. So ruthless.
Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had never heard of any civilization using this kind of technological ability before. Needless to say, this was all designed by the game development team.
In addition to that, the battlecruiser is equipped with an Avenger quantum shield that absorbs damage and bounces it back at the attacker with 100 or 200 of its own damage energy,
she said proudly.
Your sister. Even the reflection shield is out. Can these players cheat anymore?
Jiang Fei was speechless. Fortunately, this treasure chest was opened in advance by him. If this falls into the hands of the players, how can the civilization of the universe resist awe?
Not only that, the battlecruiser is also equipped with a Vulcan-class weapon energy amplifier. It can increase the power output of the ships around the battlecruiser by up to 300%.
Lux said about the battlecruiser's ability. It's like reading a book.
I finally understand why this ship is called a capital ship. Once the ship Naima County is out, everyone else will stop playing.
Jiang Fei was so excited in his heart. He had picked up a treasure this time. Not only that, he opened the treasure chest first. Not only did Jiang Fei increase his strength, but he also weakened the gamers in disguise. That was the most important thing.
Captain? You think that's it?
Asked Lux, with a mysterious look on her face.
What do you mean? Does this ship have other abilities?
Jiang Fei was taken aback. He thought this ship was already abnormal, but he did not expect it to have other abilities.
Yes. The ultimate power of this ship is the Conquistador Mine Cannon, which has a long cooling time and consumes a lot of antimatter. But it's more powerful than you can imagine,
Lux said proudly.
Can you destroy a planet?
Jiang Fei pouted. It was just a super cannon.
No, it doesn't have any killing power. It's just that when a ship is hit by a Conquistador's psychic cannon, its crew will be instantly hypnotized by a powerful psychic energy to serve you. My dear Captain,
Lux said with a smile.
What? Hypnotize them? Make them fight for me at the last minute?
Jiang Fei was shocked. If that was the case, then this battleship could cause the other fleet's ships to suddenly defect. The effect would be amazing.
It's not temporary. It's permanent hypnosis.
Lux's words completely stunned Jiang Fei.
F***CK. These game development teams are simply inhumane.
Jiang Fei cursed after coming to his senses. This kind of abnormal ability had been designed to control his opponent's mind directly and permanently. Fortunately, this ability had fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. Otherwise, he would not have dared to imagine it.
Well, Captain, now you know how powerful the battlecruiser is,
said Lux smoothly, as if the girl had evolved quite a bit.
0541. What do you think of the ship?
Jiang Fei asked 0541. Because since entering the Aurora, 0541 had become a different person, and he had never spoken to her.
Age? Captain, sir. What did you say?
0541 unexpectedly did not listen to Jiang Fei's order. He actually was absent-minded.
0541. Your data is not stable? What's wrong?
Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not want anything to happen to 0541. After all, this guy was his most considerate assistant.
I'm not. I'm fine.
0541 waved.
Are you alright?
Jiang Fei was taken aback. Then, he looked at Lux and asked with a strange expression.
0541. Have you evolved to the point where you need to pick up girls?
Chapter 1500. Chapter 1500. The ship has to be upgraded.
Well, the
0541 smiled awkwardly, but did not refute.
F***CK me. Strange things happen year after year. There are so many this year.
Jiang Fei's outlook on life was a little bad after seeing 0541's acquiescence. What's wrong with this world? Has artificial intelligence started to have love needs?
Captain, can we sail now?
Asked Lux, who had been waiting for so many years inside the ramshackle fortress that she had long wanted to look outside.
Let's not rush this. Are you the only ship in this fortress that can still be used?
After seeing the power of the Aurora, Jiang Fei naturally wanted more capital ships.
Yes, Captain. The whole fort has been destroyed, and this is the only ship that works now,
said Lux with great certainty.
Then do you have the construction plans for this ship?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Since this was the only existing battleship, if he had the plans, he could build it himself.
I'm sorry, Captain, but you're only the manager of this fort. You don't have the authority of the Klein Empire, so you don't have the right to consult relevant information.
Lux rebuffed Jiang Fei's request.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was not angry after being rejected. He thought that the implication of Lux's words was very obvious. She had the construction drawings of the Aurora, but Jiang Fei did not have the authority to view them.
0541. Don't you want to court a girl? Get rid of her. And give me the blueprints.
Jiang Fei smiled at 0541.
That's not good.
0541 is in a quandary.
Cut the crap. You're here to pick up girls. Where are you going to find such a good job?
Jiang Fei chuckled.
Alright, Captain. I'll try my best.
0541 said hesitantly. Although he was highly evolved, he was still very ignorant of love. So he was extremely shy when he saw Lux.
Yeah, it's fine. There's no rush. I'll wait for your good news.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He was really not in a hurry to get the blueprint of the Aurora. This kind of battleship could not be built just because it was built. Even if there were blueprints, Jiang Fei must have enough energy and materials.
Lux, let's set sail. At the same time, find an opportunity to show me the power of the Aurora.
Jiang Fei said curiously. Although Lux was exaggerating the Aurora, she did not believe what she saw.
I'm sorry, Captain, but we don't have the full strength of the Aurora yet,
said Lux.
What's the matter? Is there a lack of energy?
Jiang Fei asked. The energy problem had been bothering Jiang Fei ever since he first got the mysterious ring.
That's not true. Captain, the Aurora's energy reserves are quite sufficient. We can't exert the full power of the battleship because the battleship's psionic power is insufficient,
Lux explained.
Psionic power? What is this and how do I get it?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Psionic power is a type of energy required by capital ships. It can be obtained by destroying other warships. Once the psionic power reaches a certain level, it can unlock some capital ships' abilities,
Lux explained.
F***CK. Isn't this just an upgrade in skill point?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At the same time, he was even more certain that the Klein Empire technology was created by the game development team. Lux had made it very clear that the Aurora could only obtain the so-called psionic power by constantly fighting and destroying other warships. In Jiang Fei's eyes, this psionic power was called experience points. Once enough experience points were accumulated, the battleship could be upgraded and get new skill points.
Can we choose an ability now?
Jiang Fei asked. Although the Aurora had not experienced combat yet, it should have an initial skill point.
That's right, Captain!
Lux's words confirmed Jiang Fei's suspicions once again.
Then let's load the spiritual cannon first,
Jiang Fei said without even thinking. This skill was absolutely invincible. It could force others to enslave them for its own use. It was definitely a divine skill among divine skills.
I'm sorry, Captain, but the Conquistador mine cannon cannot be unlocked until the ship is level 6,
Lux said with regret.
Damn it! The big move really needs a certain level limit.
Jiang Fei sighed. In fact, this outcome was within his expectations. After all, the game development team had to take care of the fairness of the game. If the players were to be crushed everywhere and could not find any opponents, they would not be able to continue playing.
Please select the Aurora's initial capabilities,
Lux asked.
Then activate the super mine detonator,
Jiang Fei said after some thought. After all, this thing was considered a powerful control skill. It could easily suppress a powerful combined fleet, allowing our fleet to move in and out of harm's way.
Alright, Captain! Psychic Blast activated,
Lux according to Jiang Fei's wishes to open the dawn of the first skill. After the dawn was launched, it left the planet quickly through the one-way teleportation array inside the fortress ruins. Just as Jiang Fei and his men left, the core of the Earth fortress collapsed in an instant, and the entire planet was rocked by massive earthquakes. Apparently, the monument is finished, and there's no more rescue dawn day for it.
Hee hee. It's indeed a treasure chest. It's useless after it's opened. It's been retrieved by the system.
Jiang Fei pouted and said.
Captain, where are we going?
Lux asked. The battleship-class Aurora had not suffered any damage in the harsh environment of the Zavila system, which showed how well it could defend itself.
Wait for a moment. I'll go say hello to my old friend, and then go home,
Jiang Fei said with a smile, although he had already taken the opportunity that the ghost was talking about. But he had to say hello to the Scorpion's mother before leaving the system. After all, she had helped him so much that it would be a shame for him to leave without saying goodbye. After coming around from the side of the planet, Jiang Fei looked through the porthole of the Aurora and saw the huge giant Scorpion mother. This steel giant Scorpion was unusually large. Even though it was a battleship-class Aurora, only a third the size of Scorponok's mother. Although there was an unknown object in front of her, Scorponok's mother did not attack the Aurora because she felt the scent of Jiang Fei. But she did not attack the equally large object. Scorponok's mother is still very alert.
This is my boat! I have to go,
Jiang Fei said to Scorponok's mother through spiritual power.
Squeak!
The Scorpion's mother called twice. Although Jiang Fei could not understand the Scorpion's language, he could still read the reluctance in Scorponok's mother's eyes.
I will come to see you when I have time,
Jiang Fei said very seriously.
Cheap!
The Scorpion's mother let out a long chirp. As a farewell to Jiang Fei,